Section 34. The Burgos Campaign. Chapter 1. Wellington in the north, Burgos invested. August 31st, September 20th, 1812. The year 1812 was packed with great events, and marked in Spain no less than in Russia the final turn of the tide in the history of Napoleon's domination. But the end was not yet. When Wellington entered Madrid in triumph on August 12th, the deliverance of the peninsula was no more certain than was the deliverance of Europe, when the French emperor evacuated Moscow on October 22nd. Vittoria and Leipzig were still a year away, and it was not till they had been fought and won that the victory of the Allies was secure. The resources of the great enemy were so immense that it required more than one disaster to exhaust them. No one was more conscious of this than Wellington. Reflecting on the relative numbers of his own Anglo-Portuguese army and of the united strength of all the French corps in Spain, he felt that the occupation of Madrid was rather a tour de force, an admirable piece of political propaganda, than a decisive event. It would compel all the scattered armies of the enemy to unite against him, and he was more than doubtful whether he could make head against them. "I still hope," he wrote to his brother Henry, the ambassador at Cadiz, "to maintain our position in Castile, and even to improve our advantages. But I shudder when I reflect upon the enormity of the task which I have undertaken, with inadequate powers myself to do anything, and without assistance of any kind from the Spaniards. I am apprehensive that all this may turn out but ill for the Spanish cause. If for any cause I should be overpowered, or should be obliged to retreat, what will the world say? What will the people of England say? That we made a great effort, attended by some glorious circumstances. That from January 1st, 1812, we had gained more advantages for the cause, and had acquired more extent of territory by our operations than any army ever gained in such a period of time against so powerful an enemy. But that unaided by the Spanish army and government, we were finally overpowered, and compelled to withdraw within our old frontier." It was with no light heart that Wellington faced the strategical problem. In outline it stood as follows. Soult was now known to be evacuating Andalusia, and it was practically certain that he would retire on Valencia, where he would join King Joseph and Suchet. Their three armies would produce a mass of veteran troops so great that even if every division of the Anglo-Portuguese army were concentrated, if Hill came up from Estremadura and Scarrett's small force from Cadiz, it would be eminently doubtful whether Madrid could be held and the enemy thrust back. The French might advance 85,000 strong, and Wellington could only rely on 60,000 men of his own to face them, though he might scrape together 3 or 4 divisions of Spanish troops in addition. It was true that Suchet might probably refuse to evacuate his Valencian viceroyalty, and that occupation for him might be found by utilizing Maitland's expeditionary force at Alicante and Elio's Murcian army. But even if he did not join Soult and King Joseph in a march on Madrid, the armies of the south and center might put 65,000 men into the field. But this was only half the problem. There was Clausel's army of Portugal, not to speak of Caffarelli's army of the north, to be taken into consideration. Clausel had some 40,000 men behind the Douro, troops recently beaten it is true, and known to be in bad order. But they had not been pursued since the Allied army turned aside for the march on Madrid, and had now been granted a month in which to pull themselves together. Nothing had been left in front of them save Clinton's 6th Division at Cuellar, and a division of the Galicians at Valladolid. And now the vexatious news had come that Clausel was on the move, had chased the Galicians out of Valladolid, and was sending flying columns into the plains of Leon. It was clear that he must be dealt with at once, and there was no way to stop his annoying activity, save by detaching a considerable force from Madrid. If unopposed, he might overrun all the reconquered lands along the Douro, and even imperil the British line of communication with Salamanca and Portugal. If, as was possible, Caffarelli should lend him a couple of divisions from the Army of the North, he might become a real danger instead of a mere nuisance. This was the reason why Wellington departed from Madrid on August 31st, and marched with the 1st, 5th Anth Divisions, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, and Bach S and Ponsonby's Dragoons, 21,000 sabres and bayonets, to join Clinton, and thrust back Clausel to the north, before he should have leisure to do further mischief. There was, as he conceived, just time enough to inflict a sharp check on the army of Portugal before the danger from the side of Valencia would become pressing. It must be pushed out of the way, disabled again if possible, and then he would return to Madrid for the greater game, leaving as small a containing force as possible in front of the northern army. He summed up his plan in a confidential letter in the following terms. All the world, the French world, seems to be intending to mass itself in Valencia, while I am waiting for their plans to develop, for General Hill to march up from Estremadura, and for the Spanish armies to get together. I shall hunt away the elements of Marmont's army from the Douro. I shall push them as far off as I can. I shall try to establish proper cooperation between the Anglo-Portuguese detachment, which I must leave on this side, and the Galician army, and so I shall assure my left flank, when I shall be engaged on the Valencian side. Here then, we have a time problem set. Will it be possible to deal handsomely with the army of Portugal, to put it completely out of power to do harm, before Soult shall have reached Valencia, reorganized his army, and joined King Joseph in what Wellington considered the inevitable scheme of a march on Madrid? The British general judged that there would be sufficient time, and probably there might have been, if everything had worked out in the best possible way. But he was quite conscious that events might prove perverse, and he shuddered at the thought, as he wrote to his brother in Cadiz. The last precautions taken before departing for the Douro were to draw up 3 sets of instructions. One was for Charles Alton, left in command of the 4 divisions which remained in and about Madrid, foreseeing the chance of Soult's marching on the capital without turning aside to Valencia, not at all probable, but it is necessary to provide for all events. The second was for Hill, who was due to arrive at Toledo in about 3 weeks. The third was for General Maitland at Alicante, whose position would obviously be very unpleasant, now that Soult was known to be evacuating Andalusia and marching on Valencia to join Suchet and King Joseph. Soult's march altered the whole situation on the east coast. If 50,000 more French were concentrated in that direction, the Alicante force must be in some danger, and would have to observe great caution, and if necessary to shut itself up in the maritime fortresses. As the Allied forces in Valencia and Murcia, wrote Wellington to Maitland, will necessarily be thrown upon the defensive for a moment, while the enemy will be in great strength in those parts, I conclude that the greater part of those forces will be collected in Alicante, and it would be desirable to strengthen our posts at Cartagena during this crisis, which I hope will be only momentary. Another dispatch, dated 4 days later, adverts to the possibility that Soult may fall upon Alicante on his arrival in the Kingdom of Valencia. Maitland is to defend the place, but to take care that all precautions as to the embarking his troops in the event of ill success are made. He is expected to maintain it as long as possible, and with the sea open to him, and a safe harbor, the defense should be long and stubborn, however great the numbers of the besiegers. With these instructions drawn out for Maitland, Wellington finally marched for the north. His conception of the situation in Valencia seems to have been that Soult, on his arrival, would not meddle with Alicante. It was more probable that he and King Joseph would rather take up the much more important task of endeavoring to reconquer Madrid and New Castile. They would leave Suchet behind them to contain Maitland, Elio, and Ballesteros. It would be impossible for him to lend them any troops for a march on Madrid, while such a large expeditionary force was watching his flank. The net result would be that, by keeping this detachment at Alicante, with Whittingham's and Roch's Spaniards, I shall prevent too many of the gentlemen now assembled in Valencia from troubling me in the upper country. Traveling with his usual celerity, Wellington left Madrid on August 31st, was at Villacastin on the northern side of the Guadarrama Pass on September 2nd, and had reached Arevalo, where he joined Clinton and the 6th Division on September 3rd. The divisions which he was bringing up from Madrid had been started off some days before he himself left the capital. He passed them between the Escurial and Villacastin, but they caught him up again at Arevalo early on the 4th, so that he had his fighting force concentrated on that day, and was prepared to deal with Clausel. The situation of affairs on the Douro requires a word of explanation. Clausel, it will be remembered, had retired from Valladolid on July 30, unpursued. He was prepared to retreat for any length, even as far as Burgos, if he were pressed. But no one followed him save Julian Sanchez's lancers and some patrols of Anson's light cavalry brigade. Wherefore he halted his main body on the line of the Arlanza, with 2 divisions at Torquemada and 2 at Lerma. Some way to his left Foy, with 2 divisions more, was at Aranda, on the upper Douro, where he had maintained his forward position, because not even a cavalry patrol from the side of the Allies had come forward to disquiet him. In front of Clausel himself, there was soon nothing left but the lightest of cavalry screens, for Julian Sanchez was called off by Wellington to New Castile. When he was gone, there remained Marquinez's guerrilleros at Palencia and outposts of the 16th Light Dragoons at Valtonas. The main body of G. Anson's squadrons lay at Villavenes, 20 miles behind. The only infantry force which the Allies had north of the Douro was one of the divisions of the Army of Galicia, which, with Santasildas himself in command, came up to Valladolid on August 6, not much over 3,000 bayonets strong. The second of the Galician divisions, which had descended into the plain of Leon, was now blockading Toro. The third and most numerous was still engaged in the interminable siege of Astorga, which showed at last some signs of drawing to its close, not because the battering of the place had been effective, but simply because the garrison was growing famished. They had been provisioned only as far as August 1, and after that date had been forced upon half and then quarter rations. But the news of the disaster of Salamanca had not, as many had hoped among the Allies, scared their commander into capitulation. Clausel on August 1 had not supposed it possible that he would be tempted to take the offensive again within a fortnight. His army was in a most dilapidated condition, and he was prepared to give way whenever pressed. It was not that his numbers were so very low, for on August 1 the army of Portugal only count 0 less effectives than on July 15. Though it had lost some 14,000 men in the Salamanca campaign, it had picked up some 4,000 others from the depot at Valladolid, from the many small garrisons which it had drawn in during its retreat, and from drafts found at Burgos. Its loss in cavalry had been fully repaired by the arrival of Chauvel's 2 regiments from the Army of the North, and most of the fugitives and marauders who had been scattered over the countryside after the Battle of July 22 gradually drifted back to their colors. It was not so much numbers as spirit that was wanting in the Army of Portugal. On August 6, Clausel wrote to the Minister of War at Paris that he had halted in a position where he could feed the troops, give them some days of repose, and above all re-establish their morale. I must punish some of the men who are breaking out in the most frightful outrages, and so frighten the others by an example of severity. Above all, I must put an end to a desire, which they display too manifestly, to recross the Ebro and get back nearer to the French frontier. It is usual to see an army disheartened after a check, but it would be hard to find one whose discouragement is greater than that of these troops, and I cannot, and ought not, to conceal from you that there has been prevailing among them for some time a very bad spirit. Disorders and revolting excesses have marked every step of our retreat. I shall employ all the means in my power to transform the dispositions of the soldiers, and to put an end to the deplorable actions which daily take place under the very eyes of officers of all grades, actions which the latter fail to repress. Clausel was as good as his word, and made many and severe examples, shooting, so he says, as many as 50 soldiers found guilty of murders, assaults on officers, and other excesses. It is probable, however, that it was not so much his strong punitive measures which brought about an improved discipline in the regiments, as the fortnight of absolutely undisturbed repose which they enjoyed from the 1st to the 14th of August. The feeling of demoralization caused by the headlong and disorderly retreat from Salamanca died down, as it became more and more certain that the pursuit was over, and that there was no serious hostile force left within many miles of the line of the Arlanza. The obsession of being hunted by superior forces had been the ruinous thing. When this terror was withdrawn, and when the more shattered regiments had been reformed into a smaller number of battalions, and provided in this fashion with their proper proportion of officers, the troops began to realize that they still formed a considerable army, and that they had been routed, but not absolutely put out of action, by the Salamanca disaster. Yet their morale had been seriously shaken. There was still a want of officers. A number of the rejoining fugitives had come in without arms or equipment, while others had been heard of, but had not yet reported themselves at their regimental headquarters. It therefore required considerable hardihood on Clausel's part to try an offensive move, even against a skeleton enemy. His object was primarily to bring pressure upon the Allied rear, in order to relieve King Joseph from Wellington's attentions. He had heard that the whole of the Anglo-Portuguese army, save a negligible remnant, had marched on Madrid, but he was not sure that the army of the centre might not make some endeavour to save the capital, especially if it had been reinforced from Estremadura by Drouet. Clausel knew that the king had repeatedly called for succours from the south. It was possible that they might have been sent at the last moment. If they had come up, and if Wellington could be induced to send back 2 or 3 divisions to the Douro, Madrid might yet be saved. The experiment was worth risking, but it must take the form of a demonstration rather than a genuine attack upon Wellington's rear. The army of Portugal was still too fragile an instrument to be applied to heavy work. Indeed, when he moved, Clausel left many shattered regiments behind and only brought 25,000 men to the front. There was a second object in Clausel's advance. He hoped to save the garrisons of Astorga, Toro, and Zamora, which amounted in all to over 3,000 men. Each of the first two was being besieged by a Spanish division, the third by Silveira's Portuguese militia. The French general judged that none of the investing forces was equal to a fight in the open with a strong flying column of his best troops. Even if all three could get together, he doubted if they dared face two French divisions. His scheme was to march on Valladolid with his main body and drive out of it the small Spanish force in possession, while Foy, his senior division commander, should move rapidly across country with some 8,000 men and relieve by a circular sweep first Toro, then Astorga, then Zamora. The garrisons were to be brought off, the places blown up. It was useless to dream of holding them, for Wellington would probably come to the Douro again in force, the sieges would recommence, and no second relief would be possible in face of the main British army. On August 13th, a strong French cavalry reconnaissance crossed the Arlanza and drove in the guerrilleros from Zevico. On the following day, infantry was coming up from the rear, pushing forward on the high road from Torquemada to Valladolid. Thereupon Anson, on that evening, sent back the main body of his light dragoons beyond the Douro, leaving only 2 squadrons as a rearguard at Villavenes. The Galician division in Valladolid also retired by the road of Torrelobatin and Castronuevo on Benavent. Santisildas, to Wellington's disgust when it reached his ears, abandoned in Valladolid not only 400 French convalescents in hospital, but many hundred stand of small arms, which had been collected there from the prisoners taken during the retreat of Clausel in the preceding month. This was inexcusable carelessness, as there was ample time to destroy them, if not to carry them off. French infantry entered Valladolid on the 14th anth, apparently about 12,000 strong. Their cavalry, a day's march ahead, had explored the line of the Douro from Simancas to Tudela, and found it watched by G. Anson's pickets all along that front. The orders left behind by Wellington on August 5th had been that if Clausel came forward, which he had not thought likely, G. Anson was to fall back to the Douro, and if pressed again to join Clinton's division at Keuler. The retreat of both of them was to be on Segovia in the event of absolute necessity. On the other hand, if the French should try to raise the sieges of Astorga or Zamora, Santisildas and Silveira were to go behind the Esla. Clausel tried both these moves at once, for on the same day that he entered Valladolid he had turned off Foy with 2 divisions, his own and Taupin's, late ferries, and a brigade of Curdo's chasseurs, to march on Toro by the road through Torrelobatin. The troops in Valladolid served to cover this movement. They showed a division of infantry and horse in front of Tudela on the 16th, and pushed back Anson's light dragoons to Montemayor, a few miles beyond the Douro. But this was only a demonstration. Their cavalry retired in the evening, and Anson reoccupied Tudela on the 20th. It soon became clear that Clausel was not about to cross the Douro in force, and was only showing troops in front of Valladolid in order to keep Anson and Clinton anxious. He remained there with some 12,000 or 15,000 men from August 14th till September 7th, keeping very quiet, and making no second attempt to reconnoiter beyond the Douro. Anson, therefore, watched the line of the river, with his headquarters at Valdestillas, for all that time, while the guerrilleros of Siornal and Principe went over to the northern bank and hung around Clausel's flank. Clinton, on his own initiative, moved his division from Keuler to Arevalo, which placed him on the line of the road to Madrid via the Guadarrama, instead of that by Segovia. This Wellington afterwards declared to be a mistake. He had intended to keep the 6th Division more to the right, apparently in order that it might cross the Douro above Valladolid if required. It should not have moved farther southward than Olmedo. Foy, meanwhile, thus covered by Clausel, made a march of surprising celerity. On the 17th he arrived at Toro, and learned that the Galicians blockading that place had cleared off as early as the 15th, and had taken the road for Benavent. He blew up the fort, and took on with him the garrison of 800 men. At Toro he was much nearer to Zamora than to Astorga, but he resolved to march first on the remoter place. It was known to be hard-pressed, and the French force there blockaded was double that in Zamora. He therefore moved on Benavent with all possible speed, and crossed the Esla there, driving away a detachment of the Galician division Cabarrus, which had come from Valladolid, when it made an ineffectual attempt to hold the fords. On the 20th August, he reached La Baenza, some 16 miles from Astorga, and they received the tiresome news that the garrison had surrendered only 36 hours before to Castaños. The 3 battalions there, worn down by famine to 1,200 men, had capitulated, because they had no suspicion that any help was near. The Spanish general had succeeded in concealing from them all knowledge of Foy's march. They laid down their arms on the 18th, and were at once marched off to Galicia. Castaños himself accompanied them with all his force, being fully determined not to fight Foy, even though his numbers were superior. The French cavalry pushed on to Astorga on the 21st, and found the gates open and the place empty, save for 70 sick of the late garrison, who had been left behind under the charge of a surgeon. It was useless to think of pursuing Castaños, who had now 2 days' start, wherefore Foy turned his attention to Zamora. Here Silvera, though warned to make off when the enemy reached Toro, had held on to the last moment, thinking that he was safe when Foy swerved away toward Astorga. He only drew off when he got news on the 22nd, from Sir Howard Douglas, the British commissioner with the Galician army, to the effect that Foy, having failed to save Astorga, was marching against him. He retired to Carvajales behind the Esla, but was not safe there, for the French general, turning west from Benevent, had executed a forced march for Tabarra, and was hastening westward to cut in between Carvajales and the road to Miranda de Douro on the Portuguese frontier. Warned only just in time of this move, Silvera hurried off towards his own country, and was within 1 mile of its border when Foy's advanced cavalry came up with his rearguard near Constantin, the last village in Spain. They captured his baggage and some stragglers, but made no serious endeavor to charge his infantry, which escaped unharmed to Miranda. Foy attributed this failure to Curto, the commander of the light horse. Le défaut de décision et l'inertie coupable du général commandant la cavalerie font perdre les fruits d'une opération bien combinée. August 23. This pursuit had drawn Foy very far westward. His column turning back, only reached Zamora on August 26. Here he drew off the garrison and destroyed the works. He states that his next move would have been a raid on Salamanca, where lay not only the British base hospital, but a vast accumulation of stores, unprotected by any troops whatever. But he received at Zamora, on the 27th, urgent orders from Clausel to return to Valladolid, as Wellington was coming up against him from Madrid with his whole army. Accordingly, Foy abandoned his plan, and reached Tordesillas, with his troops in a very exhausted condition from hard marching, on August 28. Clausel had miscalculated dates. Warned of the first start of the 1st Anth divisions from Madrid, he had supposed that they would be at Arevalo some days before they actually reached it on September 4. Foy was never in any real danger, and there had been time to spare. His excursion undoubtedly raised the spirit of the army of Portugal. It was comforting to find that the whole of the Galicians would not face 8,000 French troops, and that the plains of Leon could be overrun without opposition by such a small force. On his return to join the main body, Foy noted in his diary that Clausel had been very inert in face of Anson and Clinton, and wrote that he himself would have tried a more dashing policy, and might possibly have failed in it, owing to the discouragement and apathy still prevailing among many of the senior officers of the army of Portugal. Wellington had received the news of Clausel's advance on Valladolid as early as August 18, and was little moved by it. Indeed, he expressed some pleasure at the fact. "I think," he wrote to Lord Bathurst, "that the French mean to carry off the garrisons from Zamora and Toro, which I hope they will effect, as otherwise I must go and take them. If I do not, nobody else will, as is evident from what has been passing for the last 2 months at Astorga." He expressed his pleasure on hearing that Santisildas had retired behind the Esla without fighting, for he had feared that he might try to stop Foy and get beaten. It was only, as we have already seen, after he obtained practical certainty that Soult had evacuated Andalusia, so that no expedition to the south would be necessary, that he turned his mind to Clausel's doings. And his march to Arevalo and Valladolid was intended to be a mere excursion for a few weeks, preparatory to a return to New Castile to face Soult and King Joseph, when they should become dangerous. From Arevalo, he wrote to Castaños to say that it was necessary to drive off Marmont's, i.e. Clausel's, army without loss of time, so as to make it possible to turn the whole of his forces eventually against Soult. He should press the movement so far forward as he could. Perhaps he might even lay siege to Burgos. But the army of Galicia must come eastward again without delay, and link up its operations with the Anglo-Portuguese. He hoped to have retaken Valladolid by September 6 and wished to see Castaños there, with the largest possible force that he could gather on that date. The Galician army had returned to Astorga on August 27, and so far as distances went, there was nothing to prevent it from being at Valladolid 11 days after, if it took the obvious route by Benavent and Villalpando. The troops from Madrid having joined Clinton and the 6th Division at Arevalo, Wellington had there some 28,000 men collected for the discomfiture of Clausel, a force not much more numerous than that which the French general had concentrated behind the Douro. For Foy was now back at Tordesillas, and the whole army of Portugal was in hand, save certain depleted and disorganized regiments which had been left behind in the province of Burgos. But having the advantage of confidence, and knowing that his enemy must still be suffering from the moral effects of Salamanca, the British general pushed on at once, not waiting for the arrival on the scene of the Galicians. On the 4th the army marched to Olmedo, on the 5th to Valdestillas, on the 6th to Bocillo, from whence it advanced to the Douro and crossed it by various fords between Tudela and Puente de Duero, the main body taking that of Herrera. The French made no attempt to defend the line of the river, but rather to Wellington's surprise, were found drawn up as if for battle a few miles beyond it, their right wing holding the city of Valladolid, whose outskirts had been put in a state of defense, their left extending to the ground about the village of La Cisterniga. No attempt was made to dislodge them with the first divisions that came up. Wellington preferred to wait for his artillery and his reserves. The process of filing across the fords had been tedious and occupied the whole afternoon. On this Clausel had calculated. He was only showing a front in order to give his train time to move to the rear, and to allow his right wing, Foy, at Simancas and Tordesillas to get away. A prompt evacuation of Valladolid would have exposed it to be cut off. On the following morning, the French had disappeared from La Cisterniga, but Valladolid was discovered to be still held by an infantry rearguard. This, when pushed, retired and blew up the bridge over the Pisuerga on the opposite side of the city, before the British cavalry could seize it. The critics thought that Clausel might have been hustled with advantage, both on the 6th and on the morning of the 7th, and that Foy might have been cut off from the main body by rapid action on the first day. Wellington's cautious movements may probably be explained by the fact that an attack on Clausel on the 6th would have involved fighting among the suburbs and houses of Valladolid, which would have been costly, and he had no wish to lose men at a moment when the battalion strengths were very low all through the army. Moreover, the capture of Valladolid would not have intercepted the retreat of the French at Simancas, but only have forced them to retire by parallel roads northward. At the same time, it must be owned that any loss of life involved in giving Clausel a thorough beating on this day would have been justified later on. He had only some 15,000 men in line, not having his right-wing troops with him that day. If the army of Portugal had been once more attacked and scattered, it would not have been able to interfere in the siege of Burgos, where Wellington was, during the next few weeks, to lose as many men as a general action would have cost. But this no prophet could have foreseen on September 6. It cannot be said that Wellington's pursuit of Clausel was pressed with any earnestness. On the 8th his advanced cavalry were no farther forward than Cabazon, 7 miles in front of Valladolid, and it was not till the 9th that the 6th Division, leading the infantry, passed that same point. Wellington himself, with the main body of his infantry, remained at Valladolid till the 10th. His dispatches give no further explanation for this delay than that the troops which had come from Madrid were fatigued and sickly from long travel in the hot weather, and that he wished to have assurance of the near approach of the army of Galicia, which was unaccountably slow in moving forward from Astorga. Meanwhile he took the opportunity of his stay in Valladolid to command, and be present at, a solemn proclamation of the March Constitution. This was a prudent act, for though the ceremony provoked no enthusiasm whatever in the city, where there were few liberals in existence, it was a useful demonstration against calumnies current in Cadiz, to the effect that he so much disliked the Constitution that he was conspiring with the Servils, and especially with Castaños, to ignore or even to overthrow it. While Wellington halted at Valladolid, Clausel had established himself at Duñas, 15 miles up the Pisuerga. He retired from thence, however, on the 10th, when the 6th Division and Anson's cavalry pressed in his advanced posts, and Wellington's headquarters were at Duñas next day. From thence, reconnaissances were sent out both on the Burgos and the Palencia roads. The latter city was found unoccupied, And what was more surprising, not in the least damaged by the retreating enemy. The whole of Clausel's army had marched on the Burgos road, and its rearguard was discovered in front of Torquemada that evening. The British army followed, leaving Palencia on its left, and headquarters were at Magas on the 12th. Anson's light dragoons had the interesting spectacle that afternoon of watching the whole French army defile across the bridge of the Pisuerga at Torquemada, under cover of a brigade of chasseurs drawn up on the near side. Critics thought that the covering force might have been driven in and jammed against the narrow roadway over the bridge. But the British brigadier waited for artillery to come up, and before it arrived, the enemy had hastily decamped. He was pursued as far as Quintana, where there was a trifling cavalry skirmish at nightfall. At Magas, on the night of the 12th, Wellington got the tiresome news that Santasildas and Castaños, with the main body of the Army of Galicia, had passed his flank that day, going southward, and had continued their way towards Valladolid, instead of falling in on the British line of march. Their junction was thus deferred for several days. Wellington wrote in anger, "Santasildas has been 6 days marching. He was yesterday within 3 leagues of us and knew it that night. But he has this morning moved on to Valladolid, 8 leagues from us, and unless I halt 2 days for him, he will not join us for 4 or 5 days more." As a matter of fact, the Galicians did not come up till the 16th, while if Santasildas had used a little common sense, they would have been in line on the 12th September. The pursuit of Clausel continued to be a very slow and uninteresting business. From the 11th to the 15th, the army did not advance more than 2 leagues a day. On the 13th, the British vanguard was at Villagira, while the French main body was at Pampliega. On the 14th, Anson's cavalry was at Villadrigo, on the 15th at Villapeña, on the 16th near Salada, where Clausel was seen in position. On this day the Galicians at last came up, 3 weak divisions under Cabrera, Losada and Barcina, with something over 11,000 infantry, but only 1 field battery and horse. The men looked fatigued with much marching and very ragged. Wellington had hoped for 16,000 men, and considering that the total force of the Galician army was supposed to be over 30,000 men, it seems that more might have been up, even allowing for sick, recruits, and the large garrisons of Ferrol and Corunna. The 16th September was the only day on which Clausel showed any signs of making a stand. In the afternoon he was found in position, a league beyond Salada on favorable ground. Wellington arranged to turn his left flank next morning with the 6th Division and Pax Brigade, but at dawn he went off in haste and did not stop till he reached Villa Buñol, near Burgos. Here, late in the afternoon, Wellington again outflanked him with the 6th Division, and he retreated quite close to the city. On the 18th he evacuated it, after throwing a garrison into the castle, and went back several leagues on the high road toward the Ebro. The Allies entered Burgos, and pushed their cavalry beyond it without meeting opposition. On the 19th, the castle was invested by the 1st Division and Pax Brigade, while the rest of Wellington's army took position across the road by which the French had retreated. A cavalry reconnaissance showed that Clausel had gone back many miles. The last outposts of his rear were at Quintanavides, beyond the watershed which separates the basin of the Douro from that of the Ebro. His headquarters were now at Briviesa, and it appeared that, if once more pushed, he was prepared to retreat ad infinitum. Wellington, however, pressed him no farther. Throwing forward 3 of his own divisions and the Galicians to Monasterio and other villages to the east of Burgos, where a good covering position was found, he proceeded to turn his attention to the castle. This short series of operations, between the 10th and the 19th of September 1812, has in it much that perplexes the critical historian. It is not Clausel's policy that is interesting. He simply retired day after day, whenever the enemy's pursuing infantry came within 10 miles of him. Sometimes he gave way before the mere cavalry of Wellington's advanced guard. There was nothing in his conduct to remind the observer of Ney's skillful retreat from Pombal to Pont Marcella in 1811, when a rearguard action was fought nearly every afternoon. Clausel was determined not to allow himself to be caught, and would not hold on, even in tempting positions of considerable strength. As he wrote to Clark before the retreat had begun, "Si l'ennemi revient avec toute son armée vers moi, je me tiendrai en position, quoique toujours à peu de distance de lui, afin de n'avoir aucun échec à éprouver." He suffered no check, because he always made off before he was in the slightest danger of being brought to action. It is difficult to understand Napier's enthusiasm for what he calls beautiful movements. To abscond on the first approach of the enemy's infantry may be a safe and sound policy, but it can hardly be called brilliant or artistic. It is true that there would have been worse alternatives to take. Clausel might have retreated to the Ebro without stopping, or he might have offered battle at the first chance. But the avoidance of such errors does not in itself constitute a very high claim to praise. An examination of the details of the march of the British army during this 10 days plainly fails to corroborate Napier's statement that the French general offered battle every day and baffled his great adversary. His halt for a few hours at Salada on September 16th was the only one during which he allowed the Allied main body to get into touch with him late in the day, and he absconded before Wellington's first maneuver to outflank him. The thing that is truly astonishing in this 10 days is the extraordinary torpidity of Wellington's pursuit. He started by waiting 3 days at Valladolid after expelling the French, and he continued, when once he had put his headquarters in motion, by making a series of easy marches of 6 to 10 miles a day, never showing the least wish to hustle his adversary or to bring him to action. Now to maneuver the French army to beyond Burgos, or even to the Ebro, was not the desired end. It was necessary to put Clausel out of action. If, as Wellington kept repeating in all his letters, the main Allied army was to return to Madrid within a few weeks, to watch for Soult's offensive, to escort the army of Portugal with ceremonious politeness to Briviesa, without the loss to pursuers or pursuit of 50 men, was clearly not sufficient. Clausel's troops, being not harassed in the least, but allowed a comfortable retreat, remained an army in being. Though moved back 80 miles on the map, they were not disposed of, and could obviously come forward again the moment that Wellington left the north with the main body of his troops. Nothing, therefore, was gained by the whole maneuver, save that Clausel was 6 marches farther from the Douro than he had been on September 1st. To keep him in his new position, Wellington must have left an adequate containing army. It does not seem that he could have provided one from the 28,000 Anglo-Portuguese and 0 Galicians who were at his disposition, and yet have had any appreciable force to take back to Madrid. Clausel had conducted his raid on Valladolid with something under 25,000 men, but this did not represent the whole strength of the army of Portugal. After deducting the sick and the garrisons, there were some 39,000 men left. Of these, some were disarmed stragglers who had only just come back to their colors. Others belonged to shattered corps, which were only just reorganizing themselves in their new cadres. But in a few weeks Clausel would have at least 35,000 men under arms of his own troops, without counting anything that the Army of the North might possibly lend him. To contain him, Wellington would have to leave, in addition to the 11,000 Galicians, at least 3 British divisions and the corresponding cavalry, say 16,000 or 18,000 men. He could only bring back some 10,000 bayonets to join Hill near Madrid. This would not enable him to face Soult. But if Clausel had been dealt with in a more drastic style, if he had been hunted and harassed, it is clear that he might have been disabled for a long time from taking the offensive. His army was still in a doubtful condition as regards morale, and there can be little reason to doubt that if hard-pressed, it would have sunk again into the despondency and disorder which had prevailed at the beginning of the month of August. The process of driving him back with a firm hand might, no doubt, have been more costly than the slow tactics actually adopted, but undoubtedly such a policy would have paid in the end. There is no explanation to be got out of Wellington's rather numerous letters written between the 10th and the 21st. In one of them he actually observes that we have been pushing them, but not very vigorously, till the 16th, without saying why the pressure was not applied more vigorously. From others it might perhaps be deduced that Wellington was awaiting the arrival of the Galician army, because when it came up, he would have a very large instead of a small superiority of force over the French. But this does not fully explain his slowness in pursuing an enemy who was evidently on the run, and determined not to fight. We may, as has been already mentioned, speak of his wish to avoid loss of life, not much practiced during the Burgos operations a few days later on, and of the difficulty of providing for supplies in a countryside unvisited before by the British Army and very distant from its base magazines. But when all has been said, no adequate explanation for his policy has been provided. It remains inexplicable, and its results were unhappy. Section 34, Chapter 2. The Siege of Burgos. September 19th, October 20th, 1812. The castle of Burgos lies on an isolated hill, which rises straight out of the streets of the northwestern corner of that ancient city, and overtops them by 200 feet or rather more. Ere ever there were kings in Castile, it had been the residence of Fernand Gonzalez and the early counts who recovered the land from the Moors. Rebuilt a dozen times in the Middle Ages, and long a favorite palace of the Castilian kings, it had been ruined by a great fire in 1736, and since then had not been inhabited. There only remained an empty shell, of which the most important part was the great donjon which had defied the flames. The summit of the hill is only 250 yards long. The eastern section of it was occupied by the donjon, the western by a large church, Santa Maria la Blanca. Between them were more or less ruined buildings, which had suffered from the conflagration. Passing by Burgos in 1808, after the Battle of Gamonal, Napoleon had noted the commanding situation of the hill, and had determined to make it one of the fortified bases upon which the French domination in northern Spain was to be founded. He had caused a plan to be drawn up for the conversion of the ruined medieval stronghold into a modern citadel, which should overawe the city below, and serve as a halfway house, an arsenal, and a depot for French troops moving between Bayonne and Madrid. Considered as a fortress, it had one prominent defect. While its eastern, southern, and western sides look down into the low ground around the Arlanzon River, there lies on its northern side, only 300 yards away, a flat-topped plateau called the Hill of San Miguel, which rises to within few feet of the same height as the donjon and overlooks all the lower slopes of the castle mount. As this rising ground, now occupied by the city reservoir of Burgos, commanded so much of the defenses, Napoleon held that it must be occupied, and a fort upon it formed part of his original plan. But the emperor passed on, the tide of war swept far south of Madrid, and the full scheme for the fortification of Burgos was never carried out. Money, the essential thing when building is in hand, was never forthcoming in sufficient quantities, and the actual state of the place in 1812 was very different from what it would have been if Napoleon's orders had been carried out in detail. Enough was done to make the castle impregnable against guerrillero bands, the only enemies who ever came near it between 1809 and but it could not be described as a complete or satisfactory piece of military engineering. Against a besieger unprovided with sufficient artillery, it was formidable enough. Round two-thirds of its circuit, it had a complete double enceinte, enclosing the donjon and the church on the summit which formed its nucleus. On the western side, for about one-third of its circumference, it had an outer or third line of defense, to take in the lowest slopes of the hill on which it lies. For here the ground descended gradually, while to the east it shelved very steeply down to the town, and an external defense was unnecessary and indeed impossible. The outer line all round, i.e. the third line on the west, the second line on the rest of the circumference, had as its base the old walls of the external enclosure of the medieval castle, modernized by shot-proof parapets, and with tambours and palisades added at the angles to give flank fire. It had a ditch 30 feet wide, and a counterscarp in masonry, while the inner enceintes were only strong earthworks, like good field entrenchments. They were, however, both furnished with palisades in front and were also phrased above. The donjon, which had been strengthened and built up, contained the powder magazine in its lower story. On its platform, which was most solid, was established a battery for 8 heavy guns, Battery Napoleon, which from its lofty position commanded all the surrounding ground, including the top of the hill of San Miguel. The magazine of provisions, which was copiously supplied, was in the church of Santa Maria la Blanca. Food never failed, but water was a more serious problem. There was only one well, and the garrison had to be put on an allowance for drinking from the commencement of the siege. The hornwork of San Miguel, which covered the important plateau to the north, had never been properly finished. It was very large. Its front was composed of earthwork 25 feet high, covered by a counterscarp of 10 feet deep. Here the work was formidable, the scarp being steep and slippery, but the flanks were not so strong, and the rear or gorge was only closed by a row of palisades, erected within the last 2 days. The only outer defenses consisted of 3 light fletches or redans, lying some 60 yards out in front of the hornwork, at projecting points of the plateau, which commanded the lower slopes. The artillery in San Miguel consisted of 7 field pieces, 4 in-pounders. There were no heavy guns in it. The garrison of Burgos belonged to the Army of the North, not to that of Portugal. Caffarelli himself paid a hasty visit to the place just before the siege began, and threw in some picked troops, 2 battalions of the 34th, one of the 130th, making 1,600 infantry. There were also a company of artillery, another of pioneers, and detachments which brought up the whole to exactly 2,000 men, a very sufficient number for a place of such small size. There were 9 heavy guns, 16 in-pounders, of which 8 were placed in the Napoleon battery, 11 field pieces, 7 of them in San Miguel, and 6 mortars or howitzers. This was none too great a provision, and would have been inadequate against a besieger provided with a proper battering train. Wellington, as we shall see, was not so provided. The governor was a general of brigade named Dubreton, one of the most resourceful and enterprising officers whom the British army ever encountered. He earned at Burgos a reputation even more brilliant than that which Philippon acquired at Badajoz. The weak points of the fortress were firstly the unfinished condition of the San Miguel hornwork, which Dubreton had to maintain as long as he could, in order that the British might not use the hill on which it stood as vantage ground for battering the castle. Secondly, the lack of cover within the works. The donjon and the church of Santa Maria could not house a tithe of the garrison. The rest had to bivouac in the open, a trying experience in the rain, which fell copiously on many days of the siege. If the besiegers had possessed a provision of mortars to keep up a regular bombardment of the interior of the castle, it would not long have been tenable, owing to the losses that must have been suffered. Thirdly, must be mentioned the bad construction of many of the works. Part of them were medieval structures, not originally intended to resist cannon, and hastily adapted to modern necessities. Some of them were not furnished with parapets or embrasures, which had to be extemporized with sandbags. Lastly, it must be remembered that the conical shape of the hill exposed the inner no less than the outer works to battering. The lower enceintes only partly covered the inner ones, whose higher sections stood up visible above them. The donjon and Santa Maria were exposed from the first to such fire as the enemy could turn against them, no less than the walls of the outer circumference. If Wellington had owned the siege train that he brought against Badajoz, the place must have succumbed in 10 days. But the commander was able and determined, the troops willing, the supply of food and of artillery munitions ample. Burgos had always been an important depot. Dubreton's orders were to keep his enemy detained as long as possible, and he succeeded, even beyond all reasonable expectations. Wellington had always been aware that Burgos was fortified, but during his advance he had spoken freely of his intention to capture it. On September 3 he had written, "I have some heavy guns with me, and have an idea of forcing the siege of Burgos, but that still depends on circumstances." 4 days later he wrote at Valladolid, "I am preparing to drive away the detachments of the army of Portugal from the Douro, and I propose, if I have time, to take Burgos." Yet at the same moment, he kept impressing on his correspondents that his march to the north was a temporary expedient, a mere pururgon. His real business would be with Soult, and he must soon be back at Madrid with his main body. It is this that makes so inexplicable his lingering for a month before Dubreton's castle, when he had once discovered that it would not fall, as he had hoped, in a few days. After his first failure before the place, he acknowledged it might possibly foil him altogether. Almost at the start he ventured the opinion that, as far as I can judge, I am apprehensive that the means I have are not sufficient to enable me to take the castle. Yet he thought it worthwhile to try irregular methods. The enemy are ill provided with water, their magazines of provisions are in a place exposed to be set on fire. I think it possible, therefore, that I have it in my power to force them to surrender, although I may not be able to lay the place open to assault. Cardinal weakness of Wellington's position was exactly the same as at the Salamanca forts, 3 months back. He had no sufficient battering train for a regular siege. After the Salamanca experience, it is surprising that he allowed himself to be found for a second time in this deficiency. There were dozens of heavy guns in the arsenal at Madrid, dozens more Marmont's old siege train, at Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida. But Madrid was 130 miles away, Rodrigo 180. With the army there was only Alexander Dixon's composite Anglo-Portuguese artillery reserve, commanded by Major Arriaga, and consisting of 3 iron 18-pounders and 5 24-pounder howitzers, served by 150 gunners, 90 British, 60 Portuguese. The former were good battering guns. The howitzers, however, were not. They were merely short guns of position, very useless for a siege and very inaccurate in their fire. They threw a heavy ball but with weak power. The charge was only 2 pounds of powder. The shot, when fired at a stout wall from any distance, had such weak impact that it regularly bounded off without making any impression on the masonry. The only real use of these guns was for throwing case at short distances. In estimating the efficient ordnance used at the Spanish sieges, says the official historian of the Burgos failure, these howitzers ought in fairness to be excluded from calculation, as they did little more than waste invaluable ammunition. This was as well known to Wellington as to his subordinates, and it is inexplicable that he did not in place of them bring up from Madrid real battering guns. With 10 more 18-pounders, he would undoubtedly have taken the castle of Burgos. But heavy guns require many draft cattle and are hard to drag over bad roads. The absolute minimum had been taken with the army, as in June, and it was impossible to bring up more siege guns in a hurry, as was done at the siege of the Salamanca forts, for the nearest available pieces were not a mere 60 miles away, as on the former occasion, but double and triple that distance. Yet if, on the first day of doubt before Burgos, Wellington had sent urgent orders for the dispatch of more 18-pounders from Madrid, they would have been up in time, though no doubt there would have been terrible difficulties in providing for their transport. It was only when it had grown too late that more artillery was at last requisitioned, and had to be turned back not long after it had started. Other defects there were in the besieging army, especially the same want of trained sappers and miners that had been seen at Badajoz, and of engineer officers. Of this more hereafter. The first and foremost difficulty, without which the rest would have been comparatively unimportant, was the lack of heavy artillery. But to proceed to the chronicle of the siege. On the evening on which the army arrived before Burgos, the 6th Division took post on the south bank of the Arlanzon. The 1st Division and Pax Portuguese brigade swept round the city and formed an investing line about the castle. It was drawn as close as possible, especially on the side of the hornwork of San Miguel, where the light companies of the 1st Division pushed up the hill, taking shelter in dead ground where they could, and dislodged the French outposts from the 3 fletches which lay upon its skyline. Wellington, after consulting his chief engineer and artillery officers, determined that his first move must be to capture the hornwork, in order to use its vantage ground for battering the castle. The same night, September 1920, an assault, without any preparation of artillery fire, was made upon it. The main body of the assailing force was composed of Pax Portuguese, who were assisted by the whole of the 142nd, and by the flank companies of Sterling's brigade of the 1st Division, to which the Black Watch belonged. The arrangement was that while a strong firing party, 300 men of the 142nd were to advance to the neighborhood of the hornwork, as near to the salient angle as possible, and to endeavor to keep down the fire of the garrison, 2 columns each composed of Portuguese, but with latter parties and forlorn hopes from the Highland Battalion, should charge at the 2 demi-bastions to right and left of the salient, and escalade them. Meanwhile the flank companies of Sterling's brigade, 142nd, 124th, 179th, were to make a false attack upon the rear or gorge of the hornwork, which might be turned into a real one if it should be found weakly held. The storm succeeded, but with vast and unnecessary loss of life, and not in the way which Wellington had intended. It was bright moonlight, and the firing party, when coming up over the crest, were at once detected by the French, who opened a very heavy fire upon them. The Highlanders commenced to reply while St. yards away, and then advanced firing till they came close up to the work, where they remained for a quarter of an hour, entirely exposed and suffering terribly. Having lost half their numbers, they finally dispersed, but not till after the main attack had failed. On both their flanks the assaulting columns were repulsed, though the advanced parties duly laid their ladders. They were found somewhat short, and after wavering for some minutes Pax men retired, suffering heavily. The whole affair would have been a failure, but for the assault on the gorge. Here the 3 light companies, 140 men, were led by Somers Cox, formerly one of Wellington's most distinguished intelligence officers, the hero of many a risky ride, but recently promoted to a majority in the 179th. He made no demonstration, but a fierce attack from the first. He ran up the back slope of the hill of St. Miguel, under a destructive fire from the castle, which detected his little column at once, and shelled it from the rear all the time that it was at work. The frontal assault, however, was engrossing the attention of the garrison of the hornwork, and only a weak guard had been left at the gorge. The light companies broke through the 7-foot palisades, partly by using axes, partly by main force and climbing. Somers Cox then divided his men into 2 bodies, leaving the smaller to block the postern in the gorge, while with the larger he got upon the parapet, and advanced firing towards the right demi-bastion. Suddenly attacked in the rear, just as they found themselves victorious in front, the French garrison, a battalion of the 34th, 500 strong, made no attempt to drive out the light companies, but ran in a mass towards the postern, trampled down the guard left there, and escaped to the castle across the intervening ravine. They lost 198 men, including 60 prisoners, and left behind their 7 field pieces. The assailants suffered far more, they killed and wounded, of whom no less than 204 were in the 142nd, which had suffered terribly in the main assault. The Portuguese lost 113 only, never having pushed their attack home. This murderous business was the first serious fighting in which the Black Watch were involved since their return to Spain and Ypres. At Salamanca, they had been little engaged, and were the strongest British battalion in the field, over 1,000 bayonets. Wellington attributed their heavy casualties to their inexperience. They exposed themselves overmuch. If I had had some of the troops who have stormed so often before 3rd and Light Divisions, I should not have lost a fourth of the number. The moment that the hornwork had fallen into the power of the British, the heavy guns of the Napoleon battery opened such an appalling fire upon it that the troops had to be withdrawn, save 300 men, who with some difficulty formed a lodgment in its interior, and a communication from its left front to the dead ground on the northwest side of the hill, by which reliefs could enter under cover. The whole of the next day, September 20, the garrison kept up such a searching fire upon the work that little could be done there. But on the following night, the first battery of the besiegers' battery 1 on the map was begun on a spot on the southwestern side of the hill, a little way from the rear face of the hornwork, which was sheltered by an inequality of the ground from the guns of the Napoleon battery. It was armed on the night of the 23rd with 2 of the 18-pounders and 3 of the howitzers of the siege train, with which it was intended to batter the castle in due time. They were not used, however, at present, as Wellington, encouraged by his success at San Miguel, had determined to try as a preliminary move a second escalade, without help of artillery, on the outer enceinte of the castle. This was to prove the first, and not the least disheartening, of the checks that he was to meet before Burgos. The point of attack selected was on the northwestern side of the lower wall, at a place where it was some 23 feet high. The choice was determined by the existence of a hollow road coming out of the suburb of San Pedro, from which access in perfectly dead ground, unsearched by any of the French guns, could be got, to a point within 60 yards of the ditch. The assault was to be made by 400 volunteers from the 3 brigades of the 1st Division, and was to be supported and flanked by a separate attack on another point on the south side of the outer enceinte, to be delivered by a detachment of the Caçadores of the 6th Division. The force used was certainly too small for the purpose required, and it did not even get a chance of success. The Portuguese, when issuing from the ruined houses of the town, were detected at once, and being heavily fired on, retired without even approaching their goal. At the main attack, the latter party and Forlorn Hope reached the ditch in their first rush, sprang in and planted 4 ladders against the wall. The enemy had been taken somewhat by surprise, but recovered himself before the supports got to the front, which they did in a straggling fashion. A heavy musketry fire was opened on the men in the ditch, and live shells were rolled by hand upon them. Several attempts were made to mount the ladders, but all who neared their top rungs were shot or bayoneted, and after the officer in charge of the assault, Major Laurie, 179th, had been killed, the stormers ran back to their cover in the hollow road. They had lost 158 officers and men in all, 76 from the Guards Brigade, 44 from the German Brigade, 9 from the Line Brigade of the 1st Division, while the ineffective Portuguese diversion had cost only 29 casualties. The French killed and wounded. This was a deplorable business from every point of view. An escalade directed against an intact line of defense, held by a strong garrison, whose morale had not been shaken by any previous artillery preparation, was unjustifiable. There was not, as at Almaraz, any element of surprise involved. Nor, as at the taking of the castle of Badajoz, were a great number of stormers employed. 400 men with 5 ladders could not hope to force a well-built wall and ditch, defended by an enemy as numerous as themselves. The men murmured that they had been sent on an impossible task, and the heavy loss, added to that on San Miguel 3 days before, was discouraging. Many angry comments were made on the behavior of the Portuguese on both occasions. Irregular methods having failed, it remained to see what could be done by more formal procedure. by battering and sapping up towards the enemy's defenses on the west side of the castle, the only one accessible for approach by parallels and trenches. The plan adopted was to work up from the hollow road, from which the stormers had started on the last escalade, in front of the suburb of San Pedro. The hollow road was utilized as a first parallel. From it, a flying sap B on the map was pushed out uphill towards the outer enceinte in a diagonal line. The object was to arrive at it and to mine it, at the place marked I on the map. When the working party had got well forward, a point was chosen in the sap at a distance of 60 feet from the wall, and the mine was started from thence. All this was done under very heavy fire from the castle, but it was partly kept down by placing marksmen all along the parallel, who picked off many of the French gunners, and of the infantry who lined the parapet of the outer enceinte. Sometimes the return fire of the place was nearly silenced, but many of the British marksmen fell. The work in the flying sap was made very costly by the fact that the trench, being on very steep ground, had to be made abnormally deep. Meanwhile, on the hill of San Miguel, a second battery, number 2 on the map, was dug out behind the gorge of the dismantled hornwork, and trenches for musketry, A on the map, were constructed on the slope of the hill, so as to bring fire to bear on the flank and rear of the lower defenses of the castle. The French heavy guns of the Napoleon battery devoted themselves to incommoding this work. Their fire was accurate, many casualties took place, and occasionally all advance had to cease. A deep trench of communication between the batteries on San Miguel and the attack in front of San Pedro was also started, in order to link up the two approaches by a short line. The ground was all commanded by the castle, and the digging went slowly because of the intense fire directed on it. Meanwhile, battery number 1 on San Miguel at last came into operation, firing with 5 howitzers. The 18-pounders originally placed there had been withdrawn, against the palisades and flank of the northwestern angle of the outer enceinte of the castle. These inefficient guns had no good effect. It was found that they shot so inaccurately and so weakly that little harm was done. After firing 141 rounds they stopped, it being evident that the damage done was wholly incommensurate with the powder and shot expended. This first interference of the British artillery in the contest was not very cheering either to the troops, or to the engineers engaged in planning the attack on the castle. The guns in Battery 1 kept silence for the next 5 days, while Battery 2, where the 18-pounders had now been placed, had never yet fired a single shot. Wellington was now staking his luck on the mine, which was being run forward from the head of the flying sap. This work having to be cut very deep, as it was to go right under the ditch, and being in the hands of untrained volunteers from the infantry, who had no proper cutting tools, advanced very slowly. The soil, fortunately, was favorable, being a stiff argillaceous clay which showed no disposition to crumble up. The gallery was cut as if in stone, with even and perpendicular sides and floor, and no props or timbering were found necessary. The main hindrance to rapid work, over and above the unskillfulness of the miners, was the foul air which accumulated at the farther end of the excavation. Many times it was necessary to withdraw the men for some hours to allow it to clear away. At noon on September 29, the miners declared that they had reached the foundations of the wall, and this seemed correct enough, for they had come to a course of large rough blocks of stone, extending laterally for as far as could be probed. It is probable, however, that the masonry was really the remains of some old advanced turret or outwork, projecting in front of the modern enceinte. For when the end of the mine was packed with 12 barrels, containing 90 lb. of powder each, well tamped, and fired at midnight, the explosion brought down many stones from the front of the wall, but did not affect the earth of the rampart, which remained standing perpendicular behind it. There seemed, however, to be places, at the points where the broken facing joined the intact part of the wall, where men might scramble up. Accordingly, the storming column of 300 volunteers who had been waiting for the explosion was let loose, under cover of a strong musketry fire from the trenches. A sergeant and 4 men went straight for one of the accessible points, mounted, and were cast down again, 3 of them wounded. But the main body of the Forlorn Hope and its officer went a little farther along the wall, reached a section that was wholly impracticable for climbing, and ran back to the trenches to report that the defenses were uninjured. The supports followed their example. The loss, therefore, was small, only 29 killed and wounded, but the moral effect of the repulse was very bad. The men, for the most part, made up their minds that they had been sent to a hopeless and impossible task by the errors of an incompetent staff. The engineers declared that the stormers had not done their best or made any serious attempt to approach the wall. Wellington must by now have been growing much disquieted about the event of the siege. He had spent 10 days before Burgos, but since the capture of the Hornwork on the first night had accomplished absolutely nothing. There were rumors that the army of Portugal was being heavily reinforced, and these were perfectly true. By the coming up from the rear of drafts, convalescents, and stragglers, it had received some 7,000 men of reinforcements, and by October 1 0 men with the colors, more than Wellington counted, even including the Galicians. Souham was now in command. He had been on leave in France at the time of the Battle of Salamanca, but returned in the last days of September and superseded Clausel. There had been in August some intention of sending Massena back to the peninsula to replace the disabled Marmont. Clark, the Minister of War, dispatched him to Bayonne on his own responsibility, there being no time to consult Napoleon, who was now nearing Moscow. When the emperor had the question put to him, he nominated Riel, but by the time that his order got to Spain, Souham was in full charge of the army and was not displaced till the campaign was over. Massena never crossed the frontier to relieve him, reporting himself indisposed and unable to face the toils of a campaign. His nomination by Clark was never confirmed, and he presently returned to Paris. Hearing of the gathering strength of the army of Portugal, Wellington remarked that he was lucky. The French were giving him more time than he had any right to expect to deal with Burgos. Meanwhile, he showed no intention, as yet, either of abandoning the siege or of taking back to Madrid the main part of his army, as he had repeatedly promised to do in his letters of early September. Soult and the king were not yet showing in any dangerous combination on the Valencian side, until they moved. Wellington made up his mind to persevere in his unlucky siege. It is clear that he hated to admit a failure, so long as any chance remained, and that he was set on showing that he could make bricks without straw. The mine explosion of the 29th-30th had been a disheartening affair, but Wellington had now resolved to repeat this form of attack, aiding it however this time by the fire of his insignificant siege train. A second mine had already been begun, against a point of the outer enceinte, 2 in the map, somewhat to the south of that originally attacked by the first. This was pushed with energy between September 30 and October 4, but at the same time an endeavor was made to utilize, for what it was worth, the direct fire of artillery at the shortest possible distance from the walls. On the night of September 30, October 1 a battery for 3 guns, No. 3 in the map, was commenced, slightly in advance of the first parallel in the hollow road, no more than some 65 yards from the French defenses. The garrison, not having been troubled with any battery building on this front before, suspected nothing, and at dawn on October 1 the earthwork was completed, and the carpenters were beginning to lay the wooden platforms on which the 18-pounders were to stand. With the coming of the light, the enemy discovered the new and threatening work and began to concentrate upon it every gun that he could bring to bear. The platforms, however, were completed, and at 9 o'clock the artillery hauled the 3 heavy guns, which were Wellington's sole effective battering tools, into their places. The sight of them provoked the French to redoubled activity. Shot, shell, and musketry fire were directed upon the front of the battery from many quarters. Its parapet began to fly to pieces, and the loss among the artillerymen was heavy. Before the embrasures had been opened, or a single shot had been fired from the 3 guns, the enemy's fire had become so rapid and accurate that the work had become ruined and untenable. 2 of the 18-pounders had been cast down from their carriages and put out of action. One had a trunnion knocked off. The other, which had been hit 11 times, was split in the muzzle. Only one of the 3 remained in working order. Without having fired even once, 2 of the 3 big guns were disabled. It was a bad lookout for the future. Wellington, however, ordered a second battery to be constructed, somewhat to the left rear of the first, number 4 in the map, and behind instead of before the parallel. The position chosen was one on to which many of the French guns could not be trained, while it was equally good with battery number 3 for playing on the outer enceinte. After midnight, the 2 disabled and 1 intact 18-pounders were dragged out of the abandoned battery and taken to the rear. Next morning, however, a new disappointment was in store for Wellington. The French detected battery No. 4 and opened upon it with all guns that could reach it, such an accurate and effective fire that the parapet, though revetted with wool packs, soon began to crumble, and the workmen had to withdraw. It became evident that under such a plunging fire no guns could ever be served there. All hopes of breaching the lower enceinte from any point on its immediate front had to be abandoned, and meanwhile the heavy artillery had been ruined. The next order issued was that the solitary intact 18-pounder and the other gun with the split lip, which had been mounted on a new carriage, should be hauled back to the hill of San Miguel and put into their original place, Battery No. 1. The night during which they were to be removed was one of torrential rain, and the working parties charged with the duty gradually dropped aside and sought shelter, with the exception of those detailed from the Guards, brigade, and the artillery. At dawn on October 3, the guns had not reached their destination, and had to be shunted beside the salient of the hornwork, to hide them from the enemy during the day. Wellington, justly vexed with the shirking, ordered the defaulters to be put on for extra duty, and the names of their officers to be formally noted. This day was lost for all work except that of the mine, which advanced steadily but slowly, long intervals of rest, having to be given in order to allow for the evaporation of foul air in its inner depths. October 3. On the following night, however, the 18-pounders were got into Battery No. 1, and about the same time, the engineer officers reported that the mine, now 83 feet long, had got well under the wall of the outer enceinte. The 4th of October was therefore destined to be an eventful day. At dawn, Battery No. 1 opened on the wall, where it had been damaged by the first mine on September 29, using the two 18-pounders and 3 howitzers. The effect was much better than could have been expected. The 18 lb, round shot of which about 350 were used, had good penetrating power, and the already shaken wall crumbled rapidly, so that by 4 in the afternoon there was a practicable breach 60 feet long. Wellington at once arranged for a third assault on the outer enceinte, telling off for it not details from many regiments, as on the previous occasion, but what was much better, a single compact battalion, the 224th. Only the supports were mixed parties. At 5 p.m. the mine was fired, with excellent effect, throwing down nearly 100 feet of the rampart, and killing many of the French. Before the dust had cleared away, the men of the 224th dashed forward toward both breaches, with great spirit, and carried them with ease, and with no excessive loss, driving the French within the second or middle enceinte. The total loss that day was 224, of which the assault cost about 190, the other casualties being in the batteries on San Miguel and in the trenches. But the curious point of the figures is that the 224th, forming the actual storming column, lost only 68 killed and wounded. The supports, and the workmen who were employed to form a lodgment within the conquered space, suffered far more heavily. Dubreton reports the casualties of the garrison at 27 killed and wounded. Meanwhile, as in earlier years, Hill took the old army of Estremadura, the British 2nd Division, Hamilton's Portuguese Division, and Erskine's 2 cavalry brigades, back to the south, but only as far as the Tagus and the Alagon, not to the Guadiana. He fixed his headquarters at Coria, and distributed the brigades of the 2nd Division in the mountain villages above, covering the great passes of the Sierra de Francia and the Sierra de Gata, the Puerto de Baños and the Puerto de Perales. Hamilton's division lay inside its own country, at Morilja, Idanja, and Penamaker. The cavalry headquarters were at Brozas in the valley of the Tagus, near Alcantara and its Roman bridge. Here Erskine, the cavalry divisional general, committed suicide by jumping out of a high window in a state of frenzy. Wellington had long wanted to get rid of him, though not in this sad way, and for good reason, as is explained by several incidents of 1811 and which have been noticed in previous volumes. Yet he had never been able to obtain his departure. Political influences at home stood in the way. Erskine being thus removed, the commander-in-chief at once dissolved the 2nd Cavalry Division, and its 2 British brigades, Long's and Fane S, ceased to have any other connection with each other, beyond that of being both attached to Hill's corps. The disposition for Hill's winter quarters was obviously intended not merely to cover the great passes between the valleys of the Douro and the Tagus, but also to give the enemy cause to think that Wellington might some day attack on the southern front, either by a sudden advance up the Tagus on Talavera and Madrid, or by a blow at Avila across the Puente de Cangasto defile. Either operation would be equally possible to a force based on Coria, and repeatedly during the spring, rumors ran through the French lines that Hill had advanced to Placentia or the bridge of Almaraz. Behind the long front that lay between 500 Urban's horse at Braganza and Erskine's horse at Brozas, the British army settled down for a very protracted period of rest and reorganization, It was to be much longer than Wellington had intended, owing to unforeseen chances. The Spanish auxiliary forces, which had marched with the Allies in the autumn, also dispersed. Castaños led the army of Galicia back from the Agda to its own country by a long march through the Trás Montes. Carlos de España put part of his division as a garrison in Ciudad Rodrigo and lay with the rest in the mountain villages of the Sierra de Francia. Morillo, sticking close to Hill's side, as he had done all through 1812, went back with him to the south and wintered once more in Estremadura, at Cáceres and the neighboring places. On the other side, King Joseph and Marshal Soult had also to place their armies, as worn out as were those of their enemy, in winter quarters, and the choice of theirs was a much more difficult problem than that which lay before Wellington, since King Joseph had to settle not only a military but a political problem. The whole fabric of the French occupation of Spain had been dashed to pieces in the preceding summer by the loss of Andalusia, the temporary occupation of Madrid by the Allies, and the advance of the Anglo-Portuguese army as far as Burgos. It had now to be reconstructed, but on what lines? There was clearly no possibility of reoccupying Andalusia or Estremadura. To do so would have involved a winter campaign, which was unthinkable, and an intolerable dispersion of the army which had been collected with so much difficulty for the repression of Wellington. The real alternatives possible were either 1. To reconstruct King Joseph's Spanish kingdom, as it had existed in the spring of 1812, minus Andalusia, making Madrid the political capital and the military base of operations, or 2. To recognize that the total strength of the French armies no longer sufficed for such an ambitious scheme, and to occupy in strength only Old Castile and Leon, with the provinces beyond the Ebro, making Valladolid both the political and the military center of operations, and abandoning Madrid altogether, or only holding it as an advanced post towards the south, on the extreme limit of French occupation. After much debate, Joseph and Jourdan chose the former plan, influenced mainly, as the Marshal writes in his memoirs, by the fact that to give up Madrid as the capital, and to remove to Valladolid, would be a death blow to the prestige of the Franco-Spanish monarchy. It would matter little whether Madrid were actually abandoned, or held as a precarious outpost. In either case, Joseph could no longer pretend to be king of Spain. In addition, it must be remembered that to give up New Castile and La Mancha would leave Suchet in a position of isolation at Valencia, far too much advanced, and quite out of touch with the other armies, and also that, from the administrative point of view, Joseph had always regarded the revenues which he drew from Madrid and New Castile as the only solid part of his very modest and irregular budget. That a great error of choice was made is undoubted, but its ruinous nature was only to be revealed by circumstances which the king and the marshal could not possibly have foreseen on November 20, 1812. When they made their decision, neither they nor anyone at Paris, or elsewhere in Western Europe, had a notion of the awful debacle which was in progress in Russia. Napoleon had evacuated Moscow a month back. He was now in disastrous retreat from Smolensk toward the Berezina, with an army that was already crumbling under his hands. But that the whole of it was destined to perish during the next few days, and that France was to be left unguarded by any Grande Armée when the new year came, seemed an incredible contingency. Joseph and Jourdan expected to draw from the Emperor drafts and reinforcements in 1813, as they had even in 1812. If they had guessed that, instead, he would be drawing drafts and reinforcements from them, they would have adopted a different policy. But the celebrated 29th Bulletin was published in Paris only on December 3rd, and did not get to Madrid till January 6th, and even that dismal document did not reveal the full extent of the ruin. It was not, indeed, till private letters from survivors of the Moscow retreat began to drift in, 3 weeks later, that the French headquarters in Spain realized what the month of November had meant in Russia. It was quite natural, then, that King Joseph should have made up his mind, at the end of the Burgos retreat, that he would occupy so much of the regained regions as was possible, and would make Madrid once more his residence and the center of his operations. He was right in believing that he had at least 4 months before him for reorganization and reconstruction. Wellington was too hard hit to be able to move before April at the earliest. It was some weeks before the king was able to spread the 3 French armies in the final positions which he had chosen for them. He left Salamanca himself at the head of his guard on November 23rd, and moved on Madrid by way of Peñaranda, Arevalo, and the Guadarrama Pass. He reached the capital on December 2nd, to find that it had been occupied a few days after he had left it on his march to Salamanca by the Empecinado and his Pardita. The guerrillero chief had administered the city with the aid of an extemporized junta for more than 3 weeks. On the approach of the king he retired, taking with him some citizens who had compromised themselves in the patriotic cause. Joseph, however, showed himself particularly gracious on his return and endeavored to produce an impression of the restored solidity of his regime by holding court functions, reopening the theaters, and visiting hospitals and public institutions. The demonstration had little effect, all the more because it was accompanied by increased market dues and the collection of arrears of taxation. It was impossible to persuade the Madroños that the king's return was for good, and confidence in his power was never restored. Meanwhile, the army of the center reoccupied the provinces of Segovia and Guadalajara, with the northern part of that of Toledo. While crossing the Guadarrama a few days after the king, its leading division was caught in a blizzard similar to that which, on the same spot, had impeded Napoleon on December 22, 1808, and lost 100 men frozen or buried in the snow. Soult was directed to place his headquarters at Toledo and to occupy that province and Avila, with so much of La Mancha as he thought proper. The army of Portugal was allotted the provinces of Zamora, Leon, Salamanca, Palencia, and Valladolid, with headquarters at the last-named city. The front towards Portugal and Galicia was held by one division at Leon, another at Zamora, and 2 at Salamanca, the rest of the 8 divisions of this army being echeloned in reserve at various points in Old Castile. But at the end of December, the king determined that there must be a shifting of cantonments in order to tighten up his connection with Suchet at Valencia. He ordered Soult to send a division to Cuenca as a halfway house to the east coast. To enable him to spare these troops, he was relieved of the charge of the province of Avila, which was taken over by Foy, with the 1st Division of the Army of Portugal. The extent of the French occupation in central and northern Spain at the commencement of the new year, 1813, may best be defined by a list of the divisional headquarters of the armies, which were, on January 15, Army of the South, 1st Division Level, Toledo, 3rd Division Villat, Talavera, 4th Division Conru, Madrigos, 5th Division Pachu, de Milan La Mancha, 6th Division Derricao, San Clement in the province of Cuenca. Of the cavalry, Pierre Soult's light horse and Digen's dragoons were in a forward position in La Mancha, Tilly's dragoons in reserve at Toledo. The effective total of Soult's army was on this day 36,000 officers and men effective, beside men in hospital or detached. Of the army of the center, D'Armagnac's division, as also the Royal Guard, was at Madrid, Casagna's division at Arganda, 20 miles farther east, the Franco-Spanish division of Casapalacios at Segovia, the cavalry dispersed at various points in a circle round Madrid. This army had just lost Palambini's Italian division, which had served with it during the autumn campaign of 1812. It was on its way to Burgos, to join the Army of the North, to which it properly belonged. With this deduction, the Army of the Center had sent 0 French troops, plus Joseph's guards and Spaniards, who must have made up at least 5,000 more. The Army of Portugal was much more widely dispersed. It showed the 1st Division Foy at Avila, 2nd Division Barbat at Valladolid, 3rd Division Serret at Leon, 4th Division Fririan at Saldana, 5th Division Mocun, 8th Division Chauvel at Salamanca, with detachments at Ledesma and Zamora. The 6th and 8th Divisions, both weak, were in process of being cut up to strengthen the others, as will be explained later when reorganization is in question. Of the 2 cavalry divisions of the Army of Portugal, both Boyer's dragoons, with headquarters at Mayorga, and Curdo's light horse, with headquarters at Medina de Rio Seco, were keeping a line of advanced posts on the Esla to watch the Spanish Army of Galicia. The total effective strength, omitting sick, was 42,000 men. The 3 armies had thus about 95,000 men under arms to cover the enormous block of territory which they occupied. The distance from Salamanca to San Clement is 250 miles, that from Leon to Demi miles. It is clear that a concentration on Madrid or Valladolid would be comparatively easy. On the other hand, there would be an intolerable distance for the Army of the South to cover, if Salamanca were the point chosen by an enemy for assault, or for the remoter divisions of the Army of Portugal to traverse, if Talavera were selected. But as was obvious, there was no chance of any such blow being delivered at present, since Wellington could not possibly stir till the spring, while the Spanish regular forces in Andalusia and Murcia were negligible quantities until the Anglo-Portuguese army should be able to move. All round the position of the French, there was at this moment a broad, no-man's land. For their farthest outposts were nowhere in direct touch with the enemy, but separated from him by many miles of unoccupied ground, in which neither party kept permanent posts. Between Astorga, the farthest advanced post of the Galicians, and the line of the Esla, between Salamanca and Ciudad Rodrigo, between Avila and Bijar, between Talavera and Coria, between Daimiel and San Clement and the northern foothills of the Sierra Morna, this broad debatable land was in possession neither of the French nor of the regular armies of their enemy, but of the guerrillero bands, under a score of leaders small and great. And the difficulty of the situation for King Joseph was that, while Wellington and Castaños and Del Parque and Alillo were quiet perforce at midwinter, the guerrilleros were not. Having ample spaces of unoccupied border, in which they could take refuge when pursued, and many mountain recesses, even within the zone of French occupation, where they could lie safe against anything less than a considerable flying column, they seemed to defy extermination. Even in King Joseph's most prosperous days, when the final triumph of the French seemed probable, there had always been guerrilleros. But since Wellington's march to Madrid and Soult's evacuation of Andalusia, it no longer looked as if the national cause was hopeless. To collect the army which drove Wellington back to Portugal in November, every district in Spain, from Biscay to La Mancha, had been stripped for a time of its army of occupation. Regions long tamed had been out of hand for 4 or 5 months, enjoying an unruly and uncomfortable freedom, in which local juntas and guerrillero chiefs, who took the pose of military governors, contended for authority. And when the French came back, they found that their old prestige was gone, and that it could only be restored, if it could be restored at all, by ceaseless acts of repression of the most drastic sort. For if any town or village showed any signs of willing submission, the guerrilleros descended upon it when its garrison was absent, and hung or arrested afrancesados. While if the population, as was more usual, showed ill will and offered passive resistance, the French imprisoned or shot the magistrates, and imposed heavy fines for disloyalty. But while the whole of northern and central Spain was full of punitory raids and executions, there was one region where the trouble passed the limit of unrest, and could only be called insurrection, where the French garrisons were practically blockaded in their cantonments, and where the open country was completely out of hand. This was the sub-Pyrenean district comprising Navarre, the 3 Basque provinces, and the mountainous lands between Santander and Burgos. And from the strategical point of view, this was the most important tract in all Spain, since the main communication with France lay through its midst, by the great road from Madrid to Bayonne, through Valladolid, Vitoria, and Tolosa. We have seen in earlier pages that trouble had been endemic in these lands ever since Mina's appearance in 1810, and the permanent establishment of those active partisans, Porlier and Longa, on the Cantabrian coastline. The creation of Rial's Army of the Ebro, in 1811, for the special purpose of making an end of the northern bands had failed in its purpose. But things only came to a crisis in the summer of 1812, when Sir Home Popham's operations on the Biscay coast cleared the French out of most of the smaller ports, and gave the insurgents for the first time free communication with the sea and the inexhaustible supplies of Britain. We have seen in the last volume how the cooperation of Caffarelli with Marmont in the Salamanca campaign was completely prevented by this diversion, how Longa and Mendizábal retook Santander, and for a space Bilbao, and how Mina held the governor of Pampeluna blockaded in the strongest fortress of northern Spain. Caffarelli had recovered Bilbao in August, but when Wellington marched on Burgos in September, and the Army of the North was compelled to abandon all other operations in order to succor the retreating army of Portugal, the capital of Biscay and all the surrounding district passed back into the power of the Spaniards. In the whole region, nothing remained in the hands of the French, save the ports of Santoña, Guetaria, and San Sebastian, and a line of fortified posts along the high road from the Bidasoa to the Ebro. And in Navarre, Mina held full possession of the open country, raised the taxes, established courts of justice, and what appears more strange, set up custom houses on the French frontier, at which he allowed non-military goods to pass into Spain on the payment of regular dues. He had raised his original partida to a strength of 9 battalions of infantry and 2 regiments of cavalry, possessed cannon, and had a munition factory working at the head of the Pyrenean valley of Roncal. Before Wellington commenced his retreat from the Douro to the Portuguese frontier, or the armies of Soult and of Sauhem had joined, to bring their overpowering force against the Anglo-Portuguese. Sauhem, as we have already seen, had released the troops of the Army of the North and sent them back by Burgos to the Ebro, in order that Caffarelli might reoccupy the lost districts and make safe once more the high road from Bayonne to Miranda, and the almost equally important route along the Ebro from Miranda to Saragossa, by which he had to keep up his connection with Suchet and the east coast. Turning back from Valladolid on November 1st, the commander of the Army of the North spent some time in opening up the high road, on which many convoys were lying blockaded in the garrisons and unable to move, and not till December was come did he clear Bilbao and drive the coastland guerrilleros out of all the Biscayan harbor towns save Castro Urdiales, which had been fortified and was firmly held. Putting off its siege for a time, he then pushed along the coast to relieve Santonia, which had been blockaded for many months by Mendizabal and Longa. He cut his way thither and threw in a convoy and reinforcements, but as soon as he was gone, the Cantabrians came back and resumed their former positions around the place. By the end of the year, Caffarelli had done nothing conclusive. Some shadow of occupation had been restored in Biscay, but when this was completed, the new garrisons had reduced his troops available for active service to a very modest figure, and on January 7, he had to part with the best unit of them, the brigade of the Young Guard under Dumoustier, which had been left in Spain when all the rest of the guards went off for the Russian campaign in the preceding year. He was also directed to give up to their proper owners 3 provisional regiments, composed of drafts for the armies of Portugal and the south, which had been intercepted on their way to Valladolid, and used to stop gaps in the line of communication. In return for these deductions, he was told that he should be given Palambini's Italian division, taken from the Army of the Centre, 3 depleted regiments from the Army of Portugal, and 1 from Soult's army, which he might fill up with drafts from the Bayonne Reserve. But it took some time to move these units northward, and meanwhile Caffarelli was left with no more than 10,000 movable troops, though the Army of the North was theoretically about 40,000 strong. The Bayonne chaussee was again out of control, so much so that in January and February there were 2 complete breaks of some weeks, during which neither convoys nor couriers could get through from Tolosa to Burgos. Bitter complaints about this interruption of communications are to be found in the correspondence of Napoleon and King Joseph. The famous 29th Bulletin, sent off from Paris on December 4th, only reached Madrid on January 6th. The Emperor's order for the reorganization of the Spanish armies, dispatched on January 4th, came to hand only on February 16th, and the reply acknowledging its receipt was not received in Paris till March 18th. It had traveled by the circuitous route of Valencia and Barcelona. This was intolerable to both parties, and they joined in placing the blame for delay on the shoulders of Caffarelli, who was denounced as dilatory and wanting in energy. Jourdan accused him of deliberate disregard of all military obedience. He was ostensibly under the orders of the king, but rarely corresponded with Madrid. When he did send a report, he seemed to do so rather as a matter of politeness than as the duty of a subordinate towards his hierarchical superior. On January 14th, the emperor ordered him to quit the command of the Army of the North and return to Paris. Transmitting this welcome piece of news to Joseph, the Minister of War remarked that Caffarelli had insufficient numbers, but that, with more activity, continuity, and method in his operations, he might have been much more successful. In his place, the emperor nominated Clausel, who was on sick leave in France, but was able to rejoin almost at once. This choice was generally approved, as his operations with the Army of Portugal after the Battle of Salamanca had won him a well-deserved reputation. But all concerned, from Paris to Madrid, were destined to discover that it was not Caffarelli's incapacity, but the difficulty of the problem, that was responsible for the unsatisfactory condition of affairs in Biscay and Navarre. The capable Clausel made little more of the game than the short-sighted and mediocre officer whom he superseded. But this could hardly have been foreseen at midwinter. The fact was not obvious till May, when, as we shall see, Clausel, though he had been lent many thousands of troops much wanted elsewhere, had to confess that his task was not completed, despite of 4 months of energetic effort, countless marches and countermarches, and a dozen bloody but inconclusive defeats inflicted on the northern insurgents. Section 35, Chapter 2. The Troubles of a Generalissimo. Wellington at Cadiz and Effort. Having sent his war-worn divisions into winter quarters, where they were to remain with little change of billets till the next April, Wellington could turn to the consideration of many political and military problems for which he had been granted little leisure during the long stress of the autumn campaign. He fixed himself down at his old frontier headquarters of 1811 in the village of Freneda near the Coa, between Almeida and Fuentes de Oñoro. It was a small and bleak place. Observers often wondered why, with the whole of Portugal before him, he chose it for month-long residence in the worst time of the year. But in the winter of 1812-13, he remained stationary there from the end of November to the latter half of May, save for one rapid excursion to Cadiz and Lisbon, which took him away from December 12th to January 25th, an odd time for cross-country traveling in the peninsula. Freneda had no amenities of any kind, save indeed that it was in the midst of a good fox-hunting country, a rare thing in Portugal. The commander-in-chief, on returning to his old base of operations, picked up his pack of hounds, and treated himself not infrequently to the one sort of field sport in which he had a real delight. In other respects, the village was dull and inconvenient. It could only just house his very small general staff. It was by no means a central point among the cantonments of his army, and its remoteness from Lisbon caused a delay of 2 or 3 days in all his correspondence to and from home. The only things to be said in its favor were that it was so close to the front line of the army on the Aigda that there would be no possibility of missing any information as to hostile movements, and that its remoteness and inaccessibility preserved the commander-in-chief from many interviews with useless and inconvenient visitors, who would have thronged around him if he had lodged in Lisbon. The intriguer, the man with a grievance, or the man with a job in hand, could not easily get to windy Freneda. Only a steady perusal of Wellington's original and supplementary dispatches can give the chronicler an idea of the varied nature of his troubles and worries during the winter that followed the Salamanca campaign. They were not merely those of an ordinary general in command of an army. His political position had now grown so important that not only did all happenings in the peninsula fall within his sphere, but the cabinet at home was continually consulting him on questions of general European importance. And in the months after Napoleon's Russian debacle, the politics of Europe came to a crisis, such as had never been seen since first he assumed the imperial crown. His domination was breaking up. His prestige had received a mortal wound. Alliances were shifting. The wildest enterprises were advocated. There were those at home who proposed that Wellington should take his Peninsula army to Germany or to La Vendée, and others who wanted to saddle him with a large Russian auxiliary force to be brought by sea from Reval or Odessa. On every scheme, however wild, he had to give his opinion. But placing in order of importance the many worries that beset headquarters at Freneda, it would seem that the most constant and prolific source of trouble was a circumstance which ought rather to have lessened than increased Wellington's military difficulties, if only men had been other than they were. It will be remembered that as early as 1809, the project of making him generalissimo of all the Spanish armies had been mooted and rejected. He had expressed his opinion that Spanish national pride made it impossible. "I am much flattered," he had written to the British minister, "by the notion entertained by some of the people in authority at Seville of appointing me to the command of the Spanish armies. I believe it was considered an object of great importance in England that the commander-in-chief of the British troops should have that situation. But it is one more likely to be attained by refraining from pressing it, and leaving it to the Spaniards themselves to discover the expediency of the arrangement, than by any suggestion on our parts." Much water had flowed under the bridge since 1809. The appointment had not come after Talavera or Basaco, nor after the horrible disasters of Ocaña, the Sierra Morena, and the surrender of Valencia. But the summer campaign of 1812 had at last convinced the Cortes that the British general, who had so often been criticized and accused of selfishness and reluctance to risk anything for the common cause of the Allies, was the inevitable man. In the full flush of joy and confidence that followed the Battle of Salamanca and the triumphal entry into Madrid, a bill was laid before the Assembly to appoint Wellington generalissimo of all the Spanish forces. It was supported by most of the leading men of the Liberal Party, introduced by the ex-regent Siscar, and barely opposed by the Servils, though one clerical member, Crew, afterwards Archbishop of Tarragona, raised objections to giving such a command to any foreigner and expatiated on the selfish character of British commercial policy. Despite of such murmurs, The motion was carried by an immense majority, and the president of the Cortes was authorized to direct the Council of Regency to make the offer to Wellington. The form of words ran that considering the advantages of unity in command, and the urgent necessity for utilizing to the full the recent glorious triumphs of the Allied arms, it was decreed that as long as the Allied forces were cooperating in the defense of the peninsula, Captain General, the Duke of Ciudad Rodrigo should have conferred upon him the supreme command of all of them, to be exercised in accordance with general orders, his authority to extend over all the provinces of the peninsula. And the illustrious chief was directed to correspond with the national government through the Secretary of the War Office. This decree reached Wellington on October 2, while he lay at Villatoro, conducting the siege of Burgos. He resolved to take up the long-delayed commission, provided that he should receive the permission of the Prince Regent to do so, and sent, through his brother at Cadiz, a letter of conditional acceptance. His consent to serve was not couched in very enthusiastic terms, being anxious to do all that could be done to support the legitimate quarrel of the Spanish nation with France. He had no objection to taking upon himself the additional labor and responsibility of commanding the Spanish armies. The delay which must be required for getting leave from the Prince Regent to make a formal acceptance of the offer seemed to him of secondary importance, because he was already in the habit of communicating his general views on operations to the Spanish generals, and of making suggestions to them, which always received the utmost attention. I am convinced they will continue the same practice, even though I am not invested with the supreme command. These phrases look like deliberate sarcasm, considering Wellington's former relations with Cuesta, Del Parque, Blake, and Mendizábal, but they probably mean no more than that the present commanders of the forces which were actually cooperating with him in 1812, Castaños, Morillo, and Carlos de España, had been loyal and obliging. Finally, he hopes that in the new and prominent situation in which he is to be placed, he will have not only the full support but the confidence of the Spanish government, Cortes, and nation. The inner meaning of these somewhat double-edged phrases is explained in a memorandum for Lord Bathurst, the British Secretary of State for War, which was sent home under the same cover as the Cadiz document. It was eminently not a letter to be shown to Spaniards, and contained some of the most bitter expressions concerning them which Wellington ever penned. No use could be got out of their armies, he wrote, unless they were under his control. They had lost nearly all their guns and cavalry, and generally could not act in bodies separate from the Allied army. Their discipline, equipment, and organization was as bad as ever, yet if put in line with his own troops they might behave quite well. He would prevent by good management repetitions of those terrible disasters to individual armies which had so often happened in past years. But his power over them must be made real, and for that purpose, he intended to apply the financial screw. All subsidies advanced by the British government to Spain must for the future be expended wholly on such Spanish troops as were actually employed in cooperation with the Anglo-Portuguese army, or else those troops would become a fresh burden on the military chest. And in his letter to Cadiz, he had been careful to show that he did not intend to allow the Spanish government to dictate a military policy to him, because they had placed their troops at his disposition. These letters, sent off from the camp before Burgos on October 5, got to London on October 20, and the Prince Regent's approbation of Wellington's acceptance of the offer from the Cortes was granted at once. The dispatch conveying it was delivered at Cadiz on the 17th of November, and on the 20th the Cortes confirmed its former decree and sent off a formal warrant of appointment to the new Generalissimo, which reached him at Freneda on December 4th. The confirmation was not made with such general approval as the original appointment, and for good reason. By this time, it had become evident that Wellington was not about to drive the French over the Pyrenees. He had raised the siege of Burgos, and when the Cortes repeated their vote, was known to be in full retreat for Salamanca. Hopes from his success were no longer so high as they had been in September, and a nasty jar had been given to the whole arrangement by the mutinous conduct of Ballesteros, who, as has been shown in an earlier chapter, had issued a manifesto against all submission to foreign generals and had refused to obey Wellington's directions at a critical moment. It is true that Ballesteros had been arrested and imprisoned without any consequent trouble, but it was known that there were other Spanish generals who were not without sympathy with his views. Having received his formal nomination as Generalissimo, Wellington wrote to Carvajal, the Minister of War, on December 4th, one of the most stringent letters that any Secretary of State has ever received. It reminds the reader of one of Napoleon's epistles to Clark or King Joseph. The Spanish government, he said, had now a right to expect from him an accurate representation of facts, and he was going to perform this duty. The discipline of the Spanish armies was in the very lowest state. Their efficiency was much deteriorated. How could any army be expected to keep order when neither officers nor men had received any pay for months, or even for years? But it was not financial arrears that explained all defects. Even in corps, like those of the Galician and Extremadura armies, which had recently been reclothed and regularly paid by Wellington's own exertions, insubordination and indiscipline were rife. They were as little to be depended upon in the field as the rest. The officers, with some few exceptions, were absolutely slack and careless, the desertion from the ranks immense. He had hesitated at accepting the command when he thought of what he had seen of the Spanish troops of late, but having undertaken it, he would not relinquish the task because it was laborious and of doubtful success. There were 4 demands which he must make as a preliminary condition. The government must give him power. 1. To have under his control all promotions and appointments to command. 2. To dismiss from the service any officer whom he thought deserving of such punishment. 3. To apply the whole war budget to such services as he might choose. 4. To appoint to his headquarters a Spanish chief of the staff, to whom all military reports from the whole kingdom should be sent, so that nothing should take place without his knowledge. Through this officer, he would correspond with the Regency and send them regular reports. He then proceeded to definite demands as to administration. The present state of military organization was absurd, burdensome, and expensive. The realm was overrun with unnecessary army commanders and captain generals, with immense and useless staffs. For example, General Castaños is most usefully employed as commander of the Fifth Army, whose territory consists of Extremadura and Castile. But there is a captain general and a large staff in each of these provinces, though the troops in the former are not enough to make a full garrison for Badajoz, or those in the latter to make a full garrison for Ciudad Rodrigo. The captain generals and their staffs have nothing to administer, are quite useless, and absorb money which should go to the army. In the same way, the Second Valencian and Murcian armies together have a strength equivalent to 2 divisions, yet have each the full military and civil staff of a complete army. So has the 9th Cantabrian Army, which is composed entirely of guerrilla bands. Only the Andalusian and Galician troops are sufficiently numerous to be worth calling armies at all. The first thing to do is to cut down unnecessary commanders-in-chief and staffs. The Galician, Castilian, and Extremaduran commands should be at once amalgamated and put under Castaños, with one single staff for all 3. Probably the same should be done with the Andalusian, Murcian, and Valencian commands. An immense body of superfluous staff officers must be sent back to Cadiz at once. As a second step, he would have to revise the organization of the country into captain generalships and intendancies. Captain generals often hampered army commanders. Intendants must probably be put under military authority. This was no doubt wrong in principle. But the civil intendant was powerless, in a country just liberated from the enemy and full of trouble and disorder. He could not exert authority unless he were lent military assistance, yet he would probably fall out with the military chief, because their ends would be divergent. When the enemy is still in the country, that must be done, which tends most directly to drive him out, whatever constitutional principles may be violated in the process. Finally, Wellington resolved that he must come down to Cadiz in person to urge his schemes of reorganization on the Regency and the Cortes. Obviously a most invidious task, since no nation likes to have administrative reforms thrust upon it by a foreigner, more especially by a foreigner whose tone is dictatorial, and whose phrases seem almost deliberately worded so as to wound national pride. On December 12th, he started out to deal with the Cadiz bureaucrats, planning to cover the whole 300 miles from Freneda in 6 days. As a matter of fact, he took 11, partly because he was smitten with lumbago, which made riding painful, partly because he was delayed 1 night in the Pass of Perils, and 2 at Albuquerque, by floods, which made mountain streams impassable for many hours. Immediately on reaching the seat of government, where he was received with great state if with little real cordiality, he started on his campaign against the Regency, the Cortes, and the Minister of War. It is much to the credit of the Spaniards that, though many of his demands were unpalatable, the greater part of them were conceded with slight variation of terms. It is curious to note the points on which the Regency proved recalcitrant and started argument. Of the four great preliminary conditions which Wellington exacted, they granted at once that which seemed the most important of all, the creation of a Spanish chief of the staff to be attached to Wellington's headquarters, and conceded that all military correspondence should pass through his hands. The person selected was General Wimpfen, a Spanish-Swiss officer, of whom we have had to speak occasionally in dealing with Catalonian affairs. He had been Henry O'Donnell's adjutant general in 1810. He was a non-political soldier of good abilities, and Wellington found him laborious and obliging. There seems never to have been any friction between them. Secondly, the Regency granted the great point that the whole British subsidy should be applied to such military expenses as Wellington should designate, and they afterwards went so far as to order that in the recovered provinces 9/10 of the taxes raised should be devoted to military purposes. But they haggled on the two conditions dealing with military patronage. Instead of giving the generalissimo power to revise all appointments, they proposed that no officer should be promoted to a chief command, or the command of a division, or any extraordinary command, except at the recommendation of the general-in-chief. With regard to other promotions, the rules of the Spanish service shall be strictly observed. This left all patronage from the rank of brigadier general downward in the hands of the Minister of War and the Cortes. And whereas Wellington had proposed, as his second condition, that he should have power to cashier any officer whom he considered deserving of such punishment, the regents offered him only the right of suspending and sending away from the army in the field officers guilty of grave misconduct. It is clear that these variations on the original proposals had two main objects. The Spaniards evidently thought that if Wellington had every officer down to the lowest under his thumb, liable to be cashiered without any appeal, he might use this tremendous power to stock the whole army with men of one political color, and make it into a machine quite independent of the government, and capable of being turned against it. And similarly, there was a great difference between the right to send an officer away from the front and the right to drive him out of the army. To be put on half-pay, or on administrative duty in some office at Cadiz, was a much less terrible fate than cashiering. It must be remembered that many Spaniards thought Wellington capable of aiming at a military dictatorship, to which he might be helped by generals who were considered Anglophiles, such as Castaños, his nephew and chief of the staff Jaern, or Morillo. And others believed that British policy secretly desired the seizure of Cadiz and Minorca and the reduction of Spain to a protectorate. Now, if there had been any truth in these absurd suspicions, there is no doubt that the powers which Wellington demanded would have given him the chance of carrying out such designs. And there were an infinite number of Spanish officers, from generals like La Peña down to petty governors and members of provincial staffs, who had come into direct contact with Wellington and knew his unflattering opinion of them. All these men in disgrace, or disgruntled placemen, thought that the new generalissimo would start his career by a general cashiering of those against whom he had an old grudge. Hence pressure was brought to bear upon the regents and the Cortes from many and diverse quarters, with the common plea that there must be no British military dictatorship, and that Spanish officers must be protected from possible persecution and oppression. The underlying idea was that if the mass of the middle and lower grades in the army were out of Wellington's supervision, it did not matter so much who held the post of army commander or captain general. For the chiefs, though in influential posts, were few, and would not be able to carry their subordinates with them in any unpopular movement dictated to them by the generalissimo. After much discussion, and with reluctance, Wellington accepted the modifications, thinking that the other things conceded gave him practically all that he needed. He was to find out his error in the year that followed. He had not guarded himself against seeing officers with whom he was satisfied removed from his field army under the pretense of promotion, or of transference to other duties, or of political offenses. He had forgotten to demand that he should have the power of retaining as much as that of dismissing generals. In this way, he was deprived of the services of Castaños and afterwards of Jaern, both of whom he was anxious to keep. Successors technically unobjectionable, whom he had no wish to blackball, were substituted for them to his deep regret. And another evasion of his intention was that officers whom he had intended to disgrace, and had removed from the front, were given posts elsewhere which could not be called divisional or separate commands, but were quite desirable. And so while the letter of the bargain was kept, the purpose of inflicting punishment on such people was foiled. Another long controversy was provoked by Wellington's proposal that the small armies should be amalgamated, and that unnecessary captain generals with their staffs should be got rid of. Much but not all of what he asked was conceded. The Murcian and Valencian armies were consolidated, and given the new name of the Second Army, the Catalan army being still the First Army. But they were not amalgamated with the Andalusian command, now the Third Army, as Wellington suggested. And similarly, the Extremaduran, Castilian and Galician armies, with the outlying Cantabrian division, ceased to be the 5th, 6th, and 8th armies, and took the new name of the 4th. And a great reduction of staffs and removal of contending military authorities was procured by nominating a Leo, commander of the new Second Army, to be Captain General of Murcia and Valencia, Del Parque of the Third Army to be Captain General of Granada and Jaén, and Castaños to be Captain General alike of Estremadura, Galicia, and Castile. This was all to the good, but the Cortes refused Wellington's other proposal that the civil government in each province should be placed under the control of the army commanders, declaring that it was constitutionally impossible to abolish the independence of the civil power. The Cortes yet conceded that the jefe politico, or provincial prefect, and the intendant should obey the captain general in all matters relating to the army. Also that 9/10 of the revenue in each province should be allocated to the military budget. This would have worked if all parties concerned had been both willing and competent, but it remained a melancholy fact throughout the next campaign that the army commanders could seldom get either money or food from the civil authorities, and that most essential operations were delayed by the absolute impossibility of moving large bodies of men without adequate magazines or a fair supply of money. The only regular income of the army was that drawn from the British subsidy. But the worst of Wellington's troubles were yet some months ahead. The regency with which he had made his bargain was displaced in March 1813 and succeeded by another. The Cortes was jealous of the executive and had determined to make for itself a supreme authority which should have neither brains nor energy. The subject of quarrel chosen was the old regency's alleged slackness in carrying out a recent act which had abolished that moribund abuse, the Inquisition. After an all-night sitting and a vote of censure, the regents were dismissed and replaced by a group appointed under an absurd principle borrowed from the old regime, which was applied because it suited the desires of the Assembly for the moment. It was composed of the 3 senior members of the Council of State, senility and weakness being desired. These were the Cardinal Bourbon, Archbishop of Toledo, an aged scion of the royal house, and the councillors Pedro Agar and Gabriel Sisker, who had been regents before, but had been got rid of for incompetence. Thus all real power went to the chamber itself, the regency having become a negligible quantity. Wellington's position was decidedly impaired by the change, largely because a new Minister of War had come into office, General Juan O'Donoghue, of whom he had an evil memory as Cuesta's chief of the staff during the Talavera campaign. This clever, shifty, and contentious Irish-Spanish officer broached the theory that the agreement of December 1812 did not bind the new regents, because they had never assented to it, and because it was contrary to the spirit of the Constitution that a foreigner should have the power to appoint or dismiss Spanish generals. When Henry Wellesley at Cadiz, instructed by his brother, turned his heaviest diplomatic batteries upon the regents, and privately warned the leading members of the Cortes of the awkward results that would follow the repudiation of the agreement, O'Donoghue was disavowed but not displaced. He continued to give perpetual trouble through the following summer by his persistent intrigues. Wellington was by no means satisfied with the attempts that were made to propitiate him by the formal recognition of his status as generalissimo by the new regents, and the gift of a great estate in Granada, the royal domain of Soto de Roma, which had been usurped by God. He did not want grants but real authority. Of his future troubles we shall have to speak in their proper place. The most enduring of them was provincial maladministration, which rendered so many of his orders futile. For usually when he directed a division to move, he was informed that it was destitute of both munitions and transport, and changes of organization were often made against his protests, e.g. a new army regulation cut down all regimental formations to a single battalion of very heavy strength, 1,200 bayonets. Wellington would have preferred a 2-battalion formation, in which the second unit should act as a depot and feeder to the first. He complained that if a regiment was badly cut up in action, there would be no machinery for keeping it up to a decent average. The experience of the British Army with regard to single battalion corps had been conclusive against the system for the last 5 years of peninsular service. But his protests were vain. Internal organization of units did not come within the wording of his powers as generalissimo, and the new organization continued, dozens of second battalions being scrapped. The net result was that, when Wellington took the field in May 1813, he only had with him 2 of Castaños's divisions and 3 of those of the Army of Galicia, less than 25,000 men. The Andalusian Army of Reserve, which had been promised to him, started late for want of organization, moved slowly for want of magazines, and only reached the front when the Battle of Vitoria had been won and the French had been expelled from Spain. The Cortes had at least 160,000 men under arms. Not a sixth part of them were available during the decisive operations. But of this more in its proper place. Portugal, as usual, contributed its share to the troubles of the commander-in-chief, though they were but trifling compared to the Spanish problems. The Prince Regent at Rio de Janeiro was an expensive person, who actually at the worst of the war drew money out of Portugal from the Braganza private domains, though he had all the revenues of Brazil to play with. Moreover, he had a tiresome habit of sending incompetent hangers-on to Europe, with a request that berths might be found for them. But he was not actively noxious. The same could not be said of his wife, the Spanish Princess Carlotta, who was still harping on her natural claim to be regent of Spain on behalf of her imprisoned brother Ferdinand, and still interfered from time to time at Cadiz, by ordering the small knot of deputies who depended on her to attack the existing regency, or to vote in incalculable ways on questions of domestic politics. Fortunately, she was so great a clerical and reactionary that the liberal majority in the Cortes had secretly resolved that she should never get into power. When the old regency was evicted in March 1813, it was suspected that the Cardinal Bourbon was put at the head of the succeeding body, mainly because the presence of a prince of the blood in the executive seemed to make it unnecessary to import another member of the royal house. For this small mercy, Henry Wellesley wrote a letter of thanksgiving to his brother at the front. It was fortunate that the Prince Regent himself gave no encouragement to his wife's ambitions, being as indolent as she was active, and very jealous of her secret intrigues with foreigners. At one time during the winter of 1812-13, she showed an intention of departing for Europe, but with the assistance of the British ambassador Joe, succeeded in frustrating her scheme for appearing at Cadiz in person to claim her supposed rights. Meanwhile, the civil government of Portugal continued to be directed by the existing Council of Regency, of whom the majority were honest, if not always well advised. It is true that Wellington's old enemies, the Patriarch of Lisbon and the Principal Sousa, still remained members of it. The determination to evict them, which he had declared in 1810, was never carried out. The one was so powerful from his position in the church, the other from the influence of the widespread Sousa family, that in the end he left them undisturbed. They were perhaps less dangerous in the regency than out of it, with their hysterical appeals to narrow national sentiment, protests against the doings of their colleagues, and perpetual intrigues. A frondeur is partly muzzled when he holds office, and in practical administration they were steadily voted down by the majority of the regency, consisting of the Marquis of Alhau, the Conde de Redondo, Dr. Noguera, and last but not least the British minister Sir Charles Stuart, whose presence on the board was perhaps necessary, but certainly very trying to Portuguese amour propre. The 3 native regents were genuine patriots and good friends of the alliance, but a little antiquated in their views as to administration and finance. The Secretary of State, Miguel Forjas, to whom so many of Wellington's letters are addressed, was a much more modern personage with a broader intelligence. Indeed, Wellington considered him on the whole the most capable statesman in the peninsula. There were 2 standing sources of friction between the British Army and the Portuguese Regency, both inevitable, and both tiresome from the point of view of the necessary entente between 2 allied nations. The more irritating but less important was trouble caused by the daily movement of troops, especially troops in small bodies or individual officers. A perusal of the records of many scores of courts-martial, as well as of the correspondence of Wellington and Beresford, leads to the conclusion that there were grave faults on both sides. Parties of British soldiers on the march, when unaccompanied by an officer, were given to the illegal embargoing of carts or mules, to the extortion of food by force or threats, to mishandling of the peasantry when denied what they asked. Occasionally they went so far as acts of murder or arson. And it cannot be denied that individual officers of unsatisfactory type were occasionally guilty of gross misconduct. Drunken orgies, wanton disregard of legal authority in requisitions, even acts of insult or assault on local magistrates. On the other hand, the provocation was often considerable. There were plenty of cases established of the denial of legal billets, which kept parties waiting in the rain for hours, of wanton incivility, of attempts at extortion in prices, of actual highway robbery, and false accusations brought up to cover neglect of duty. One of Wellington's main complaints was that he had to waste time in investigating imaginary outrages, which, on inquiry, turned out to have been invented to serve as countercharges against accusations of slackness or misfeasance. He was determined that outrages by the army should cease. Indeed, he hanged, first and last, some 50 soldiers for plunder accompanied with violence, an offense which he would never pardon. But the Portuguese magistrates were prone to make accusations, and then to protest against having to support them by evidence. By a curious turn of official pride, many of them refused to testify before courts martial, or even to send witnesses to appear before such bodies, standing to the theory that it was beneath the dignity of a magistrate to come with evidence before a foreign military tribunal. The result of this was that offenders brought up for trial, and often probably guilty, had to be acquitted for lack of proof. On the other hand, accusations made and supported were sometimes found to be entirely groundless. In one supposed murder case, the alleged corpse was discovered in perfect health. In another, a magistrate who accused a British officer of assault was found to have been dining with him and frequenting his quarters long after the supposed offense. The Portuguese Regency was bound to stand up in defense of its magistrates. Wellington, though always ready to punish proved crimes, was determined not to take accusation as equivalent to conviction, merely because it was preferred by a constituted authority. Hence came perpetual friction and recrimination. That things were no worse was certainly due to the fact that the commander-in-chief's iron discipline and rigorous dealing with his own people could not fail to impress the Portuguese with the fact that he was always trying to be just. The other, and more fundamentally dangerous source of wrangling in Portugal was finance. There could be no disputing the fact that the part of the army which was not directly maintained from the British subsidy was often 6 months in arrears of pay, and still more often on the edge of starvation. Portuguese paper money, in which many transactions had to take place, and which could be legally used for a certain percentage of all army payments, was not only at a habitual discount of at least 25%, but also fluctuating in exchange value from day to day. Hence came all manner of illicit speculations by merchants, both British and Portuguese, who were always trying to buy government paper at under its quotation for the day, and to put it off on others at an exaggerated estimate. The same took place with commissariat warrants, which unscrupulous brokers bought from the ignorant peasantry for a mere song, after setting rumors about concerning impending bankruptcy of the state, and then cashed at full face value in Lisbon or London. The Regency maintained that all the trouble came from the simple fact that the war had placed upon the back of Portugal, a small country, half of whose territory had been wasted by Soult and Massena in 1809, and a much greater burden than could be borne. The armed forces alone, some 50,000 regular troops, and often as many militia in the garrisons, were so many hands taken away from agriculture, the only staple industry of the land. Money was going out of the realm year by year to purchase wheat, because the people could not produce enough to maintain their existence. Prices had risen to heights that terrified those who remembered pre-war days. The pay of the army was enormous compared to the rates before 1808, and much of it was going, under Marshal Beresford's system, to the British officers, who were now holding a clear majority of all the senior ranks and commands. All available money went to the army, and the civil administration was starved. The Regency acknowledged the deplorable state of its finances, but could only suggest remedies which had grave inconveniences. Another British loan was asked for, but considering the heavy subsidy that Portugal was receiving already, the British government gave little encouragement to such an idea. The Portuguese minister in London, the Conde de Funchal, one of the Souses, suggested a large measure of confiscation of church and crown lands, which could then be sold. But this would involve a quarrel with the church party in Portugal, who had been loyal supporters of the British alliance, and probably with the Prince Regent also, since he was drawing a private income from the Braganza estates. It might also produce a general shock to national credit, for it would deal a blow to the general stability of society and terrify all landholders. Moreover, it appeared doubtful if purchasers of church lands would present themselves, and crown lands were largely uncultivated and worthless tracts in the Alemtejo. The measure was carried out, indeed, many years later, during the civil wars of Miguel and Maria, but then it came as a consequence of a purely domestic struggle, in which the church party had taken the beaten side. The circumstances of 1813 were entirely different. A third expedient suggested was the establishment of a national bank, after the model of the Bank of England, which should take over the management of the public debt and currency. But credit and guarantees must be at the back of any such association, and unless the British government were ready to become the guarantor, which was impossible, it was hard to see what new securities could be found. Wellington's panacea for financial distress was not heroic measures, but careful and honest administration of details. He held that there was great slackness and partiality in the raising and collection of taxes, and that the amount received could be very largely increased by the abolition of abuses. In a very long memorandum, addressed to the Prince Regent Joe in Apra, he launched out into an indictment of the whole financial system of the realm. The great cities, and even some of the smaller places of the kingdom, have gained by the war. The mercantile class generally has enriched itself by the great disbursements which the army makes in cash. There are individuals in Lisbon and Oporto who have amassed immense sums. The fact is not denied that the tributes, regularly established at Lisbon and Oporto, and the contribution of 10% on the profits of the mercantile class are not really paid to the state. I have recommended the adoption of methods by which the taxes might be really and actually collected, and merchants and capitalists really pay the tenth of their annual profits as an extraordinary contribution for the war. It remains for the government to explain to your Royal Highness the reasons why it will not put them in practice, or some other expedient which might render the revenue of the state equal to its expenses. He then proceeds to urge supervision of a custom house notorious for letting off powerful importers over lightly, and of the collectors of land revenue, who were allowed to keep state balances in their hands for months without paying them in to the treasury. In letters to Charles Stuart, as a member of the Regency, Wellington let out in much more unguarded terms. The root of corruption was in the mercantile community, who had squared the minor bureaucracy. The army and state would have been ruined long ago, but for his own protests and insistence, by the jobbers of Lisbon, not only Portuguese, Jews, cosmopolitans of all sorts, but sharks calling themselves British merchants. The government is teased into disapprobation of good measures by the merchants, who are interested in their being discontinued. But when it is necessary to carry on an expensive system of war with 1/6 of the money in specie necessary, we must consider questions and adopt measures of this description, and we ought to have the support and confidence of your government in adopting them. Making allowance alike for the difficulties of the Regency and the irritation of the much-worried general, it seems fair to say that on the one hand Wellington was right in denouncing jobbery and urging administrative reforms, but that on the other hand, no such reforms, however sweeping, would have sufficed to make both ends balance in the revenue of the exhausted Kingdom of Portugal. The task was too heavy, but the 18th century slackness and corruption, which still survived in too many corners of the bureaucracy, made it even heavier than it need have been. It is probable that Wellington's palliatives would have failed to make receipts meet expenditure, however hardly the screw might have been turned. But a levy of 10% on commercial profits does not look very heavy to the taxpayer of 1921. This is a military, not an economic or a financial history. It is unnecessary to go further into Portuguese problems. The main thing to be remembered is that they bulked large in the correspondence of the harassed chief, who sat writing minutes on all topics, civil no less than strategical, in his desolate headquarters at Freneda. Section 35, Chapter 3. Wellington and Whitehall. The position which Wellington had won himself by 5 years of successful campaigning in the Peninsula was such as no British commander since Marlborough had enjoyed. His reputation was now European. His views, not merely on the Spanish struggle but on the general politics of the continent, had to be taken into consideration by the ministry. He was no longer an officer to whom orders could be sent, to be carried out whether he liked them or not. He had become a political personage, whose views must be ascertained before any wide-reaching decision as to the struggle with Napoleon was taken. In 1813, it is not too much to say that he exercised a determining influence not only on the military policy of Britain, but on the whole course of the Great War. As we shall presently see, the triumph of Vittoria had the most marked and direct effect on the action of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. But even before Vittoria, he had asserted his will in many ways. He had stopped some projects and approved others. The factious resignation of his brother Lord Wellesley from the Perceval cabinet had not impaired his position, nor had the coming into office of Lord Liverpool, when Perceval perished by the bullet of a crazy assassin a month after the fall of Badajoz. Wellington's correspondence with the War Minister, Lord Bathurst, in 1813, is as confidential and amicable on both sides as had been the case when the domineering Wellesley had been in power. With the new Prime Minister, Liverpool, there is no trace of any friction whatever, rather every sign of reciprocal respect. But the position which Wellington had achieved had its drawbacks as well as its advantages. Since it had become habitual for the cabinet to ask his opinion on high military matters not connected with the peninsula, an endless vista of troubles was opened up before him, for as always happens in times of exceptional crisis, the ministry at home was being plagued with all manner of solicitations from every quarter of Europe, to which answers were required. While Wellington had been trailing back reluctantly from Burgos to Ciudad Rodrigo, Napoleon had been conducting a retreat of a very different kind from Moscow to the Berezina, a retreat whose character and consequences were not known in London or in Spain for some weeks later. He had left Moscow on October 19th, had dictated the famous 29th Bulletin, acknowledging the wreck of his project and the ruin of his army, at Molochno on December 3rd, and had started on his headlong flight to Paris on December 5th, leaving the small remnant of his host to perish in the snow. He reached the Tuileries on the night of December 18th, on the heels of the disastrous bulletin, which his ministers had only received 36 hours before, on the preceding day. In London, the fact that the Russian expedition had failed was well known by the end of November, but the extent of the failure was only realized when the 29th Bulletin got to Lord Liverpool's hands, by the usual smugglers, route, on December 21st, rather less than 5 days after its arrival in Paris. The Prime Minister sat down next morning to communicate the fact to Wellington, and to consult him upon the logical consequences. There has been, he wrote, no example within the last 20 years, among all the extraordinary events of the French Revolution, of such a change of fortune as Bonaparte has experienced during the last 5 months. The most formidable army ever collected by Bonaparte has been substantially destroyed. It only remains to be ascertained whether he will succeed in escaping himself, and with what remnant of an army. Under these circumstances, the question naturally occurs whether he will leave the French army in Spain. We have a report that he has already ordered 0 men from that country to rejoin him, but it is only a report. I am inclined, however, to be of opinion that he will withdraw the greater part of his forces from Spain. The only efficient French army at the present moment in existence is that under Soult, and whatever it may cost Bonaparte to abandon Spain, I think he will prefer that alternative to the loss of Germany. I may be wrong in this speculation, but give you my reasons, and I am particularly desirous of calling your attention to this view of the subject, in order that you may take the necessary means for obtaining early information of the movements of any French divisions toward the frontier, and that you may consider what measures may be proper to be adopted if my conjecture should be realized. Thus, on the first day after the arrival of the epoch-making bulletin, and before it was known that Napoleon himself had reached Paris, the great strategical question of the winter of 1812-13 was formulated and put before Wellington. Will the French evacuate Spain? And if so, what should be done with the British army in the peninsula? There were 3 possible contingencies. 1. The Emperor might abandon Spain altogether, in order to have the nucleus of an army ready for the campaign of 1813 in Germany, or 2. He might not evacuate Spain altogether, but might cut down his forces there, and order them to stand on the defensive only, or 3. He might value his prestige so highly that he would take little or nothing in the way of troops from the peninsula, and endeavor to make head against the Russians with whatever remnant of an army might be left him in the north, with the conscripts of 1813, and the levies of the German states, if the latter should remain obedient to him. At first it seemed as if the third and least likely of these three hypotheses was the correct one. For strange as it might appear, considering what had happened in Russia, Wellington could detect no signs of any great body of French troops being moved towards the Pyrenees. So far was this from being the case, that the cantonments adopted by the enemy in December were so widely spread to the south, that the only possible deduction that could be made was that the whole of the armies of 1812 were being kept in Spain. We now know that the reason for this was that the communications between Madrid and Paris were so bad that Napoleon's orders to his brother to draw in towards the north and send large drafts and detachments to France only reached their destination in February. For many weeks, Wellington could report no such movements as Lord Liverpool had expected. It was not till March 10th that the much-desired news began to come to hand, time having elapsed sufficient to allow of King Joseph beginning to carry out the Emperor's orders. On that day, Wellington was able to send Lord Bathurst intelligence, which seemed to prove that the second hypothesis, not the third, was going to prove the correct one, i.e., there was about to be a certain deduction from the French armies in Spain, which would make it unlikely that they would take the offensive. But nevertheless, the main body of them was still to be left in the peninsula. Though the enemy had made no move of importance, it was certain that Soult and Caffarelli had been recalled to France, the latter taking with him the troops of the Imperial Guard, which had hitherto formed part of the Army of the North. To replace the latter, Palombina's division had been moved from near Madrid to Biscay. A large draft of artillery had been sent back to France, and 25 picked men for the Imperial Guard from each battalion of the Army of Spain. On the other hand, a body of 4,000 men, probably convalescents or conscripts, had come down from Bayonne to Burgos. 7 days later, a more important general move could be detected. Not only had Soult gone towards France with a heavy column of drafts, but the French had evacuated La Mancha, the troops formerly there having retired north to the province of Avila. Again, a week later, on March 24th, it became known that the army of the center had moved up towards the Douro, and that King Joseph and his court were about to quit Madrid. A little later, this move was found to have taken place. The enemy had evacuated a broad stretch of territory and concentrated very much toward the Douro. On the same day, an intercepted letter from General Lucat at Paris to King Joseph let Wellington into the main secrets of the enemy. The general reported to his master that the emperor's affairs were in a bad way, that there would be no men and very little money for Spain, and that he must make the best of what resources he had. His imperial majesty was in a captious and petulant mood, blaming everything done by everybody beyond the Pyrenees, but more especially his brother's neglect to keep open the communication with France and to hunt down the northern insurgents. This useful glimpse into the mentality of the enemy made it abundantly clear that Lord Liverpool's original theory, that Napoleon would withdraw his whole army from Spain in order to hold down Germany, was perfectly erroneous. At the same time, Lucat's report coincided with all the other indications, in showing that the enemy had been perceptibly weakened, could count on no further reinforcements, and must stand on the defensive during the campaign that was to come. But while it was still thought in Whitehall that the emperor might evacuate Spain altogether, various projects for turning the Russian debacle to account began to be laid before Wellington. The first was a scheme for fostering a possible insurrection in Holland, where grave discontent was said to be brewing. Would it be wise for the Prince of Orange, now serving as an aide-de-camp on the headquarters staff, to be sent home, so that he might put himself at the head of a rising? Wellington replied that he no more believed in an immediate insurrection in Holland than in one in France. Unless I should hear of an insurrection in France or in Holland, or should receive an order to send him, I shall say nothing on the subject to the prince. He was undoubtedly right in his decision. The Dutch required the news of Leipzig, still 9 months ahead, to make them stir. An expedition to Holland in the early spring would have been hopelessly premature. A little later came a much more plausible proposition, which met with an equally strong negative from Wellington. The ever-loyal electorate of Hanover was prepared to rise. To start the movement, it would be only necessary to land a nucleus of British-German troops somewhere on the Frisian coast. Could Wellington spare the 3 cavalry regiments, 5 infantry battalions, and 1 battery of the King's German Legion which were serving with him? After Tettenborn's March raid to Hamburg, the insurrection actually broke out, and Bathurst suggested that the time had come to throw a considerable force ashore in the electorate. He asked whether the Hanoverian officers in Spain were beginning to chafe at being kept so far from their homes at the critical moment. Again, Wellington put in a strong negative. He had been to consult General Charles Alton, by far the best of the Hanoverian officers, as to the expedience of sending the legion to Germany. Alton held that the best thing for England, for Germany, and the world is to make the greatest possible effort here. The services of a few thousand veteran troops would be important in the narrower field in Spain. They would be lost in the multitudes assembling on the Elbe. If a large body of loyal levies were collected in Hanover, it might ultimately be well to send a part of the legion thither. But not at present. This was the policy which the ministry followed. In the spring, they dispatched to North Germany only cadres from the depots of the legion at Bexhill, 500 men in all, including some experienced cavalry and artillery officers. In July, the 3rd Hussars went across to Stralsund. In August, 2 batteries of horse artillery, all from England. But no deduction of units was made from Wellington's Spanish army. Only a few officers were permitted to sail, at their own request. The senior of them, General Bach of the Heavy Dragoons, unfortunately perished by shipwreck with his 3 aides-de-camp off the coast of Brittany in the winter that followed Vittoria. Bathurst was so far right that many of the Hanoverian officers regretted their stay in the peninsula. On the other hand, Wellington was not merely trying to keep his own army strong when he refused to listen to the suggestions made him. It was perfectly true that 4,000 good soldiers were an appreciable unit in a Spanish battle, while they would be entirely thrown away. As he put it, in Germany. The margin of strength was so narrow in the Peninsular army that it was not safe to decrease it. The same question that arose about the King's German Legion also came up during the spring of 1813 with regard to the Brunswickers. Many officers of the Brunswickers battalion in the 7th Division were fired with the idea of liberating Germany. They wrote to their Duke, then in England, begging him to have the battalion ordered home. He replied that he had tried to get the War Office to let him go to the Elbe, even with a small cadre, a few hundred men, but had been refused. It is much more surprising that this corps was not spared from the peninsula. Wellington had a bad mark against it, for its terrible propensity to desertion, and a worse for the behavior of one of its companies at Tordesillas in the recent campaign. Probably he thought that, if he surrendered the Brunswickers, he would have to give up the German Legion also. It is odd to find that among Wellington's troubles were not only the proposed subtraction of troops whom he did not want to lose, but the proposed addition of troops whom he was not at all anxious to see in the peninsula. The story is one which illustrates the casual methods of Russian officers. In February, there came to Frenada a well-known British secret agent, Mackenzie, the man who had organized the successful evasion of La Romana's Spaniards from Denmark in 1808. He brought letters from Admiral Gregg, commanding the Russian Black Sea Fleet, to the effect that there was a surplus of troops from Chichagov's army of the Danube, which could not be utilized in Germany for want of transport and supplies. There were 15,000 men who could be collected at Odessa and shipped to Spain, to be placed in the Allied army, if Wellington would accept them. The memory of Russian cooperation in Holland in 1799 was not a very happy one, but it seemed unwise to offend the Tsar, on whose goodwill the future of Europe now depended. Wherefore the answer given was that they might come if the British cabinet approved, and if the Spanish and Portuguese governments saw no objection. One would think that the emperor had demands enough for his men, wrote Wellington to Charles Stuart, but Mackenzie says that they have more men than they can support in the field, which is not improbable. The admission of Russians into the peninsula, however, is quite a new feature of the war, and it is absolutely necessary that the Allied governments should consent to the measure. The correspondence with Cadiz and London ended in the most tiresome and ridiculous fashion. The Spanish Regency was at the moment in a state of diplomatic tension with Russia, on some questions of precedence and courtesy. It answered in the most downright fashion that the presence of Russian troops in Spain would be neither helpful nor welcome. The British ambassador at Cadiz was shocked at the language used, which would be most offensive to the Tsar. But the whole project suddenly collapsed on news received from London. Count Levin, the Russian representative at the court of St. James's, declared that he had never heard of the offer, that he was sure that no such scheme would be approved by the Tsar, and that there was certainly no Russian corps now available for service in the Mediterranean. Admiral Gregg had once communicated to him a scheme for a Russian auxiliary force to be used in Italy, But this was a plan completely out of date, when the whole Russian army was wanted for Germany. Wellington had therefore to explain to the Spanish and Portuguese governments that his proposals to them had been made under a complete misapprehension. His amour propre was naturally hurt. Gregg and Mackenzie had put him in an absurd position. Prince Lieven's mention of Italy takes us to another of Wellington's worries. It has been mentioned in the preceding volume that Lord William Bentinck, commanding the British army in Sicily, had already in 1812 been planning descents on Italy, where he rightly thought the French military strength was low, after the departure of the whole of the Viceroy's contingent for the Russian war, and of many of Murat's Neapolitans also. So set had he been on expeditions to Calabria or Tuscany that he had made great difficulties when ordered to send out the Alicante expedition to favor Wellington's Salamanca campaign. The news of the Russian disaster had filled Bentinck's mind with new Italian schemes. The conditions were even more favorable than in 1812. He was now dreaming of invading Italy with all the men he could muster, and proposed on February 24th to the British War Minister that he should be allowed to withdraw all or some of the Anglo-Sicilian troops from Alicante. He had also seen Admiral Gregg, and put in a claim for the Hypothetica, 0 Russians who had caused Wellington so much trouble. Knowing how much importance the latter attached to the Alicante army, as the real nucleus of resistance to such it in eastern Spain, he had the grace to send copies of his February dispatch to Frenada. This was a most irritating interruption to Wellington's arrangements for the next campaign. The Alicante force was a valuable piece in the great game which he was working out. To see it taken off the board would disarrange all his plan. Accordingly, he made the strongest protest to Lord Bathurst against the Italian expedition being permitted. To make any head in Italy, he said, at least 30,000 or 40,000 men would be needed. No doubt many Italians were discontented with the Napoleonic regime, but they would not commit themselves to rebellion unless a very large force came to their help. If only a small army were landed, they would show passive or even active loyalty to their existing government. They might prefer a British to a French or an Austrian domination in their peninsula, because it would be more liberal and less extortionate. But they would want everything found for them: arms, equipment, a subsidy. Unless the government were prepared to start a new war on a very large scale, to raise, clothe, and equip a great mass of Italian troops, and to persevere to the last in a venture as big as that in Spain, the plan would fail, and any landing force would be compelled to re-embark with loss and disgrace. On the whole, Wellington's protest proved successful. Lord William was forced to leave a large body of his Anglo-Sicilians in Spain, though he withdrew 2,000 men from Alicante early in April, when it was most needful that the Allied force on the east coast should be strong. The remainder, despite, as we shall see, of very bad handling by Sir John Murray, proved sufficient to keep Suchet employed. No Italian expedition was permitted during the campaigning season of 1813, though Lord William sent out a small foreign expeditionary force for a raid on Tuscany, which much terrified the Grand Duchess Eliza. Next year only, when the whole Napoleonic system was crumbling, did he collect a heterogeneous army of doubtful value, invade Liguria, and capture Genoa from a skeleton enemy. But by that time the French were out of Spain, and Wellington's plans could not be ruined by the distraction of troops on such an escapade. In May 1813, the Italian expedition, if permitted, might have wrecked the whole campaign of Vittoria, by leaving Suchet free to join the main French army. How it would have fared may be judged from the fact that the Viceroy Eugene made head all through the autumn against 80,000 men of the Austrian army of Italy. So much may suffice to explain Wellington's dealings during the winter and spring of 1813 with the British cabinet. His advice, as we have seen, was always asked, and generally settled the problem in the way that he desired. So much cannot be said for his dealings with the commander-in-chief at the Horse Guards. The Duke of York seems to have been the last person in Whitehall to recognize the commanding intellect of the great general. Though he always wrote with perfect courtesy, he evidently considered that his own views on the organization, personnel, and management of the British Army were far more important than those of the victor of Salamanca. The correspondence of Wellington with the Duke and his military secretary, Colonel Henry Torrens, occupies an enormous number of pages in the volumes of dispatches and supplementary dispatches. Torrens, an obliging man, seems to have tried to make himself a buffer between the two contending wills, and Wellington was conscious of the fact that he was no enemy. The subjects of contention were many. One of the most important was patronage. Now that he had reached the 5th year of his command in the peninsula, Wellington considered that he had won the right to choose his own chief subordinates, but still he could not get officers of tried incapacity removed from the front, nor prevent others, against whom he had a bad mark, from being sent out to him. When he asked for removals, he was told of the difficulty of setting aside general officers who have creditably risen to high rank, on the mere ground that they have been proved incapable and unfit for their situations. But it was far worse that when he had requested that certain generals should not be sent out, they came to him nevertheless, despite of his definite protest. And then, when he requested that they might be removed, he was told that he would incur odium and responsibility for their removal. What a situation then is mine! It is impossible to prevent incapable men from being sent to the army, and then when I complain that they have been sent, I am to be responsible. Surely the odium ought not to attach to the person who officially represents that they are not capable of filling their situations, but the aposiopesis may be filled up to the horse guards for sending them out. Yet Wellington's pen did not add the words which are necessary to complete the sense. The most tiresome case in 1812-13 was that of Colonel James Willoughby Gordon, who had come out as quartermaster general in 1812, when Wellington's first and most trusted quartermaster, George Murray, was removed, quite without his desire, to a post in Ireland. Gordon was sent by the Duke of York's personal choice, without any previous consultation with the commander-in-chief in Spain as to whether he would be acceptable. The atrocity of this appointment was not only that Gordon was incapable, but that he was a political intriguer, who was in close touch with the Whig opposition at home, and before he went out had promised to send confidential letters on the campaign to Lord Grey. This he actually did. The malicious Creevey had a privileged peep at them, and found that his accounts are of the most desponding cast. He considers our ultimate discomfiture as a question purely of time, and that it may happen any day, however early, and that our pecuniary resources are utterly exhausted. The skill of the French in recovering from their difficulties is inexhaustible. Lord W. himself owns that the resurrection of Marmont's broken troops after Salamanca was an absolute miracle of war. In short, Gordon considers that Lord W. is in very considerable danger. The writer was holding the most important post on Wellington's staff, and using the information that he obtained for the benefit of the parliamentary opposition. He should have been court-martialed for the abuse of his position for personal ends. Wellington at last detected his mischief-making by the appearance in the Whig papers of definite facts that could only have been known to 3 people: Wellington himself, his secretary Fitzroy Somerset, and the quartermaster general. "I showed him," writes Wellington to Bathurst, "my dispatch to your lordship of August 3, as the shortest way of making him acquainted with the state of affairs." The topics of this dispatch find their way into the Morning Chronicle, distorted into arguments against the government. I am quite certain that the arguments in the Morning Chronicle are drawn from a perusal of my dispatches, and that no one saw them here excepting the Quartermaster General and Lord Fitzroy. Even your lordship had not yet received this dispatch, when the topics it contained were used against the government in the newspapers. For the future he shall not see what I write. It would be no great loss to the army if he were recalled to England. I cipher part of this letter in the cipher you sent me to be used for General Maitland. It was 4 months before this traitor was got rid of, though Lord Bathurst had been shocked by the news, and corroborated it by his own observation. He had seen mischievous letters from Gordon to the Horse Guards, and if he wrote such stuff to the Duke, it was easy to guess what he might write to Lord Grey or Whitbread. Certain of the newspaper paragraphs must have come from some intelligent person with you. The strange way in which the removal was accomplished was not by a demand for his degradation for misuse of his office, but by a formal report to the Horse Guards that Colonel Gordon does not turn his mind to the duties to be performed by the Quartermaster General of an army such as this, actively employed in the field. Notwithstanding his zeal and acknowledged talent, he has never performed them, and I do not believe he ever will or can perform them. I give this opinion with regret, and I hope His Royal Highness will believe that I have not formed it hastily of an officer respecting whose talents I, equally with His Royal Highness, had entertained a favorable opinion. 3 weeks later the military secretary at the Horse Guards writes that Wellington shall have back his old Quartermaster General George Murray, and Gordon is recalled. But why had Gordon ever been sent? The Duke of York alone could say. The impression which he had left as a soldier upon men at the front who knew nothing of his political intrigues, was exceedingly poor. This was the worst trick which was played on Wellington from the Horse Guards. Another was the refusal to relieve him of the gallant, but muddle-headed and disobedient William Stuart, who, despite of his awful error at Albura, was allowed to come out to the peninsula again in 1812, and committed other terrible blunders. It was he who got the 3 divisions into a marshy deadlock on the retreat from Salamanca, by deliberate and willful neglect of directions. With the utmost zeal and good intentions he cannot obey an order, wrote Wellington on December 6, 1812, yet Stuart was still commanding the 2nd Division in 1814. In letters sent to the Horse Guards in December 1812, the commander-in-chief in Spain petitioned for the departure of 5 out of his 7 cavalry generals, which seems a large clearance, and of 10 infantry divisional and brigade commanders. About half of them were ultimately brought home, but several were left with him for another campaign. He had also asked that he might have no more generals who were new to the peninsula inflicted upon him, because their arrival blocked promotion for deserving colonels, to whom he was anxious to give brigades. "I hope I shall have no more new generals. They really do but little good, and they take the places of officers who would be of real use. And then they are all desirous of returning to England." The appeal was in vain. Several raw major generals were sent out for the spring campaign of 1813, and we have letters of Wellington making apologies to Peninsula veterans, to whom he had promised promotion, for the fact that the commands which he had been intending for them had been filled up against his wishes by the nominees of the Horse Guards. Things went a little better after Vittoria, when several undesired officers went home, and several deferred promotions took place. The news of that victory had had its effect even in Whitehall. It is more difficult to sympathize with Wellington's judgment, though not with his grievance, in another matter of high debate during this winter. Like most men, he disliked talking about his own coffin, i.e. making elaborate arrangements for what was to happen in the event of his becoming a casualty, like Sir John Moore. He loathed the idea of seconds in command, arguing that they were either useless or tiresome. He did not want an officer at his elbow who would have a sort of right to be consulted, as in the bad old days of councils of war. Nor did he wish to have to find a separate command for such a person to keep him employed. It was true that he often trusted Hill with an independent corps in Estremadura, but frequently he called in Hill's column, and it became part of the main army, as on the Caya in 1811, in the Salamanca retreat in 1812, and at Vittoria in 1813. In the winter of 1812-13, a point which might have been of high importance was raised. Who would be his successor in case of a regrettable accident? Wellington decided that Beresford was the proper choice, despite of Albura. "All that I can tell you is that the ablest man I have yet seen with the army, and the one having the largest views, is Beresford. They tell me that, when I am not present, he wants decision, and he certainly embarrassed me a little with his doubts when he commanded in Estremadura, but I am quite certain that he is the only person capable of conducting a large concern." He also held that Beresford's position as a marshal in the Portuguese army gave him a seniority in the Allied army over British lieutenant generals. This judgment of Wellington's is surprising. Beresford was courageous, a good organizer, a terror to shirkers and jobbers, and accustomed to command. Yet one would have thought that his record of 1811, when he displayed almost every possible fault alike of strategy and of morale in Estremadura, would have ruled him out. Wellington thought, as it would appear, that he had a better conception of the war as a whole, the large concern, than any of the other generals in the peninsula, and had every opportunity of knowing. On this most critical point, Wellington and the Duke of York fell out at once. It was not that the Duke wanted to rule out Beresford because he was undecided in the field, unpopular with his colleagues, self-assertive, or arrogant. He had a simple Horse Guards rule which in his view excluded Beresford from consideration at once. According to the general received opinion of the service, no officer in the British Army, above the rank of lieutenant colonel, is ever expected to serve under an officer junior to himself, even though he may possess a superior local commission. He then proceeded to recall the fact that in 1794, when Lord Moira came to Flanders with the local rank of general, Sir Ralph Abercrombie, and a number of other general officers with commissions of senior date, refused to serve under him, in consequence of which Lord Moira had to resign and to return to England. There were many similar examples in the past. The right of officers to refuse to serve under a junior being established, it could not be argued that higher rank acquired by that junior in a foreign service had any weight. Beresford might be a Portuguese field marshal, but from the British point of view, he was junior to Sir Thomas Graham, Sir Stapleton Cotton, and Sir Rowland Hill. If by some deplorable accident Lord Wellington were incapacitated from command at the present moment, Sir Thomas Graham, if with the army, would succeed. If Sir Thomas were on sick leave, Sir Stapleton Cotton would be the senior officer in the Peninsula, and the command of the army would automatically devolve on him. If Sir Stapleton were also on leave, it would go to General Hill. It appears impossible to expect that British generals senior to Marshal Beresford will submit to serve under him. It appears to the Commander-in-Chief, therefore, that there remains but one of two alternatives: the one to recall Marshal Beresford from the Peninsula in case he should persist in his claim; the other, in case Lord Wellington still prefers that officer as his second in command, to recall all the British lieutenant generals senior to him in our own army. This was a maddening reply, for though Wellington liked Stapleton Cotton, he had no delusions about his intellectual capacity. The best he could say about him during the controversy was that he commands our cavalry very well. I am certain much better than many who might be sent out to us, and who might be supposed much cleverer than he is. As a matter of fact, Graham was on sick leave, with an affliction of eyesight, which was supposed to be likely to result in permanent incapacity. Cotton was also on short leave to England on urgent personal affairs, but expected back shortly. Therefore the Duke's letter was a proposal to consign the fate of the British army in the Peninsula to a gallant officer with the mental capacity of a cavalry brigadier, who had never commanded a force of all arms, and who was the cause of much quiet amusement to his comrades, from his ostentatious dress and unconcealed admiration for his own perfections. Lord Bathurst tried to smooth matters by asking Graham whether he felt inclined to surrender any claim to take over the Peninsular army on account of his bad health. Sir Thomas replied that he should decline the responsibility for that reason, that he hoped to cause no difficulties, but that he could not agree that Beresford had any claim. His obligation to the service bound him not to sacrifice the rights of British officers from a purely personal spirit of accommodation. To which Bathurst replied that if he waived his rights as a consequence of his ill health, while making no concession on grounds of principle, perhaps Hill and Cotton might do the same. To this, the victor of Barossa answered that he might consent, on the distinct understanding that no precedent was created, and that the arrangement was temporary. His compliance proved useful. Stapleton Cotton arrived in London shortly after, and expressed himself decidedly against Sir William Beresford's claims, and with some warmth. Lord Bathurst explained to him that Graham's consent to the temporary arrangement must govern his own, and tried to put him off the idea that he himself would undoubtedly become Wellington's destined successor if Graham refused the post, by hinting that after all Graham might recover his eyesight and be able to take over the command. After showing much soreness, Cotton reluctantly acquiesced. The War Minister, writing an account of the interview to Wellington, ends with, "I think it necessary to have this explained beforehand, that you might not have any doubt whether you were, after what has passed, to consider Sir Thomas Graham or Sir Stapleton Cotton as the person who was to exercise the command in case of your personal indisposition." So Beresford's nomination was passed, as Wellington desired, and contrary to the Duke of York's views as to the inevitable power of old precedent. But it was only passed by the consent of the other parties concerned, however reluctantly given. Fortunately, Wellington preserved his usual splendid health, and the experiment of trusting the whole Allied army in the Peninsula to the victor of Albuera was never made. On another great controversy which, since Wellington never went off duty for a day, was of more practical importance than that of the right of succession, the Duke of York was partly successful in discomfiting the Commander-in-Chief in Spain. This was a question on which there had been much argument at the end of each Peninsular campaign, but never so much as in 1812-13. The exceptionally heavy casualty lists of the storming of Badajoz, the Battle of Salamanca, and the retreat from Burgos had brought a great number of units, both cavalry and infantry, to very low figures. There were, as has been mentioned in a previous chapter, 12 battalions which had at the end of the retreat less than 300 bayonets effective, 13 which had more sick than men present with the colors. For some of these, the difficulty was only a momentary one. There was a large draft on the way to reinforce the unit, or at least a good number of trained recruits in Great Britain ready to be sent out. But this was not the case with all of them. The reason of this was to be sought in the organization of the army in 1812. The majority of infantry regiments had 2 battalions. If the second unit was on home service, it regularly found drafts for the one at the front. But if the regiment was a single battalion corps, and there were 7 such with Wellington, or if it chanced to have both units abroad and none at home, as was the case with 15 other corps, there was only a dépôt in Great Britain, and this had to feed 2 battalions, both on active service overseas, and often could not discharge the double task effectively. There were of course regiments so popular, or recruited with such zeal and efficiency, that they succeeded in keeping 2 units abroad with adequate numbers. But this was exceptional. What was to be done if a peninsular battalion had got very low in numbers, had no sister unit at home to feed it, and had few or no recruits at its British dépôt ready to be sent out? This was the case in December 1812, with 12 good old battalions of the Peninsular Army. The Duke of York maintained that since they all showed under 350 effectives present, one was as low as 149 rank and file, and since there was no immediate prospect of working them up to even a low battalion strength of 450 or 500 men, they must come home at once, and take a long turn of British service, in which they could be brought up gradually to their proper establishment. He had carried out this plan in earlier years with some very fine but wasted battalions, such as the 29th Anth. To replace the depleted veteran corps, there should come out new battalions from home, recently brought up to full strength. The same ought to be done with 4 or 5 cavalry regiments, which could show only about 250 horses effective. But Wellington had other views, and had begun to carry them out on his own responsibility. He held that a well-tried battalion acclimatized to peninsular service was such a precious thing, and a raw battalion such a comparatively worthless one, that it would be best to combine the wasted units in pairs as provisional battalions of 600 or 700 bayonets, each sending home the cadres of 4 or 5 companies to its dépôt, and keeping 6 or 5 at the front. The returning cadres would work up to full strength by degrees, and could then come out again to join the service companies. On December 6, 1812, he issued orders to constitute 3 provisional battalions. He intended to carry out the same system for several more pairs of battalions, and it was put into practice for the 231st and 66th as from December 20. So with the cavalry, he intended to reduce 4 regiments to a 2-squadron establishment, sending home the cadres of their other squadrons to be filled up at leisure. On January 13, the Duke of York sent out a memorandum entirely disapproving of the system. He regretted to differ in principle from the commander-in-chief in Spain, but could not possibly concur in the arrangement. All depleted battalions, for which no drafts could be found, must come home at once. Experience has shown that a skeleton battalion composed of officers, non-commissioned officers, and a certain foundation of old and experienced soldiers can be reformed for any service in a short time. But if a corps reduced in numbers be broken up by the division of its establishment, such an interruption is occasioned in its interior economy and esprit de corps, that its speedy recompletion and reorganization for foreign service is effectually prevented. The experiment now suggested has once been tried, and has resulted in a degree of irregularity, contention, and indiscipline in the regiment concerned, which had made necessary the strongest measures. Many court-martials, and the removal of the whole of the officers into other battalions. It was justly urged that seasoned men are more valuable than men fresh from England, but for the sake of a present and comparatively trifling advantage, the general efficiency of the whole British Army must not be impaired. All the depleted battalions should be sent home at once. Wellington was deeply vexed at this decision. He replied that orders, if definitely given, would of course be obeyed, but if left to act on his own responsibility, he could only say that the service in America or Sicily or at home was not his concern, and that he was bound to state what was best for the Peninsular Army. One old soldier who has served 2 years in Spain was more effective than 2, or even 3, who had not. Raw battalions fill the hospitals, straggle, maraud, and starve. He never would part with the provisional battalions as long as it was left to his discretion, and the same with cavalry. He had 4 depleted cavalry regiments much underhorsed. He would like to have the horses of the 4 hussar regiments which were being sent to him from England to give to his old Peninsula troopers, rather than the regiments themselves. But orders are orders and must be obeyed. The Duke replied that for his part he had to take into consideration not only the Peninsula but the British service all over the world. Drafting of one corps into another was hurtful to the service and depressed the spirits of corps. It was even deemed illegal. Though the last person in the world to wish to diminish the army in Spain or cripple its general's exertions, he was compelled to persevere in his direction from necessity. On March 13, Wellington reluctantly carried out the orders from the Horse Guards as regards his depleted cavalry regiments. The 4th Dragoon Guards, 9th Anth Light Dragoons, and Hussars of the German Legion were ordered to make over their effective horses to other regiments, and to prepare to embark at Lisbon. A paragraph in the general orders expressed Wellington's regret at losing any of his brave old troops, and his hope that he might yet see them again at the front. As to the infantry, the Duke repeating his general precept that depleted battalions must come home, but not giving definite orders for them by name and number, a curious compromise took place. Wellington sent back to England the 2 weakest units, which were still in April well under 300 bayonets apiece. He had already drafted a third into the senior battalion of its own regiment, which was also in the peninsula. 4 more of the war-worn battalions had been worked up to about 400 of all ranks. By the return of convalescents and the arrival of small drafts, Wellington ventured to keep them, and to report them as efficient battalions, if small ones. The challenge to home authority lay with the remaining 6. Though 5 of them were well under 400 strong, he nevertheless stuck to his original plan, and formed 3 provisional battalions out of them. If the Duke of York wanted them, he must ask for them by name. He did not, and they kept the field till the end of the war, and were repeatedly mentioned by Wellington as among the most efficient units that he owned. Presumably, Vittoria put his arrangements beyond criticism. At any rate, the controversy was dropped at the Duke's end. The net result was that Wellington lost 3 depleted infantry units and 4 depleted cavalry units of the old stock, about 2,000 veteran sabres and bayonets. In return, he received before or during the campaign of 1813 4 new cavalry regiments, all hussars, and 6 new infantry battalions, all much stronger than the units they replaced, and making up about 1,600 sabres and 0 bayonets. He would probably have said that his real strength was not appreciably changed by getting 4,500 new hands instead of 2,000 old ones. Certainly, considering the effort that was required from the Peninsula Army in 1813, it is sufficiently surprising that its strength was, on balance, only 4 infantry units to the good, the cavalry regiments remaining the same in number as in 1812. There were plenty of small administrative problems to be settled during the winterrest of 1812-13, which worried Wellington, but need not worry the modern student of history, being in themselves trivial. It is well, however, to note that in the spring of 1813, his old complaint about the impossibility of extracting hard cash from the government, instead of the banknotes and bills, which the Spanish and Portuguese peasantry refused to regard as real money, came practically to an end. By heroic exertions, the Chancellor of the Exchequer was scraping together gold enough to send £100,000 a month to Lisbon. A large sum in pagodas had been brought all the way from Madras, and the mint was busy all the year in melting them down and recoining them as guineas. It was the first time since the Suspension of Cash Payments Act of 1797 that any gold of this size had been struck and issued. As the whole output went straight to the peninsula for the army, the new coin was generally known as the military guinea, considering that gold was so much sought for in England at the time that a guinea could command. In paper, it was no small feat to procure the Indian gold, and to see that the much-wanted commodity went abroad without diminution. Wellington could have done with much more gold, 6 times as much he once observed. But at least he was no longer in the state of absolute bankruptcy in which he had opened the campaign of the preceding year, nor obliged to depend for a few $1,000s on profits to be made on Egyptian corn which he sold in Lisbon, or impositions of doubtful legality made upon speculators in commissariat bonds. The Portuguese troops had their pay still in arrears, but that was not Wellington's responsibility. The muleteers of the transport train were suffering from being paid in veils, which they sold to Lisbon sharks, rather than in the cruzados novos or pillar dollars which they craved, and sometimes deserted in not unnatural disgust. But at the worst, it could not be denied that finance looked a good deal more promising than it had in 1812. There had been much reorganization since the end of the Burgos retreat. In uniforms especially, the change was greater than in any other year of the war. This was the first campaign in which the British heavy cavalry showed the new brass helmet, discarding the antiquated cocked hat. The light dragoons had gone into shakos, relinquishing the black japanned leather helmet with bearskin crest. Infantry officers for the first time appeared in shakos resembling those of the rank and file, the unwise custom by which they had up till now worn cocked hats, which made them easy marks for the enemy's snipers, being at last officially condemned. Another much-needed improvement was the substitution of small tin camp kettles, to be carried by the men, for the large iron Flanders cooking pots, 4 to each company and carried on mules, which had hitherto been employed. They had always been a nuisance, partly because the mules could never be relied upon to keep up with the unit, partly because their capacity was so large that it took much firewood and a long space of time to cook their contents. Nothing is more common in personal diaries of 1808-12 than complaints about rations that had to be eaten half-cooked, or were not eaten at all, because the order to move on arrived before the cauldrons had even begun to get warm. A more doubtful expedient was that of putting the greatcoats of the whole of the infantry into store before the march began. Wellington opined that the weight of coat and blanket combined was more than the soldier could be expected to carry. One or other must be abandoned, and after much consideration, it was concluded that the blanket was more essential. Soldiers while in exercise during the day seldom wear their greatcoats, which are worn by them only at night, together with the blanket. But as the commander of the forces has now caused the army to be provided with tents, the necessity for the greatcoat for night use is superseded. And tents, as a matter of fact, were provided for the first time during this campaign. The expedient worked well enough during the summer and autumn, when the weather was usually fine, in spite of some spells of rainy weather in June. But in the Pyrenees, from October onward, the tents proved inadequate protection both from sudden hurricanes and from continuous snowfall. And bad though the plight of men huddled in tents frozen stiff by the north wind might be, it was nothing to that of the sentry on some mountain defile, trying to keep a blanket round his shoulders in December blizzards. Yet the tents, with all their defects, were a decided boon. It would have been impossible indeed to hold the Pyrenean passes at all, if some shelter had not been provided for the battalions of the front line. Villages available for billeting were few and always in the hollows to the rear, not on the crests where the line of defense lay. It would seem that the experiment of dispensing with the greatcoats was dropped, and that they were brought round by sea to passages, or sent to Sebastian, for personal diaries mention them as in use again, in at least some regiments, by December. Oddly enough, there appears to be no official record of the revocation of the order given in May. Another innovation of the period was the introduction of a new unit into the British Army, called, after the idiotic system of nomenclature used at the Horse Guards, the Staff Corps Cavalry. They were really military mounted police, picked from the best and steadiest men in the cavalry regiments, and placed under the command of Major Scoville, the cipher secretary on Wellington's headquarters staff, of whose activities much has been said in the last volume. There were 2 troops of them, soon raised to 4, with a total strength of about 300 of all ranks. The object of the creation of the corps was to make more effectual the restraint on marauding and other crimes with which the provost marshal and his assistants were too few to deal. Wellington had railed with almost exaggerated emphasis on the straggling, disorder, and looting which had distinguished the Burgos retreat, and the Duke of York had licensed the formation of this police cavalry as the best remedy for the disease. They had plenty to do after Vittoria, when the British Army had the greatest orgy of plunder that ever fell to its lot during the war. Wellington's own view was that the slackness of discipline in certain regiments, rather than privations or casual opportunity, was the main source of all evil. But he welcomed any machinery that would deal with the symptoms of indiscipline, even if it did not strike at the roots of the disease. Overleniency by courts-martial was another cause of misconduct according to his theory. With this, he strove to cope by getting from home a civilian judge-advocate general, whose task was to revise the proceedings of such bodies and disallow illegal proceedings and decisions. The first and only holder of this office, Francis Larpent, has left an interesting and not always discreet account of his busy life at headquarters, which included a strange episode of captivity in the French lines on the Bidassoa. Section 35, Chapter IV. The Perplexities of King Joseph. February-March 1813. We have seen, when dealing with the last month of 1812, and the distribution of the French army into winter quarters, that all the arrangements made by King Joseph, Jourdan, and Soult were settled before any knowledge of the meaning of the Moscow retreat had come to hand. The famous 29th Bulletin did not reach Madrid till January 6, 1813. This was a long delay, but the emperor's return to Paris on December 16, though he arrived at the Tuileries only 36 hours after the bulletin had come to hand, was not known to Joseph or Jourdan till February 14, which was a vastly longer delay. The road had been blocked between Vitoria and Burgos for over 5 weeks, and couriers and dispatches were accumulating at both these places, one set unable to get south, the other to get north. The Minister of War at Paris received Joseph's dispatches of the 9th, 20th, and of December all in one delivery on January 29. The king, still more unlucky, got the Paris dispatches of all the dates between December 18 and January 4 on February 14 to 16 by several couriers who came through almost simultaneously. It was not till Palombina's Italian division, in a series of fights lasting from January 25 to February 13, had cleared away Longa and Mendizabal from the high road between Burgos and Vitoria, that quicker communication between those cities became possible. Long as it had taken in 1812 to get a letter from Paris to Madrid, there had never been such a monstrous gap in correspondence as that which took place in January 1813. Hence came the strange fact that when Napoleon had returned to France and started on his old system of giving strategical orders for the army of Spain once more, these orders, one on top of another, accumulated at Vitoria and came in one overwhelming mass to upset all the plans which Joseph and Jourdan had been carrying out since the new year. The king had received the 29th Bulletin on January 6. He had gathered from it that matters were going badly with the army in Russia, but had no conception of the absolute ruin that had befallen his brother's host. Hence, he had kept his troops spread in the wide cantonments taken in December, and had sent Dericaus to the province of Cuenca to reopen the way to Suchet at Valencia. The great convoy of Spanish and French administrators, courtiers, and refugees, which had been left in Suchet's care, retraced its way to Madrid under escort of some of Dericaus' troops in the last days of January. Meanwhile, Pierre Soult's cavalry continued to sweep La Mancha, imposing contributions and shooting guerrilleros, and the army of the center cleared the greater part of the country east and north of Madrid of strong parties of the Medicos and the Empecinados men. Caffarelli, as Jourdan complained, ought to have been making more head in the north, but his dispatches were so infrequent that his position could not be fully judged. It was only certain that he could not keep the Burgos-Bayonne road open for couriers. There was only one touch during the winter with Wellington's army, whose cantonments, save those of the light division, were far back, behind the no-man's land which encircled the French armies. This single contact was due to an adventurous reconnaissance by Foy, who at his headquarters at Avila had conceived a project for surprising Hill's most outlying detachment, the 50th Regiment, which was billeted at Bijar, in the passes in front of Coria. On false news that no good lookout was being kept around Bijar, he started on the 19th February from Piedrahita with a column of 3 very weak infantry battalions and horse, about 1,500 men in all, and marching day and night, fell upon the cantonments of the 50th at dawn on the morning of the 20th. The surprise did not come off. Colonel Harrison of the 50th was a cautious officer who had barricaded the ruined gates of the town and patched its crumbling walls. He had pickets far out, and was accustomed to keep several companies under arms fro o'clock till daylight every night. Moreover, Hill, thinking the position exposed, had lately reinforced him with the 6th Caçadores, from Ashworth's brigade. Foy, charging in on the town in the dusk, dislodged the outlying pickets after a sharp skirmish, but his advanced guard of 300 Voltigeurs met such a storm of fire from the gate and walls, which were fully manned, that it swerved off when 30 yards from the entrance. Foy ordered a general retreat, since he saw the enemy ready for him, and marched off as quickly as he had come, pursued for some distance by the Caçadores. He says in his dispatch to Ryle that he only lost 2 men killed and 5 wounded, that he could have carried the town had he pleased, and that he only retired because he was warned that the 71st and the other regiments of Cadogan's brigade were marching up from Baños 7 miles away. This those may believe who please. It is certain that he made off the moment that he saw that his surprise had failed and that he was committed to an attack on a barricaded town. Hill expected more raids of this sort, but the attempt was never repeated. It was on the 14th of February, 5 days before Foy's adventure, that King Joseph received his first Paris mail. Its portentous and appalling contents were far worse than anything that he had expected. The most illuminating item was a letter from Colonel Desprez, his aide-de-camp, who had made the Moscow retreat, and was able to give him the whole truth concerning Russia. We lost prisoners by the tens of thousands, but however many the prisoners, the dead are many more. Every nightly bivouac left hundreds of frozen corpses behind. The situation may be summed up by saying that the army is dead. The young guard, to which I was attached, quitted Moscow 8,000 strong. There were 400 left at Wilna. All the other corps have suffered on the same scale. I am convinced that not 20,000 men recrossed the Vistula. If your Majesty asks me where the retreat will stop, I can only reply that the Russians will settle that point. I cannot think that the Prussians will resist. The king and his ministers are favorably disposed, not so the people. Riots are breaking out in Berlin. Crossing Prussia, I had evidence that we can hardly count on these allies, and it seems that in the Austrian army, the officers are making public demonstrations against continuing the war. This is a sad picture, but I think there is no exaggeration in it. On returning to Paris and thinking all over in cold blood, my judgment on the situation is as gloomy as it was at the theater of war. Napoleon had spent several days at the Tuileries, busy with grandiose schemes for the organization of a new Grand Armée, to replace that which he had sacrificed in Russia, and with financial and diplomatic problems of absorbing interest, before he found a moment in which to dictate to Clark his orders for the King of Spain. The note was very short and full of reticences. It left much unsaid that had to be supplied by the recipient's intelligence. The king must have received by now the 29th bulletin, which would show him the state of affairs in the north. They were absorbing the emperor's care and attention. Things being as they were, he ought to move his headquarters to Valladolid, holding Madrid only as the extreme point of occupation of his southern wing. He should turn his attention to the pacification of Biscay and Navarre while the English were inactive. Soult had been sent orders to come back to France, as the king had repeatedly requested. His army of the south might be given over to Marshal Jourdan or to Gazan. If Joseph had owned no independent sources of information, such a statement would have left him much in the dark, both as to the actual state of the emperor's resources and as to his intentions with regard to Spain. The emperor did not say that he had lost his army and must create another, nor did he intimate how far he intended to give up his Spanish venture. But the order to draw back to Valladolid and hold Madrid lightly could only be interpreted as a warning that there would be no more reinforcements available for Spain, so that the area of occupation would have to be contracted. The recall of Soult was what Joseph had eagerly petitioned for in 1812, when he had come upon the curious letter in which the marshal accused him before the emperor of treason to the French cause. But the marshal was not brought home in disgrace. Rather, he was sent for in the hour of danger, as one who could be useful to the new Grand Armée. It must have been irritating to the king to know, from a passage in the already cited letter of Colonel Desprez, that Napoleon had called the Duke of Dalmatia, the only military brain in the peninsula, that he stigmatized the king's denunciations of him as des pauvretés to which he attached no importance, and that he had added that half the generals in Spain had shared Soult's suspicions. The marshal left, in triumph rather than in disgrace, with a large staff and escort, and a long train of fourgons carrying his Andalusian plunder, more especially his splendid gallery of Murillos robbed from Seville churches. Dated one day later than the emperor's first rough notes, we find the formal dispatch from the War Minister Clark, which made things a little clearer. Setting forth his master's ideas in a more verbose style, Clark explained that the affairs of Spain must be subordinated to those of the north. The move to Valladolid would make communication with Paris shorter and safer, and provide a larger force to hold down northern Spain. Caffarelli was not strong enough both to hunt down the guerrilleros and at the same time to provide garrisons on the great roads and the coast. The king would have to lend him a hand in the task. There were other dispatches for Joseph and Jourdan dated on the 4th of January, but only one more of importance. This was an order for wholesale drafts to be made from the army of Spain, for the benefit of the new army of Germany. But large as they were, the limited scale of them showed that the emperor had not the least intention of surrendering his hold on the peninsula, or of drawing back to the line of the Ebro or the Pyrenees, as Lord Liverpool had expected. All the 6 armies of Spain, those of the north, Portugal, the center, the south, Aragon, and Catalonia, were to continue in existence, and the total number of men to be drawn from any one of them did not amount to a fourth of its numbers. There were still to be 200,000 men left in the peninsula. The first demand was for 25 picked men from each battalion of infantry or regiment of cavalry, and 10 from each battery of artillery, to reconstitute the Imperial Guard, reduced practically to nothing in Russia. Putting aside foreign regiments, Italian, Neapolitan, German, Swiss, there were some 220 French battalions in Spain in January 1813, and some 35 regiments of cavalry. The call was therefore for 5,500 bayonets and sabres, no great amount from an army which had 0 men on its rolls, and 0 actually under the colors. But this was only a commencement. It was more important that the armies of the south and Catalonia were to contribute a large number of cadres to the new Grand Armée. Those of Portugal, Aragon, the centre, and the north were at first less in question, because their regiments were, on the average, not so strong as those of the other two. The army of the south was specially affected, because its units were, and always had been, very large regiments. In 1812, Soult's infantry corps nearly all had 3 battalions, a few 4. Similarly with the cavalry, many regiments had 4 squadrons, none less than 3. The Edict of January 4 ordered that each infantry regiment should send back to France the full cadre of officers and non-commissioned officers for 1 battalion, with a skeleton cadre of men, cutting down the number of battalions present with the Eagle by 1, and drafting the surplus rank and file of the subtracted battalion into those remaining. In Spain, the cadre was roughly calculated out to 120 of all ranks. When therefore the system was applied to the Army of the South, it was cut down fro battalions to 36 in its 19 regiments. The 21 cadres took off to France 2,500 officers and men. Similarly, 15 cavalry regiments, in 50 squadrons, were to send squadron cadres to France, some 600 sabres. The small army of Catalonia was to contribute a battalion cadre from each of those of its regiments, which had 3 or more battalions, which would give 6 more cadres for Germany. The armies of Portugal, Aragon, and the centre were mainly composed of regiments having only 2 battalions. They were therefore for the present left comparatively untouched. The first named was only ordered to give up 1 battalion cadre, the second 2, the third 3, all from Palombini's Italian division. Of cavalry, the army of Portugal only gave up 1 squadron cadre, the army of the centre 3. In addition, the small number of foreign auxiliary troops still left in Spain were ordered back to France, save the remnant of Palombini's and Severali's Italians, and the Rainbund units in the army of the centre, viz. The 7th Polish Lancers, the last regiment of troops of this nationality left south of the Pyrenees, the Westphalian horse in the army of the centre, and the Berg and Westphalian infantry in Catalonia. Moreover, the brigade of the Young Guard in the army of the north, that of Dumoustier, and the 3 naval battalions from Cadiz, which had served so long in the army of the south, were to come home, also 4 batteries of French horse artillery and 2 of Westphalian field artillery. Lastly, cadres being as necessary for the military train as for any other branch of the service, all the armies were to send home every dismounted man of this corps. The same rule was applied to the equipages militaires and the artillery park. This whole deduction from the army of Spain under these heads came to nearly 12,000 soldiers of all arms, over and above these cadres. There was an elaborate clause as to reorganizing the army of the north. In return for giving up 4 provisional regiments of drafts to the armies of Portugal and the south, it was to get 3 regiments made over to it from the former, and 1 from the latter. Napoleon calculated that it would lose nothing in numbers from the exchange, but as a matter of fact it did. The drafts to be returned to their proper corps ran to over 8,000 men. But General Ryle, being told to contribute 3 regiments to the Army of the North, selected the 3 depleted units which had composed Thomier's unlucky division at the Battle of Salamanca, the 1st, 62nd, Anst, which together did not make up 3,000 bayonets, though Gazan chose to make over the 64th, a 3-battalion regiment with 1,600 men. The Army of the North, therefore, lost nearly 3,000 men on the balance of the exchange, though the Emperor was aware that it was already too weak for the task set it. But he probably considered that Palombini's Italians, detached, as we have already seen from the army of the centre, would make up the difference. In addition to the squadron cadres which he requisitioned on January 4th, the Emperor had a further intention of bringing back to Central Europe some complete units of heavy cavalry, to furnish the host now collecting in Germany with the horsemen, in which it was so notoriously deficient. The whole of the dragoon division of Boyer in the army of Portugal is marked in the March returns with Ordre de Rentre en France. So are several dragoon regiments in the army of the south. But as a matter of fact, hardly one of them had started for the Pyrenees by May. So that both in the army of Portugal and the army of the south, the cavalry total was only a few hundreds smaller at the time of the opening of the campaign of Vittoria than it had been at the New Year, the shrinkage amounting to no more than the squadron cadres and the few men for the imperial guard. The emperor's intentions, therefore, as they became known to King Joseph and Jourdan on February 16, left the three armies opposed to Wellington some 15,000 men, smaller than they had been at the time of the Burgos retreat. But this was a very modest deduction, considering their size, and still kept nearly 100,000 men in Castile and Leon, over and above the army of the north, which might be considered as tied down to its own duty of suppressing the rising in Biscay and Navarre, and incapable of sparing any help to its neighbors. When we reflect on the scale of the Russian disaster, the demand made upon the army of Spain seems very moderate. But there were two ominous doubts. Would the emperor be content with his original requisitions in men and horses from the armies of Spain? And what exactly did he mean by the phrase that the king would have to lend appui et secours to the army of the north for the destruction of the rebels beyond the Ebro? If this signified the distraction of any large body of men from the forces left opposed to Wellington, the situation would be uncomfortable. Both these doubts soon developed into sinister certainties. On receiving the emperor's original orders, King Joseph hastened to obey, though the removal of his court from Madrid to Valladolid looked to him like the abandonment of his pose as King of Spain. He ordered Soult's successor, Gazan, to evacuate La Mancha and to draw back to the neighborhood of Madrid, leaving a small detachment of light troops about Toledo. The army of the south also took over the province of Avila from the army of Portugal, and it was intended that it should soon relieve the army of the center in the province of Segovia. For Joseph had made up his mind that any help which he must give against the northern rebels should be furnished by 500 Erlon's little army, which he would stretch out from Segovia towards Burgos and the Ebro, and so take Mina and the insurgents of Navarre in the rear. Early in March, all these movements were in progress, and as we have seen in the last chapter, were beginning to be reported to Wellington, who made many deductions from them. Joseph himself transferred his headquarters to Valladolid on March 23, by which time the greater part of the other changes had been carried out. The emperor afterwards criticized his brother's delay of a whole month between the receipt of his orders to decamp and his actual arrival at Valladolid. To this, Jourdan made the reply that it was useless to move the headquarters till the drawing in of the army of the south had been completed, and that the bringing in of such outlying units as Derricau's division from the province of Cuenca and the transference of the army of the center northward took much time. Evacuations cannot be carried out at a day's notice when they involve the moving of magazines and the calling in of a civil administration. On March 12, while all the movements were in progress, another batch of orders from Paris came to hand. They contained details which upset the arrangements which the king was carrying out, for the emperor decided that the succor which was to be given to the army of the north was to be drawn from Rial's army, and not from 500 Erlons, so that a new series of countermarches would have to be carried out. And what was more ominous for the future, Napoleon had dropped once more into his old habit of sending orders directly to subordinate generals, without passing them through the headquarters of the army of Spain. For Clarke, in his dispatch of February 3, informed the king that the emperor had sent Rial directions to detach a division to Navarre at once. A disposition which cannot conflict with any orders which your majesty may give to the army of Portugal, for the common end of reducing to submission the provinces of the north. Unfortunately, this was precisely what such an order did accomplish, for Joseph had sent 500 Erlon in the direction to which he now found that Rial had simultaneously detached Barbot's division of the army of Portugal, without any knowledge that 500 Erlon had already been detailed for the job. The emperor was falling back into the practice by which he had in the preceding year ruined Marmont, the issuing of detailed orders for the movement of troops, based on information a month old, it being certain that the execution of these orders would take place an additional 3 weeks after they had been formulated. As we shall presently see, the initial successes of Wellington in his Vittoria campaign were entirely due to the position in which the army of Portugal had placed itself, in obedience to Napoleon's direct instructions. Meanwhile, Clark's dispatch of February 2nd, conveying these orders, arrived at the same moment as two others dated 10 days later, which were most unpleasant reading. The first contained an absolutely insulting message to the king from his brother. "His Imperial Majesty bids me say," wrote Clark, "with regard to the money for which you have asked in several recent letters, that all funds necessary for the armies of Spain could have been got out of the rich and fertile provinces which are being devastated by the insurgent bands. By employing the activity and vigor needed to establish order and tranquility, the resources which they still possess can be utilized. This is an additional motive for inducing your Majesty to put an end to this war in the interior, which troubles peaceful inhabitants, ruins the countryside, exhausts your armies, and deprives them of the resources which they could enjoy if these fine regions were in a peaceful state. Aragon and Navarre are today under Mina's law, and maintain this disastrous struggle with their food and money. It is time to put an end to this state of affairs." Written apparently a few hours later than the dispatch quoted above came another, setting forth the policy which was to be the ruin of the French cause in Spain 3 months later. It is composed of a series of wild miscalculations. When the headquarters of the Army of Spain should have been moved to Valladolid, it would be possible to send the whole Army of Portugal to help the Army of the North beyond the Ebro. The armies of the center and south, occupying Salamanca and Valladolid, have sufficient strength to keep the English in check while waiting on events. Madrid and even Valencia are of secondary importance. Valladolid and Salamanca have become the essential points, between which there should be distributed forces ready to take the offensive against the English and to wreck their plans. The emperor is informed that they have been reinforced in Portugal, and that they seem to have two alternative schemes, either to make a push into Spain, or to send out from the port of Lisbon an expedition of 25,000 men, partly English, partly Spanish, which is to land somewhere on the French coast, when the campaign shall have begun in Germany. To prevent them engaging in this expedition, you must always be in a position to march forward, and to threaten to overrun Portugal and take Lisbon. At the same time, you must make the communications with France safe and easy, by using the time of the English inactivity to subdue Biscay and Navarre. If the French armies in Spain remain idle, and permit the English to send expeditions against our coast, the tranquility of France will be compromised, and the ruin of our cause in Spain will infallibly follow. A supplementary letter to Jourdan of the same day recapitulates all the above points, adding that the army of Portugal must send to Clausel, now Caffarelli's successor in the north, as many troops as are needed there, but that the king at the same time must menace Portugal, so that Wellington shall not be able to detach men from his peninsular army. The fundamental error in all this is that, underrating Wellington's strength, Napoleon judged that the armies of the south and center could keep him in check. They were at this moment under 60,000 of all arms. If the army of Portugal were out of the way, they were absolutely insufficient for the task set them. As to their menacing Lisbon, Wellington would have liked nothing better than an advance by them into Portugal, where he would have outnumbered them hopelessly. The hypothesis that Wellington was about to send 0 men by sea for a landing inside the French Empire, on which Napoleon lays so much stress, seems to have been formed on erroneous information from French spies in London, who had heard the rumor that a raid on Holland or Hanover was likely, or perhaps even one aimed at La Vendée. For the royalist émigrés in England had certainly been talking of such a plan, and pressing it upon Lord Liverpool, as the dispatches of the latter to Wellington show. The emperor did not know that all such schemes would be scouted by the British commander in Spain, and that he now possessed influence enough with the cabinet to stop them. It would appear that the emperor's intelligence from England misled him in other ways. He was duly informed of the departure from Lisbon of the depleted cavalry and infantry units, about which Wellington disputed so much with the Duke of York, and the deduction drawn was that the Peninsular army was being decreased. The exaggerated impression of the losses in the Burgos retreat, which could be gathered from the Whig newspapers, led to an underrating of the strength that the British army would have in the spring. Traders from Cadiz wrote to Madrid that the friction between the Regency and Wellington was so great that it was doubtful whether the new Generalissimo would have any real control over the Spanish armies. And the sickness in both the British and the Portuguese armies, bad as it was exaggerated by spies, so wildly that the emperor was under the delusion that Wellington could not count on more than 30,000 British or 20,000 Portuguese troops in the coming campaign. It may be worthwhile to quote at this point the official view at Paris of the British Army in Portugal, though the words were written some time later, and only just before the news of Wellington's sudden advance on the Douro had come to hand. In the position in which the enemy found himself, there was no reason to fear that he would take the offensive. His remoteness, his lack of transport, his constant and timid caution in all operations out of the ordinary line, all announced that we had complete liberty to act as suited us best, without worry or inconvenience. I may add that the ill feeling between English and Spaniards, the voyage of Lord Wellington to Cadiz, the changes in his army, of which many regiments have been sent back to England, were all favorable circumstances, allowing us to carry out fearlessly every movement that the Emperor's orders might dictate. It is only necessary to observe that Wellington was not more remote from the French than they were from him, that he had excellent transport, far better than his enemies ever enjoyed, that timid caution was hardly the policy which stormed Badajoz or won Salamanca, that his rapid and triumphant offensive was just starting when the Minister of War wrote the egregious paragraph which we have just cited. Persistent undervaluing of the resources and energy of Wellington by headquarters at Paris, i.e. by the Emperor when present, by the Minister of War in his absence, was at the roots of the impending disaster. Leaving the king newly established at Valladolid, the Army of the South redistributing itself between Madrid and the Douro, the Army of the Centre turning back from its projected march to Burgos in order to reoccupy the province of Segovia, and the Army of Portugal beginning to draw off from in front of Wellington troops to be sent to the north, we must turn for a moment to explain the crisis in Navarre and Biscay, which was engrossing so much of Napoleon's attention. Section 35, Chapter 5. The Northern Insurrection. February-May 1813. It has been explained in an earlier chapter that ever since General Caffarelli concentrated all the available troops of the Army of the North, in order to join Sauhem in driving away Wellington from the siege of Burgos, the three Basque provinces, Navarre, and the coastland of Santander had been out of hand. The outward and visible sign of that fact was the intermittent stoppage of communication between Bayonne and Madrid, which had so much irritated Napoleon on his return from Russia. It was undoubtedly a just cause of anger that important dispatches should be hung up at Tolosa, or Vitoria, or Burgos, because the bands of Mina or Mendizabal or Longa were holding the defile of Salinas, the grave of so many convoy escorts, or the pass of Pancorbo. It had been calculated in 1811 that it might often require a small column of 250 men to bring an imperial courier safely through either of those perilous narrows. But in the winter of 1812-13 things had grown far worse. The insurgents of Guipuzcoa, Navarre, and Aragon, as Clark wrote to Jordan with perfect truth, have had 6 months to organize and train themselves. Their progress has been prodigious. They have formed many formidable corps, which no longer fear to face our troops when numbers are equal. They have called in the English, and receive everyday arms, munitions, and even cannon on the coast. They have actually begun to conduct regular sieges. Yet it was 3 months and more since the king had sent back Caffarelli and the field force of the Army of the North from Valladolid to restore order in the regions which had slipped out of hand during the great concentration of the French armies in November. If it be asked why the North had become so far more unquiet than it had been in previous years, the answer must be that the cause was moral and not material. It was not merely that many small places had been evacuated for a time by the French during the Burgos campaign, nor that the British fleet was throwing in arms and supplies at Castroruedas or Santander. The important thing was that for the first time since 1808, the whole people had got a glimpse of hope. The French had been driven out of Madrid. They had evacuated Biscay. Old Castile and Leon had been in the power of Wellington for several months. It was true that Madrid had been recovered, that Wellington had been forced to retreat. But it was well known that the general result of the campaign of 1812 had been to free all southern Spain, and that the French had been on the verge of ruin in the early autumn. The prestige of the imperial armies had received at Salamanca a blow from which it never recovered. Wherefore the insurgents of the North put forth during the winter of 1812-13 an energy such as they had never before displayed. And the French generals gradually discovered that they had no longer to do with mere guerrillero bands, half-armed, half-fed wanderers in the hills, recruited only from the desperate and the reckless, but with a whole people in arms. When Caffarelli returned from Burgos, he found that the Spanish authorities had re-established themselves in every town which had been left ungarrisoned, that taxes and requisitions were being levied in a regular fashion, and that new regiments were being formed and trained in Biscay and Guipuzcoa. The nominal Spanish commander in this region was Mendizábal, theoretically chief of the 7th Army, but he was an officer of little resource and no authority. The real fighting man was Longa, originally a guerrillero chief, but now gazetted a colonel in the regular army. He was a gunsmith from the Rioja, a very resolute and persistent man who had taken to the hills early and had outlived most of his rivals and colleagues, a clear instance of the survival of the fittest. His useful cooperation with Sir Home Popham in the last autumn has been mentioned above. His band, now reorganized as 4 infantry battalions, was raised from the mountaineers of the province of Santander and the region of the Upper Ebro. His usual beat lay between the sea and Burgos, and he was as frequently to be found on the Cantabrian coast as at the defile of Pancorbo, where the great Bayonne Chaussee crosses from the watershed of the Ebro to that of the Douro. His force never much exceed 0 men, but they were tough material, great marchers, and as they proved when serving under Wellington, very staunch fighters on their own ground. West of Longa's hunting grounds were those of Porlier, in the eastern Asturias. The star of the Marquesito, as he was called, had paled somewhat of late, as the reputation of Longa had increased. He had never had again such a stroke of luck as his celebrated surprise of Santander in 1811, and the long French occupation of the Asturias in the days of Bonnet had worn down his band to little over 2,000 men. At this moment he was mainly engaged, under the nominal command of Mendizábal, in keeping Santonia blockaded. To besiege it in form he had neither enough men nor a battering train, but if driven away once and again by Caffarelli, he never allowed himself to be caught, and was back again to stop the roads, the moment that the relieving column had marched off. In Biscay the leading spirit was Joragui el Pastor, another old ally of Sir Home Popham, but in addition to his band, there was now on foot a new organization of a more regular sort, 3 Biscayan and 3 Guipuzcoan battalions, who had received arms from the English cruisers. They held all the interior of the country, had fortified the old citadel of Castrovirdiales on the coast, with guns lent them from the fleet, and cooperated with Mendizábal and Longa whenever occasion offered. They had held Bilbao for a time in the autumn, but were chased out of it when Caffarelli returned from Burgos. In January, they made another attempt upon it, but were repulsed by General Rouget, in command of the garrison. Between the fields of operation of the Biscayans and Longa and that of the Navarrese insurgents, there was the line of the great Bayonne Chaussee, held by a series of French garrisons at Tolosa, Bergara, Mondragon, Vitoria, Miranda del Ebro, and the castle of Pancorbo. This line of fortified places was a sore hindrance to the Spaniards, but on many occasions they crossed it. Mina's raiding battalions from Navarre were frequently seen in the Basque provinces, and they had made communication between one garrison and another so dangerous that the post commanders often refused to risk men on escorts between one place and the next, and had long ceased to attempt requisitions on the countryside. They were fed by convoys pushed up the high road, with heavy forces to guard them, at infrequent intervals. In Navarre, as has been already explained, Mina held the whole countryside, and had set up an orderly form of government. He had at the most 8,000 or 9,000 men, but they spread everywhere, sometimes operating in one column, sometimes in many, seldom to be caught when sought after, and capable of turning on any rash pursuing force and overwhelming it if its strength was seen to be oversmall. Mina's sphere of action extended far into Aragon as far as Huesca, so that he was as much a plague to Paris, the governor of Saragossa, as to Thuvenot, governor of Vitoria, or Abbé, governor of Pampeluna. His strategical purpose, if we may ascribe such a thing to one who was, after all, but a guerrillero of special talent and energy, was to break the line of communication down the Ebro from Miranda to Saragossa, the route by which the king and the army of the north kept up their touch with such its troops in Aragon. It was a tempting objective, since all down the river there were French garrisons at short distances in Haro, Logroño, Viana, Calahorra, Milagro, Tudela, and other places, none of them very large, and each capable of being isolated and attacked for some days before the governor of Navarre could come to its aid with a strong relieving column. And there were other garrisons, such as those at Tafalla and Huesca, covering outlying road centers, which were far from succor and liable to surprise attacks at any moment. Nor was Mina destitute of the power to call in help for one of his greater raids. He sometimes shifted towards the coast and got in touch with the Guipuscoans and Biscayans, while he had also communication with Duran, south of the Ebro. This officer, who was theoretically a division commander in the Valencian army, was really the leader of a band of 4,000 or 5,000 irregulars, who hung about the mountains of Soria and kept the roads from Madrid to Saragossa and the Ebro blocked. And Duran was again in touch with the Empecinado, whose beat lay on the east side of New Castile, and whose main object was to molest the French garrisons of Guadalajara, Segovia, and Alcalá. Temporary combinations of formidable strength could be made when several of these irregular forces joined for a common raid. But the chiefs generally worked apart, each disliking to move very far from his own district, where he was acquainted with the roads and the inhabitants. For in a country of chaotic sierras, like northern Spain, local knowledge was all-important. To be aware of exactly what paths and passes were practicable in January snow, or what torrents were fordable in March rain, was the advantage which the guerrillero had over his enemy. It is probable that in March or April, the total force of all the insurgent bands was no greater than that of the French garrisons and movable columns with which they had to contend. But the Army of the North was forced to tie down the larger half of its strength to holding strategical points and long lines of communication, while the guerrilleros could evacuate one whole region for weeks at a time in order to mass in another. They could be unexpectedly strong in one district, yet lose nothing by temporary abandonment of another. They were admirably served for intelligence, since the whole population was by goodwill or by fear at their service. The French could only depend on afrancesados for information, and these were timid and few. They grew fewer as Mina gradually discovered and hanged traitors. When the French columns had gone by, it was easily to be guessed who had guided them or given them news, and such people perished or had to migrate to the nearest garrison. But local knowledge was the real strength of the guerrilleros. A French column commander, guiding his steps from the abominable maps of Lopez, the atlas which was universally used for want of a better, was always finding his enemy escape by a path unindicated on the map, or appear in his rear over some unknown crossroad, which could not have been suspected to exist. Hence the local Spanish trader was absolutely necessary as a guide, and often he could not be found, treachery having been discovered to be a path that led inevitably to the gallows. The Army of the North had acquired, from old and painful experience of countermarches, some general knowledge of the crossroads between the Ebro and the Pyrenees. But when troops from a distance, sections of the Bayonne Reserve, or reinforcements from the Army of Portugal, were turned on to the game of guerrillero hunting, they found themselves very helpless. As a rule, the most promising march ended in finding the lair still warm, but the quarry invisible. Napoleon and his mouthpiece, the war minister Clark, refused to the end, as Marshal Marmont remarked, to see that the War of Spain was unlike any other war that the French armies had waged since 1792. The nearest parallels to it were the fighting in Switzerland in 1798 and against Hofer's Tyrolese in 1809. But both of these earlier insurrectionary wars had been fought on a very limited area, against an enemy of no great numerical strength, practically unhelped from without. In Spain the distances were very great. The mountains, if less high than the Alps, were almost as tiresome, for in the Alps there were vast tracts completely inaccessible to both sides, but the Sierras, if rugged, are less lofty and better furnished with goat tracks and smugglers by ways, where the heavily laden infantryman cannot follow the evasive mountaineer. Moreover, the English cruisers continued to drop in the arms and munitions, without which the insurgents could not have kept the field. There can be no doubt that Napoleon undervalued the power of the Spanish guerrilleros, just as he undervalued the resources and the enterprise of Wellington. From the first moment of his return from Russia, he had continued to impress on Joseph and Jourdan the necessity for pacifying the North, before the season for regular campaigning should have arrived, and Wellington should have taken the field. But his theory that the winter was the best time for dealing with the bands was rather specious than correct. For although the short days, the snow in the passes, and the swollen torrents were, no doubt, great hindrances to that freedom of movement which was the main strength of the guerrilleros, they were even greater hindrances to combined operations by bodies of regular troops. Rapid marches are impossible off the high roads in northern Spain during the midwinter months, and it was only by combined operations and the use of large forces that the insurgents could be dealt with. Indeed, the country roads were practically impassable for any regular troops in many regions. What officer would risk detachments in upland valleys that might be found to be blocked with snow, or cut off from their usual communication by furious streams that had overflowed the roads and made fords impracticable? Winter marches in unexplored hills are the most deadly expedients. All the weekly soldiers fall by the way. Had not Drouet lost 150 men in passing the Guadarrama during the early days of December, and the Guadarrama was crossed by one of the few great royal roads of Spain? What would be the losses of columns sent out on crossroads and caught in blizzards, or in those weeks of continuous rain, which are not uncommon in the Sub-Pyrenean region? The emperor's view was that Caffarelli had failed in his task from want of resourcefulness. He was always trying to parry blows rather than to strike himself. He allowed the insurgents to take the initiative, and when they had executed some tiresome raid, would set out in a pursuit which was seldom useful, since they naturally outran him. He was always marching to deliver or revictual some threatened garrison, anywhere between Santonia and Pampeluna, instead of setting himself to destroy the main agglomeration of hostile forces. Now Caffarelli, it is true, was no great general, and may have been on occasion wanting in vigor. But the best reply to the criticism of him sent from Paris is to observe that his successor, Clausel, universally acknowledged to be the most active officer in Spain, failed in exactly the same way as his predecessor, even when he had been lent 20,000 veteran troops to aid him in his task. Napoleon wanted a great general movement pour Ballier tout le Nord. He granted that Caffarelli had not enough troops both to furnish garrisons for every important point and to hunt down the guerrilleros with a large field force. Therefore he ordered Reille to furnish Caffarelli's successor with every man that he asked for. If necessary, the whole army of Portugal might be requisitioned, since those of the south and centre would be enough to keep Wellington in check. The letter of instructions which Clarke was directed to give to Clausel, when the latter took up his appointment, explains the emperor's views. By a continual taking of the offensive it ought to be possible to reach a prompt and happy result. The moment that the reinforcements to be furnished by General Reille arrive, and possibly they have already put themselves at your disposition, in Navarre and Biscay, I am convinced that your usual activity will change the face of affairs. Rapid pursuits, well directed, and above all properly adapted to the topographical configuration of the district, raids made without warning on the insurgents, depots of provisions, their hospitals, their stores of arms, and in general on all their magazines, will infallibly carry confusion into their operations. After you have had some successful engagements with them, it will only require politic measures to complete their disorganization. When you have scattered their juntas, all the young men they have enrolled by compulsion will melt home. If you leave them no rest, and surprise them in their remotest places of refuge, the matter should end by their going wholly to pieces. As to the keeping open your communication with France, one particular device, to whose utility all the generals who have served in that region bear witness, is to establish at regular distances and in well-chosen positions, especially where roads meet, small, palisaded forts or blockhouses, which will form a chain of posts and support each other. Owing to the wooded nature of the country, they will not cost much to build. The estimate for such a system of blockhouses has been calculated to me at no more than 300,000 francs. Santonia and Pampeluna must be held, the latter because its capture is Mina's main ambition, the former because it is a terror to the English, who recently tried to have it besieged. General Caffarelli had to lead an expedition to relieve it. Pampeluna is the more important for the moment. When a division of the army of Portugal reaches Navarre, you ought to be able to make Mina change his tone. Santonia can wait. It may be reprovisioned by sea from the small ports of Biscay. As General Caffarelli has inconsiderately evacuated most of them, you should reoccupy them all, especially Bermeo and Castrovirdiales. The latter is said to have been fortified with the help of the English. For the sake of the safety of Santonia, all these places must be retaken at once. From the mouth of the Bidasoa to Santander, every maritime position should be in French hands. Santander especially is, by the Emperor's express orders, to be permanently occupied by an adequate garrison. It is necessary that all these operations should be carried out simultaneously. The pursuit of Mina in Navarre should synchronize with the operations in Biscay. The insurgents should be hunted in the inland, at the same time that they are attacked on the coast. This is the only way to disorganize them, to make them weak and divided at all points. It seems preferable to use every available man for a general simultaneous attack than to undertake each necessary operation in succession, with a smaller force and more leisure. All the more so because the reinforcements, which are to cooperate in your scheme, may be called elsewhere by some unforeseen development of affairs. Clausel, in obedience to his instructions, tried to carry out the whole of this scheme, and had small luck therewith. He built the chain of blockhouses from Uran to Burgos, thereby tying up many battalions to sedentary duty. He hunted Mina right and left, drove the insurrectionary junta of Biscay from its abode, occupied all the little ports from Santander to San Sebastian, stormed the well-fortified Castro Urdiales, revictualled Pampeluna and Santonia, and at the end of 3 months had to report that his task was unfinished, that the insurrection was still unsubdued, and that although he had borrowed 0 infantry from the army of Portugal, he must ask for another 20,000 men where were they to be got, in order to finish the campaign. And by this time, the end of May, Wellington was loose, and the king was falling back on the Ebro, vainly calling for the 5 divisions that his brother had made over to the Army of the North. But we must resume the chronicle of the northern campaign, before commenting on its inadequate and unhappy conclusion. The operations may be said to have begun in January, when Palambini's Italian division marched from Old Castile to join the Army of the North, in order to replace Dumoustier's brigade of the Young Guard, which was being recalled to France. After crossing the Guadarrama Pass in a blizzard, which cost some lives, they got to Burgos on the 28th, driving away the cura Marino and his band, who had been blocking the road from Valladolid. From Burgos, Palambini marched to Vitoria, escorting a convoy of drafts returning to France, couriers, officials, and convalescents. There he heard that Longa and Mendizábal had cut in behind him and had again stopped communications. Wherefore he turned back and swept the Bureba, where they were reported to be. Not finding them, he marched as far as Poza de la Salle, not far from Briviesa, but some leagues off the Great Chaussee. In this town his headquarters were fixed, while the bulk of his division was sent out in flying columns to collect food. He had only 500 men with him, when on the night of February 10-11, he found himself surrounded by 3 Spanish columns, which had slipped through the intervals of the outlying Italian regiments, and ran in on the town from different quarters. The surprise, contrived by Longa, was complete, but Palambini, collecting his men in a clump, held out till daylight, when his battalions came flocking into the sound of the musketry and relieved him. The Spaniards disappeared, taking with them some baggage and prisoners captured in the first rush, and were soon lost to sight in the mountains. The Italians, lucky to have escaped so cheaply, marched back to the Ebro by way of Domingo Calzada, where there was a French garrison in imminent danger of starvation, as it had long been blockaded by local bands. Palambini took it on with him, and blew up the castle, as the place was inconveniently remote from any other French post. He then returned to Vitoria by way of Haro, February 18, and next pushed on to Bilbao, where he relieved Dumoustier's brigade of the Imperial Guard, which was at last able to obey the Emperor's order to return to France, February 21. Caffarelli used this force as his escort back to Bayonne, and returned in some disgrace to Paris. Clausel assumed command in his stead on the next day. Pampeluna had been declared by the new commander's letter of instructions to be the place of which he should be most careful. But seeing no chance of visiting and relieving it till his reinforcements from the army of Portugal should have come up, Clausel, while waiting for their arrival, came to Bilbao, where he began to make preparations for the siege of Castro Urdiales, by far the most important, for the moment, of the ports along the coast which the emperor had commended to him for destruction. Meanwhile the Biscayan insurgents collected opposite Bilbao, on the eastern side, and Mendizábal brought up Longa's troops and some of the smaller bands to threaten it from the west. The idea was to give Clausel so much trouble about his headquarters that he would be unable to march away against Castro. The days slipped by, and farther east Mina was more active than ever in Navarre. He had at last become the happy possessor of 2 siege guns, landed at Debat on the Biscay coast, and dragged by incredible exertions across mountain paths to the farthest inland. When they came to hand, he set to work to beleaguer the French garrison of Tafalla, an outlying place, but less than 30 miles from Pampeluna. This was a challenge to General Abbé, the governor of Navarre. A force which has dug trenches and brought up heavy guns is obviously asking for a fight, and not intending to abscond. Abbé marched with 3,000 infantry and chasseurs to raise the siege, and found Mina with 4 of his battalions and his regiment of cavalry drawn up across the high road, in a mountain position at Taibas, 10 miles north of Tafella. After a hard day's fighting, Abe failed to break through, and had to fall back on Pampeluna February 9. The news of his repulse disheartened the garrison, whose walls were crumbling under the fire of Mina's heavy guns, and they surrendered on February 11 to the number of 11 officers and men. The post commander and many others had been killed during the siege. This success of Mina's meant nothing less than that the whole open country of Navarre was at his mercy, since Abe had been beaten in the field, wherefore Clausel hastened to dispatch the first reinforcements from the army of Portugal, which reached him, Barbot's division, to this quarter. But the affair created less excitement than an exploit of reckless courage, carried out by one of Mina's detachments in the following month. The old castle of Fuenterrabia commands the passage of the Bidasoa and looks across its estuary into France. On March 11 it was surprised by escalade by a handful of guerrilleros, the garrison taken prisoner, the guns thrown into the water, and the whole building destroyed by fire. The flames were visible far into France. Troops hurried up from Uran and Hende, but of course found the guerrilleros gone. This exploit was rather spectacular than harmful to the French. Quite otherwise was the last event of the month of March. Barbot's division, on entering Navarre, was directed to help Abe to clear the country between Pampeluna and the Ebro. Having reached Ladosa on March 30, Barbot sent out 2 battalions to raise requisitions in the neighboring town of Laren. The place was being sacked, when the scattered French were suddenly attacked by 2 of Mina's battalions, while 2 more in Navarre's lancers cut in between the enemy and Ladosa. The French, thoroughly surprised, lost heavily in the first shock, but rallied and started to cut their way back to their division, only 8 miles away. In a running fight they were much mauled, and finally had to form square to receive the cavalry. In this inconvenient formation they were forced to a long musketry fight with the Navarrese, which so shook the square that it finally broke when Mina's lancers charged. The 2 battalions were annihilated, 28 officers and men taken prisoners, the rest cut down. Gaudin, the colonel commanding the detachment, escaped with a few mounted officers. The extraordinary part of the affair was that its last crisis took place at only 2 miles from Ladosa, where Barbot was lying with his remaining 6 battalions. The French general never stirred, but only put himself in a posture of defense, thereby provoking Mina's surprise, for he could have saved the column by going out to its help. After the disaster, he retired to Pampeluna, with a division reduced to little over 3,000 men. But not long after Taupin's division of the Army of Portugal also entered Navarre and joined Abe. This gave the latter a very heavy force, at least 13,000 men, and when Clausel had finished his own operations in the direction of Bilbao, and marched from Biscay to encircle Mina on one side, while Abe was to hold him on the other, the great guerrillero was in grave danger. But this was only in late April and May, and before the chronicle of these weeks is reached, we have to turn back westward for a space. Napoleon's orders had told Clausel to attack at all points at once, and to lose no time in setting to work. But it was quite clear that no general synchronized move could be made, until the divisions borrowed from Ryle had all arrived. What active operations meant, before the reinforcements had come up, had been sufficiently proved by Abe's defeat at Taibas, and Clausel's own doings in March were equally discouraging, if not so disastrous. He had resolved to carry out one of the Emperor's urgent orders by capturing Castro Urdiales, the touching place of British cruisers, and the one fortified port which the Allies possessed on the Biscay coast. Undervaluing its strength, he marched out on March 21 with the bulk of Palombini's Italian division and a single French battalion, intending to take it by escalade. For he had been told that its ancient walls had been indifferently repaired and were almost without guns. When, however, he had reached the neighborhood of Castro on the 22nd, he had to own on inspection that the enterprise would be hopeless. His commanding engineer, the historian Vacani, maintained that it would take 6,000 men and a siege train of at least 6 heavy guns to deal with the place. And as subsequent events showed, this was quite true. Castro is built on a rocky spit projecting into the sea, with a stout wall feet high drawn across the isthmus which joins the headland to the coast. The narrow front of this wall from water to water had been well repaired. There were some 20 guns mounted, and an old castle on the extreme seaward point of the spit served as a citadel or inner fortification. Mendizábal and his lieutenant, Campillo, had come down from the interior with 3,000 or 4,000 men, and were visible on the flank, ready to fall upon the Italian column if it should approach the town, through the labyrinth of vineyards and stone fences which covered its outskirts. Clausel, always venturesome, was inclined at first to go on with his enterprise, when news reached him that Bilbao, which he had left rather weakly garrisoned, was threatened by the guerrillero Jorigui and the battalions of the volunteers of Biscay and Guipuzcoa. He returned hastily to his headquarters with his French battalion, but found that the danger had been exaggerated for the moment, so sent out General Rouget with 2 battalions to join Palombini, who had meanwhile on the 24th fought a severe action with Mendizábal. The Spaniard had tried to surround him in his camp at San Pello, with several outflanking columns. The Italian sallied out and drove him off with loss, but suffered himself no less. Clausel, on reaching the front, came to the conclusion that Castro must not be attacked without heavy guns and a larger field force. He directed Palombini to burn the ladders, fascines, and sea, prepared for the assault, and to go off instead to raise the blockade of Santoña, while he himself returned to Bilbao. The Italian division therefore marched westward on Colanders, on the other side of the bay on which Santoña stands, thrusting aside the Spanish blockading forces, and communicated with the governor, General Weymouth. A supply of small arms and ammunition, money and food was thrown into the place. On the other hand, Weymouth was ordered to get 6 heavy guns on shipboard, and to be prepared to run them down the coast, when next a French force should appear in front of Castruerdiales, along with a provision of round shot, shells, and entrenching tools. Weymouth got the siege material ready, but was not asked for it till another full month had gone by, for Clausel had other business pressed upon him. Palombini thereupon turned back, and regained Bilbao in 3 forced marches, unmolested by the Spaniards, for they had gone off in the direction of Baumesta, not expecting him to return so quickly. He had only been in Bilbao for 2 days when Clausel sent him out again, eastward this time and not westward, with 2 of his regiments, for a surprise attack on Guernica, the headquarters of the Biscayan insurgents and the seat of their junta. A French column of 2 battalions of the 40th Line from Durango was to cooperate and to assail the enemy in the rear. This expedition was quite in consonance with Napoleon's orders to strike at the enemy's central depots in front and rear by unexpected raids. But it also showed the difficulty of carrying out such plans. Palombini reached Guernica, driving before him bands which gave way, but were always growing stronger. Behind Guernica they made a stand. The French flanking column failed to appear, having found troubles of its own, and Palombini was repulsed and forced to cut his way back out of the hills. He reported his loss as only 80 men, but it was probably somewhat more apra. Having picked up the stray French column and replenished his ammunition from Bilbao, Palombini, with a laudable perseverance, attacked the Guernica position again on Apra, and this time forced it. Thence pushing east, he tried to drive the enemy before him along the coast road, on which, in the neighborhood of Saint Sebastian, a brigade from the Bayonne Reserve had been set to block their flight. But the Biscayans and El Pastor evaded him and slipped south into the hills. The Guipuzcoan battalions, instinctively falling back on their own province, were in more danger. But warned in time that the coast road was stopped, some of them took refuge in the boats of English warships at Lequidio and Motrico, and were shipped off to Castruerdiales in safety, while others simply dispersed. No prisoners were taken, but Palombini captured the petty magazines of the Guipuzcoans at Aspicia and Ascocia, and thinking that the insurrection was scotched, returned to the Bayonne chaussee at Bergara, Apra. So far was this from ending the campaign, that while Palombini was devastating Guipuzcoa, the Biscayans and El Pastor had concerted a new attack on Bilbao with Longa and Mendizábal, who had been left with no containing force in front of them when the enemy had retired from before Castruerdiales. Clausel had gone off from Bilbao on March 30, with a large escort, to join at Vitoria the newly arrived divisions of the Army of Portugal, those of Toppin and Foy, and was set on organizing a new attack on Mina. In the absence of both the commander-in-chief and of Palombini, Bilbao was very weakly garrisoned. Not more than 2,000 men were left to General Rouge to defend a rather extensive system of outworks. On Apeth, the Spaniards attacked him on both sides of the Nervion River, and would probably have broken into Bilbao, but for the incapacity of Mendizábal, whose main body did not come up in time to assist the attack of the Biscayans on the other bank of the river. Rouget was still holding out when Palombini came to his rescue from Bergara via Durango, in 2 forced marches. The Spaniards thereupon dispersed, after their usual fashion, Mendizábal disappearing to the east, the Biscayans falling back on their old headquarters at Guernica. Palombini was strong at the moment, having been joined by the brigade from Bayonne, under General Osinac, which had been blocking the coast road. He therefore tried to surround the Biscayans with converging columns, but when he thought that he had cut them off from the inland and was about to drive them into the water, the bulk of them were picked up at Bermeo by English cruisers and landed farther down the coast. Only some baggage and a store of munitions fell into the pursuers' hands apra. On this, Palombini, convinced, says his admiring chronicler Vacani, of the uselessness of trying to envelop or destroy local bands among mountains which they knew too well, when he could only dispose of columns of a few battalions for the pursuit, resolved to halt at Bilbao and prepare for the siege of Castro. He put the brigade from Bayonne in charge of the high road to San Sebastian and waited for the arrival of Foy from Vitoria, for he had been informed that this general, with his division of the army of Portugal, was to be detailed to help him in the subjection of Biscay. Meanwhile, April was half over. The insurgents had been often hunted but never caught, and Wellington might be expected to be on the move any morning. It was strange that he had not been heard of already. Leaving Biscay to Palombini and Foy, Clausel had collected at Vitoria one of his own divisions, hitherto scattered in small detachments, but relieved by the reinforcements sent him from the army of Portugal. For beside the 4 divisions lent for active service, he had taken over the whole province of Burgos, to which Riel had sent the division of Lamartiniere. With his own newly collected division, under Vandermeissen and Toppen, S of the army of Portugal, Clausel set out for Navarre on Apeth, to combine his operations with those of Abbé and to hunt down Mina. As he had already sent forward to the governor of Navarre the division of Barbat, there was now a field force of 20,000 men available for the chase, without taking into consideration the troops tied down in garrisons. This was more than double the strength that Mina could command, and the next month was one of severe trial for the great guerrillero. Clausel's first idea was to catch Mina by a sweeping movement of all his 4 divisions, which he collected at Puente la Reina in the valley of the Arga, Apra. Mina answered this move by dispersion, and his battalions escaped through intervals in the cordon with no great loss, and cut up more than once small detachments of their pursuers. Clausel, perceiving that this system was useless, then tried another, one of those recommended by the emperor in his letter of instruction of March 9, viz. A resolute stroke at the enemy's magazines and depots. Mina kept his hospitals, some rough munition factories which he had set up, and his store of provisions, in the remote Pyrenean valley of Roncal, where Navarre and Aragon meet. It was most inaccessible and far from any high road. Nevertheless, Clausel marched upon it with the divisions of Abbé, Vandermeissen, and Barbat, leaving Toppen alone at Estella to contain western Navarre. He calculated that Mina would be forced to concentrate and fight, in order to save his stores and arsenal, and that so he might be destroyed. He was partly correct in his hypothesis, but only partly. Mina left 4 of his battalions in western Navarre, in the valleys of the Aimscoas, to worry Toppen, and hurried with the remaining 5 to cover the Roncal. There was heavy fighting in the passes leading to it on May 12, which ended in the Navarrese being beaten and dispersed with the loss of 1,000 men. Clausel captured and destroyed the factories and magazines, and made prisoners of the sick in the hospitals, whom he treated with unexpected humanity. Some of the broken battalions fled south by Sangsa into Lower Navarre, others eastward into Aragon. Among these last was Mina himself with a small party of cavalry. He tried to fetch a compass round the pursuing French and to return to his own country, but he was twice headed off, and finally forced to fly far into eastern Aragon as far as Barbastro. This region was practically open to him for flight, for the French garrison of Saragossa was too weak to cover the whole country, or to stop possible bolt holes. Mina was therefore able to rally part of his men there, and called in the help of scattered partidas. Clausel swept all northwestern Aragon with his 3 divisions, making arrests and destroying villages which had harbored the insurgents. But he did not wish to pursue Mina to the borders of Catalonia, where he would have been quite out of his own beat, and inconveniently remote from Pampeluna and Vitoria. But meanwhile the division which he had left under Toppen in Navarre was having much trouble with Mina's 4 battalions in the Aimscoas, and parties drifting back from the route in the Roncal vexed the northern bank of the Ebro, while Longa and Mendizabal, abandoning their old positions in front of Bilbao, had descended on to the Bayonne chaussee and executed many raids upon it, from the pass of Salinas above Vitoria as far as the Ebro, Apremay 10. The communications between Bayonne and Burgos were once more cut, and the situation grew so bad that Lamartiniere's division of the Army of Portugal had to be moved eastward to clear the road from Burgos to Miranda, Serrats to do the same between Miranda and Bilbao, while Maucune detached a brigade to relieve Lamartiniere at Burgos. Of the whole Army of Portugal, there was left on May 20th only one single infantry brigade at Palencia, which was still at Riel's disposition. 5.5 divisions had been lent to Clausel and were dispersed in the north, and Wellington was now just about to move. The worst thing of all for the French cause was that the communications of the north were as bad in May as they had been in January. After Clausel had taken off the main field army to the Roncal and had led it from thence far into Aragon, the roads behind him were absolutely useless. Only on the line Bayonne-Vitoria, where the new blockhouses were beginning to arise, was any regular passing to and fro possible. Clausel himself was absolutely lost to sight. So far as King Joseph was concerned, it took a fortnight or 20 days to get a dispatch through to him. Meanwhile, before turning to the great campaign of Wellington on the Douro, it is necessary to dispose of the chronicle of affairs in Biscay. Foy and his division, as we have seen, had marched from Vitoria to Bilbao and reached the latter place on Apist. On the way they had nearly caught Mendizábal at Organya, where he chanced to be present with a guard of only 200 men. But warned just in time, he had the luck to escape, and went back to pick up his subordinates Longa and Campillo nearer the coast. Soon after Foy's arrival at Bilbao, he was joined by Serrat's division of the Army of Portugal, which had followed him from Vitoria. He had therefore, counting Palambina's Italians, the brigade of Osinac, and the regular garrison of Bilbao, at least 16,000 men, ample for the task that Clausel had commended to him, the capture of Castro Urdiales with its patched-up medieval wall. The only thing presenting any difficulty was getting a siege train to this remote headland. Weymouth, the governor of Santonia, as it will be remembered, had been ordered to provide one, and there were 4 heavy guns in Bilbao. The roads on both sides, however, were impracticable, and the artillery had to come by water, running the chance of falling in with British cruisers. On Apith Foy marched out of Bilbao with his own, Serrat's and Palambina's divisions, more than 11,000 men, leaving Osinac on the Deba to guard the road from San Sebastian, and Rouget in garrison as usual. On the same evening, he reached the environs of Castro and left Palambini there to shut in the place, while he went on himself to look for Mendizábal, who was known to be watching affairs from the hills, and to be blocking the road to Santonia, as he had so often done before. Foy then moved on to Cerdigo, where he established his headquarters for the siege, on a strong position between the sea and the river Agara. Mendizábal was reputed to be holding the line of the Asan, 10 miles farther on, but in weak force. He had only the partidas of Campillo and Herrero with him, Longa being absent in the direction of Vitoria. On the 29th Foy drove off these bands at Ampiro, and communicated with Santonia, into which he introduced a drove of 500 oxen and other victuals. The governor Weymouth was ordered to ship the siege train that he had collected to Islers, under the camp at Cerdigo, on the first day when he should find the bay clear, for 3 English sloops, the Lyra, Royalist, and Sparrow, under Captain Bloy, were lying off Castro and watching the coast. Foy then established Serrat's division to cover the siege at Trucios, and sent 2 Italian battalions to Portugalete to guard the road to Bilbao, keeping his own division and the 3 other Italian battalions for the actual trench work. The heavy guns were the difficulty. Those expected from Bilbao were stopped at the mouth of the Nervion by the English squadron, which was watching for them. But in the absence of the sloops on this quest, the governor of Santonia succeeded in running his convoy across the bay on May 4th. The guns from Bilbao were afterwards brought up by land, with much toil. Foy then commenced 3 batteries on the high slopes which dominate the town. 2 were completed on the 6th, despite much long-distance fire from the British ships, and from a heavy gun, which Captain Bloy had mounted on the rocky islet of Santa Ana outside the harbor. On the 7th fire was begun from 2 batteries against the medieval curtain wall, but was ineffective. 1 battery was silenced by the British. On the 10th, however, the 3rd battery, much closer in, was ready, and opened with devastating results on the 11th, 2 hours, fire making a breach 30 feet wide and destroying a large convent behind it. The governor, Pedro Alvarez, one of Longa's colonels, had a garrison of no more than 1,000 men, all like himself from Longa's regiments of Iberia. He made a resolute defense, kept up a continuous counterfire, and prepared to hold the breach. But it was obvious that the old wall was no protection from modern artillery, and that Foy could blow down as much of it as he pleased at leisure. On the afternoon of the 11th, part of the civil population went on board the British ships. The governor made preparations for holding the castle, on the seaside of the town projecting into the water, as a last stronghold. But it was only protected by the steepness of the rock on which it stood. Its walls were ruined and worthless. Late in the day the British took off the heavy gun which they had placed on the islet. It could not have been removed after the town had fallen, and the fall was clearly inevitable. Foy, seeing the curtain wall continuing to crumble, and a 60-foot breach established, resolved to storm that night, and sent in at 723 columns composed of 8 French and 8 Italian flank companies for the assault, the former to the breach, the latter to try to escalade a low angle near the Bilbao Gate. Both attacks succeeded, despite a heavy but ill-aimed fire from the defenders, and the Spaniards were driven through the town and into the castle, where they maintained themselves. Alvarez had made preparations for evacuation. While 2 companies held the steep steps which were the only way up to the castle, the rest of the garrison embarked at its back on the boats of the British squadron. Some were killed in the water by the French fire, some drowned, but the large majority got off. By 3 in the morning there were only 100 men left in the castle. Alvarez had detailed them to throw the guns into the sea and to fire the magazines, both of which duties they accomplished before the early dawn. When, by means of ladders, the French made their way into an embrasure of the defenses, some of this desperate band were killed. But it is surprising to hear that most of them got away by boat from the small jetty at the back of the castle. They probably owed their escape to the fact that the stormers had spent the night in riotous atrocities vying with those of Badajoz on a small scale. Instead of finishing off their job by taking the castle, they had spent the night in rape and plunder in the town. The Spaniards declared that the total loss of their garrison was only 100 men, and the statement is borne out by the dispatch of Captain Bloy of the Lyra. Foy wrote to Clausel that the whole business had only cost him 50 men. The 2 statements seem equally improbable, for the siege had lasted for 6 days of open trenches, and both sides had fought with great resolution. But the really important thing to note about this little affair is that it absorbed 3 French divisions for 16 days in the most critical month of 1813. 11,000 men were tied down in a remote corner of Biscay before a patched-up medieval wall, while Longa was running riot in Alava and breaking the line of communication with France. And what is more important, while Wellington's columns were silently gliding into place for the great stroke on the Douro, Colonel Alvarez could boast that his 1,000 men had served a very useful and honorable end during the great campaign. He and they were landed by Captain Bloy at Bermeo and went off over the hills to join Longa. The majority of them must have been present at the Battle of Vitoria, some 6 weeks after their escape by sea. Having discharged the first duty set him by Clausel, Foy left the Italians at Castro to guard the coast and keep up communications with Santonia. He sent Serrat southward to hunt for Longa by way of Organia, but the Spaniard crossed the Ebro and moved into the province of Burgos, evading pursuit. Then, finding that Lamartiniere's division was guarding the great road in this direction, he turned off northwestward and escaped by Espinosa to the mountains of Santander. Serrat, having lost him, turned back to Biscay. Meanwhile Foy himself, after retiring to Bilbao to give a few days of rest to his division, started out again on May 27 for a circular tour in Biscay. His object was to destroy the 3 Biscayan volunteer battalions which had given his predecessor so much trouble. 2 he dispersed, but could not destroy, and they ultimately got together again in somewhat diminished numbers. The 3rd was more unlucky. Caught between 3 converging columns near Lequidio, it was driven against the seashore and nearly annihilated. 360 men were taken, 200 killed. Only 2 companies got off into the hills, May 30th. But to achieve this result Foy had collected 3 brigades, 5,000 men, who would have been better employed that day on the Esla, for Wellington was crossing that river at the moment, and where were the infantry of the army of Portugal, who should have stood in his way? So while the British army was streaming by tens of thousands into the undefended plains of Leon, Foy and Serrat were guerrillero hunting in Biscay, and Taupin and Barbat had just failed in the great chase after Mina in Aragon and Navarre. Such were the results of the Emperor's orders for the pacification of the north. Map of the Battle of Castile. Enlarged Battle of Castilla Apre 1813. Section 35, Chapter 6. An episode on the East Coast. Castilla Apre. During the winter months, from November to February, affairs had been quiet on the Mediterranean side of the peninsula. The transient sojourn of the armies of Soult and King Joseph in the Kingdom of Valencia, which had so much troubled the mind of General Maitland, had lasted no more than a few weeks. After they had marched off to retake Madrid, no traces remained of them in the end of October, save the mass of sick, convalescents, and Spanish refugees which they had left behind, guests most undesired in charge of Suchet. There was no longer any fear of a siege of Alicante, or of the expulsion of the Anglo-Sicilian Expeditionary Corps from Spain. When the shadow of this fear had passed, the Allied forces resumed something like their old position. The Anglo-Sicilians had passed under many commanders since the autumn. Maitland had resigned owing to ill health before October 1st. He was succeeded for 6 weeks by John Mackenzie, the senior major general at Alicante, who was superseded about November 20th by William Clinton, brother of Henry Clinton of the 6th Division. But Clinton was only in charge of the expeditionary force for 12 days, being outranked by James Campbell, Adjutant General of the Army of Sicily, who turned up with a large body of reinforcements on December 2nd. Campbell, however, only bore rule at Alicante for a period of 3 months, giving place to Sir John Murray on February 25th. It was therefore on the last-named officer that the stress of cooperating with Wellington in the campaign of 1813 was to fall. The unlucky man was quite unequal to the position, being singularly infirm of purpose and liable to lose his head at critical moments, as he had shown at Oporto on May 12, 1809. It is surprising that Wellington, knowing his record, should have acquiesced in the appointment. Perhaps he thought that here at least was a general who would take no risks and have no dangerous inspirations of initiative. The strength of the Alicante army had risen by January 1813 to something like 14,000 men, but it remained, as it had been from the first, a most heterogeneous force, consisting in the early spring of 1813 of 6 British, 3 German, and 2 foreign battalions belonging to the regular forces of the Crown, with 4 Italian units of various sorts. The cavalry consisted of 1 British and 1 Sicilian regiment and an odd squadron of foreign hussars. The artillery was partly British, partly Sicilian, and partly Portuguese. In addition to these troops, the commander at Alicante had complete control over General Whittingham's Majorcan division, a Spanish corps which had been reorganized in the Balearic Islands by that officer, and which had been clothed, armed, and paid from the British subsidy. It consisted of 6 infantry battalions and 2 weak cavalry regiments, and was in the spring about 4,500 strong. They were rightly esteemed the best Spanish troops on the Eastern Front, and justified their reputation in the subsequent campaign. There was a second Spanish division in the neighborhood, that of General Roch, which, like Whittingham's, had been taken on to the British subsidy and reclothed and rearmed. But this unit was not reckoned part of the Alicante force, but belonged theoretically to Leo's Mercian army, in which it was numbered as the 4th Division. It counted only 5 battalions, and was at this time not more than 3,500 strong. But though it was registered as part of the Army of Murcia, it often acted with Murray's Anglo-Sicilian troops, being cantoned alongside of them in the Alicante region. When Wellington became generalissimo of the Spanish armies, he not infrequently gave orders to Roch to join Murray rather than Leo, apparently conceiving that the fact that the division lived on the British subsidy had placed it on a somewhat different footing from the rest of the Mercians. If we count Whittingham and Roch as attached to the expeditionary army at Alicante, the strength of that heterogeneous host would have been rather over 21,000 men, a total perceptibly greater than Suchet's field force encamped over against it on the Zúcar. And in addition there lay close behind, within the borders of the Kingdom of Murcia, Leo and his second army, which, even after deducting Roch's division, was a considerable accumulation of troops. But the Mercian army's record was more unhappy than that of any other Spanish unit, and it had been dashed to pieces once more in the preceding July, at the discreditable Battle of Castilla. Though it nominally count 0 men in its 6 divisions, only 3 of them were available, for 2 were really no more than the old guerrillero bands of the Empecinado and Duran, who hung about in southern Aragon and shifted for themselves. They were both remote and disorganized. Since Roch's division was also often out of Leo's control, he really had no more than 13,000 infantry and 0 horse in hand. There were facing such it, of allied troops of one sort and another, some 35,000 men, a fact which the marshal never ceased to utilize in his correspondence with Madrid, when he wished to excuse himself from lending aid to his neighbors. But the Murcian army had still not recovered from the demoralization caused by the Battle of Castella, and the Alicante army was suffering from two evils, which reduced its value as a campaigning force to a very low level. The first was a terrible deficiency of transport. When Lord William Bentinck sent out the first expeditionary force from Sicily, he intended it to equip itself with mules, horses, and carts in Spain. But in the summer of 1812, the Kingdom of Mercia was the only unoccupied region on the east side of the peninsula, and all its not too copious resources were wanted for its own army. Successive captains-general refused, not unnaturally, to help Maitland or Murray in the task of collecting sumpter beasts, and suggested that they ought to draw both animals and food from Sicily. Food was indeed procured from thence, and even from Algeria and the Levant, so that the army did not starve. But there was insufficient means to move that food from the water's edge. A certain number of mules were collected by paying very heavy hire, not at all to the gratification of the Spanish authorities, who wanted them for their own use. But they were so few that the army could make no long general marches, and could count on little more than what the men carried in their haversacks. The best that could be done was to move it forward from the immediate neighborhood of Alicante, so that it could live upon the resources of the inland, where there were many fertile and well-peopled valleys. The main object, indeed, of James Campbell's forward move was to get food for Whittingham's and Roch's divisions, which were, though paid by the British subsidy, dependent for their rations on the Spanish government, and seldom received them. Local food for these troops had to be sought, as the only possible means of keeping them alive. In February, the line of occupation reached as far as Baier, Castella, and Zixona, all held by Whittingham's division, while Roch and the Anglo-Sicilians were mostly in second line, at Elda, Monforte, and Alicante. But the problem of making the Anglo-Sicilian army a mobile force was not much further advanced in March 1813 than it had been in October 1812. The second weak point of the Alicante army was the extremely doubtful quality of some of its foreign elements. It is true that the German Legion battalions were as steady as those of the same corps in Wellington's own army, but all the others were crammed with deserters from the enemy's ranks, or prisoners of war who had enlisted in order to escape the miseries of the prison camp or the hulks. The Calabrese Free Corps was a trifle better than the rest, being mostly composed of genuine exiles. But the only difference between the recent recruits of Dillon's Cosmopolitan Regiment in the British service and of the Italian Levi and Estero Regiment was that the former corps contained more French and Swiss deserters, and the latter pair more Italians. All had the usual sprinkling of Poles, Dutch, Croats, and other miscellaneous adventurers. A lurid light was thrown upon their possibilities on February 11th, when 86 men of the 2nd Italian Levi deserted to the French lines, bringing over their officer as a prisoner. It was discovered that the rest of the battalion were in a plot to betray Zixona to Suchet, and with it, one of Whittingham's Spanish regiments, which was encamped beside them. There was just time to march in the 127th and a 2nd Spanish battalion, who surrounded and disarmed the Italians, before a French column appeared at dawn. It directed itself to the quarters from which the traitors had just been drawn off, was surprised to be received with a heavy fire, and rapidly withdrew. Such an incident was certainly not calculated to inspire a timid general, like Sir John Murray, with any great craving for a bold offensive. On the other hand, Murray had a formidable force on paper, and when Suchet reflected that there lay close behind him, first Elio's army in Murcia, at least 13,000 men without counting the Empecinados and Duran's bands, and farther back Del Park's Andalusian, Third Army, which had also some 13,000 effectives, he could not but see that 50,000 men might march against his comparatively weak force in Valencia at any moment. His strength on the Zúcar was very modest, not much over 15,000 bayonets and sabres, for though he had 0 men of all arms effective, and 0 on his rolls, including sick and detached, yet such a force was not enough to control the whole of the ancient lands of the Aragonese crown, Aragon proper, Catalonia, and Valencia. He was in possession of all of them save the Catalan inland, where the First Army still maintained itself, the extreme southern region of the Valencian kingdom round Alicante, and the mountains between Aragon and Castile, which were the hunting ground of the guerrilleros of Duran and the Empecinado. The garrison was small for such a widespread occupation, and the only thing that made the marshal's position tolerable was the fact that, unlike Catalonia, Aragon and Valencia had shown themselves very quiet regions. Suchet's rule had been severe, but at least orderly. There had been little of the casual plunder and requisitioning which made French rule detested under other commanders. The coast plain of Valencia and the broad stretch of the Ebro Valley in central Aragon were districts less suitable for the operations of guerrilleros than almost any other part of Spain. On the Valencian frontier, there was only one active partida, that of the frail Agustin Nebot, whose welcome gift of 60 captured French transport mules to the Alicante army is acknowledged in one of Wellington's dispatches. It is true that the sub-Pyrenean parts of Aragon were exposed to Mina's raids, and that the solid block of sierras round Molina and Albarracin was always the refuge of Duran and Villacampa. But these were not essential regions for the maintenance of the hold on the Mediterranean coast. With the exception of these tracts, the land was fairly quiet. There was a general submission to the French yoke, and an appreciable proportion of afrancisados. The blow inflicted on public opinion by the fall of Valencia in January 1812 was still a recent thing. Wellington's army had been heard of, but never seen, and the operations of the Alicante Expeditionary Force had hitherto served to depress rather than to encourage insurrection. Hence it was possible that 35,000 men could hold the broad lands that lay between Tudela and Saragossa and Lerida on the north, and Denaya and Zadova on the south, though Deccan's 28,000 had a much more precarious grip on Catalonia. But the occupation was a tour de force after all, and was liable to be upset at any moment by an active and capable enemy. Fortunately, for Suchet, his opponent on the east coast during the spring of 1813 was neither active nor capable. As long as King Joseph kept his headquarters at Madrid and occupied the province of La Mancha, extending his line eastward to San Clement, he had been in touch with Suchet's front, and communications were open. Indeed, Derricau's division marched to the borders of Valencia in the end of January, and took over from the Marshal the large body of Spanish refugees and convalescents of the Army of the South, who had been under his charge since October. But the whole situation was changed when the orders of the Emperor compelled Joseph to draw back his headquarters to Valladolid, and to hold Toledo as his extreme post towards the south. When this change was made, the touch between Valencia and Madrid was lost. The Spanish cavalry of the Army of Andalusia advanced across the Sierra Morna into La Mancha. Villacampa's division descended from the hills to occupy the more level parts of the province of Cuenca. For the future, the king and Suchet could only keep touch with each other by the circuitous route through Saragossa. The situation of the French army of Valencia was rendered far more isolated and dangerous. It was in a very advanced position, with no communication whatever with any friendly force save through Aragon, and its inland flank was exposed to all manner of possible molestation. If Villacampa, Duran, and the Empecinado had represented a serious fighting force, capable of regular action in the field, Suchet would have been bound to retire at once to the line of the Ebro, on pain of finding himself surrounded and cut off. But these irregular divisions of the Army of Murcia were, as a matter of fact, good for raids and the cutting of communications, but useless for battle. They were local in their operations, seldom combined, and only obeyed their nominal commander, Elio, when it pleased them. It was very hard for any one of them to move far from its accustomed beat, because they had no magazines and lived each on their own region. Suchet accordingly resolved to try the hazardous experiment of preserving his old positions, even when communication with Madrid had been cut off. He left on his inland flank only a flying brigade or two, and the normal garrisons of the small fortified towns of Upper Aragon, and kept his main striking force still concentrated on the line of the Zúcar, in order to cover the plain of Valencia from the one serious enemy, the Alicante army. The available troops consisted of the three small infantry divisions of Habert, Harispe, and Musnier, this last temporarily under Robert, and the cavalry division of Boussard, the whole amounting to about 12,500 foot and 500 horse, or a gross total of all arms of some 15,000 men. They were disposed so as to cover the front of 50 miles from Moxent, at the foot of the Murcian Mountains, to the mouth of the Zúcar, and were not scattered in small parties, but concentrated in 4 groups which could easily unite. The right wing was covered by an entrenched camp at Moxent, the center by another at San Felipe de Zadova. Denia on the seacoast was held as a cover to the left wing. Cavalry was out in front, and in a rather exposed position, a brigade of Habert's division held Alcoy, a considerable town in a fertile upland valley, whose resources Suchet was anxious to retain as long as possible. Soon after he had taken over command at Alicante on February 25, Murray obtained accurate local information as to the exact distribution and numbers of the French, and noting the very exposed position of the brigade at Alcoy, made an attempt to cut it off by the concentric advance of 4 columns. The scheme failed, partly because of the late arrival of the right-hand column, a brigade of Whittingham's division, partly because Murray, having got engaged with the French in front, refused to support his advanced troops until the flanking detachments should appear, and so allowed the enemy to slip away March 6. He then halted, though his movement must obviously have roused Suchet's attention and rendered a counterattack possible. But after a week, finding the enemy still passive, he sent forward Whittingham to drive the French outposts from Constantine and the pass of Albada, in the mountain range which separates the valley of Alcoy from the lowland. This was to ask for trouble, and should only have been done if Murray was proposing to challenge Suchet to a decisive general action. Whittingham indeed thought that this was the object of his commanding officer. At the same time, 2 British battalions under General Donkin made a demonstration against the French right, 10 miles farther east, in the direction of Antoniant. Habert, whose whole division was holding the line of hills, gave way after a sharp skirmish, and allowed Whittingham to seize the pass of Albada, March 15. Everyone supposed that the Alicante army was now about to attack the French main position between Moxent and Zadova. But Murray's plan was different. Having, as he supposed, attracted Suchet's full notice by his forward movement, he was proposing to send out an expedition by sea to make a dash at the town of Valencia, which, as he calculated, must be under-garrisoned when heavy fighting was expected on the Zúcar. He told off for the purpose Roch's Spanish division, strengthened by the British Provisional Battalion of Grenadier Companies and a regiment borrowed from Aleo. The orders were to land on the beach south of the city, make a dash for it, and if that failed to seize Cholera at the mouth of the Zúcar, or Denia, farther down the coast. The project looked hazardous, for to throw 5,000 men ashore in the enemy's country, far from their own main body, was to risk their being cut up, or forced to a re-embarkation on a bare beach, which could not fail to be costly. Unless Murray at the same moment attacked Suchet, so that he should not be able to send a man to the rear towards Valencia, the force embarked was altogether too small. Murray's calculation was that the marshal would make a heavy detachment, and that he would then attack the line of the Zúcar himself. With this object, he invited Aleo to cooperate, by turning the French right on the inland on the side of Almanza. The Spanish general, though he had been quarreling with Murray of late, was now in an obliging frame of mind, and so far consented that he brought up 1 infantry division to Yecla, a place which would make a good starting point for a flank march round the extreme right of Suchet's positions. Meanwhile, for 10 days after the combat of Albada, nothing happened on the main front. Whittingham was still left in an advanced position north of Alcoy, while the rest of the Alicante army was concentrated at Castella, 15 miles farther back. The marvel is that Suchet did not make a pounce upon the isolated Spanish division pushed up so close to his front. He had not yet taken the measure of his opponent, whose failing, as the whole campaign shows, was to start schemes, and then to abandon them from irresolution, at the critical moment when a decisive move became necessary. Meanwhile, on March 26, Roch's division and the attached British battalion were actually embarking at Alicante for the dash at Valencia, when Murray received a dispatch from Lord William Bentinck at Palermo, informing him that a political crisis had broken out in Sicily, that civil strife there had become probable, and that he was therefore compelled to order the immediate recall of 2 regiments of trustworthy troops from Spain. The fact was that the new Sicilian constitution, proclaimed as the solution of all discontent in the island in 1812, had failed to achieve its purpose. The old King Ferdinand had carried out a sort of mild coup d'état and proclaimed his own restoration to absolute power, March 13, 1813. The Neapolitan troops, who formed the majority of the armed force in the island, had accepted the position. The Sicilian Constitutional Party seemed helpless, and the attitude of the local battalions under their control was doubtful. Nothing could save the situation but a display of overpowering force. Wherefore Bentinck directed Murray to send back to Palermo, without delay, the 6th Line Battalion KGL and the battalion of grenadier companies belonging to British regiments still quartered in Sicily. This was not a very large order, so far as mere numbers went, the force requisitioned being under 2,000 bayonets. But the prospect of the outbreak of civil war in Sicily scared Murray. If the strife once began, would not more of his best troops be requisitioned, and the Alicante force be reduced to a residuum of disloyal foreign levies? Moreover, one of the units requisitioned by name was the battalion of grenadiers just about to sail for Valencia, perhaps not without secret satisfaction, for he hated making decisions of any sort. Murray declared that Bentinck's orders rendered the naval expedition impossible, and countermanded it. He sent off, on the transports ready in harbor, the grenadier battalion ordered to Sicily, and returned the Spanish contingent to its old cantonments. The KGL battalion was just embarking when news arrived apist that the Sicilian crisis was now over, wherefore Murray retained it for a few more days. For the counter-revolution at Palermo had only lasted for 4 days. Finding Lord William Bentinck firm and prepared to use force, King Ferdinand withdrew his proclamation and resigned the administration into the hands of his eldest son, the Prince Royal. The Queen, whose strong will had set the whole affair on foot, promised to return to her native Austria, and actually sailed for the Levant, to the intense satisfaction of everyone save the knot of intriguers in her court. The scare was soon over. Its only result was the abandonment of the raid on Valencia. Murray had now received orders from Wellington to await the arrival of a detailed scheme for the way in which his army was to be employed. Pending the receipt of these directions, he lapsed into absolute torpidity, the only record of his doings in the last days of March, and early April being that he set the troops concentrated at Castella to entrenching the hillsides around that formidable position. A clear sign that he had no further intention of taking the offensive on his own account. Suchet had been much puzzled by the advance of his enemy to Alca and Albita, followed by subsequent inactivity for a whole month. When he found that even the movement of Elio's troops to Yecla did not foreshadow a general assault upon his lines, he concluded that there must be some unexplained reason for the quiescence of the Allies, and that the opportunity was a good one for a bold blow, while they remained inexplicably waiting in a disjointed and unconcentrated line opposite his positions. The obvious and easy thing would have been to fall upon Whittingham at Alca, but probably for that very reason the Marshal tried another scheme. He secretly passed all his available troops to Fuente la Higuera, on his extreme right flank, leaving only a trifling screen in front of Murray's army, and on Apeth marched in 2 columns against the Allied left, one consisting of 6 battalions of Harisp's division and 2 cavalry regiments aimed at the isolated Mercian division at Yecla, the other and larger column 4 battalions of Habert's division, and 7 of Musnier's under Robert during the absence of its proper chief, with his cuirassier regiment, marched by Caudete on Valina, to cut in between the Spaniards and Murray, and intercept any aid which the latter might send from Castella towards the Spaniards. The blow was unexpected and delivered with great vigor. Harisp surprised General Midger's Mercians at Yecla at dawn. They were hopelessly outnumbered, only 4 battalions being present. The 5th unit of the division was at Valina, and there was but a single squadron with them, Elio's cavalry being in its cantonments 30 miles away in the Albacete Chinchilla country. Midgers, on finding himself assailed by superior numbers, tried to march off towards Jumilla and the mountains. Harisp pursued, and seeing the Spaniards likely to get away, for the retreat was rapid and in good order, flung his hussars and dragoons at them. The Spaniards turned up onto a hillside and tried a running fight. The 2 leading battalions of the column made good their escape. The 2 rear battalions were cut off. They formed square, beat back 2 charges with resolution, but were broken by the 3rd, and absolutely exterminated. 400 were cut down, about 1,000 captured. Of these 2 unlucky regiments, first of Burgos and Cadiz, hardly a man got away. The other 2, Jaén and Cuenca, took little harm. The French lost only 18 killed and wounded, mostly in the 2 cavalry regiments, for Harisp's infantry were but slightly engaged. Ill news flies quickly. The fighting had been in the early dawn. By noon mounted fugitives had brought the tidings to Valina, 15 miles away. Here there chanced to be present both Elio and Sir John Murray, who had ridden over to consult with his colleague on a rumor that Suchet was concentrating at Fuente la Higuera. He had brought with him the Light Brigade, under Colonel Adam, which he had recently organized, and horse. The generals soon learned that beside the force which had cut up Midgers, there was a larger column marching on their own position. They were in no condition to offer battle, Elio having with him only a single battalion, Murray about 2,500 men of all arms. They agreed that they must quit Valina and concentrate their troops for a defensive action. Elio sent orders to his cavalry to come in from the north and join the Rex of Midger's division, and for the reserves which he had got in the neighborhood of Murcia to march up to the front. But it would obviously take some days to collect these scattered items. Meanwhile, he threw the single battalion that he had with him, Velez Malaga, into the castle of Valina, which had been patched up and put into a state of defense, promising that it should be relieved when his army was concentrated. Murray, on the other hand, retired towards his main body at Castella, but ordered Adams' light brigade to defend the pass of Bayer for as long as prudence permitted, so as to allow the rest of the army to get into position. Whittingham was directed to fall back from Alcoy, Roch to come up from the rear, and by the next evening the whole Alicante army would be concentrated, in a position which had been partly entrenched during the last 3 weeks, and was very strong even without fortification. Murray refused, very wisely, to send back Adam to pick up the Spanish battalion left in Valina, which Elio, seized with doubts when it was too late, now wished to withdraw. Suchet reached Valina on the evening of the 11th, and got in touch with the cavalry screen covering Adams' retreat. Finding the castle held, he started to bombard it with his field artillery, and on the morning of the 12th blew in its gates and offered to storm. He sent in a parlementaire to summon the garrison, and to his surprise, it capitulated without firing a shot, a mutiny having broken out among the men, who considered that they had been deserted by their general. Suchet now intended to fall on Murray at Castella, reckoning that Elio's concentration had been prevented by the blows at Yecla and Valina, and that he would have the Alicante army alone to deal with. He ordered the troops that were with him to drive in without delay Adams' light brigade, which his cavalry had discovered holding the village of Bayer and the pass above it. His other column, that of Harisp, was not far off, being on the march from Yecla. Finding that it was gone, Midgers cautiously reoccupied that place with his 2 surviving battalions. The combat of Bayer, which filled the midday hours of Apeth, was one of the most creditable rearguard actions fought during the whole Peninsular War. Colonel Adam had only 1 British and 2 Italian battalions, with 2 German Legion rifle companies, 4 mountain guns, and 1 squadron of the foreign hussars, about 2,200 men in all. He had prepared a series of positions on which he intended to fall back in succession, as each was forced. At the commencement of the action, he occupied Bayer village with the Calabrese Free Corps, flanked by the light companies of the 227th Anid KG. The rest of the brigade was above, on the hills flanking the pass, with the guns on the high road. The leading French battalion assaulted the barricaded village and was repulsed with heavy loss. Then, as was expected, the enemy turned Bayer on both flanks. Its garrison retired unharmed, but the turning columns came under the accurate fire of the troops on the slopes above, and the attack was again checked. Suchet, angered at the waste of time, then threw in no less than 9 battalions intending to sweep away all opposition, and turning Adams' left flank with swarms of Voltigeurs. The light brigade had, of course, to retire, but Adam conducted his retreat with great deliberation and in perfect order, fending off the turning attack with his German and British light companies, and making the column on the high road pay very dearly for each furlong gained. His 4 mountain guns, on the crest of the pass, were worked with good effect to the last moment. 2, which had each lost a wheel, were abandoned on the ground. When the crest had been passed, Suchet sent a squadron of cuirassiers to charge down the road on the retreating infantry. Foreseeing this, when the cavalry had been noted on the ascent, Adam had hidden 3 companies of the 227th in rocks where the road made a sharp angle. The cuirassiers, as they trotted past, received a flank volley at 10 paces distance, which knocked over many, and sent the rest reeling back in disorder on to their own infantry. After this, the pursuit slackened. The enemy seemed glad to be rid of us, and after 5 hours, fighting, the light brigade marched back in perfect order to the position beside Castella which had been assigned to it. Its final retirement was covered by 3 battalions which Murray had sent out to meet it at the exit from the pass. So ended a very pretty fight. Whittingham, who had witnessed the later phases of it from the hill on the left of Castella, describes it as a beautiful field day by alternate battalions. The volleys were admirable, and the successive passage of several ravines conducted with perfect order and steadiness. From the heights occupied by my troops, it was one of the most delightful panoramas that I ever beheld. The Allied loss was about 300, including Colonel Adam wounded in the arm, yet not so much hurt, but that he kept the command and gave directions to the end. On the ground, evacuate missing, and 2 disabled mountain guns were left in the enemy's hands. The French must have suffered much the same casualties. Suchet gives no estimate, but Martinian's invaluable lists show 2 officers killed and 12 wounded, which at the usual rate between officers and men implies about 300 rank and file hit. On emerging from the pass of Bayer in the late afternoon, Suchet could see Murray's army occupying a long front of high ground as far as the town of Castella, but could descry neither its encampment, behind the heights, nor the end of its right wing, which was thrown back and hidden by the high conical hill on which the castle and church of Castella stand. Seeing the enemy ready, and apparently resolved to fight, the marshal put off serious operations to the next day. He had to wait for Harisp's column, which was still coming up many miles in his rear. Murray had long surveyed his ground, and had, as we have seen, thrown up barricades and entrenchments on the hill of Castella, and the ground immediately to its right and left. He had very nearly every available man of his army in hand, only a minimum garrison having been left in Alicante. The total cannot have been less than 18,000 men. He had divided his own troops into the Light Brigade of Adam and the 2 divisions of Mackenzie and Clinton. The first named had 3¼ battalions, not quite 2,000 men after its losses at Bayer on the previous afternoon. Mackenzie seems to have had 1 British, 2 German legion, and 2 Sicilian battalions. Clinton 3 British, 1 composite foreign, and 1 Italian battalion. Whittingham had 6 Spanish battalions with him, Roch only 5. The cavalry consisted of 3 squadrons of the 20th Light Dragoons, 2 of Sicilian cavalry, 1 of foreign hussars, and about 400 of Whittingham's Spanish horse, under 1,000 sabres in all. There were 2 British, 2 Portuguese, and a Sicilian battery on the ground. The Sierra on the left, known as the Heights of Guerra, was held by Whittingham's Spaniards for a mile. Next them came Adams' brigade, above a jutting spur which projects from the Sierra towards the plain, then Mackenzie's division, which extended as far as the hill on which the castle of Castella stands. This was occupied by the 158th of Clinton's division, and 2 batteries had been thrown up on the slope. With this hill the Sierra ends suddenly, but a depression and stream running southward furnished a good protection for Murray's right, which was held by the rest of Clinton's division. The stream had been dammed up, and formed a broad morass covering a considerable portion of the front. Behind it Clinton's troops were deployed, with 3 of Roch's battalions as a reserve in their rear. 2 batteries were placed on commanding knolls in this part of the line, which was so far thrown back in potence that it was almost at right angles to the front occupied by Mackenzie, Adam, and Whittingham. The Spanish and Sicilian cavalry was thrown out as a screen in front of Castella, with 2 of Roch's battalions in support. The 20th Light Dragoons were in reserve behind the town. The east end of the Sierra, near Castella, was covered by vineyards in steppe cultivation, each enclosure a few feet higher than the next below it. Farther west, there was only rough hillside, below Whittingham's front. The whole position was excellent, yet Murray is said by his quartermaster general, Donkin, to have felt so uncomfortable that he thrice contemplated issuing orders for a retreat, though he could see the whole French army, and judge that its strength was much less than his own. But he distrusted both himself and many battalions of his miscellaneous army. Suchet, contrary to his wont, was slow to act. It is said that he disliked the look of the position, and doubted the wisdom of attacking, but was overpersuaded by some of his generals, who urged that the enemy was a mixed multitude, and that the Spaniards and Sicilians would never stand against a resolute attack. It was not till noon that the French army moved. The first maneuver was that the whole of the cavalry rode out eastward, took position opposite the angle and potence of Murray's position, and sent exploring parties towards Clinton's front. Evidently the report was that it was inaccessible. While this was happening, the infantry deployed, and Habert's and Robert's division advanced and occupied a low ridge, called the Cerro del Doncel, in the plain facing Murray's left and left center. Harisp's division, minus a detachment left behind the pass of Bayer, to watch for any possible appearance of Elio's troops on the road from Saxe, formed in reserve. The whole of Suchet's infantry was only 18 battalions, individually weaker than Murray's 24. He was outnumbered in guns also, 24 to 30 apparently, but his 1250 cavalry were superior in numbers and quality to Murray's. he had certainly not more than 13,000 men on the ground to the Allies, 18,000. His game was to leave Clinton's division and Castella alone, watched only by his cavalry, to contain Mackenzie by demonstrations, which were not to be pushed home, but to strike heavily with Robert's division at the Spaniards on the left. If he could break down Whittingham's defense and drive him off the Sierra, he would attack the Allied center from flank and front alike, but meanwhile it was not to be pressed. When therefore Habert faced Mackenzie, nothing serious happened. The French sent out swarms of tirailleurs, brought up 8 guns and shelled the position with grape. Mackenzie's light companies and guns replied, but there was nothing more than a skirmish. The columns shifted their ground indeed more than once, but they did not deploy, and their officers took good care not to bring them under the fire of our line. On the left, however, there was hard fighting. Suchet first sent out 5 light companies to endeavor to turn the extreme western end of Whittingham's line, and when they were far up the slope, delivered a frontal attack on the heights of Guerrilla with 6 battalions of Robert's division. The 3rd Leger Ants line. Of these, the left-hand battalions, belonging to the 121st, came up the projecting spur mentioned above, and faced the 227th on the left of Adams' brigade. The other 4 were opposed to the Spaniards. Whittingham was caught in a rather dangerous position. For a little while before the attack developed, he had received an order from headquarters bidding him execute against Robert's division precisely the same maneuver that Suchet was trying against himself, viz., to send troops to outflank the extreme French right. He was told by the bearer of the orders, a Sicilian colonel, that this was preliminary to a general attack downhill upon the French line, which Murray was intending to carry out. The Spanish division was to turn its flank, while Adam and Mackenzie went straight at its front. There is some mystery here. Murray afterwards denied to Whittingham that he had given any such order, and Donkin, his chief of the staff, maintained that his general was thinking of a retreat all that morning rather than of an attack. Yet Colonel Catinelli was a respectable officer, who was thanked in dispatches both by Murray and Whittingham for his services. 3 hypotheses suggest themselves. 1, that Murray at one moment meditated an attack, because he saw Suchet holding back, and then, with his usual infirmity of purpose, dropped the idea, and denied having made any such plan to Whittingham, whose position had been gravely imperiled by its execution. This is quite in accordance with his mentality, and he often tampered with the truth, as we shall see when telling the tale of Tarragona. 2, that Donkin and the headquarters staff, enraged with Murray's timidity, were resolved to commit him to a fight, and gave unauthorized orders which must bring it on. 3, that Catinelli, from lack of a good command of English, misunderstood the general's language, and gave complete misdirections to Whittingham. I must confess that I incline to the first solution. Whatever the source of these orders may have been, Whittingham began to carry them out, though they seemed to him very ill-advised. But noting that if he completely evacuated the heights of Guerrilla there would be a broad gap in the Allied line, he left his pickets in position and 2 battalions on the crest of the hill, with another in support behind, while with the remaining 3 he moved off to the left. The march was executed, out of sight of the enemy, by a mountain path which ran along the rear of the heights. Whittingham had been moving for some half an hour, and slowly, for the path was steep and narrow, when the sound of musketry on the other side of the crest reached his ears, and soon after a message that the enemy was attacking the whole of the front of his old position. On its left the Voltigeur companies had got very near the top of the hill. Farther east the assault was only developing. It was lucky that the marching column had not gone far. Whittingham was able to send his hindmost battalions straight up the hill against the Voltigeurs, to strengthen his flank. With the other 2 he countermarched to the rear of the heights of Guerrilla, and fed the fighting line which he had left there, as each point needed succor. The contest all along the heights was protracted and fierce. At several points the French reached the crest, but were never able to maintain themselves there, as Whittingham had always a reserve of a few companies ready for a counterstroke. The troops of the army of Aragon had never before met with such opposition from Spaniards, and for a long time refused to own themselves beaten. There was still 1 regiment of Robert's division in reserve, but evidently Suchet shrank from committing the last fraction of his right wing to the attack, which was obviously not making any decisive headway. Meanwhile, the easternmost column of the French advance suffered a complete defeat. This body, composed of 2 battalions of the 121st Regiment, had mounted the heights, not at their steepest, but at the point where a long projecting spur falls down from them into the plain, but even so there was a sudden rise in the last stage of the ascent, before the crest was reached. On coming to it, the French colonel, Millet by name, began to deploy his leading companies, which found themselves opposite the 227th, on the left of Adams' brigade. This maneuver had always failed when tried against British infantry, notably at Albura, for deployment at close quarters under the deadly fire of a British line was impracticable and always led to confusion. There was a pause, many casualties, and much wavering. Then, seeing the enemy stationary and discouraged, Colonel Reeves flung his battalion at them in a downhill bayonet charge, like Crawford at Bassaco. The effect was instantaneous and conclusive. The French column broke and raced headlong down the slopes, arriving in the valley as a disorganized mob. It had lost 19 officers and probably 350 men in 5 minutes. Either in consequence of this rout, or by mere chance at the same moment, the columns which had been assailing Whittingham so long and ineffectively also recoiled in disorder before a charge of the last 4 companies of the Spanish reserve. The whole of the French right wing had suffered complete and disastrous defeat. The left division, Habert's, was still intact and had never committed itself to any serious approach to Mackenzie's front. But 6 of the 18 French battalions in the field were in absolute rout at 4:30 o'clock, and Suchet's right wing was completely exposed. His cavalry were 2 miles away to the left, and out of reach for the moment. All eyewitnesses agree that if Murray had ordered an immediate general advance of the line from Castella westward, the marshal would have been lost, and cut off from his sole line of retreat on the pass of Baier. Murray, however, refused to move till he had brought up his unengaged right wing to act as a reserve, and only when they had filed up through the streets of Castella, gave the order for the whole army to descend from the heights and push forward. It was far too late. Suchet had retreated from the Cerro del Doncel the moment that he saw his attack repulsed, Habert's division and the guns covering Robert's routed wing. The cavalry came galloping back from the east, and long before Murray was deployed, Suchet took up a new and narrow front covering the entry of the pass of Baier. The only touch with his retreating force was kept by Mackenzie, who, contrary to Murray's intention, pushed forward with 4 of his battalions in front of the main body, and got engaged with Suchet's rearguard. He might probably have beaten it in upon the disordered troops behind, if he had not received stringent orders to draw back and fall into the general front of advance. By the time that the whole Allied army was deployed, the French, save a long line of guns across the mouth of the pass, with infantry on the slopes on each side, had got off. Thereupon, after making a feeble demonstration with some light companies against the enemy's left flank, Murray halted for the night. The enemy used the hours of darkness to make a forced march for Fuente la Higuera, and were invisible next day. Suchet declared that he had lost no more than 800 men in the 3 combats of Yecla, Baier, and Castella, an incredible statement, as the French casualty rolls show 65 officers killed and wounded on the 11th, 12th, 13th of April, and such a loss implies 1,300 rank and file hit, possibly more, certainly not many less. It is certain that his 800 casualties will not suffice even for Castella alone, where with 47 officers hors de combat, he must have lost more, probably 950 than 800 men. But the 14 officer casualties at Baier imply another 280 at the least, and we know from his own narrative that he lost 4 officers and men in destroying Midgers, unfortunate battalions at Yecla. Murray, writing a most magniloquent and insincere dispatch for Wellington's eye, declared that Suchet had lost 2,500 or even 3,000 men, and that he had buried French corpses. But Murray had apparently been taking lessons in the school of Soult and Massena, those great manipulators of casualty lists. His dispatch was so absurd that Wellington refused to be impressed, and sent on the document to Lord Bathurst with the most formal request that the attention of the Prince Regent should be drawn to the conduct of the general and his troops, but no word of praise of his own. The Allied loss, indeed, was so moderate that Murray's 2,500 French casualties appeared incredible to everyone. After we have deducted the heavy losses to Adams' brigade at Baier on the preceding day, we find that Whittingham's Spaniards ha casualties, Mackenzie's division 47, Clinton's about 20, Adams' brigade perhaps 70, the cavalry and artillery 10 altogether, the total making some 400 in all. Having discovered that the Alicante army was formidable, if its general was not, Suchet was in some fear that he might find himself pursued and attacked, for the enemy seemed to be concentrating against him. Murray advanced once more to Alque. Elio brought up his reserve division and his cavalry to join the Rex of Midgers' column, and extended himself on Murray's left. Villacampa, called down from the hills, appeared on the upper Guadalaver on the side of Requena. But all this meant nothing. Murray was well satisfied to have won a success capable of being well written up at Castalla, and covered his want of initiative by complaining that he was short of transport and weakened in numbers. For after the battle he had sent off the 6th KGL to Sicily, in belated obedience to Bentinck's old orders. He asked Wellington for more men and more guns, and was given both, for he was told that he might draw the 267th from the garrison of Cartagena, and was sent a field battery from Portugal. But his true purpose was now to wait for the arrival of the promised plan of campaign from Freneda, and thereby to shirk all personal responsibility. Anything was better than to risk a check, or a reprimand from the caustic pen of the commander-in-chief. Suchet then drew down Panadier's brigade from Aragon to strengthen his position on the Zúcar, and waited, not altogether confidently, for the next move on the part of the enemy. But for a month no such move came. He had time to recover his equanimity, and to write dispatches to Paris which described his late campaign as a successful attempt to check the enemy's initiative, which had brought 0 Spanish prisoners at Yecla and Valina, and 2 British guns at the Pass of Bayer. Castella was represented as a partial attack by light troops, which had been discontinued when the enemy's full strength had been discovered, and the losses there were unscrupulously minimized. And above all, good cause had been shown that the army of Aragon and Valencia could not spare one man to help King Joseph in the north. But the plan of campaign was on its way, and we shall see how, even in Murray's incompetent hands, it gave the Marshal Duke of Albufera full employment for May and June. Section 36. The March to Vittitoria. Chapter 1. Wellington's Plan of Campaign. Good generals are very properly averse to putting on paper, even for the benefit of premiers or war ministers, the plan of their next campaign. Points of leakage are so inscrutable and so hard to detect that the less that is written the better is it for the projected enterprise. And Wellington was the most reticent of men, even going to the length of hiding from his own responsible subordinates intentions that they much desired to learn, and of giving orders that seemed eccentric, while the secret reason for them was kept concealed. He never wrote autobiographical memoirs. The idea was repulsive to him, nor consented to open up even to William Napier, who much desired it, his full confidence. For the genesis of the plan of the Vittoria campaign, we are compelled to rely mainly on the careful collection of hints from his contemporary dispatches, supplemented by certain rare confidential letters, and some obiter dicta of his later years, which may or may not have been reproduced with perfect accuracy by admirers like Croker or Lord Stanhope. One thing is clear, he was conscious of the mistakes of 1812 and was not going to see them repeated in 1813. When the Burgos campaign was just over, he wrote 2 short comments on it, for the benefit of persons whom he judged capable of appreciating his difficulties. He owned up to his errors. He acknowledged 4. The first was that he had tried to take Burgos by irregular means, without a proper battering train. The second, that he had underestimated the strength of the united French armies of Portugal and the north. The third, that he had kept his army in 2 equal halves. Overlong, Hill should have been called in from Madrid to join the main body much sooner than he actually was. The fourth and most notable was that he had entrusted a crucial part of his plan of campaign to a Spanish general, over whom he had no formal authority, Ballesteros, who should have advanced from Andalusia to distract and hinder Soult. If the game had been well played, it would have answered my purpose. Had I any reason to suppose that it would be well played? Certainly not. I have never yet known the Spaniards do anything, much less do anything well. But I played a game which might succeed, the only one that could succeed, and pushed it to the last. The parts having failed, as I admit was to be expected, I at least made a handsome retreat to the Agda, with some labor and inconvenience but without material loss. The interest of these confessions is that we find Wellington in his next campaign, making a clear effort to avoid precisely these 4 mistakes. He made elaborate preparations long beforehand for getting up a battering train. He rather over than underestimated his adversary's numbers by way of caution. He never divided his army at all during his great advance of May-June 1813. After the first 6 days, it marched in close parallel columns all in one mass. Vittoria had been reached. And last but not least, he entrusted no important part of the scheme to any Spanish general, and indeed used a much smaller proportion of Spanish troops than he need have done, although he had now become generalissimo of all the Allied armies, and could command where he could formerly only give advice. Immediately after the termination of the Burgos retreat, Wellington's views for the future do not seem to have been very optimistic. He wrote to the Prime Minister that at present he could do nothing against an enemy whose numbers had proved too great for him to contend with. Next spring he hoped to take the field with a larger force than he had ever had before, but unless the Spaniards could display a discipline and efficiency which it seemed impossible to teach them, he saw no prospect of ever obliging the French to quit the peninsula by force of arms. To Lord Bathurst he wrote in much the same terms. The French, he thought, would canton their army in Old Castile and wait for the arrival of fresh reinforcements from France. But the whole aspect of affairs was changed when the news of Napoleon's Russian debacle came to hand. It soon became clear that so far from any French reinforcements coming to Spain, it would be King Joseph who would be asked to send reinforcements to Germany. Lord Liverpool's letter, enclosing the 29th bulletin, reached Wellington at Lisbon on January 18 and put him in a more cheerful mood. Moreover, he thought that his visit to Cadiz to accept the position of generalissimo had been a success, and that he would get more help out of the Spaniards now that he had the formal power of issuing orders to their generals, though I am not sanguine enough to hope that we shall derive much advantage from Spanish troops early in the campaign, but he intended to start betimes, and at least to put myself in fortune's way. The French would be compelled to stand on the defensive. If they continued to hold the immense line that they were still occupying in January, they must be weak somewhere, and it was impossible that they should be reinforced. It is on February 10 that we get the first hint that Wellington's scheme for the campaign of 1813 was going to be a very ambitious one, aiming not at local successes in Castile or on recovering Madrid, but at driving the French right up to the Pyrenees. On that day, he wrote to Lord Bathurst to say that the events of the next campaign may render it necessary for the army to undertake one or more sieges in the north of Spain. Wherefore he wished certain heavy guns and munitions to be sent by sea to Corunna, to be at his disposal, as soon as might be convenient, and twice the quantity of each to be prepared in England to be shipped when asked for. The mention of one or more sieges in the north of Spain, for which guns had better be sent by sea to Corunna, can only mean that Wellington was thinking of Burgos and St. Sebastian, perhaps also of Santonia and Pampeluna. There were no other fortresses needing the attention of a heavy battering train in that direction. It is clear that, even in February, Wellington's mind was traveling far afield, and on June 26, Vittoria having been now won, he wrote to remind Lord Bathurst of his demand, and to point out that his forecast had come true. In March, as was shown in an earlier chapter, Wellington began to get the news which proved that the French were making large drafts from Spain for the new army of Germany, and that Soult, Caffarelli, and other generals were summoned to Paris. He knew, a few days later, that the enemy was evacuating La Mancha, and that the king was moving his headquarters from Madrid to Valladolid. Everything indicated conscious weakness on the part of the enemy. It would be well to take instant advantage of it. Wellington wrote to his brother on March 28 that he hoped to start out in force on May 1, giving no hint where that force would be employed. At the same time, he expressed his doubt as to whether any of the Spanish corps which were to join him could be ready by that date. But he was depending so much on the sole exertions of the Anglo-Portuguese army that the tardiness of the Spaniards would not put a complete stop to his projected operations. Two other practical hindrances were a late spring, which made green forage for the horses harder to procure than it normally was in April, and accidents from bad roads and bad weather to his pontoon train, which he was secretly bringing up from the Tagus to the Douro, as it was to play a most essential part in the commencement of the campaign. These mishaps appear mere matters of detail, but as we shall see, there were immense consequences depending upon them. The presence of a large pontoon train on the Esla and the Douro, when its normal habitat was on the lower Tagus, was one of the first surprises in the wonderful campaign of May-June 1813. Starting from Abrantes in the end of April, it did not reach Miranda de Douro till the 20th of May. The first definite revelation, as to what Wellington's plan was to be, is contained in a letter to Beresford of Apeth. I propose to put the troops in motion in the first days of May. My intention is to make them cross the Douro, in general within the Portuguese frontier, covering the movement of the left by that of the right of the army toward the Tormes, which right shall then cross the Douro, over the pontoons, in such situation as may be convenient. I then propose to seize Zamora and Toro, which will make all future operations easy to us. Here the first half of the great movement is accurately set forth, just as it was executed, though owing to the delays spoken of above, the general orders for the marching out of all the Allied divisions were issued on May 13th instead of on May 1st-2nd. But in all other respects we have the exact analysis of the scheme. The left, Graham with the equivalent of 6 divisions, crossed the Douro far inside Portugal at various points, and was in and about Braganza and Miranda by May 21st-24th. Meanwhile the right, Hill with 3 divisions, moved forward from the Aigda to the Tormes, attracting the main attention of the French between the 20th and the 26th, till it reached Salamanca, from whence it swerved off to the left and joined Graham's wing by the bridge of Toro, thus establishing the whole army in one mass north of the Douro, and completely turning the western flank of the entire French front of defense. On May 12 only, 3 weeks after he had communicated the secret to Beresford, did Wellington divulge it to the ministers at home. Evidently, he dreaded leakage somewhere in London, such as he had discovered in the preceding autumn. For Lord Bathurst's benefit, he descends a little more into detail. I propose to commence our operations by turning the enemy's position on the Douro, by passing the left of our army over that river within the Portuguese frontier. I should cross the right in the same manner, only that I have been obliged to throw the right very forward during the winter, in order to cover and connect our cantonments, and I could not well draw them back without exposing a good deal of country, and risking a counter-movement on the part of the enemy. I therefore propose to strengthen the right, and move with it myself across the Tormes, and to establish a bridge on the Douro below Zamora. The 2 wings of the army will thus be connected, and the enemy's position on the Douro will be turned. The Spanish army of Galicia will be on the Esla, to the left of our army, at the same time that our army reaches that river. Having turned the enemy's position on the Douro, and established our communications across it, our next operation will depend on circumstances. I do not know whether I am now stronger than the enemy, even including the army of Galicia, but of this I am very certain, that I shall never be stronger throughout the campaign, or more efficient than I am now, and the enemy will never be weaker. I cannot have a better opportunity for trying the fate of a battle, which if the enemy should be unsuccessful, must oblige him to withdraw entirely. We have been sadly delayed by the pontoon bridge, without which it is obvious we can do nothing. Neither in the letter to Beresford nor in that to Bathurst does Wellington make a forecast beyond the first stage of his advance. Obviously, it would be impossible to do so, till it was seen how the French would act. If they should be tempted to fight, say in front of Valladolid, when their flank was turned, in order to keep their hold on Castile, Wellington would welcome the decisive engagement. But of course they might refuse to fight, as indeed did they. They retired on Burgos, as we shall see, without taking any risks. But that Wellington already foresaw the possibility of a victorious march to the Pyrenees is, I think, proved not only by his letter of February 10th concerning the siege of fortresses in northern Spain, quoted above, but by similar hints on May 6 concerning the absolute necessity for naval cooperation in the north. He asks Lord Bathurst to insist on the presence of a squadron under an admiral in the Bay of Biscay, and for careful supervision of the whole coast from Bayonne to Corunna, which must absolutely stop French enterprise at sea, and simplify arrangements for convoy and naval operations in concert with the army during the ensuing campaign. Taking this in conjunction with the letter of February 10, it seems certain that Wellington was thinking of stores to be landed at Santander, and a battering train to destroy San Sebastian, which was to look forward some way. There was, however, a secondary reason for requiring more naval supervision in the Bay of Biscay. American privateers had been putting in an appearance in these waters, and had captured several small transports. A plan of campaign that contemplated the driving back of the French to the Pyrenees must, of course, embrace a good deal more than the mere reorganization of the Anglo-Portuguese army for a great push north of the Douro. There were many minor factors to be taken into consideration and utilized. First and foremost came the question as to how far the position of generalissimo of the Spanish armies could be turned to account. After his experiences in 1812, Wellington was determined to entrust to his allies no crucial part of the operations, whose failure could wreck the whole scheme. With his own striking force, he intended to take only one Spanish army, that which was under the sole Spanish general whom he could trust for willing cooperation, even though he knew him to be no great military genius. Castaños had, by his influence at Cadiz, been nominated as captain general alike in Galicia, Castile, and Estremadura, and all the troops in those provinces now formed part of the new Fourth Army. They included Morelos Division, now cantoned about Cáceres, Carlos de Españas in the mountains between Ciudad Rodrigo and the Pass of Perils, the Lancers of Julian Sanchez, now counted a brigade of regular cavalry and not a partida, on the front between the Agda and the Douro, and the two Galician divisions of Losada and Barcina, with their weak attendant cavalry brigade. To bring this up to strength, 2 extra regiments had filed up the Portuguese frontier during the winter from Estremadura. All these were in touch with the Anglo-Portuguese army and were intended to move with it. They made up 18,000 foot and 0 horse. In addition, there were many other troops theoretically belonging to the Fourth Army, but at present cut off from it by the intervening zone of French occupation, viz. Porlier's division in the eastern Asturias, and Mendizabel's irregular forces in Biscay and Cantabria, the troops of Longa and the Biscayan volunteers with other smaller bands. These scattered units, which could only come under Wellington's real control when he should have beaten the French back to the Ebro, might make up 10,000 or 12,000 men, but they could not be counted upon for the first month of the campaign. In addition, Castaños had a number of immovable troops, the garrisons of Rodrigo and Badajoz, a depot of unhorsed cavalry in Estremadura, and a sedentary unit called the Army of Reserve of Galicia, consisting of all the most depleted corps of the old Galician army. Its 6 battalions only made up 2,000 men, and it stopped at Vigo or Corunna all through the year 1813. 2 other Galician battalions had been sent round by sea during the winter to join the much-tried army of Catalonia. This small transference of troops had reached the knowledge of the French in an exaggerated shape and caused much speculation at Madrid. Beside the 21,000 men of the Fourth Army, who marched in the Anglo-Portuguese line under Castaños's nephew General Jaern, there was only one other Spanish force which Wellington intended to employ in his own operations. This was the so-called Army of Reserve of Andalusia, which had to come up all the way from Seville, and was far too late to join in the campaign of Vitoria. It did not get to the front till July, even later than the Generalissimo expected. The origin of this corps was that, when Soult evacuated Andalusia in September 1812, the best equipped of the Cadiz garrison troops joined the field army of Ballesteros and advanced with him to Granada. This body was in APRA known as the Third Army and was now commanded by the Duke del Parc, the successor of the cashiered Ballesteros. But the remainder of the Cadiz garrison, which had not gone to the front, was organized during the winter into a separate unit, under Henry O'Donnell, the Conde d'Abispal. It was rather a miscellaneous assembly, 7 of its 14 battalions having been regiments, which did not march in October 1812 because they were low in numbers or equipment, and 3 more newly raised units, formed to replace in the army list old regiments which had perished in previous campaigns. However, they were filled up with recruits, reclothed and re-equipped, and Wellington intended to use them with his own army as a tape and blockade troops. He preferred to take them with him rather than the Third Army, which was suspected of having many officers who had been devoted to Ballesteros and who had resented the appointment of the new British Generalissimo. Moreover, O'Donnell was in every way a better officer than Del Parc and had a good fighting reputation, though he was noted as impetuous and quarrelsome. The Army of Reserve of Andalusia was 14,000 strong, in 2 infantry divisions under Generals Echevarri and Krieg, and a weak cavalry brigade under Frere, late second in command of the Murcian army. The slow equipment of this corps, its late start, and its frequent halts for want of provisions, formed a perpetual source of dispute between Wellington and the Minister of War at Cadiz. But as it was not destined to form part of the original striking force at the opening of the campaign, or to discharge any essential duty in the general scheme, its absence was not much felt. When it did appear, after Vitoria, it was usefully employed in blockading Pampeluna. But in the summer campaign of 1813, it must be remembered that Wellington employed no Spanish troops save the Erigena, 0 Galicians and Estremadurans under Jaern, and Longa's 4,000 Cantabrians, who joined in from the north 10 days before Vitoria, and took a creditable share in that battle. It remains to be explained how Wellington intended to get an indirect profit out of the existence of the other Spanish corps, the renamed First, Second, and Third Armies, as well as out of the Anglo-Sicilian Expeditionary Force at Alicante, whose conduct had given him so many just causes of complaint during the autumn of 1812. As to the First Army, now commanded by General Copons, the defender of Tarifa, this gallant remnant of the old Catalan levies could not take the fight, 0 strong, was almost destitute of cavalry and artillery, and had no large town or secure fortress in its possession. It held, in a rather precarious fashion, a considerable portion of the mountainous inland of Catalonia. The headquarters were usually at Vich, but had no safe communications with the sea or certainty of receiving succors, though it was intermittently in touch with Captain Codrington's cruising squadron. Copons, who took over command in March 1813, though less disliked than his arbitrary and ill-tempered predecessor Lacy, was not popular with the Catalans. They would have liked to see their local hero, the Baron d'Urroles, who had been in charge of the principality for some months after Lacy's departure, made captain general. Weak in numbers as it was, the army of Catalonia could obviously do no more than detain and keep employed General Decain's French army of occupation, which had more than double its strength. The garrisons of Barcelona, Tarragona, Figueras, Lerida, and Tortosa absorb 0 of Decain's men, but he had 0 more available for field service, and his flying columns often put Copons in danger, for the Catalan army had to scatter its cantonments far and wide in order to live, and a sudden hostile concentration might easily cut off some fraction of it, when one part was as far north as the Amperdam and the passes into France, and another as far east as the Aragonese border. Normally the Catalans employed themselves in cutting the communications between the great fortresses, with an occasional foray into Roussillon. Wellington thought that they could not be better employed, and that nothing more could be expected of them. He sent them a small reinforcement of 2,000 men from the suppressed 3rd Division of the Army of Galicia, and urged that munitions should be thrown in from the side of the sea whenever possible. There was little to be expected from the exertions of the Catalan army, persevering and meritorious though they were. It remained to be seen, however, whether something could not be done in the Principality with external help. Here came in the main problem of the eastern coast. Suchet must be kept employed at all costs, while the main blow was being delivered by Wellington himself on the other side of the peninsula. Murray's and Elio's futile operations of April had accomplished little. The Marshal, though frightened at first by their movements, and though he had suffered the bloody check of Castalla, had been able to preserve his forward position on the Zúcar. He retained complete possession of the Valencian coastland, and his army was intact as a striking force. If, during the forthcoming campaign north of the Douro, he chose to draw off his main force towards Aragon, and to come in to join the king, there was at present nothing on foot that could stop him from such a course. Wellington resolved that this possibility must be averted, by giving the Marshal a problem of his own, which should absorb all his attention, and keep him from thinking of his neighbor's needs. And this was all the more easy because Suchet was notoriously a selfish commander, who thought more of his own viceroyalty and his own military reputation than of the general cause of France. His intercepted dispatches, of which Wellington had a fair selection in his file of ciphers, showed that he was always ready to find plausible excuses for keeping to his own side of the peninsula. The plan which Wellington formulated for the use of Sir John Murray, in 2 dispatches dated on the 14th of April, was one which depended entirely on the judicious use of naval power. The British fleet being completely dominant in the Mediterranean, and Murray having at his disposition the large squadron of transports which had brought his troops from Sicily, it was clearly possible to land as many men as the transports could carry, at any point on the immensely long coastline of Valencia and Catalonia that might be selected. They would have a local superiority on the selected point until the French troops, dispersed in many garrisons and cantonments, could mass in sufficient strength to attack them, and meanwhile the Catalan army would join Murray. If the French should draw together in overwhelming power, the expedition could, if proper precautions were taken, re-embark before its position became dangerous. The farther north that the landing took place, the more inconvenient would it be for Suchet, who would obviously have to draw on his field army in Valencia for numbers that would enable him to deal with the Anglo-Sicilian force. But the moment that Suchet should be forced to deplete his field army in the south, which was already too weak for the task set it, the Spaniards could advance on the line of the Zúcar, and make a dash at Valencia during the marshal's absence. In order to give them an irresistible numerical preponderance over the divisions that Suchet might leave behind him, Del Parque should bring up the Andalusian army to reinforce Elio's Murcians. Between them, they would have some 30,000 regular troops, besides the bands of the Empecinado and Duran, who would operate on the side of the mountains against the French rear. It would be hard if such an accumulation of force could not thrust back the thinned line of the enemy on to and beyond Valencia. Finally, the point at which the expeditionary force was to make its thrust was to be Tarragona, which was known to be in a state of bad repair, and thinly garrisoned, while it had also the advantage of being a very isolated post, and remote both from Deccan's headquarters at Girona and from Suchet's at Valencia. Moreover, it was conveniently placed for communication with the Catalan army, but separated by difficult defiles, both from Tortosa southward and Barcelona northward, at which French relieving forces would have to gather. If the whole plan worked, and Tarragona were to fall in a few days, the Catalan army would once more have a safe debouche to the sea, and the Allies would gain a foothold such as they had never owned north of the Ebro since 1811, while at the same time, Valencia ought to fall into the hands of Elio and Del Parque during Suchet's enforced absence. But supposing that Tarragona held out firmly, and Deccan and Suchet united to relieve it, the expeditionary force could get away unharmed, and meanwhile Valencia ought to have been taken. And even if the blow at Valencia failed also, yet at least the whole French army on the east coast would be occupied for a month or more, and would certainly not be able to spare a single man to help King Joseph or Jourdan. As we shall see, a long series of blunders, for which Murray was mainly responsible, though Elio and Del Parque each took his share in the muddle, prevented all Wellington's schemes for active profit from coming to a successful end. Nevertheless, the main purpose was achieved. Not a Frenchman from the east coast took any share in the campaign of Vitoria. To descend to details, Murray was directed to ship off every man of the Alicante army for whom he could find transport, provided that the total of infantry and artillery embarked should not fall short of 10,000 of all ranks. He was to take with him both the Anglo-Sicilians and as many of Whittingham's Spaniards as could be carried. If the ships sufficed, he might take all or some of Roche's Spaniards also. Less than 10,000 men must not sail. The force would then be too small to cause Suchet to detach troops from Valencia. Elio and Del Parque would remain behind, with such, if any, of Roche's and Whittingham's battalions as could not be shipped. They were to keep quiet, till they should learn that Suchet had weakened his forces in Valencia. When it became certain that the French opposite them were much reduced in numbers, they were to advance, always taking care to turn the enemy's positions rather than to make frontal attacks upon them. If, which was quite possible, Murray should fail to take Tarragona, and should find very large French forces gathering around him, such as he and Capons could not reasonably hope to hold in check, he was to re-embark, and bring the expeditionary force back to the Kingdom of Valencia, landing it at such a point on the coast as should put him in line with the front reached by Elio and Del Parque in their advance. There was a subsidiary set of directions for a policy to be carried out if the transports available at Alicante should be found insufficient to move so many as 10,000 men. But as the shipping proved enough to carry 14,000, these directions have only an academic interest. In this case, Murray and Elio were to threaten the line of the Zúcar frontally, while Del Parque turned it on the side of the mountains of the interior. Duran and Villacampa were to devote themselves to cutting the line of communications between Suchet and the king. In this way, employment would be found for all the French on the east coast, for Capons was to receive a reinforcement of 3,000 men, and was to keep Deccan on the move by raids and forays. Finally, and this clause governed the whole of the instructions, the general officers at the head of the troops must understand that the success of all our endeavors in the ensuing campaign depends on none of the corps being beaten. They must not attack the enemy in strong positions. I shall forgive anything excepting that one of the corps should be beaten and dispersed. Wellington afterwards said that this warning was intended for Elio and Del Parque only, but it had a deleterious effect, during the ensuing operations, on all the actions of the timid and wavering Murray. To say to such an officer that it would be a sin not to be forgiven if he let his corps get beaten under any circumstances, was to drive him to a policy of absolute cowardice. Wellington was an austere master, and the mental effect of such a threat was to make Murray resolve that he would not take even small and pardonable risks. The main idea that he had in his head in May and June 1813 was that he must not allow his corps to be beaten and dispersed. Hence, like the unprofitable servant in the parable, he was resolved to wrap it up in a napkin and have it ready to return to his master intact, though thereby he might condemn himself to make no worthy use of it whatever while it was in his hands. The threat of the commander-in-chief might have been addressed profitably to Robert Crawford. When administered to John Murray, it produced terror and a sort of mental paralysis. It is true that Murray's weakness of will and instability of purpose were so great that he would probably, in any case, have made a very poor game from the splendid cards put into his hand. But that the Tarragona expedition ended in the discreditable fiasco which we shall have to narrate was undoubtedly the result, in part, of the impression which Wellington's orders produced on his wavering mind. Yet, contemptible as his conduct of operations was, still, such it was kept employed in the East, and gave no help to King Joseph. That much was secured by Wellington's knowledge of how sea power can be used. By the 1st of May, everything should have been ready, but the late spring and the slow-moving pontoons delayed the start. On the 12th, 13th, 14th, however, every soldier, British and Portuguese, was ready to march. Every available unit was being brought up. There remained behind only the fever-ridden Guards Brigade at Oporto, the weak 77th, which provided, along with one veteran battalion, a skeleton garrison for Lisbon, 3 Portuguese line regiments, 2 in Elvas, 1 in Abrantes, and the dismounted dragoons of the same nation, who had not taken the field for 3 years. Only 500 Urban's and Campbell's squadrons marched in 1813. The infantry consisted of 56 British and Portuguese battalions, making about 67,000 bayonets. The British battalions were of very unequal size, a few as low as 450 men, a few others as strong as 900. The average was 700. The Portuguese battalions were rather weaker, some of the regiments never having recovered from the privations of the Burgos retreat, and did not exceed, on an average, 500 bayonets, or 550 of all ranks. Of cavalry there were 22 regiments, of which 4 only were Portuguese, tota 0 sabres. Of artillery there were 102 guns in 17 batteries, of which 3 were Portuguese and 1 belonged to the King's German Legion. Adding engineers, staff corps, wagon train, and the whole represent 0 men of all ranks and all arms. Section 36, Chapter 2. Operations of Hill's Column. May 22, June 3. The concentration of the southern wing of Wellington's army for the great advance was in some ways a more difficult, in others an easier, problem than the concentration of the northern wing. On the one hand, the distances from which the various elements of Hill's force were to be drawn were in many cases shorter than those of Graham's force. The roads were well known to all the troops, who had used them repeatedly in their moves up and down the Spanish-Portuguese frontier in 1811-12, and though poor enough, they were on the whole better than those of the Trás-os-Montes, which the northern column had to employ. No part of the British army had tried these latter routes since the pursuit of Soult in 1809, and few remembered how bad they were. But on the other hand, the concentration of the southern column was from points more remote from each other than those of the northern. The divisions of the latter had all been collected in the Douro country during the course of the spring, and started on their final march from a single area. Moreover, they were moving well inside Portugal, by routes very remote from the enemy. But the larger half of the southern force had to be brought up from a region far distant from that where the smaller half was cantoned in May. For Hill's 2 divisions, the British 2nd and the Portuguese Independent Division, so long commanded by Hamilton, but now under Silveira, the Conde de Amarante, had been sent back to the borders of Estremadura at the end of the Burgos campaign, and were lying, much scattered, at points so remote from each other as Coria, Plasencia, Bijar, Bohoyo, and Brozas. Morillo's Spanish division, so often associated before with Hill, was even farther off, south of the Tagus, in the Cáceres Alcantara country. All these troops would have to move up, in order to join Wellington, by routes not very remote from the French division at Avila, which, as it will be remembered, had tried to beat up Hill's winter quarters as late as the preceding February, and there was a chance that, if the enemy were alert and well informed, he might try to block Hill's march, by coming out from the Puente de Congosto or some such point. If Wellington had only known it, the French higher command had actually been fearing that Hill might make a stroke at Avila by some of the passes leading from the upper Tormes to the upper Adaja, and was nervous about this line of country. The plan for the concentration of the southern force was that Hill should unite the 2nd Division, Morillo's Spaniards, and Long's cavalry at Bijar, and then march by the pass through the Sierra de Francia to Miranda de Castaner and Tamames. Silveira, with the independent Portuguese division, was to take a parallel route farther west, by the pass of Perils, Peñaparda, and Moras Verdes, to the same point. These troops on arriving near Tamames would find themselves in touch with another column, which was already on the ground where operations were to begin. It consisted of the Light Division, which had been cantoned on the Coa and Agda during the winter, and Victor Alton, Fane S., and Robert Hill's cavalry brigades, the last named a unit new to the army, and lately arrived from Lisbon. It consisted of 6 squadrons from the 3 regiments of household cavalry. To join these British troops came Julian Sanchez's Castilian lancers, now reckoned regular cavalry, and not a partida, and Carlos de España's Castilian division, which had been wintering in the valleys above Ciudad Rodrigo. When united, the whole strength of the southern wing of Wellington's army would be about 30,000 sabres and bayonets, including only 5 brigades of British infantry, the equivalent of 4 brigades of Portuguese, and 2 Spanish divisions. The cavalry was very strong in proportion. This was intentional, as Wellington intended to keep out in his front such a strong cavalry screen that the enemy should have no chance of discovering for some time that the column was not the main Anglo-Portuguese army, but in fact a demonstrating force. The real strength of his army, 6 of his old 8 divisions, was marching under Graham to turn the line of the Douro, far to the north. On the 22nd, Wellington abandoned his headquarters at Freneda, where he had stopped ever since his return from Cadiz in January, and rode out to Ciudad Rodrigo. The Light Division and 3 cavalry brigades had preceded him to Santi Espiritus, 10 miles in front, where they were in touch with Silveira's Portuguese, who formed Hill's left-hand column and had reached Tamames. Hill himself with the 2nd Division was a march behind Silveira. Morillo's Spaniards, keeping more to the right, on the road along the mountains, was moving from Los Santos and Fuenterrabal, by the track which leads straight to Salamanca from the direct south. Far out on the left, Julian Sanchez's lancers were feeling their way towards Ledesma and watching the western flank. On the 24th, the union of the forces was complete, and the news that came from all quarters was satisfactory. Villette was in Salamanca, with no more than his own infantry division and 1 regiment of cavalry. He had small detachments on his flanks at Ledesma and Alba de Tormes, but no friends nearer than Derricau at Zamora. And for Derricau full employment was about to be found, since Graham's great column was marching straight upon him. It was pretty certain that King Joseph had not yet ordered the general concentration, which was the only thing that could save him from destruction. The French division at Avila had not moved. Madrid was being held, and as late as the 20th Marencin's brigade had been at Toledo, and some of the Avila division at Montbeltran on the borders of Estremadura. The map showed, therefore, that the army of the south could not possibly meet on the Tormes in time to succor Villette, who would have either to retreat or to be destroyed. And Villette being driven off eastward on Cantalpino, or northward on Toro, the junction of the 2 wings of Wellington's army at or near Zamora was certain. But haste was necessary, wherefore the army advanced by very long marches, through the devastated country over which it had passed in such different conditions 7 months back. On the 25th, headquarters were at Matilla, with the infantry advancing in 3 parallel columns, the Light Division on the high road to Salamanca, Hill and Silveira to the right, Morillo still farther out, making for Alba de Tormes. The satisfactory news came in that Villette had withdrawn his detachment from Ledesma, which indicated that he did not intend to keep touch with Derricau at Zamora, so that the passage of the Douro would be simplified. A very long march on the 26th brought matters to a crisis. Victor Alton's cavalry, pushing for Salamanca Bridge, and Fane's for the fords which lie above the town, found that Villette had just evacuated it, after barricading and obstructing its exits, but was visible on the heights above the fords of Santa Marta, one of Wellington's old positions of June 1812, in line of battle. His delay in retreating is censured equally by Jourdan and by Wellington. Apparently he wished to be certain that he was not being imposed upon by a mere cavalry demonstration, and had a serious force opposite him. Moreover, he was waiting to pick up his detachment from Alba de Tormes, which he had only just ordered to join him, when he heard that Long's cavalry and Morillo were moving on that place. On seeing the French in position, the British cavalry pushed on with all speed, alt and through Salamanca city, Fane by the fords above, leaving the infantry far behind them, but hoping to detain the enemy long enough to assure his destruction. Realizing overlate his danger, Villette moved off eastward when he recognized that heavy forces were concentrating upon him and threatening his retreat. He marched not for Toro, but due east by roads parallel with the Tormes. "It is rather extraordinary," wrote Wellington that evening, "that he should have marched by Cabarizos and the ravine, which we used to think so bad for even a horse, and thence by Aldea Langua." At any rate, the two cavalry brigades caught him up not far from Aldea Langua, and after scattering his rearguard of dragoons, rode in upon his infantry, which were marching hard in close column. The tactical conditions were exactly the same as those which had been seen during the retreat of Picton, and the 3rd Division from El Badon to Fuente Grimaldo in September 1811. The brigadiers, after trying some partial and ineffective charges, judged it useless to attack steady and unbroken infantry in solid order, and contented themselves with following the column at a cautious distance and picking up stragglers, just as Montbrun had done in 1811 on the way to Fuente Grimaldo. Fane's horse artillery battery got up and put in some damaging shots on the rear battalions, but they closed up and hurried on. The day was hot. Many of the French fell out of the ranks exhausted and were gleaned up on the way. Their divisional ammunition train got jammed in a hollow road and was captured. The leading caisson had been overturned and blocked the exit of the rest. But the main body of the infantry held on its way in a solid mass, and after 5 miles, Wellington, who had just ridden up, ordered Fane and Alton to desist from the pursuit. Villette, therefore, got off, leaving behind him a couple of hundred prisoners, and some scores of men who had fallen dead from sunstroke and overexertion, or had been knocked over by the round shot of Gardner's HA battery. This was one more example of the incapacity of cavalry, unsupported to deal with unbroken infantry, of which we have had to give so many previous instances. The only exception to the rule was the extraordinary achievement of Bach's heavy German dragoons at Garcia Hernandez on the day after the Battle of Salamanca. Clearly Villette waited too long, and should never have allowed himself to be caught so near Salamanca. He got off better than he deserved, and picked up his detachment from Alba, which came in upon him from the right a few miles farther on, beyond Babila Fuente, cautiously pursued by Long's light dragoons. The column went out of sight, retreating on Cantalpino, not on Toro, one more proof to Wellington that the enemy was not going to attempt to strengthen the line of the Douro, but to concentrate somewhere about Medina del Campo or Valladolid. The various infantry columns reached the neighborhood of Salamanca on the evening of the 26th, and crossed the Tormes, some by the bridge, some by fords, next day. They were ordered to take up the position facing north and east on the heights beyond the city which Wellington had held against Marmont in June 1812. The Light Division was on the left, the 2nd Division in the center, Silvera's Portuguese on the right at Cabarizos, Morillo on the upper Tormes at Machecan with a detachment in Alba. The cavalry patrolled towards Zamora, Toro, the fords of Fresno on the Douro, and also eastward toward the Guerrilla. Hill now halted for 6 days. It was Wellington's intention, now that he had displayed himself in force at Salamanca, and set all the lines of French intelligence quivering, that the enemy should conclude that his great attack was to be delivered between the Douro and the Tormes, and he hoped that they would attempt to parry it by a concentration in the region of Valladolid, Toro for the defense of the line of the Douro, or perhaps, but this was less likely, by a counteroffensive south of the Douro from the direction of Medina del Campo, so as to take him in flank and prevent his further progress northward. Either of these moves would fall in with his desires, since his real intention was to turn the line of the Douro much lower down, in the direction of Zamora, by means of Graham's corps, which was about to start from Braganza and Miranda on the very day of the occupation of Salamanca, and was due to arrive on the Esla, behind Zamora, on the 30th. It pleased him well that Villette should have retreated due east, that the cavalry found no hostile forces south of the Douro in the direction of either Zamora or Toro, and that it was reported that there was only one French infantry division holding those towns. Having allowed time for the enemy to get full knowledge of his presence at Salamanca, and to act upon it, it was inevitable that they should regard the place where he had shown himself as the base of his future operations. Wellington made ready to transfer himself rapidly and secretly to the other and stronger wing of his army, which Graham was now conducting against the extreme western flank of the French line. On May 28, he handed over the command of the southern wing to Hill and announced his own departure. The orders given to Sir Roland were that he was, unless the unexpected happened, to make ready to march on the Douro at Zamora the moment that he should receive news that Graham had crossed the Esla. Bridges should be ready for him, and the fortunate disappearance of the enemy's horse from the region of Ledesma made the rapid transmission of information between the two wings certain. There was one possibility to be considered. Though Wellington was convinced that the French would concentrate north of the Douro, in the direction of Valladolid and Medina de Rio Seco, it was just conceivable that they might take the other course of concentrating south of the river, round Medina del Campo, and marching straight on Salamanca with all the troops that could be hastily drawn together. It was impossible for them to gather their whole force in the few days that would be at their disposition. But conceivably, they might think it worthwhile to make a counterstroke with such divisions as could be got together in haste. It is interesting to know that such an idea did flash through Jourdan's mind for a moment, only to be rejected by King Joseph on the advice of the other generals. Should the French march on the Tormes, a grave responsibility would be placed on Hill's head. He was told to give them battle if he was strong enough, i.e., to judge their force according to the best information to be had, not an easy thing, but Hill was preeminently clear-headed and averse to unnecessary risks. Should they be too numerous, he was not to retire on Rodrigo by the route by which Wellington had come, but to throw up his communication with that fortress and move off in the direction of Zamora, carrying out at all costs the plan for the junction of the two wings of the army. Nothing was to remain behind to cover the Ciudad Rodrigo road and the Portuguese frontier, but the single Spanish division of Carlos de España. All convoys on the march from Salamanca were to be turned off towards Ledesma and Zamora. It might look perilous to leave central Portugal unprotected, but Wellington was sure that the enemy would be so distracted by his great movement north of the Douro that they would not dare to advance on Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida to strike at his old line of communications. Moreover, it would not matter if they did, for his new line of communication was now entirely north of the Douro, and Oporto, not Lisbon, would be his base. On the 29th at dawn Wellington rode off to the northwest, almost unattended, and Hill's responsibility began. It was not to turn out a heavy one, since, as his chief had foreseen, the enemy was not in the least thinking of taking up the offensive, but was rather expecting a continuation of the British advance from Salamanca. It did not come, and before the French had made up their minds as to what the halt of the southern column might mean, they were attacked on the 30th by the northern column, whose existence had hitherto been hidden from them. Hill therefore had only to wait for Wellington's directions to march northward, when the date and route should be given. These orders did not come till the 2nd of June, so that the Southern Corps had to remain for a week in its own cantonments round Salamanca, doing nothing more than watch the French, north and east, by means of cavalry reconnaissances. We must now turn to the operations of the more important Northern Corps, which crossed the Portuguese frontier on the 26th, 4 days after Wellington had started out in person from Ciudad Rodrigo. Section 36, Chapter 3. Operations of Graham's Column. May 26, June 3. On May 18th, Wellington had issued his final orders for the advance of the great turning force under Graham, all of whose troops were due to converge on the remote corner of Portugal between Braganza and Miranda de Douro between the 21st of the month. Many of them came from long distances and had to start early, the 1st Division from Viseu as early as May 13th, and left behind it, as hopelessly inefficient from sickness, Howard's brigade of the Guards, reduced to a strength of 800 bayonets by the fever which had ravaged its ranks during the spring. Shifted from Viseu to Oporto for the benefit of the milder climate, this brigade could not be moved for another month, and missed the campaign of Vitoria. The 5th, 6th, and 8th Divisions left their winter quarters in the Beira on the 14th, the 3rd and 8th, who were close to the Douro or actually on it, at Moimenta and St. João de Pesqueira, could afford not to move till the 16th. To secure a rapid movement for the columns which had farthest to go, and to save any congestion of traffic at the usual ferries of passage on the Douro. Bridges there were none. Wellington had collected a large number of barges and river boats at Paso de Rigoa, St. João de Pesqueira, and the Barca of Pasinho near the confluence of the Coa and the Douro. The arrangement of the marches was calculated to allow the heavy infantry columns to make use as far as possible of the only two good roads in the Trás-os-Montes, of which the one goes from the Douro to Braganza, the other to Miranda. The 1st Anth divisions crossed by the much-used ferry of Paso de Rigoa near Lamigo, and marched by Villarreal and Mirandela on two separate routes to the neighborhood of Braganza. The 3rd Division crossed the ferry at St. João de Pesqueira, and went by Villaflor and Vinhas to Vimioso, halfway between Braganza and Miranda. All these columns had some crossroad marching to do, where they were forced to cut across from one chaussee to another. The 3rd column, the 4th, 6th, Anth divisions, more fortunate, was on the high road nearly all the way. After crossing the Douro at the ferry of Pasinho, they marched from Torre de Moncorvo by the Great Chaussee to the frontier town of Miranda and the neighboring village of Malhadas, where they were due to arrive on 3 successive days, 24th, 25th, 26th May. This column was followed by the all-important pontoon train and by the reserve of siege artillery, Portuguese 18-pounders under Major Arriaga, as well as by the main ammunition train. The 3 British cavalry brigades which Wellington had allotted to the great turning movement, those of Anson, Bach, and Ponsonby, had been cantoned in the winter months in the lower Beira, along the coast, and in the valley of the Vauga. Before the infantry had moved, they had all 3 been brought north of the Douro about May 1, through Oporto, and billeted in Braga, Guimarães, San Tioso, and neighboring villages. On May 12, orders set them moving eastward to the Braganza country. Their march was much more fatiguing than that of the infantry divisions, for there are no high roads of any value going directly from the Braga country to the direction of Miranda and Braganza. All run north and south, not east and west. Though allotted short daily stages of only 3 or 4 leagues, the cavalry found the route fatiguing. The mountain crossroads were more like staircases than paths. The horse artillery accompanying the brigades had in some cases to swerve off from its itinerary and take circuitous turns. In others, it had to be manhandled down precipitous tracks. The only horsemen who had an easy job were the Portuguese brigade of 500 urban, who had been wintering at Braganza, and had only to advance a few miles to the frontier, and Grant's newly arrived Hussar brigade which, coming from the south, followed the infantry column that went by Torre de Moncorvo to Miranda, along the high road all the way. Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese infantry, who like 500 Urban's dragoons, had wintered north of the Douro, at Penafiel and Villarreal respectively, had a short way to go, and were timed to arrive at Braganza before the heavy columns from the south came up. Portugal and Spain, as is well known, turned their backs on each other for the greater part of their long frontier, and though there were decent chaussees from the Douro to Braganza and Miranda, they stopped short at the boundary line. From thence onward, there were no good roads till Zamora was reached, and those bad ones which existed were country tracks, only useful for operations in the summer. That they could be so used, for all arms, in May and June, was one of Wellington's secrets, which he trusted that the French would never guess. For both parties during the war had left alone this remote corner of the peninsula. The only operations seen near it had been Soult's spring campaign of 1809 and the forays of Silvera's militia when they occasionally raided towards Zamora. Country roads, however, existed between the Sierra de Culebra and the bend of the Douro between Zamora and Miranda, and the whole detail of Graham's march depended on their practicability. Wellington had caused the whole region as far as the Esla to be explored by his intelligence officers, and the report had been that the movement of all arms was possible in the summer. The permanent bridges of the Esla, from Benavent down to its confluence with the Douro, had been broken long ago, but there was a certain number of fords and convenient places for the laying of temporary bridges. By the end of May, it was calculated that the spring floods due to the melting of snows in the Galician and Asturian mountains would be over, and that the river would be down to its normal low summer level. On these facts depended the success of the operation, which must be a rapid one, in order that the French might have no time for concentration. But Wellington's provident mind had taken into consideration the possibility of unexpected high water, and as a matter of precaution, he had ordered up his main pontoon train from the Tagus. To get the cumbrous pontoons, 33 of them, from Abrantes to Miranda de Douro by land was no small matter. They traveled slowly on specially constructed wheeled trucks by Castelo Branco, Sabugal, and Pinhol, crossed the Douro at Villanova de Fiscoa, and were then brought up on the Miranda High Road as far as Villa Velha, where they were halted for a short time, as Wellington was not quite certain whether he would not lay them at Espadacinta on the Middle Douro, rather than farther up, beyond Miranda. For across the pontoons, he intended to lay the main line of communication between Graham's and Hill's wings of the army, and if the latter failed to get forward on the Tormes and to open up touch with Graham via Zamora, it might be necessary to throw the bridge at some lower point, such as Espadacinta. On the 20th, he made up his mind that 14 pontoons should be sent to Espadacinta, while the remaining 19 should proceed to Miranda, and from thence follow the course of the Douro to the point where they would be laid, probably the ferry of Villa al Campo, a mile below the confluence of the Esla and the Douro. The 19 all-important trucks with their burdens reached Miranda safely and moved close behind the right-hand column of Graham's army during its advance. Down to May 26, all the British troops had been kept behind the Portuguese frontier, nothing having been sent beyond it, save 500 Urban's Portuguese dragoons, who formed a screen some little way on the Spanish side. Their appearance would, in the event of a French cavalry raid from Zamora, create no suspicion of there being in the rear anything more than the usual Trás-os-Montes militia, nor could spies draw any deduction from their presence. But on the 26th, the whole of Graham's army started out in 3 columns, arranged as follows. The left-hand or northern column was to get into touch with the army of Galicia, Barcena's and Losada's divisions and Pene Villemer's cavalry, about 12,000 strong, who, marching from Astorga on the 26th, were to be at the broken bridge of Benevent on the Esla on the 29th-30th. It will be seen that Graham's force was marching on a very compact front, the central column being not more than 5 or 6 miles distant from each of the flanking ones, so that the whole could be assembled for action, in the unlikely event of opposition being met, in a very few hours. The cavalry screen of 5 brigades was so strong that it was impossible for any French horse which might be in the Zamora direction to pierce it, or discover what was behind. The whole army counted not less than 42,000 sabres and bayonets, exclusive of the Galicians, as strong an Anglo-Portuguese force as that with which Wellington had fought the Battle of Salamanca, and outnumbering considerably the other wing of Wellington's army, which was marching south of the Douro. By an extraordinary piece of luck, the attention of the French higher command was completely distracted at the moment from the Esla front, as a result of the last authentic reports received from that direction. For as late as May 20th, Ryle had sent Boyer's division of dragoons across the Esla at Benevent to make a sweep to the north and west in the direction of La Baenza and the road to Puebla Sanabria. They had gone almost as far as Astorga without meeting troops of any kind, and reported that some of the Galician army were at Astorga, but that they had heard of no British save 2 or 3 commissaries, who had been buying up barley and wheat in the valley of the Terra, which were to be sent back into Portugal. Ryle drew the natural deduction that there was nothing stirring in this part of the world, and Boyer, after thoroughly destroying the bridge of Castro Gonzalo outside Benevent, went back to his former cantonments east of the Esla. If the raid had been made a week later, he could not have failed to bring news of the advance of the Galicians, and would probably have heard of Graham's movements from Braganza and Miranda de Douro. But by the 27th, all the attention of the French generals was already distracted to Wellington's march against Salamanca, at the head of Hill's column, and the Esla front received little notice. There remained opposite the advancing troops of Graham only Derricau's infantry division of the Army of the South, with a brigade each at Zamora and Toro, and 3 regiments of Digens dragoons watching the Esla from San Cibrian to its juncture with the Douro, and at the same time keeping a lookout southward towards Salamanca. For the cavalry of Hill's column was already on the 27th-28th, pushing out northward towards Zamora as well as eastward towards the Guerrilla. On the 28th, this danger began to prey so much on Derricau's mind that he withdrew all his infantry save 4 companies from Zamora, leaving Digens dragoons practically unsupported to watch rather than to defend the line of the Esla. Urgent requests were sent to the cavalry of the Army of Portugal, farther north along that river, to keep touch with Digen and help him if necessary. The cavalry at the head of Graham's 3 columns reached their destinations, Tabara, La Silla, Carvajales on May 28th, the infantry on the 29th. No French parties were found on the hither side of the Esla, and though the peasantry reported that there were vedettes on the farther bank, none were seen. Exploration of the course of the Esla, however, led to the vexatious discovery that the river was very high, owing to torrential rain on the night of the 28th-29th, and that some of the fords intended for use were probably impracticable for cavalry, most certainly so for infantry. Graham, though vexed at the delay, refused to push across the water with horsemen alone, and waited for the pontoon train, due on the 30th, to come up, resolving to lay it across the Esla, and not across the Douro as had been at first intended. Meanwhile, the French showed no signs of life on the 30th. It had been feared that Dachau might come out of Zamora, only 8 miles away, with infantry and guns, to oppose the passage. But as we have seen, he had really departed on the 28th, and there was nothing opposite Graham but a cavalry screen. The main attack seemed to the French generals to be on the side of Salamanca, where Wellington was known to have been present on May 27th. Dijon had discovered on the 29th that there were British troops on the opposite bank of the Esla, but had no notion of their strength or purpose. But if Wellington's presence marked the danger point, it was now suddenly displaced. On the morning of the 29th, the British commander-in-chief had gone off on one of his not unusual lightning rides. Starting early from Salamanca, he rode by Ledesma to the Douro opposite Miranda, over 50 miles before dark. Facing Miranda, there is no road on the Spanish side. The river descends fiercely in something like cataracts, with high rocks on its eastern bank. The only communication from shore to shore was by a rope and basket contrivance, worked by a windlass, and stretched high above the water. By this strange method, Wellington crossed the Douro. What would have been the results of the campaign of 1813 if the ropes had been wrought? He slept at Miranda, started off at dawn on the 30th, and was at Carvajales, 20 miles away, by the afternoon, not so tired but that he could write dispatches to Hill and Gyron that night, and settle with Graham the dispositions for next morning. Wellington's first decision was that the pontoons, which had come up on the 30th, should be laid not on the Douro at Villa al Campo, but on the Esla opposite Almendra, where the high road from Puebla Sanabria to Zamora crossed the river. But at the same time, attempts were to be made to get cavalry, and infantry if possible, across the water at other points. At dawn on the 31st, Grant's Hussar Brigade entered the ford of Almendra, where it was intended that the bridge should be laid. Each man of the leading squadron had an infantry soldier of the 7th Division hanging on to his stirrup. At the same time, Bach's German dragoons and 500 Urban's Portuguese essayed the ford at Palomilla, opposite Montemarta, 4 miles upstream. The Hussars crossed with great trouble. The bottom was stony, the water had risen in the night, some horses lost their footing, many of the infantry stepped into holes or stumbled and were carried away. The majority were saved, but 10 of the 51st and rather more of the Brunswickers were swept right downstream and drowned. Yet despite mishaps, the Hussars got over, and advancing rapidly, surprised the French cavalry picket at the village of Val de Perdresses, a little way upstream, taking it whole, an officer and men. This was certainly about the most extraordinary instance of carelessness on the part of outposts during the war, and reflects as much discredit on Dijon, whose dragoons were supposed to be watching the lower Esla, as on the wretched officer in charge of the picket. How was it possible that such a large body as a brigade could approach in daylight the best-known ford of the neighborhood, at a spot where the course of the high road showed the convenience of the passage, without finding a single vidette on the bank? And why was such an important point watched, or not watched, by a half-troop, instead of by a force which could have offered at least a momentary opposition, and have passed the alarm to its regiment, which, as Dijon's report shows, was at Iniesta, only 4 miles to the rear? Meanwhile, Bach's Germans and 500 Urban's Portuguese dragoons had an equally difficult, though equally unopposed, passage at the ford of Palomilla, 4 miles upstream. The river was running furiously, and 7 or 8 horses and 3 or 4 men were washed away and drowned. Anson's light dragoons at the head of the 3rd column had an even worse experience at San Vicente del Barco, opposite San Cibrian. The ford was found utterly impracticable, and the brigade was ordered back toward Tabara. On its way, it was turned off to a second projected crossing spot farther south. This was also discovered to be hopeless, and finally the whole northern column was ordered to cross at Almendra, behind the southern column. After a day's profitless countermarching, it came down thither, to find the pontoons laid, the infantry of the southern column all across the river, and well forward, while that of the center column was crossing rapidly. In the end, all Graham's troops save the leading cavalry brigades had to use the bridge. Meanwhile, Grant's Hussars, advancing on Zamora, found that the French had evacuated it in haste on the first news of the crossing of the Esla. Dijon, with his 2 regiments of dragoons, his half-battery of horse artillery, and the 4 companies of voltigeurs, had gone off to Toro. Wellington, therefore, was able to occupy Zamora without opposition on the night following the passage of the fords, and moved his headquarters thither next day. The moment that he knew that Dachau and Dijon had absconded, he sent orders to Hill to march not on Zamora, or the ford of Villa al Campo, as he had at first intended, but directly on Toro, which would save 20 miles marching for the right wing. For it was clear that Dijon and Dachau could not hold Toro with some 6,000 men against Graham's 40,000, now across the Esla and in close pursuit of them, and there was no great body of French available to reinforce them within a couple of days' march. At most Rile's horse and one infantry division could have come up. On June 1st, the signs were that the enemy would not stand. Dijon's dragoons were falling back on the Toro road. Rile's cavalry, heard of at Belver in the morning, had gone off eastward towards Medina del Rio Seco in haste. Wherefore Wellington pushed on fast on that day, sending on Graham's columns by the two roads Zamora-Toro and Zamora-Rio Seco, which do not diverge sufficiently to make it impossible to concentrate the troops on them in a few hours. But caution proved unnecessary. The French evacuated Toro in the afternoon, so that the junction point with Hill was safely secured, and Graham's divisions were present in full force next morning to cover the passage of the southern wing across the Douro. Wellington moved his headquarters to Toro on the morning of June 2nd and sent out his cavalry on all the roads which branch out from it. Anson's and Bach's brigades going northeast occupied Vesdemarben. Grant's hussars pushing along the river road toward Tordesillas came up with Dijon's rear at Morales, 6 miles outside Toro, and fell upon it vigorously. The French dragoons, 2 regiments, were drawn up in a defensive position, with a swamp in front and bridge over a ravine behind. Grant, charging furiously with the 10th Hussars and the 18th in support on the flank, broke the front regiment, whereupon the enemy went to the rear in disorder, and was chased for 2 miles, prisoners being captured in considerable numbers. At last pursuers and pursued ran in on the rear brigade of Dachau's infantry, drawn up in good order, with a battery across the road, on the heights of Pedroso del Rey. Grant had therefore to call off his men, and to wait for the enemy to retire, which they presently did in good order. 2 officers and men, all of the 16th Dragoons, were captured, about 100 of them wounded. The rest were mainly taken owing to the bad condition of their mounts. Raw-boned horses with evident marks of bad provender, escort duties, and countermarches. Nearly the whole of them had horrible sore backs. The 10th Hussars had only 16 casualties, one of them an officer who had pursued incautiously and ridden into the French infantry, by whom he was wounded and taken prisoner. This was a good day's record for the 10th Hussars, who started their first peninsular service. They had only landed in February, with a very handsome success. During the day of the combat of Morales Hill's infantry had started off from their billets in the villages 10 miles north of Salamanca to move on Toro. A forced march of over 20 miles, through Fuente Saco, across a very bare and desolate country, brought the head of the column down to the Douro, where they encamped among well-watered fields and vegetable gardens. Officers and men, after the long sultry day, devoured with zest and relish the raw cabbages, onions, and melons. Next morning, June 3rd, the whole column began to cross the river at Toro, the artillery and baggage by a ford no more than knee-deep, the infantry by the fine but broken bridge. Only one arch of it had been blown up, and a resourceful engineer, Lieutenant Pringle, had contrived an easy method of utilizing it. A row of long ladders had been laid against each side of the gap in the roadway, their feet inclined together and united in the shallow water below. Long and stout planks had then been laid across, resting at each end on the rungs of each pair of corresponding ladders, and making a sort of platform. The men went down the upper rungs of one set of ladders, walked a few steps over the planks, and ascended by the rungs of the ladders on the other side. This was rather tedious for the passage of 4 divisions, and took the whole day and the following morning. But by noon on June 4, the entire army was concentrated in the vicinity of Toro on the north bank. Its cavalry was many miles in advance, at Pedroso del Rey on the Tordesillas road, Almaraz and Villavlid on the Rio Seco road. Parties sent out northward had got in touch with Jairn's Galician army, which had passed Benavent on June 1 and reached Villalpando on the 3rd, with Pene Villamer's squadrons out in its front. Thus every man of Wellington's striking force, 80,000 sabres and bayonets, was concentrated north of Toro on the night of June 3, all the British in a single mass, the Galicians some 18 miles off on the flank, but easily available. Nothing was now south of the Douro save Carlos de España's Spanish division, left to garrison Salamanca, and Julian Sanchez's horse, who were searching the roads south of the river, and had just captured a large French cavalry patrol at Castro Nuño, near Poyos. It seemed to Wellington incredible that the enemy would reply to his stroke at their communications by a similar stroke at his, on the Salamanca-Rodrigo line. Indeed, all reports showed them moving north, in order to form opposite him on the north bank of the Douro. Moreover, it was clear that they would have the greatest difficulty in concentrating a sufficient force to fight him, for the possession of Valladolid and the defense of the great northern chaussee. The first stage of his plan had been completed with entire success. Section 36, Chapter IV. Movements of the French. May 22, June 4. At the moment when Wellington launched his two great columns into Spain, the French headquarters staff was in a condition of nervous expectation. The spring was so far advanced that it had been expected that the Allies would have been already on the move, and their long quiescence was supposed, very reasonably, to cover some new plan which it was impossible to divine. The position of the French armies was very unfavorable, entirely owing to the continued absence from the front of the whole infantry of the army of Portugal, which, by Napoleon's desire and by the detailed instructions of the Minister of War at Paris, had been lent to the army of the north, and sent backward into Biscay, Navarre, and Aragon to hunt the guerrilleros. 5.5 out of the 6 divisions of Reille's command were still occupied on these marches and countermarches in the rear, when May was far spent, and when the offensive of the Allies must be expected at every moment. The French army, available for immediate operations, was therefore short of 1/3 of its strength, and Jourdan and King Joseph disliked the situation. Jourdan confesses in his memoirs that he and his master ought to have ordered Clausel to suspend his operations, however incomplete they might be, and to send back all the borrowed infantry to the valley of the Douro. But the minister's letters kept repeating so often that the campaign north of the Ebro must be completed at all costs, that the king considered that he could do no more than transmit to Paris the warnings that he was receiving, urging on the minister that it was time to suspend those operations, and that General Clausel should be ordered to come back in haste towards Burgos. This self-exculpation of Jourdan shows clearly enough the miserable consequences of the system of double command, which Napoleon had always kept up in Spain. The habit of sending orders direct from Paris to fractions of the army of Spain was so deeply ingrained that the titular commander-in-chief and his chief of the staff dared not issue instructions of primary importance to one of the generals under them without obtaining leave from the emperor. And at this moment, the emperor was not even at Paris. He had long been at the front in Germany and had fought the Battle of Lutzen on May 2. What came from Paris was not even the orders of Napoleon, but the orders of Clarke, transmitting his impression of the imperial will from dispatches already many days old, which would be doubly out of date before they reached Valladolid. The Supreme Master must take the responsibility of the fact that on May 15 or May 18 his representatives in Spain were asking for leave to modify his arrangements, by petitions which could receive no reply, for mere reasons of space and time, till the crisis which they were fearing had burst upon them. The whole system was ruinous in 1813 as it had been in 1812. The only rational method would have been to turn over the whole conduct of affairs in Spain to some local authority, supreme in everything and responsible for everything. Yet stronger men than Joseph and Jourdan would perhaps have taken the risk of offending their master, and have issued peremptory orders, which Clausel, Foy, and the other outlying generals would probably have obeyed. On May 20, the distribution of the army of Spain was as follows. King Joseph and the 2,500 men of his guards, horse and foot, lay at general headquarters at Valladolid. Of the 2 infantry divisions of 500 Erlon's army of the center, one, that of D'Armagnac, had been lent to Reille, when all the infantry of the army of Portugal had been borrowed from him, and was lying at Medina de Rio Seco, in the rear of Reille's cavalry, who were watching from a discreet distance the army of Galicia and the roads in the direction of Astorga and Leon. It will be remembered that on May 20 Reille, hearing vague rumors of Allied movements beyond the Esla, had executed a great sweep with Boyer's dragoons across the bridge of Benevent, and for 5 leagues beyond it, had found nothing, and had reported that there were no British troops in the direction, and no Spaniards nearer than Astorga. The other division of the army of the centre, that of Cassagny, was at Segovia, far south of the Douro, keeping touch with the large garrison still left in Madrid, which, as long as it was maintained there, could not be left in a state of absolute isolation. Of the Army of the South, Gazan had his headquarters at Arevalo, not very far from the king at Valladolid, but retained with him only Tilly's cavalry division. The rest of his troops were woefully dispersed. Dericao's division and Dijon's dragoons lay at Zamora and Toro, nearly 100 miles from headquarters, maintaining a loose touch with Rial's cavalry. Villat, with one detached regiment of Dijon's dragoons to keep watch for him, was at Salamanca, 50 miles from Dericao. Conroux, with a third division, was at Avila, with a whole block of mountains between him and Villat. He was supposed to be watching Hill, and had detachments as far out as Montbeltran on the borders of Estremadura. He was also separated from the force at Madrid by several sierras and the formidable pass of the Guadarrama. In the capital itself lay level with one more division, while the independent brigade of Marensin had been intermittently holding Toledo, and was actually there on the 20th, in company with a brigade of light cavalry under Pierre-Soult. The extreme outer flanks of the Army of the South were as far apart therefore as Zamora and Toledo, 160 miles as the crow flies, and a Spanish crow has rough country to fly over, and each of them was some 90 miles by road from the headquarters in the center. As to the infantry of the Army of Portugal, the only element of it which lay anywhere near headquarters was a brigade of Mocunes at Palencia on the Carrion, which was guarding a large depot of stores and transport. The other brigade of Mocunes was at Burgos. Lamartiniere's division, late that commanded for so long by Bonnet, was watching the great chaussee from Burgos by Briviesa to Miranda del Ebro, in order to keep touch with Clausel in Navarre. Similarly, Serrat's division, after its long and fruitless chase of Longa, was keeping safe the roads from Bilbao to Miranda, in order to link Foy with the main army. Foy himself was on the shores of the Bay of Biscay, where he had stormed Castroruedeles on May 12, and was trying to make an end of the local guerrilleros. The other two divisions of Rial's infantry were lost to sight in the mountains of Navarre, where they were marching and countermarching with Clausel, in pursuit of the elusive Mina. These were the divisions of Toppen and of Barbat. The troops which were working along with them were the two active divisions of the Army of the North, those of Abbé and Vandermeissen. Clausel's great flying column, of 15,000 men or more, was so continually on the move through regions where cross-communication was impossible, owing to the insurrection, that it could not be located with certainty on any given date, or receive instruction without a delay that might run to 8 or 10 days. Obviously, it would take the French army a week to concentrate on Valladolid or Arevalo, if Wellington should be aiming at Salamanca and the central Douro. But if he were about to attack one of the extreme wings, at Zamora or Madrid, the time required would be much greater. And Joseph and Jourdan were not at all sure that the secret plan of Wellington might not be a thrust, with Hill's force as the spearhead, at Madrid. One of the many false rumors sent to headquarters was that forage had been ordered for Long's cavalry at Escalona on the Tiber, many miles in front of Talavera. While another report truly chronicled the concentration of Hill's brigades at Bijar, and the gathering of stores there, but interpreted their meaning as preparation for a march on Avila by the Puente de Congosto. Uncertain as to what was Wellington's plan, the French higher command finally resolved to await its manifestation before giving the final orders, a system which was certain to lead to some initial loss of territory at the opening of the campaign, since the enemy would have a week in hand, before he could be opposed by a sufficient mass on the line which he might select. On May 18, Jourdan ordered Gazan to push exploring reconnaissances towards the Portuguese frontier, and, if Wellington should be met advancing, to order Level to evacuate Madrid, to send forward all his cavalry to support Villat at Salamanca, and when the latter should be driven in, to have his whole army ready to receive him behind the line of the Trabancos River, except Dericao's division, which should remain at Toro. Rial was to bring forward d'Armagnac's infantry from Rio Seco to support his cavalry on the Esla, and to unite Mocune's scattered force by calling up his rear brigade from Burgos, so as to provide a reserve for d'Armagnac. If Wellington should advance, as was thought most probable, from Ciudad Rodrigo, marching on Salamanca in full strength, and driving in Villat, it was intended to bring in all the troops of Gazan and 500 Erlon to the north bank of the Douro, and to defend the course of that river from Toro to Tordesillas, as Marmont had done in June 1812. If the British showed strength on the Esla, which was thought unlikely, Ryle would reinforce Derichau and Dijon with all his cavalry and the divisions of D'Armagnac and Maucune. But no definite orders were sent either to Clausel or to Foy, Serret, and Lamartiniere. The directions to be given them would depend on the strength which the British displayed, and the front on which they appeared. Thus, a week or more after Wellington should have shown his hand, the two armies of the south and centre, with the cavalry and one infantry division of the Army of Portugal, ought to be concentrated on the required points north of the Douro, with the possibility of bringing up later the 5 missing divisions of the Army of Portugal, and Clausel's 2 disposable divisions from the Army of the North. But these last might take a very long time to appear, and meanwhile there would only be 45,000 infantry and 0 cavalry in hand opposite Wellington. Considering the latter's estimated numerical superiority, it seemed that he might be brought to a stand, but hardly beaten, by the forces which the king could collect. A defensive campaign on the Douro was really Jourdan's forecast of the game. It might perhaps be turned into an offensive when the missing divisions of the Army of Portugal and Clausel should come up, with some 30,000 men of reinforcements. It is a nervous business to wait for the move which finally betrays the enemy's intention, as everyone knows who remembers August 1914. It was probably with some feeling of relief that Gazan at Arevalo and King Joseph at Palancha heard, on the 24th, that Wellington had passed the Agda on the 22nd, and was apparently marching on Salamanca in great strength. Conroux sent in news that Hill was at the same time marching up from Bijar northward, not turning east. The campaign, therefore, as it appeared, was to take the form which had seemed most probable, and the hypothetical orders for concentration which had been issued to the generals on the 18th became valid. But Gazan lost a day in evacuating Madrid, by riding over from Arevalo to Valladolid and formally requesting the king's authorization for the retreat of Level from the capital. So the aide-de-camp bearing the dispatch of recall only started from Valladolid on the morning of the 25th, instead of from Arevalo on the afternoon of the 24th. It was clear, therefore, that Level would be late at the concentration point. The other parts of the French scheme were carried out according to plan between the 25th and the 29th. When Villette found himself attacked at Salamanca, and got away with some loss eastward on the 26th, he fell back on Medina del Campo, and found waiting for him there on the 28th Conroux's division from Avila and the division of cavalry, which Gazan had been keeping at his headquarters at Arevalo, Tilly's dragoons. 500 Erlon was in march from Segovia with Casagna's division and Trailard's horse, and had reached Almedo, only 15 miles from Medina, so that he would be available next day. The whole made up a force of 16,000 foot and 0 horse. But Level was late, and would not be up for 3 days more, nor had Maucune's brigade yet come down from Burgos, while Derichau and Dijon began to look uncomfortably remote in their position at Toro and Zamora, where only Ryle could reach them. Joseph and Jourdan had intended to take position behind the Zappardeel on the 30th, there to demonstrate against Wellington, who ought by this time to be coming down upon them. It was necessary to hold him in check till Level should have got in from Madrid to join the main body, and then all would retire beyond the Douro, to the intended defensive position. But this day, too, disquieting facts became notable. One was that Wellington was not advancing from Salamanca. The troops that he had brought thither had not moved since the 26th. The other was that Dijon sent word that there were Allied forces approaching the lower Esla from the direction of Braganza, although Ryle had reported 10 days back that there were absolutely no signs of Allied movement from this direction. Their numbers were as yet incalculable. The suspicion, then for the first time, arose that the Salamanca advance might be a mere feint, despite of Wellington's personal appearance in that direction. On the morning of June, first suspicion became certainty. Dijon reported that the British had crossed the Esla in great force, by several fords, and that he and Derichau were retiring on Toro at once. Joseph would have liked to go behind the Douro without delay, but could not possibly do so until Level, Marensin, and Pierre Soult should have come up from the south. And the Madrid column was not due on the Douro for 2 more days, owing to its late start, no fault of its own, but due to Gazan's dilatory conduct on May 24th. Level had only got the order to evacuate the capital on the 26th. Luckily for him, Marensin had come in with his flying column from Toledo on the 21st, so that there was no need to wait to pick up this detachment. The garrison was directed to be under arms for marching at daybreak on the 27th, and with them, went a considerable train of afrancesado refugees. For many of Joseph's ministers and courtiers had refused to start by the earlier convoys, which had gone to Valladolid in March and April, hoping that emigration might never again become necessary. The remembrance of the miserable march to Valencia in July 1812 weighed on their minds and made them unwilling to face a second hegira of the same sort. Now all had to go, and quantities of carriages, carts, wagons, and mules belonging to civilians were mixed with, or trailed behind, the columns of Level's infantry. The convoy could not travel very fast. It only reached the foot of the mountains on the night of the 27th, crossed the Guadarrama Pass on the 28th, and reached Espinar on the northern descent on the 29th. Here Level turned off the baggage and refugees onto the road of Segovia, under charge of an escort commanded by General Hugo, late governor of Madrid. He himself with the fighting men went on to Arevalo by the Great Chaussee, reached the Douro on the 2nd of June, and joined Gazan at Tordesillas. The latter had crossed the river on May 31st, the moment that it became clear that the Madrid column was not going to be intercepted by any British force from the Salamanca direction. 500 Erlon passed the Douro only on June 2, the same day as Level, having waited behind to cover the arrival of the column of refugees and transport from Madrid, which had been directed on Segovia and Cuellar. On June 2, therefore, the south bank of the Douro had been at last evacuated by all the French forces, but Jourdan's and Joseph's plan for defending the northern bank was obviously out of date and impossible, for Wellington was already at Toro with Graham's 40,000 men, and there was no means of preventing Hill's 30,000 and the Galicians from joining him north of the river. The Salamanca column, if only the French had known it, was already marching north, to fall in alongside of the other and larger mass of the Allied army, and was due at Toro next day, June 3. This last fact was, of course, unknown at French headquarters on the afternoon of June 2. All that had transpired was that Wellington was at Toro with a very large force, and the Galicians close by his flank on the Benevent road. The exact position of the Imperial Army was that Gazan, with 4.5 infantry divisions of the Army of the South, and all the cavalry of Dijon, Tilly, and Pierre Soult, was concentrated on a 10-mile front between Tordesillas and Torrelodones. Riel, with d'Armagnac's division and Boyer's cavalry, was at Medina de Rio Seco, 12 miles farther north. 500 Erlon, with Casagna's division and Trailard's dragoons, was at Valladolid, 15 miles behind Tordesillas, the king and his guards at Sigils, 10 miles north of 500 Erlon, 12 miles east of Riel. Maucun's 2 brigades had at last concentrated at Palencia, some 25 miles north of Valladolid. There was now a very solid mass of troops, which could be united at one spot. Torrelodones, for example, by a concentric march, taking up one day, or could on the other hand string itself out in a well-closed-up front behind the Carrion and Pisuerga rivers, from Palencia to Simancas, to defend the line of those streams. The force was formidable, over 40,000 bayonets, quite 10,000 sabres. It was physically possible either to mass and offer Wellington a battle, or to stand fast to defend the line of the Pisuerga. But would either course be prudent, considering that Hill could join Wellington with ease at Toro, so that the entire Anglo-Portuguese army could be concentrated for a general action, not to speak of the Galicians of Giron on his flank? Exact calculations as to the Allied strength were impossible, but it would certainly exceed 0 men. Some of the French generals put it at 90,000. To engage in an open battle west of the Pisuerga against such superior numbers would be insane. But what of the idea of taking up a defensive line east of that river, in the hope of rallying Foy, Clausel, and other outlying forces within a week or 10 days? Marmont had done well with his position behind a river in July 1812, and had only been ruined at Salamanca because he had left his strong line and attacked with insufficient numbers. There was much debate at headquarters on the afternoon of June 2. Several policies were discussed, even, as it would appear, a desperate suggestion of Jourdan's to bring the whole army back southward across the Douro, to Medina del Campo and Almedo, and defy Wellington to cross its front, so as to cut the Burgos road and the communication with France. It is doubtful whether Wellington would have dared to continue his march to the Carrion, and to abandon his line of connection with Portugal, writes Jourdan. More probably he would have repassed the Douro, to follow the French army, which could then have retired upstream to Aranda, and from thence either on Burgos or on Saragossa. Time would have been gained, Clausel would have come up, and we could have fought on ground more suitable for cavalry. This most hazardous plan would have commenced by abandoning to the enemy all old Castile and Biscay, with the French forces scattered in them. For even if Wellington had followed the king with his Anglo-Portuguese army, Giron's Galicians and the insurgents of the north, Longa, Porlier, El Pastor, and the rest, would have been left free to clear the whole country up to the Pyrenees. The French detachments in the north must have retired on Bayonne. King Joseph and the generals rejected the scheme at once, on the ground that Napoleon's orders had always insisted on the retention of the direct road to France, by Burgos and Vitoria, as the most important of all considerations. This was undoubtedly a correct decision. Not only was the road along the south bank of the Douro to Aranda a very bad one, through an exhausted country, but it is clear that, if they took it, the French would never have got back again onto the Burgos line, but would have been forced to take the Saragossa line. The way from Aranda by Soria to Saragossa was through a rough country infested by Duran, the Empecinado, and other active guerrillero leaders. It could never have served as the main artery of communication for an army of the size of King Joseph's. But supposing that the king should have reached Saragossa, his only touch with France would be through Barcelona and Roussillon, for there is no decent carriage road from Saragossa across the central Pyrenees, the difficult pass by Jaca having often been tried and found wanting, save for small and unencumbered detachments. To base the whole army of Spain on Perpignan instead of Bayonne would have been hopelessly impracticable. The question as to whether the line along the Pisuerga, from Palencia to opposite Simancas, could not be held was the really hard problem. It was 35 miles long, well marked but with local faults. The water was low. There were points where the west bank commanded the east. From near Palencia to Cabazon, the only good road was on the western side of the river, and so out of control, while the bad path on the eastern side was cut up by 3 streams coming in from the high plateaus of the province of Burgos. In the rear there was the defile of Torquemada, where the road and the Pisuerga itself came out of the upland. After pondering over the question, Joseph decided that the Pisuerga was too dangerous a line to hold, that he was still too weak in numbers, and that he had better fall back on Burgos, and wait in position there, on ground much more defensible than the broad plains of the Pisuerga and the Carrion, for the arrival of the missing divisions of the army of Portugal and of Clausel. On the evening of the 2nd, orders were issued that all the impedimenta of the army of Spain should move off northward at once. The Grand Park and other transport, the Spanish refugees with all their carriages and lumber, the French civil administrators, the king's ministers with his private baggage and treasure, and much miscellaneous stuff from the royal palaces, pictures, books, and antiquities, were to start off at once on the road to Burgos. One great convoy was dispatched that night, a second and still larger one the following morning. Escort was found for them from the king's Spanish troops, the so-called division of Casa Palacios, and other detachments, making up 4,000 men in all. On the afternoon of the 3rd, the army executed a general movement of retreat, leaving only a cavalry screen behind, to observe Wellington's advance. The Army of the South came back through Valladolid, after blowing up all the bridges on the lower Pisuerga and the neighboring streams, and then marched up its western bank to Cabazon. Riel evacuated Medina de Rio Seco and fell back on Palencia, where he picked up Maucune. Headquarters and the King's Guard moved to Magas, just south of Palencia. 500 Erlon marched from Valladolid to Duñas, 10 miles farther south than Magas, and made ready to blow up the bridge there and cross to the other side of the Pisuerga. The whole army was collected in a space of 15 miles, and halted for 2 days, in a safe position for retreat on Burgos, when it should be pressed. For Joseph and Jourdan naturally wished to gain time. Every day that passed made it more likely that the missing divisions from the north would be heard of, or even be reported as approaching. Yet it would seem that even yet no direct and peremptory orders had been sent to Clausel, for Jourdan writes in his memoirs that the king suspended the retrograde movement because he thought to gain time, and hoped that the Minister of War would have given orders to General Clausel to come down on Burgos. Again, the wretched system of double command and constant reference to Paris was working. If it be remembered that it was only on the 18th of May that the king had made his final appeal to the minister to let loose Clausel from the northern operations, and that the news of Wellington's actual advance had only been sent to France on the 24th, when could it be expected that the directions from Paris would reach the scattered columns lost in the mountains of Navarre? And was there any certainty that Clark would visualize the full danger of the position and give at once the kind of orders that the king desired? He might send instead a lecture on the emperor's intentions, if past experience was to be trusted, and some suggestions which the events of the last 10 days would have put completely out of date. Section 36, Chapter 5. The operations around Burgos. June 414, 1813. On June 3, Wellington had halted the infantry of Graham's column at Toro, in order to allow the whole of Hill's column to cross the bridge and fords, and to complete the junction of the army. He gave as his reasons that he expected to meet Gazan, 500 Erlon and the king, on the Hormaja River, when he should have debouched from Toro, and that he intended to fight them with his whole force, not with the northern column only. "I do not think," he wrote, "that we are so close up or so well concentrated as we ought to be, to meet the enemy in the strength in which he will appear on the Hormaja, probably tomorrow. And therefore I propose to halt the heads of the different columns tomorrow, and close up the rear of each, moving Hill in this direction preparatory to our further movement." Only the cavalry continued to press forward on the 3rd. They found no signs of resistance, but only vedettes, which retired cautiously on their approach. Wellington was so far right in his apprehension that the idea of fighting in front of Valladolid had been one of the 3 plans which the French headquarters staff had considered on June 2. But, as we have already seen, that scheme had been rejected as rash, and during Wellington's halt upon June 3, the enemy were evacuating Valladolid and all its neighborhood, and commencing their retreat behind the Pisuerga. By 8 o'clock on the evening of that day, the cavalry reports all along the front showed that the enemy was retiring on every road, and it appeared certain that they did not intend to fight. The army therefore advanced in 3 main columns, Wellington himself with the 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 8th divisions, followed by Hill by the high road on Valladolid through La Mota, Graham with the 1st and 8th divisions, Pack and Bradford by the more northern parallel road by Villavelid, and Villar de Frades on Medina de Rio Seco. The Galicians were converging on the same point as Graham, by the high road from Villalpando and Villafrechos, but were directed not to approach too close to Medina till further notice. The reason for their delay was a curious one. Gyern had just written on the previous day to say that he had no reserve of infantry cartridges, and only 60 rounds a man in the soldiers' pouches. He wanted to borrow a supply from the British Army. Wellington replied in considerable heat. When he was on the move, he could not give away his own reserve ammunition. No doubt Gyern was not personally to blame, nor his men, but the administration in Galicia. Yet the unfortunate result would be that the Galicians must never be put in a position where there would be a heavy consumption of cartridges, i.e. must be held in reserve, or used for subsidiary operations only. Gyern was directed to make small regimental reserves, by taking away a proportion of the cartridges from each man and carrying them on mules. The general got off easily, but Wellington thundered that night on the War Minister O'Donoghue. "Here is an army which is clothed, armed, and disciplined, but cannot be brought into action with the enemy. I am obliged to keep it in the rear. How can troops march without provisions, or fight without ammunition? The cause of the country may be lost, unless the government establish in the provinces some authority to which the people will pay obedience, and which will ensure their resources for the purposes of the war." It will be noted that all through the rest of the campaign Gyron's corps was used for flanking movements, and never put in the forefront of the fighting, though the other Spanish troops with the army, Morillo's and later Longa's divisions, were used freely. On the 4th June Wellington moved with the headquarters column as far as La Mota, Hill getting no farther than Morales. At La Mota, the information received showed that the French were in general retreat. The cavalry advance got into Valladolid and found some undestroyed stores of ammunition there. Julian Sanchez, scouting far towards the south, discovered a considerable magazine of grain at Arevalo, where Gazan's headquarters had been. In view of the new situation, it was necessary to recast the movements of the army. There was to be no fight on the Hormaja, or for the possession of Valladolid. The initial strategical success of the passage of the Esla had settled the event of the first phase of the campaign, and cleared the French, not only out of New Castile, but out of the kingdom of Leon and great part of Old Castile. The fact that the enemy had abandoned Valladolid and the lower crossings of the Pisuerga would seem to show that he intended to fall back on the Burgos country. He could hardly be intending to defend a position behind the middle Pisuerga and the Carrion, since he had surrendered the passages at and about Valladolid, by which the southern flank of such a position could be turned. Now 9 months ago Wellington had been in these same regions, with the army of Clausel retreating before him from Valladolid on Burgos. On that occasion, he had followed the enemy in a straightforward pursuit along the Great High Road by Cabazon and Torquemada. On this occasion, his strategy was entirely different. Leaving only a cavalry screen between himself and the enemy, he proceeded to move his whole army towards the northwest by secondary roads, marching in 4 parallel columns not on Burgos, but on the upper Pisuerga northwest of that fortress, so as to turn entirely any position that the enemy might take up on the Hormaza, the Arlanzon, or the Herbal. It can hardly be doubted that he had already in his mind the great maneuver which he was to accomplish during the next fortnight, that of outflanking the French right wing by a wide sweeping movement, which would not only force Joseph and Jourdan to evacuate Burgos and its neighborhood, but would cut them off from the royal road to Bayonne and their main communication with France. The first order in his dispatch book, which definitely reveals this intention, does not appear till June 10, but the facts which it contains prove that the plan must have been laid long ere Wellington started from Portugal. This plan was no less a scheme than the transference of the base of the British Army from the port of Lisbon to the Bay of Biscay, so that when, in its wide turning movement, it should have passed the Ebro and neared the Cantabrian coast, it should find stores and munitions awaiting it, and be no longer tied to the long line of communication with Portugal, which it had always used hitherto. It was an astonishing example of the strategical use of sea power, to which there had hitherto been no parallel in the Napoleonic Wars. The only maneuver at all resembling it was that by which Sir John Moore in December 1808 had changed his line of communication from Lisbon to Corunna. But this was for a sudden hasty retreat, made by a small army, a very different thing from an advance made by a large army. For Moore had only wanted transports on which to abscond from the peninsula. Wellington had planned the arrival of a fleet of supply vessels, on whose contents he was to rely for the future sustenance of his army during a long campaign. Their existence was his second great secret in 1813. The first had been his plan for the crossing of the Esla, but the latter might have been guessed at as a possibility by any intelligent French general. The former, it is safe to say, had never been dreamed of as a conceivable move. Santander is so remote from Portugal, and the French were so firmly rooted in northern Spain in the spring of 1813, that it could never enter into the head of any of Napoleon's subordinates that the British commander-in-chief was planning such an elaborate surprise. They were bound to believe that all Wellington's operations would be founded on, and circumscribed by, the basic fact that his line of communication was on Lisbon. A maneuver which presupposed the complete abandonment of that line was not conceivable by officers reared in continental campaigns, and unused to contemplating the correlation of land operations and naval strategy. Yet the fact that the supply fleet had been gathered at Corunna long weeks before, and kept there till the conquest of northern Spain was well on its way to completion, is conclusive evidence as to Wellington's intentions. The crucial dispatch of June 10 ran as follows. It was addressed to Colonel Burke in charge of the British depots in Galicia. There are at Corunna certain ships loaded with biscuit and flour, and certain others loaded with a train of heavy artillery and its ammunition, and some with musket ammunition, and I shall be much obliged if you will request any officer of the Navy who may be at Corunna, when you receive this letter, to take under his convoy all the vessels loaded as above mentioned, and to proceed with them to Santander. If he should find Santander occupied by the enemy, I beg him to remain off the port, till the operations of this army have obliged the enemy to abandon it. If the enemy is not occupying Santander, I beg him to enter the port, but to be in readiness to quit it again if the enemy should approach the place, until I shall communicate with him. It should be noted that Wellington had carefully avoided calling attention to the accumulation of ships and stores at Corunna, even in his letters to the ministers at home. Their existence there was plausibly explained by the need for supplying the Spanish army of Galicia, which had indeed received much material during the spring. The provision of heavy artillery shows that he was contemplating as a probability the siege of San Sebastian and the other northern fortresses. He had failed at Burgos in 1812 for lack of the 24-pounders, which Home Popham had vainly offered to send him from Santander. Now he was quite ready to receive them from that port. As things stood on the Pisuerga, at the moment that he sent this prescient dispatch to Burke, it was certainly a bold prophecy to write that he was about to clear the Cantabrian coast by his next move. The French were still unbeaten, and he was more than 100 miles from the Bay of Biscay, from which he was separated by a most rough and complicated land of mountains. But he had already taken his measure of the capacity of the hostile commanders, and his hopes were high. The great flank movement's initial stages can be best traced by following on the map Wellington's nightly headquarters. They were La Mota on the 4th, Castromont on the 5th, and Putea on the 6th. All these carefully avoid the neighborhood of the Pisuerga, though the cavalry pushed on to feel the lines of the French along the river. But the army, instead of making for the crossings at Valladolid, Cabazon, or Duñas, kept steadily on in 4 parallel columns on roads far from the river. Hill, still as always on the right, went by Torrelobatin, Mucience, and Duñas, Graham on the left by Medina de Rio Seco and Grixota, the headquarters column under Wellington himself by Castromont and Ampudia, while far off, the Galician army on the north moved by Villarreal and Valoldo on Aguilar de Campos. The flanking cavalry kept up a continual bickering along the Pisuerga with French outposts. On the 6th, those at the head of the advance had a distant glimpse of a great review of the army of the center, which King Joseph was holding outside Palencia, from the heights which overlook that city from the west. In front of Duñas, there was an exchange of letters under a flag of truce between Wellington and Gazan, a most odd proceeding at such a moment, from which both parties thought they had derived useful information. The British parlementaire reported to the commander-in-chief that Duñas was still held by French infantry, which was good to know. The French, on the other hand, got a reply to Gazan's letter to Wellington within 4 hours, which proved that British headquarters must be a very short way from them, which was equally a valuable scrap of knowledge. The king had now waited 3 days in the temporary position behind the Pisuerga, without being attacked, though he was in the close neighborhood of the enemy. The quiescence of such an adversary made him uncomfortable, and at last he guessed part of what was going on opposite him. The British must be pushing up northward parallel to his line, and preparing to turn his right flank, which extended no farther than Palencia, by way of Amusco and the upper Carrion. Whereupon Joseph on the 7th hastily resumed his retreat and got behind the defile of Torquemada. There was danger in waiting. Nothing had been heard of Clausel, but news were to hand that Lamartiniere, with one of the missing divisions of the army of Portugal, was nearing Burgos from the north. The main body took post on the Arlanzon, but Riel with his 2 divisions at Castrixeriz on the Adra. Jourdan went forward to report on the condition of Burgos, where important new works had been commenced in the spring, and to choose good defensible positions in its neighborhood. It was expected that the British army would follow in pursuit, up the Great Chaussee from Palencia to Torquemada. And at first it looked as if this might be the case. Entering Palencia on the same day that the king had left it, Wellington pushed up the Chaussee part of Hill's column, Grant's and Ponsonby's cavalry brigades, and the light division, which kept in touch with the enemy's rear. The rest of the right column had got no farther forward than Palencia, but the main body of the army continued its northwesterly turning movement. Graham's infantry that day reached Grixota, 5 miles north of Palencia. The Galicians were up parallel with Graham farther west, somewhere near Bexarol. The movements of June 8 and, however, were the decisive revelations of Wellington's intentions. He moved his headquarters not up the Torquemada road, but to Amusco on the Carrion River, and continued to urge his columns straight northward. Graham to San Cibrian and Peña on the 8th and Osorno on the 9th, the main body of Hill's column to Amusco and Tamara, the Galicians to Carrion. He was thus getting his army well north of any positions which the enemy would be likely to take up in the neighborhood of Burgos, giving it very long marches, but still keeping it closely concentrated. On the 10th he judged that he had got sufficiently round the enemy, and turned all his columns due east towards the upper Pisuerga, Graham's and Wellington's own divisions crossing it at Zarzosa and Melgar, Hill at Estudillo, some miles farther south. Headquarters were fixed that night at Melgar. With the passage of the Pisuerga, ended the long march through the great flat corn-bearing plainland of northern Spain, the Tierra de Campos. The next 10 days were to be spent among rougher paths. The triumphant and almost unopposed advance from the Esla to the Pisuerga, executed in one sweep and at high speed, was an episode which those who were engaged in it never forgot. From the time of our crossing the Esla up to this period, wrote one diarist, we have been marching through one continuous cornfield. The land is of the richest quality, and produces the finest crops with the least possible labor. It is generally wheat, with a fair proportion of barley, and now and then a crop of vetches or clover. The horses fed on green barley nearly the whole march and got fat. The army has trampled down 20 yards of corn on each side of the roads by which the several columns have passed, in many places much more, from the baggage going on the side of the columns, and so spreading farther into the wheat. But they must not mind their corn if we get the enemy out of their country. The country gives bread and corn, and hitherto these have not failed, and this is a region that has been plundered and devastated for 5 years by the enemy. It was said before our march that until the harvest came in, not a pound of bread by way of supplies for the army could be procured. A light division diarist writes in a more romantic frame of mind. The country was beautifully diversified, studded with castles of Moorish architecture, recalling the chivalric days of Ferdinand and Isabella. The sun shone brilliantly, the sky was heavenly blue, and clouds of dust marked the line of march of the glittering columns. The joyous peasantry hailed our approach and came dancing to meet us, singing and beating time on their small tambourines, and when we passed through the principal street of Peninsula, the nuns, from the upper windows of a convent, showered down rose leaves upon our dusty heads. The dry comment of the commander-in-chief, in his report to the war minister at home, contrasts oddly with this enthusiasm. I enclose the last weekly and daily states. We keep up our strength, and the army are very healthy and in better order than I have ever known them. God knows how long that will last. It depends entirely upon the officers. While Wellington's columns were hurrying northward, the French remained for 2 days, June 7-9, in position behind the Pisuerga, Ryle on the right at Castriceriz, the rest of the army holding the heights down to Villadiego and the Arlanza River. Only British cavalry scouts appeared in front of them. The position was excellent, says Jourdan, and it was hoped to hold it for some days. But the generals commanding the armies represented to the king that the troops lacked bread, and that they dared not send out large detachments far afield to requisition food from the peasantry, wherefore the whole force retired on Burgos. No doubt the country was bare, and when the enemy is known to be near, it is unsafe to make large detachments, but it may be suspected that the real cause for retreat was the continuous uncertainty as to Wellington's northward movement. Yet it is clear that the French headquarters had no suspicion how far that movement was going. For on the 9th, when they retreated, they took up position on a very short line north and south of Burgos. Ryle's 2 divisions lay behind the Hormaza River, 10 miles west of the fortress, with the right opposite Hormaza village, the left at Estepar, forming a front line. The army of the south was on both banks of the Arlanzan, 5 miles behind Ryle, right wing behind the Erbel River, left wing behind the Arcos River. The army of the center and the King's Guards were in reserve, billeted in Burgos itself. But already Wellington's columns were aiming at points far north of Ryle's position. That day the northernmost divisions of Graham's infantry were at Osorno. Next day, June 10th, at Zarzosa, beyond the Pisuerga, a point from which they could easily march round the Hormaza position, and on June 11th, at Satrascudo, where they halted for a day. The center, with Wellington himself, on the same day had reached Castriceriz on the Adra River, while Hill was close by at Barrio de Santa Maria and Valbases. Nothing had been sent south of the Arlanzan, save Julian Sanchez's lancers, who were scouring the country in the direction of Lerma, on the lookout for belated French convoys or detachments. The Galician army, keeping, as always, far out on the left wing, had reached the Pisuerga at Herrera, 10 miles north of Graham's extreme flank. They were now within 2 marches of the upper Ebro, and there was absolutely no enemy in front of them for scores of miles. The nearest Frenchmen in that direction were the columns with which Foy was scouring the roads of Biscay after his capture of Castro Urdiales. The halt of the French army in the neighborhood of Burgos was not to mark the end of its retreat, and the commencement of offensive operations, as King Joseph had hoped. The only cheering features in the general outlook were that Lamartiniere's division of the Army of Portugal was now in touch. It was reported coming up from Briviesa, and that a bulletin of the Grand Army was received from Germany, telling of the victory of the Emperor at Botzen. But the discouraging news was appalling. The first installment of it was that Jourdan reported, after investigating the fortifications of Burgos, that he considered the place untenable. During the spring, building and demolition had been taken in hand, for the purpose of linking up the old castle, which had given so much trouble to Wellington in 1812, with the high-lying hornwork of St. Miguel on the rising ground above. The scheme was wholly unfinished. The only result achieved was that St. Miguel, as reconstructed, commanded the castle, and that the alterations started in the enceinte of the latter, with the object of linking it up with the former, had rendered it, in the marshal's opinion, incapable of holding out for a day. Yet this would not have mattered so much if the army had been about to resume the offensive or to put up a stable defense in the Burgos region. But it was declared that this was impossible. The governor reported that the immense convoys which had been passing through Burgos of late, and the recent stay of considerable bodies of troops in the place, had brought his magazines to such a low ebb that he could not feed an army of 50,000 men for more than a few days. The town was still crammed with the last great horde of Spanish and French refugees, who had come on from Madrid, Segovia, and Valladolid, and all the king's private train. They were sent on at once towards Vitoria, under escort of Lamartiniere's division, which thus no sooner became available than it was lost again. No news had arrived either from Foy or from Clausel, but Serrat's division of the army of Portugal had been located north of the Ebro, and would be coming in ere very long. The news that Clausel was undiscoverable brought King Joseph to such a pitch of excitement that he took, on June 9th, a step which he should have taken a fortnight before, and threw over all his fears of offending the minister at Paris or the emperor in Saxony. He sent direct peremptory orders to Clausel to join him at once, and told off a column of 1,500 men to escort the aide-de-camp who bore them. It went off by Domingo Calzada and Logroño. As a matter of fact, the order reached the general in 6 days, but it might have taken longer for all that Joseph could guess. And the king came to the conclusion that if he were at all pushed by Wellington within the next few days, he must abandon Burgos and retire behind the Ebro. He might even have to go without hostile persuasion, on the mere question of food supplies. But on June 12, the pressure was applied. Wellington had now got all his forces over the Pisuerga, and his 2 southern columns were concentrated between Castrixeriz and Villadiego. Graham was farther off, but not out of reach. Having reconnoitered the advanced position of Ryle on the Hormaza River, and found that his supports were far behind, he resolved to attack him in front and flank that morning. Only the southern column, Hill's troops, was employed, the center divisions being halted in a position from which they might be brought in on the enemy's rear if the king reinforced Ryle, but not if the French showed no signs of standing. But the push against the army of Portugal, made by the 2nd Division, Silveira's Portuguese and Morillo's Spaniards, was sufficient to dislodge the enemy. For while they were deploying against the French front, the cavalry brigades of Grant and Ponsonby, supported by the Light Division, appeared behind Ryle's right flank. The enemy at once gave way, before infantry fighting had begun, and retreating hastily southward got behind the Erbel River, where the army of the south was already in line. Ryle then crossed the Arlanzon by the bridge of Buñol and took post south of Burgos. The French loss was small. The retreat was made in good order and with great speed before the British infantry could arrive. Grant's and Ponsonby's horse, already outflanking the rearguard, got in close, but did not deliver a general attack, by Wellington's own orders as it is said. For despite of Garcia Hernandez, he held to his firm belief that cavalry cannot break intact infantry. A half-troop of the 14th Light Dragoons, under Lieut. Southwell, charged and captured an isolated French gun, which had fallen behind the rearguard, but this was the only contact between the armies that day. Jordan says that Ryle lost about 15 men only, an exaggeration no doubt, but not a very great one. The result, however, was to determine King Joseph to retreat at once, and to abandon Burgos, before his obviously outflanked right wing should be entirely circumvented. That night desperate measures were taken. Everything that could travel on wheels was sent off by the high road towards the Ebro. The infantry followed, using such side roads as were available. At dawn only cavalry rearguards were covering Burgos. Jordan explains the haste of the retreat as follows. It was easy to foresee that next morning, that part of the army of the south which lay behind the Erbel River would be attacked, and that being separated by the Arlanzon from the bulk of the army, which lay on the south bank, it would be compromised. 3 choices lay open: first, to bring the whole army across the Arlanzon, and to fight on the Erbel. But this would have brought on the general action which it had been determined to avoid, ever since the king had made up his mind to call in Clausel. Second, to bring the whole army across to the south bank of the Arlanzon, where there was a good position. But this move would have allowed the enemy to cut the Great Road and our communications with France, and the same motives which had caused the rejection of the scheme to retire south of the Douro on June 2 caused this alternative to be disapproved on June 12. Third, to fall back by the Great Road to the Ebro, and so secure the earliest possible concentration of all the armies of Spain. This was the scheme adopted. It is said that Gazan was for fighting on the Erbal, while Ryle and 500 Erlon opted for the second choice, that of abandoning the high road to France, going south of the Arlanzon, and retreating by the bad track to Domingo Calzada and Logroño, because Clausel, being certainly somewhere in Navarre, would be picked up much sooner at Logroño than at Miranda or other points higher up the Ebro. But the emperor's orders that the direct communication with France must be kept up at all costs were adduced against them, and settled the question. Before leaving, the French made arrangements to blow up the castle, which had served them so well in the preceding October, and to destroy a great store of powder and munitions, for which no transport could be procured. According to Jourdan, the disaster which followed was due to the professional ignorance of General de Beauville, the Director General of Artillery, who maintained that shells would do no great harm if they were exploded, not in a great mass but placed in small groups, at distances one from another. Zero of them laid in parcels on the ground in the castle square, and connected with the mines which were placed under the donjon keep. Orders were given that the fuses were only to be lit when the last troops should have left, and the inhabitants were told that if they would keep to their houses, they would incur no danger. But the mines, by some error, were fired before 7 o'clock in the morning, and the effects of the explosion had been so badly calculated that not only were many houses in the city injured, all the glass blown out of the splendid cathedral, and its roof broken in several places, but a hail of shells fell all over the surrounding quarter, and killed men of Villat's division, who were halted in the Plaza Mayor, and a few of Dijon's dragoons who were crossing the bridge. There were casualties also, of course, among the unfortunate citizens. When the smoke cleared away and the fire had gone out, it was found that the destruction of the donjon keep and upper works of the castle had been complete, but that most of the outer wall was standing, as indeed it is to this day. Wellington remarked that it was quite capable of restoration, if the fortunes of the war made it necessary. They did not, and the skeleton of the castle still remains ruined and riven on its mound, to surprise the observer by its moderate size. Those who go round it can only marvel that such a small fortress should have held all Wellington's army at bay during so many eventful days in 1812. The British general, hearing at Castrexeriz, on the early morning of June 13, that the French had evacuated Burgos and blown up its works, did not even enter the town, and sent nothing more than cavalry scouts to follow the retreating enemy, but ordered the instant resumption of the northwestward march of the whole army. It was now his intention to turn the line of the Ebro, in the same fashion that he had turned the line of the Douro on May 31, by passing it so far to the westward that any position which the enemy might adopt would be outflanked, even before it was fully taken up. And he was aiming not only at turning the Ebro line, but at cutting Joseph's communication with France. He was already taking Vittoria, far behind the Ebro, as the goal for which he was making. We have Wellington's own word for the fact that it was the collapse of the French opposition in front of Burgos, which finally induced him to develop his original plan of campaign, spoken of above, into the more ambitious scheme for driving the French completely out of the peninsula, which he now took in hand. Unfortunately, his statement was taken down many years after the event, and his memory of details was not all that it might have been in his old age. But the story is so interesting, and fits into the psychology of the moment so well that it must not be omitted. When I heard and saw the explosion, I was within a few miles, and the effect was tremendous. I made a sudden resolution forthwith to cross the Ebro instanter and to endeavor to push the French to the Pyrenees. We had heard of the battles of Lutzen and Botzen, and of the armistice, and the affairs of the Allies looked very ill. Some of my officers remonstrated with me about the imprudence of crossing the Ebro, and advised me to take up the line of the Ebro and see. I asked them what they meant by taking up the line of the Ebro, a river 300 miles long, and what good I was to do along that line. In short, I would not listen to that advice, and that evening, or the very next morning, I crossed the river and pushed the French till I afterwards beat them at Vittoria. And lucky it was that I did, for the Battle of Vittoria induced the Allies to denounce the armistice. Then followed Leipzig and all the rest. All my staff were against my crossing the Ebro. They represented that we had done enough, that we ought not to risk the army and all that we had obtained, that the armistice would enable Bonaparte to reinforce his army in Spain, and we therefore should look for a defensive system. I thought differently. I knew that the armistice could not effect in the way of quick reinforcement so distant an army as that of Spain. I thought that if I could not hustle them out of Spain before they were reinforced, I should not be able to hold any position in Spain after they should be. Above all, I calculated on the effect that a victory might have on the armistice itself, so I crossed the Ebro and fought the Battle of Vittoria. How far is this curious confidence, made to Croker in January 1837, and taken down by him in two separate drafts, Croker Papers, Roman II, p. 309 and Roman III, pp. 336-7, a blurred impression colored by after events. It is quite true that the Burgos explosion took place early on the morning of June 13, that the orders dictated at Villadiego that day, supple. Disp. Roman 7, p. 637, give a sudden new direction to the army, and that next evening, June 14, the heads of the columns were over the Ebro. But Wellington's own dispatches seemed to show that he did not know anything of the armistice on June 13, for he wrote to his brother Henry that day, "I have no news from England. The French have a bulletin of May 24. When Napoleon was at Dresden, they talk of successes, but as he was still at Dresden on the 24th, having arrived there on the 8th, they cannot have been very important." Now the armistice of Plesswitz was signed on June 4, and on the 13th Wellington's latest news was of May 24. But on the 17th, when he had been 2 days across the Ebro, he did at last hear something. Again he writes to his brother, "I have got, by Corunna, English papers of the 3rd. There were several actions in the neighborhood of Botzen on the 20th-22nd May. Bonaparte turned then, and they retired. The Allies have lost ground but are unhurt. He has offered before the battle to consent to a congress at Prague. An armistice is to commence when the ministers shall arrive at Prague. I do not think that the Russians and Prussians can agree to the armistice unless they submit entirely. Disp. XP 443. Clearly, then, Wellington on the 13th knew nothing of any armistice, since he introduces the proposal, not the accomplishment, of it to his most trusted correspondent on the 17th, as the last news to hand. He was committed to the advance on Vittoria long before he could know of its subsequent political effects, and thus in his old age he underrated his own prescience. But the fact that his officers doubted the wisdom of the advance, and that he swept their objections away, is probably correct. That he had considered the possibility of an advance far beyond the Ebro seems, as has been said before pp. 313, to be proved by orders given in the spring, before the campaign began. On the evening of the 13th, headquarters were at Villadiego, while the columns were all heading northward on parallel routes. The Galicians were moving from Aguilar on the bridge of Rocamond, the highest on the Ebro save that at its source near Reynosa. The bulk of Graham's column was marching by La Piedra on the bridge of San Martin, a few miles lower down than Rocamond, though some of its flanking cavalry crossed at the latter passage, ahead of the Galicians. The headquarters divisions and Hill's column moved, using all available secondary roads, from their position opposite the lower Herbal, by Villadiego and Montorio respectively, on the bridge of Puente Arenas, some 15 miles below that of San Martin. All three columns had on the 13th, 14th, 15th very hard marches, of 4 long Spanish leagues on 3 successive days, across upland roads where artillery had never been seen before. The move would only have been practicable at midsummer. But the columns were absolutely unopposed, and the upper Ebro country had been entirely neglected by the French, as Wellington had foreseen. One division could have stopped the whole column at the bridge of San Martin, wrote an intelligent observer, or the other at Rocamond, where some of our column likewise crossed. The enemy cannot be aware of our movement. Graham was all across the Ebro by noon on the 14th, Hill by the morning of the 16th. Wellington, who had fixed his headquarters at the lost village of Massa in the hills, was able to declare with confidence that the whole army would be over the river by the night, and then the French must either fight or retire out of Spain altogether. The Ebro country was a surprise to the British observers who had spent so many years in the uplands of Portugal or the rolling plains of the Tierra de Campos. Winding suddenly out of a narrow pass, we found ourselves in the river valley, which extended some distance on our right. The beauty of the scenery was beyond description. The rocks rose perpendicularly on every side, without any visible opening to convey an idea of an outlet. This enchanting valley is studded with picturesque hamlets and fruitful gardens, producing every description of vegetation. At the Puente Arenas, we met a number of sturdy women loaded with fresh butter from the mountains of the Asturias. We had not tasted that commodity for 2 years, therefore it will be unnecessary to describe how readily we made a purchase, nibbling by the way at such a luxury. Northern or Pyrenean Spain is a very different country from the dusty, windswept central plateaus. Above all, the lack of water, which is the curse of Castile, ceased at last to be the bane of marching columns. After crossing the Ebro on the 14th, Graham's column made another 4-league march on the 15th to the large town of Villarcayo, while the Galicians got to Sincillo on the main road from Santander to Burgos. Thus Wellington was certain of the new naval base to which he had bid the Corunna transports sail only 5 days before. Hill's troops, who had a longer march during the last 2 days than the other columns, were not so far forward, but nearing the river had occupied the heights on the southern side of the Puente de Arenas. The 3 columns forming the Anglo-Portuguese army were, as a glance at the map shows, in close touch with each other, and in a position where the whole 80,000 men could be concentrated by a single march. Undoubtedly, the most surprising features of the advance is that Wellington's commissariat was able to feed such a mass of troops in such a limited area, after they had left the plains of Castile and plunged into the thinly inhabited mountains. The local supplies obtainable must have been very limited. Several diarists speak of biscuit being short, though meat was not. But somehow or other the commissaries generally contrived to find more or less food for the army. The well-organized mule trains were not far behind the infantry columns, and the long and difficult movement was never checked, as earlier marches had been in 1809 and, by the mere question of provisions, though many brigades got but scanty meals. Section 36, Chapter 6. Wellington on the Ebro. June 1520, 1813. After evacuating Burgos, the French army had retired, at a rather leisurely rate, down the high road which leads by Briviesa and the defile of Pancorbo to the valley of the Ebro. The rearguard, as we have seen, had left Burgos on the morning of the 13th, and halted for great part of the day at Gamonal, a few miles east of the city, on the spot where Napoleon had won his easy victory over the Conde de Belvedere on November 10, 1808. It was only followed by Spanish irregular horse, some of Julian Sanchez's ubiquitous lancers. Headquarters that night and the next, June 14, were at Briviesa, and remained there for 48 hours. On the 15th they were moved on to Pancorbo, an admirable position with a high-lying fort in the center, while the road is flanked for miles by steep slopes, on which an advantageous rearguard action might have been fought. But no pursuing enemy came in sight. This fact began to worry the French headquarters staff. What could have become of Lord Wellington? The French army, in full retreat, was permitted to move leisurely along the great route, without being harassed or urged forward, not a carriage of any description being lost. It appeared inexplicable. The French retreat was leisurely for 2 reasons. The first was that King Joseph wished to gain time for the immense convoys lumbering in front of him to reach Miranda and Vitoria without being hustled. The second was that he thought that every day gained gave more time for Clausel to come up. At the slow rate at which he was proceeding, he might almost hope to find the missing divisions of the army of Portugal converging on Miranda at the moment when he should arrive there himself. The Council of War at Burgos had decided that Wellington must inevitably pursue by the Great Chaussee. The routes from the Burgos region to the upper Ebro had been reported both by French officers who claimed to know the country and by local afrancisados as presenting insuperable difficulties to a large army. There was, it is true, the high road Burgos-Santander by Santillanes, Pedrosa, and Reynosa, but this led northwest in an eccentric direction, not towards Miranda or Vitoria. That the danger lay on the rough mountain ways a little farther east, which fall down to San Martin and Puente de Arenas, seems not to have been suspected. Yet it was disquieting to find no pursuit in progress. Could the Allied army possibly have been forced to halt at Burgos for want of supplies? On the 16th, the French army descended from the defile of Pancorbo to the Ebro, and proceeded to distribute itself in the region round Miranda, in cantonments which permitted of rapid concentration when it should become necessary. Nothing was yet to be heard of Clausel, but on the other hand Lamartinière's division was again picked up. It handed over the duty of escorting the convoys toward Vitoria to Joseph's Spanish contingent, the small division of Casapalacios. Serrat's division also came in from Biscay, and reported that it had been lately in touch with Foy, who was successfully hunting the local guerrilleros in the coastland. But neither Foy himself, nor the troops of the Army of the North which had been cooperating with him of late, were anywhere near. Strange as it may appear, That very capable officer had wholly failed to understand the general situation. Though apprised ere now of the evacuation of Madrid and Valladolid, he had nothing in his mind save his wholly secondary operations against the Biscay bands. His dispatches of this period show him occupied entirely with the safety of Bilbao and the necessity for guarding the high road from Bergara and Tolosa to France. There were 20,000 troops in Biscay, but they were entirely dispersed on petty expeditions and convoy work. On June 19, when he got from headquarters the first dispatch that caused him to think of concentrating and joining the main army, Foy had only 1 battalion with him at the moment at Bergara. A column of 1,000 men was moving to reinforce the garrison of Bilbao. A brigade was at Villafranca escorting towards France the large body of prisoners, whom he had captured in his recent operations. Another brigade was waiting on the road between Vitoria and Mondragon to pick up a large convoy which, as he had been warned, would be coming up the Royal Road and would require to be protected as far as San Sebastian. He was making efforts to send provisions by sea to Bilbao and Castro Urdiales, a task in which he was being worried by British cruisers off the coast, and was preparing to go to Bilbao himself. No doubt the main blame for this untimely dispersion of forces lay with General Headquarters. Jourdan and Joseph ought to have sent orders to Foy, after the evacuation of Madrid, ordering him to cease all secondary operations, to leave minimum garrisons at a few essential points, abandon all the rest, and collect as strong a field force as possible, with which to join the main army. But they had written to the minister at Paris, suggesting such moves, instead of dispatching direct orders to that effect to the general himself. Foy had been sent information, not orders, and had failed to realize the full meaning of the information, absorbed as he was in his own particular Biscayan problems. Events were marching very quickly. It was hard to realize that Wellington, who had been on the Esla on May 31, would have been across the upper Ebro with 70,000 men on June 15. It had taken little more than a fortnight for him to overrun half of northern Spain. The fact remained that of all the French troops operating in Biscay in June, only Serrat's division, from Orgenia, joined the king in time for the Battle of Vitoria. Yet Foy had under his orders not only his own division, but the Italian Brigade of St. Paul and the mobile Brigade of Berlier from the Army of the North, in addition to 10,000 men of the garrisons of the various posts and fortresses of the north and the littoral. And he had no enemy save the great partisan Longa in the western mountains, and the scattered remains of the local insurgents under El Pastor and others, whom he had defeated in April and May, and whom he was at present harrying from hill to coast, and from coast to hill. We are once more forced to remember that the French armies in Spain were armies of occupation as well as armies of operation, and that one of their functions was often fatal to the other. But to return to the moment when the king's army came back to the Ebro, headquarters were, of course, established at Miranda, where the Royal Guard served as their escort. The Army of the South sent 3 divisions across to the north bank of the river. They were cantoned on the lower Zadorra about Arminian. But Gazan kept 3 brigades on the south bank as a rearguard for the present, but as the king hoped, to form a vanguard for a counter-advance, if only Clausel should come up soon, and an offensive campaign become possible. A small observing force was left at Pancorbo, into whose castle a garrison was thrown. Cavalry exploring parties, pushed out from this point, sought for Wellington's approaching columns as far as Poza de la Salle on the right, Briviesa on the high road, and Cerezo on the left, but to no effect. They came in touch with nothing but detachments of Julian Sanchez's lancers. 500 Erlon with the army of the center went 10 miles down the Ebro to Haro. He had now recovered his missing division, d'Armagnacs, which had been lent to Ryle for the last 2 months. For the army of Portugal, having now 3 infantry divisions collected, Maucunes, Serrats, and Lamartinières, was ordered to give back the borrowed unit to its proper commander. Ryle took the right of the Ebro position, having Maucunes' division at Frias, Serrats at Espijo, and Lamartinières at the Puente Lara. He was ordered to use his cavalry to search for signs of the enemy along the upper Ebro. The king had thus an army which, by the junction of Serrat and Lamartinière, had risen to over 50,000 infantry and nearly 10,000 cavalry, concentrated on a short front of 25 miles from Frias to Haro, covering the main road to France by Vitoria, and also the side roads to Orgenia and Bilbao on the one flank, and Logroño and Saragossa on the other. His retreat, though dispiriting, had not yet been costly. It is doubtful whether he had lost 1,000 casualties in the operations of the last 6 weeks. With the exception of the combats at Salamanca on May 26 and Morales on June 2, there had been no engagements of any importance. The army was angry at the long-continued retreat. The officers were criticizing the generalship of their commanders in the most outspoken fashion, but there was no demoralization. The troops were clamoring for a general action. But on June 17, when the French armies settled down into their new position, with no detected enemy in their neighborhood, their fate was already determined. The Ebro line had been turned before it was even taken up. For on this same day, Wellington had not only got his whole army north of the Ebro, but was marching rapidly eastward, by the mountain roads 20 miles north of the river, into the rear of Rial's cantonments. Of all his troops, only Julian Sanchez and Carlos de España's infantry division were left in Castile. The movements of the Allied army, on the 15th, 16th, 17th June, had been carried out with surprising celerity. The Galician infantry, who had crossed the river first at Rocamond, the bridge highest up on its course, on the 13th were hurrying northward, by cross roads not marked on the map, and obviously impracticable for guns, to Sincillo, 15th, Quintanilla de Pinza, 16th, Villasana, 17th, and Valmaesta in Biscay, 18th. When they had reached the last-named town, they were threatening Bilbao, and almost at its gates. This was the great demonstration, intended to throw confusion among all the French detachments on the northern coast. Several of the stages exceeded 30 miles in the day. Meanwhile, the 3 great columns of the Anglo-Portuguese army were executing a turning movement, almost as wide as that of Giron's Galicians, converging from different bridges of the Ebro Rocamond, where some of Graham's cavalry passed, San Martin de Lines, where the bulk of Graham's force debouched northward on the 14th, and Puente Arenas, used by the headquarters column on the 15th and by Hill's column on the 16th. The whole army came in by successive masses onto the 2 neighboring towns of Villarcayo and Medina de Palmer. At the latter place, Longa turned up with his hard-marching Cantabrian division and joined the army. These considerable towns are the road centers of the whole rugged district between the Ebro and the Cantabrian Mountains. From them fork out the very few decent roads which exist in the land, those northward over the Great Sierras to Santander, Santonia, and Valmes de Bilbao, those eastward across their foothills to Organya Vitoria and to Frias Miranda. These 5 roads are the only ones practicable for artillery and transport. There are, however, minor tracks which can take infantry in good summer weather. From his headquarters at Quintana, near the bridge of Puente Arenas, Wellington dictated on the 15th the marching orders, which governed the next stage of the campaign. With the exception of the Galicians, already starting on their circular sweep towards Bilbao, all his columns were directed to utilize the road parallel to the Ebro, but 20 miles north of it, which runs from Medina de Palmer to Osma, Organya, and Vitoria. He deliberately avoided employing the other high road, which runs closer to the river from Medina de Palmer to Frias and Miranda, even for a side column or a flying corps. Only cavalry scouts were sent along it. The reason why the whole army was thrown on to a single road, a thing generally to be avoided, especially when time is precious, was partly that the appearance of British troops before Frias, where the enemy was known to have a detachment, would give him early warning of the move. But the more important object was to strike at the French line of communication, with Bayonne as far behind the known position of King Joseph's army as possible. If the line Frias-Miranda had been chosen, the enemy would have had many miles less to march, when once the alarm was given, if he wished to cover his proper line of retreat. If a fight was coming, it had better be at or about Vitoria, rather than at or about Miranda. Moreover, the high road, for a few miles east of Frias, passes to the south bank of the Ebro, which it recrosses at the Puente Lara. There is only a bad track north of the river from Frias to that bridge. It would be absurd to direct any part of the army to cross and recross the Ebro at passages which might be defended. So the whole force was committed to the Medina-Osma road, except that the infantry occasionally took crosscuts by local tracks, in order to leave the all-important main line, as far as possible, to the guns and transport. The 3 corps in which the army had marched from the Pisuerga fell in behind each other, in the order in which they had crossed the Ebro, Graham leading, the headquarters column following, Hill bringing up the rear. Longa's Cantabrians went on as a sort of flying vanguard in front of Graham, not being burdened with artillery. The road was one which could only have been used for such a large force in summer. It hugged the foothills of the Cantabrian Sierras, crossing successively the headwaters of several small rivers running south to the Ebro, each in its own valley. The country was thinly peopled and bare, so that little food could be got to supplement the mule-borne rations. For this reason, as also with the object of granting the French as little time as possible after the first alarm should be given, the pace had to be forced. The marches were long. On the 15th, the head of Graham's infantry was at Villarcayo. On the 16th, at La Cerca, 5 miles beyond Medina de Palmer. On the 17th, at the mountain villages of San Martin de Loza and Lasters de Teza. On the 18th, it was due at Osma and at Berberena, a few miles up the Osma-Organya road. The headquarters column, having no exploration to do, since the way was reported clear in front, covered the same distance in 3 marches instead of 4, and was expected to reach the neighborhood of Osma on the 18th. Hill's column had also to hurry. Its leading division was on that same day expected to be at Venta de Memblago, a posting station 6 miles short of Osma, so that its head would be just behind the tail of the preceding corps. But Hill's rear would be strung out for many miles behind. However, all the fighting army was again in one mass, with a single exception. Wellington had ordered the 6th Division, commanded temporarily by his own brother-in-law Pakenham, to halt at Medina de Palmer. The reason which he gives in his dispatch for depriving himself, now that the day of crisis was at hand, of a good division of 7,000 men, is that he left it to cover the march of our magazines and stores. This is almost as puzzling a business as his leaving of Colville's corps at Hal on the day of the Battle of Waterloo, the only similar incident in the long record of his campaigns. If this was his sole reason, why should not a smaller unit, Pack's or Bradford's independent brigade, or both of them, have been left behind? For that purpose such a force would have sufficed. We are not informed that the 6th Division was more afflicted with sickness than any other, or that it was more wayworn. The only supposition that suggests itself is that Wellington may have considered the possibility of Gyron's raid into Biscay failing, and bringing down on his rear some unsuspected mass of French troops from Bilbao. If this idea entered his head, he may easily have thought it worth while to leave behind a solid reserve, on which Gyron might fall back, and so to cover the rear of his main army while he was striking at the great road to France. But it must be confessed that this is a mere hypothesis, and that the detachment of Pakenham's division seems inexplicable from the information before us. It was ordered to follow when the whole of the transport should be clear, if no further developments had happened to complicate the situation. Carrying out this direction literally, Pakenham waited 3 days at Medina de Palmer, and so only got to the front 24 hours after the Battle of Vittoria. The orders which Wellington issued upon the 17th brought the head of his columns into touch with the enemy. They directed that Graham, with the 1st Anth Division, Pack and Bradford, should move past Osma onto Organya, by the 2 alternative routes available between those places, while the headquarters column should not turn north toward Organya on reaching Osma, but pursue the roads southeastward by Espijo and Carcamo, which lead to Vittoria by a more southerly line. The result contemplated was very much that which was worked out in the Battle of the 21st, a frontal attack by the main body, with an outflanking move by Graham's corps, which would bring it into the rear of the enemy. But the route via Organya was not the one which the northern column was actually destined to take, as the events of the 18th distracted it into a shorter but rougher road to the same destination, Murguia, which it would have reached by a much longer turn on the high road via Organya. But all the columns were not moving on the main track from Medina de Palmer to Osma this day, for Wellington had directed the Light Division to drop its artillery to the care of the 4th Division, and cut across the hills south of the high road, by a country path which goes by La Boveda, San Millan, and Villanan to a point, a few miles south of Osma, in the same valley of the Omsillo in which that town lies. And Hill, still far to the rear, was told to detach 2 brigades of the 2nd Division, and send them to follow the Light Division along the same line. If Alten should send back word that the route was practicable for guns, Hill was to attach his Portuguese field battery to this advance column. It was, apparently, on the morning of the 17th June, only that the French got definite indications of the direction in which the British army might be looked for. Maucune reported from Frias, not long after his arrival there, that hostile cavalry were across the Ebro in the direction of Puente Arenas, and that other troops in uncertain strength were behind them. It was clearly necessary to take new measures, in view of the fact that the enemy was beyond the Ebro, in a place where he had not been expected. How much did the move imply? After consideration, Joseph and Jourdan concluded, quite correctly, that since the main body of Wellington's army had been invisible for so many days, it had last been seen on the Hormaza on June 12th. It was probably continuing its old policy of circular marches to turn the French right. This was correct, but they credited Wellington with intending to get round them not by the shorter routes Osma-Vitoria, but by the much longer route by Valmaista and Bilbao, which would cut into the high road to France at Bergara, far behind Vitoria. With this idea in their heads, the king and the marshal issued orders of a lamentably unpractical scope, considering the position occupied by Wellington's leading divisions on June 17th. Ryle was ordered to collect his 3 infantry divisions at Osma and to hurry across the mountains by Valmaista to cover Bilbao from the west, by taking up a position somewhere about Miravalles. He would find the Biscayan capital already held by St. Paul's Italians and Rouget's brigade of the Army of the North. Foy, who was believed to be at Tolosa, was instructed to bring up his division to the same point. Thus a force of some 25,000 men would be collected at Bilbao. Meanwhile, Ryle's original positions at Frias and the Puente Lara would be taken over by Gazan, who would march up the Ebro from Arminian with 2 divisions of infantry and 1 of cavalry, to watch the north bank of the Ebro. These dispositions, remarks Jourdan, were intended to retard the advance of the enemy in this mountainous region, and so to gain time for the arrival of the reinforcements we were expecting. But it was too late. No worse orders could have been given. If Wellington had struck 24 hours later than he did, and Ryle had been able to carry out his first day's appointed move, and to get forward towards Bilbao, the result would have been to split the French army in 2, with the main range of the Cantabrian Sierras between them. Since Ryle and Foy would have joined at Bilbao, 3 days, forced marches away from the king. Meanwhile, Joseph, deprived of the whole army of Portugal, would have had Wellington striking in on his flank by Osma, and would have been forced to fight something resembling the Battle of Vitoria, with 10,000 men less in hand than he actually owned on June 21. Either he would have suffered an even worse defeat than was his lot at Vitoria, or he would have been compelled to retreat without fighting, down the Ebro or towards Pampeluna. In either case, he would have lost the line of communication with France, and while he was driven far east, Foy and Ryle would have had to hurry back on Bayonne, with some risk of being intercepted and cut off on the way. As a matter of fact, Ryle was checked and turned back upon the first day of his northward march. He had sent orders to Maucune to join him from Frias, either by the road along the Ebro by Puente Lara, or by the mountain track which goes directly from Frias to Espijo. Then, without waiting for Maucune, he started from Espijo to march on Osma. He had gone only a few miles when he discovered a British column debouching on Osma, by the road from Berberena and the northwest, which he had been intending to take himself. Seeing his path blocked, but being loath to give way before what might be no more than a detachment, he drew up his 2 divisions on the hillside a mile south of Osma and appeared ready to offer battle. Moreover, he was expecting the arrival of Maucune, and judged that if he made off without delaying the enemy in front of him, the column from Frias might be intercepted and encircled. The troops which Ryle had met were Graham's main column, the 1st Anth divisions with Bradford's Portuguese and Anson's light dragoons, on their march towards Orgeña. Graham prepared to attack, sent forward the German Legion light battalions of the 1st Division, and pushed out Norman Ramsay's horse artillery, with a cavalry escort, to the right of Osma, forming the rest of his force for a general advance across the Bilbao road. After estimating the strength of the British, Ryle appeared at first inclined to fight, or at least to show an intention of fighting. But a new enemy suddenly came up. The 4th Division appeared on a side road, descending from the hills on the right of Graham's line. It had just time to throw out its light companies to skirmish when Ryle, seeing himself obviously outnumbered and outflanked, retreated hastily on Espijo. The 5th Division followed him on the left, with some Tourellade, the 4th Division on the right, but he was not caught. Considerable fire on both sides but little done, remarked an observer on the hillside. Ryle's loss was probably about 120 men, nearly all in Serret's division, that of the British some 50 or 60. Meanwhile, there had been a much more lively fight, with heavier casualties, a few miles farther south among the mountains nearer the Ebro. Maucune had started before dawn from Frias, intending to join Ryle by a short cut through the hills, instead of sticking to the better road along the riverbank by the Puente Lara. He only sent his guns with a cavalry escort by that route. He was marching with his two brigades at a considerable distance from each other, the rear one being hampered by the charge of the divisional transport and baggage. The leading brigade had reached the hamlet of San Millan and was resting there by a brook, when British cavalry scouts came in upon them. These were German Legion Hussars, at the head of the light division, which Wellington had sent by the crosspath over the hills by La Boveda. The approaching column had been marching along a narrow road, shrouded by overhanging rocks and high banks, in which it could neither see nor be seen. On getting the alarm, the 4 French battalions formed up to fight, in the small open space about the village, while the head of the British column, Vandeleur's brigade, deployed as fast as it could opposite them, and attacked. The 295th Anid Caçadors in front line, the 52nd in support. Maquin was forced to make a stand, because his rear brigade was coming up, unseen by his enemies, and would have been cut off from him if he had retreated at once. But when the head of Kemp's brigade of the light division appeared, and began to deploy to the left of Vandeleur's, he saw that he was outnumbered and gave ground perforce. He had been driven through the village, and was making off along the road, with the rifle battalions in hot pursuit, when his 2nd brigade, with the baggage in its rear, came on the scene, most unexpected by the British, for the track by which it emerged issued out between 2 perpendicular rocks and had not been noticed. Perceiving the trap into which they had fallen, the belated French turned off the road, and made for the hillside to their right, while Kemp's brigade started in pursuit, scrambling over the rocky slopes to catch them up. The line of flight of the French took them past the ground over which Vandeleur's men were chasing their comrades of the leading brigade, and the odd result followed that they came in upon the rear of the 52nd, and though pursued, seemed to be themselves pursuing. The Oxfordshire battalion thereupon performed the extraordinary feat of bringing up its left shoulder, forming line facing to the rear at a run, and charging backward. They encountered the enemy at the top of a slope, but the French, seeing themselves between 2 fires, for Kemp's men were following hotly behind them, avoided the collision, struck off diagonally, and scattering and throwing away their packs went off in disorder eastward, still keeping up a running fight. The large majority escaped, and joined Gauzen's troops at Miranda. Meanwhile the 1st Brigade, pursued by the Rifles and Caçadors, got away in much better order, and reached Riel's main body at Espejo. The transport, which had come out of the narrow road too late to follow the regiments, was captured whole, after a desperate resistance by the baggage guard. Maquin got off easily, all things considered, with the loss of 300 prisoners, many of them wounded, and all his impedimenta. The fight was no discredit to the general or to his men, who saved themselves by presence of mind. When caught at every disadvantage, inferior troops would have laid down their arms en masse when they found themselves between 2 fires in rough and unknown ground. The total British loss in the 2 simultaneous combats of Osma and San Millan was 27 killed and wounded. Riel, having picked up Maquin's 1st Brigade at Espejo, continued his retreat, and got behind the Beas River at Subijana that night. The report which he had to send to headquarters upset all the plans of Jourdan and the king, and forced them to reconsider their position, which was obviously most uncomfortable, as their line of defense along the Ebro was taken in flank, and the proposed succor to Bilbao made impossible. At least 4 British divisions had been detected by Riel, but where were the rest, and where were the Spaniards, who were known to be in some strength with Wellington? Was the whole Allied host behind the force which had driven in the army of Portugal, or was there some great unseen column executing some further inscrutable movement? There was hot discussion at Miranda that night. Riel repeated the proposition which had already been made at Burgos 6 days back, that in consideration of the fact that the army was hopelessly outflanked, and that its retreat by the high road to Vitoria and Bayonne was threatened by the presence of Wellington on the Beas, it should abandon that line of communication altogether, march down the Ebro, and take up the line of Pampeluna and Saragossa, rallying Clausel, and if possible Suchet, for a general concentration, by which the British army could be driven back as it had been from Burgos in 1812. Foy and the Biscay garrisons would have to take care of themselves. It was unlikely that Wellington would be able to fall upon them, when the whole of the rest of the French armies of Spain were on his flank, and taking the offensive against him. Joseph, for the 3rd time, refused to consider this scheme, alleging, as before, the Emperor's strict orders to keep to the Bayonne base, and to hold on to the great royal chaussee. But as is clear, his refusal was affected by another consideration, which in his eyes had almost equally decisive weight. Vitoria was crammed with the great convoys of French and Spanish refugees which had accumulated there, along with all the plunder of Madrid, and the military material representing the grand train of the whole army of Spain, not to speak of his own immense private baggage. There had also arrived, within the last few days, a large consignment of hard cash, the belated arrears of the allowance which the emperor had consented to give to the army of Spain. One of Foy's brigades had escorted these forgans of treasure to Vitoria and dropped them there, returning to Bergara with a section of the refugees in charge to be passed on to Bayonne. The amount delivered was not less than 5 million francs, bitterly needed by the troops, who were in long arrears. All this accumulation at Vitoria was in large measure due to the king's reluctance, during the retreat, to order a general shift of all his officials and impedimenta over the border into France. As long as his ministers and all the plant of royalty remained on the south side of the Pyrenees, he still seemed a king, and he had hoped to maintain himself first on the Douro, then about Burgos, then on the Ebro. It was only when this last line was forced that he made up his mind to surrender his theoretical status and think of military considerations alone. The lateness of his decision was to prove most fatal to his adherents. Having resolved to order a general retreat on Vitoria, Joseph and Jourdan took such precautions as seemed possible. Reiterated orders for haste were sent to Foy and Clausel. The latter was told to march on Vitoria, not on Miranda. Unfortunately, he had received the dispatch sent from Burgos on June 15, which gave him Miranda as the concentration point, and had already gathered his divisions at Pamplona on June 18, and started to march by Estella and Logroño and along the north bank of the Ebro. This gave him two sides of a triangle to cover, while if he had been assigned the route Pamplona-Salvatierra-Vitoria, he would have been saved 80 miles of road. But on June 9, when the original orders were issued, no one could have foreseen, save Wellington, that the critical day of the campaign would have found the French army far north of the Ebro. And the new dispatch, sent off on the night of the 18th-19th, started far too late to reach Pamplona in time to stop Clausel's departure southward. Indeed, it did not catch him up till the Battle of Vitoria had been fought, and the king was a fugitive on the way to France. Foy received orders a little earlier, though not apparently those sent directly by the king, but a copy of a dispatch to Thuvenot, governor of Vitoria, in which the latter was instructed that if General Foy and his division are in your neighborhood, you are to bid him give up his march on Bilbao and draw in towards Vitoria, unless his presence is absolutely necessary at the point where he may be at present. This unhappy piece of wording gave Foy a choice, which he interpreted as authorizing him to remain at Bergara, so as to cover the high road to France, a task which he held to be absolutely necessary. As to the troops already on the spot, Riel was ordered to defend the line of the Beas River, until the armies of the south and center should have had time to get past his rear and reach Vitoria. Gazan was ordered to collect the whole of the army of the south at Arminian, behind Miranda, drawing in at once the considerable detachment which he had left beyond the Ebro. In this position he was to wait till 500 Erlon, with the army of the center, who had to move up from Harrow, 10 miles to the south, should have arrived and have got on to the Great Chaussee. He was then to follow him, acting as rearguard of the whole force. Between Arminian and Vitoria, the road passes for 2 miles through the very narrow defile of Puebla, the bottleneck through which the Zadorra River cuts its way from the upland plain of Vitoria to the lower level of the Ebro Valley. 500 Erlon, starting at dawn from Harrow, reached Arminian at 10 o'clock in the morning of the 19th, and pushed up the defile. The head of his column was just emerging from its northern end when a heavy cannonade began to be heard in the west. It continued all the time that the army of the south was pressing up the defile, and grew nearer. This, of course, marked the approach of Wellington, driving the covering force under Riel before him toward the Zadorra. The British commander-in-chief had slept the night at Berberena near Osma, and had there drafted a set of orders which considerably modified his original scheme. Probably the change was due to topographical information, newly garnered up from the countryside. Instead of sending Graham's column via Orgenia to cut in on the flank of the Chaussee behind Vitoria, he had resolved to send it by a shorter route, a mere country road which goes by Luna, Santa Eulalia, and Gicano to Murguia, the village which it had been ordered on the previous day to reach via Orgenia and the high road. Presumably it had been discovered that this would save time, the advantage of using a first-rate track being more than counterbalanced by the fact that the Orgigna Road was not only 10 miles longer, but crossed and recrossed by steep slopes the main Sierra, which forms the watershed between Biscay and Alava. Or possibly it was only the discovery that the Lunajicano route could be taken by artillery that settled the matter. If it had been reported useless for wheeled traffic, the old orders might have stood. At any rate, the turning movement, which was to take Graham into the rear of Vittoria, was made south of the main mountain chain, and not north of it. Meanwhile, though Graham diverged northeastward, the rest of the army moved straight forward from the valley of the Omsillo to that of the Bayas in 4 columns, all parallel to each other, and all moving by country roads. The 3rd Division was ordered from Berberena to Carcamo, the 7th followed behind it. The 4th Division with 500 Urban's cavalry in front, and the Light Division with V. Alton's hussars in front, were directed on Subijana and Pobs, keeping in close and constant communication with each other. Behind them came the cavalry reserve R. Hill's, Grant S. and Ponsonby's brigades, also the heavy artillery. Hill's column, which had now come up into touch with the leading divisions, kept to the high road from Osma and Espijo towards the Puente Lara and the Ebro, but only cavalry reconnaissances went as far as the river. The mass of the corps turned off eastward when it had passed Espijo, and moved by Salinas de Añana, so as to come out into the valley of the Bayas south of the route of the Light Division. It thus became the right wing of the army which was deploying for the frontal attack. It has been mentioned above that a local Spanish force from the Cantabrian Mountains had joined Wellington at Medina de Palmer. This was the so-called division, some 3,500 bayonets, of the great guerrillero of the coastland, Longa, now no more an irregular but a titular colonel, while his partida had been reorganized as 4 battalions of light infantry. Longa was a tough and persistent fighter, a case of the survival of the fittest, among many insurgent chiefs who had perished. His men were veteran mountaineers, indefatigable marchers, and skilled skirmishers, if rudimentary in their drill and equipment. Wellington during the ensuing campaign gave more work to them than to any other Spanish troops that were at his disposal, save the Estremadura division of Morillo, old comrades of Hill's corps, to which they had always been attached since 1811. The use which Wellington now made of Longa's men was to employ them as a light covering shield for Graham's turning force. They had been sent across the hills from Quincoses on the 17th to occupy Orgigna. From thence they descended on the 19th onto Murguia, thus placing themselves at the head of the turning column. The object of the arrangement was that, if the enemy should detect the column, he would imagine it to be a Spanish demonstration, and not suspect that a heavy British force lay hid behind the familiar guerrilleros. While Longa was thus brought in sideways, to form the head of Graham's column, the other Spanish force which Wellington was employing was also deflected to join the main army. Gyron's Galicians, as has been mentioned above, had been sent by a long sweep through the Sierras to demonstrate against Bilbao. They had reached Valmesta on the 18th, and their approach had alarmed all the French garrisons of Biscay. Now, having put themselves in evidence in the north, they were suddenly recalled, ordered to march by Amurio on Orgigna and Murguia, and so to fall into the rear of Graham's column. The distances were considerable, the roads steep, and Gyron only came up with the Anglo-Portuguese army on the afternoon of the Battle of Vittoria, in which, unlike Longa, he was too late to take any part. Somewhere on his march from Aguilar to Valmesta, he picked up a reinforcement, the very small Asturian division of Porlier, 3 battalions or 2,400 men, which Mendizábal had sent to join him from the blockade of Santoña. This raised the Galician army to a total of some 14,000 bayonets. The 19th June was a very critical day, as no one knew better than Wellington. The problem was whether, starting with the heads of his column facing the line of the Bayas, where Ryle had rallied his 3 divisions and was standing at bay, he could drive in the detaining force and cross the Zadorra in pursuit of it, fast enough to surprise some part of the French army still in its march up from the south. And as an equally important problem, there was the question whether Graham, marching on Murguia, could reach the upper Zadorra and cut the great road north of Vittoria, before the French were in position to cover it. If these operations could be carried out, there would be a scrambling fight scattered over much ground, rather than a regular pitched battle. If they could not, there would be a formal general action on the 20th or 21st against an enemy established in position, unless indeed King Joseph should choose to continue his retreat without fighting, which Wellington thought quite possible. The night after the storm, the British, after entrenching the 2 breaches, began to make preparations to sap forward to the second enceinte, which, being ditchless and not faced with masonry, looked less formidable than that which had already been carried, though it was protected by a solid row of palisades. Meanwhile, the artillery officers proposed that Battery No. 2 on San Miguel should be turned against a new objective, the point where the walls of the second and the inner lines met, immediately in front of the hornwork, in the re-entering angle marked Roman 3 in the map. Battery number 1 was meanwhile to play on the palisades of the second enceinte. This it did with some success. At 5 o'clock in the evening, however, there was an unexpected tumult in the newly gained ground. Dubreton, misliking the look of the approaches which the assailants were beginning to run out from the breaches, ordered a sortie of 300 men, who dashed out most unexpectedly against the lodgements in front of the northern breach, No. I, and drove away the workmen with heavy loss, seizing most of their tools, overthrowing the gabions, and shoveling earth into the trench. They gave way when the covering party came up, and retired, having done immense mischief and disable of the besiegers, while their own loss was only 17 killed and wounded. This was an unpleasant surprise, as showing the high spirit and resolution of the garrison, but the damage was not so great, but that one good night's work sufficed to repair it. The loss of tools was the most serious matter. The French had carried off 200 picks and shovels which could not be replaced, the stock, as usual in peninsular sieges, being very low. On the 6th anth, the besiegers again began to sap forward towards the second enceinte, with the object of establishing a second parallel on its glacis, but with no great success. There was little or no effective fire from the batteries on San Miguel to keep down the artillery of the besieged, and the work at the saphead was so deadly that the engineers could hardly expect the men to do much. However, the trench was driven forward to within 30 yards of the palisades. So useless were the howitzers in No. 2 battery that 2 of them were removed and replaced by 2 French field pieces from those captured in the hornwork on September 20. These, despite of their small caliber, worked decidedly better. The heavy guns in the Napoleon battery devoted themselves to keeping down the fire of the 2 surviving 18-pounders in battery No. 2, and on the 7th, knocked one from its carriage and broke off one of its trunnions. This left only one heavy piece in working order. But the artisans of the artillery park, doing their best, rigged up both the gun injured on this day and that disabled on October 1 upon block carriages, with a sort of cradle arrangement to hold them up on the side where a trunnion was gone, and it was found that they could be fired if a very reduced charge was used. When anything like the full amount of powder was employed, they jumped off their carriages, as was natural, considering that they were only properly attached to them on one side. Of course, their battering power was hopelessly reduced by the small charge. The artillery diarists of the siege call them the 2 lame guns during the last fortnight of their employment. On October 8, Dubreton, growing once more anxious at the sight of the advance of the trenches toward the second enceinte, ordered another sally, which was executed by 400 men 3 hours after midnight. It was almost as successful as that of October 5. The working party of Pax Portuguese and the covering party from the KGL Brigade of the 1st Division were taken quite unawares, and driven out of the advanced works with very heavy loss. The trench was completely leveled, and many tools carried away before the supports in reserve under Summers Cox of the 179th, the hero of the assault on the hornwork, came up and drove the French back to their palisades. Cox himself was killed. He was an officer of the highest promise, who would have gone far if fate had spared him, and was the center of a large circle of friends who have left enthusiastic appreciations of his greatness of spirit and ready wit. The besiegers lost 184 men in this unhappy business, of who belonged to the German Legion. 18 of them were prisoners carried off into the castle. The French casualties were no more than 11 killed and wounded, only a 1/6 part of those of the Allies. We have now, October 8, arrived at the most depressing part of the chronicle of a siege, which had been from the first a series of disappointments. After the storm of the lower enceinte on October 4, the British made no further progress. The main cause of failure was undoubtedly the weakness of their artillery, which repeatedly opened again from one or other of the 2 San Miguel batteries, only to be silenced, after an hour or 2 of conflict, with the heavy guns on the donjon. But it was not only the small number of the 18-pounders which was fatal to success. They had run out of powder and shot. A great deal of the firing was done with second-hand missiles, French 16 lb. shot picked out of the works into which they had fallen. The infantry were offered a bonus for each one brought to the artillery park and were paid for more than 2,000 French 8 lb. And lb. shot were also bought from the men, though these were less useful, being only available for field guns, which were of little use for battering. But in order not to discourage the hunting propensities of the soldiers, everything brought in was duly purchased. Shot of sorts never wholly failed, but lack of powder was a far more serious problem. It cannot be picked up second-hand. There would have been an absolute deficiency, but for a stock got from a most unexpected quarter. Sir Home Popham and his ships were still on the Cantabrian coast, assisting the operations of Longa and Mendizabal against the Army of the North. The squadron had made its headquarters at Santander, the chief port recovered from the French, and communications with it had been opened up through the mountains by the way of Reynosa. On September 26, Wellington had written to Popham to inquire whether powder could not be brought from Santander to Burgos, by means of mule trains to be hired at the port. The Commodore, always helpful, fell in with the idea at once, and succeeded in procuring the mules. On October 5, 40 barrels of 90 lb. weight each were brought into camp. Considering the distance, the badness of the roads, and the disturbed state of the country, it cannot be denied that Popham did very well in delivering it only 10 days after Wellington had written his request, and 8 days after he had received it. Other convoys from Santander came later. It is a pity that Wellington did not think of asking for heavy ship guns at the same time, but he had written to the Commodore on October 2 that the means of transport required to move a train either from the coast or from Madrid, where we have plenty, are so extensive that the attempt would be impracticable. The idea of requisitioning ship guns had been started on the very first day of the siege, September 20, by Sir Howard Douglas, who had lately come from Popham's side, and maintained that by the use of draft oxen, supplemented by manhandling in difficult places, the thing could be done, but Wellington would hear nothing of it, maintaining that matters would be settled one way or another before the guns could possibly arrive. After the disaster to Batteries 3 and on October 2 he, too late, altered his opinion, and consented that an appeal should be made to Popham. The Commodore rose to the occasion, and started off 2 24-pounders on October 9, which by immense exertions were dragged as far as Reynosa, only 50 miles from Burgos, by October 18, and had passed the worst part of the road. But at Reynosa they were turned back, for Wellington was just raising the siege and preparing to retire on Valladolid. It is clear that if they had been asked for on September 20 instead of October 3, as Howard Douglas had suggested, they and no doubt another heavy gun or so could have been brought forward in time for the last bombardment, and might have turned it into a success. But guns might also have come from Madrid. Wellington did not think it wholly impossible to move artillery from the Retiro arsenal, for ere he left it on August 31, he had instructed Carlos de España that the best guns there should be evacuated on to Ciudad Rodrigo, if ever Soult and King Joseph should draw too close in. It is true that he observed that the transport would be a difficult matter, and that much would have to be destroyed, and not carried off. But it is clear that he thought that some cannon could be moved. The strangest part of the story is that his own brother-in-law, Pakenham, wrote to him from Madrid offering to send him 12 heavy guns over the Samosira, pledging himself to manage the transport by means of oxen got in the Madrid district. His offer was rejected. It seems that the conviction that the castle of Burgos would be a hard nut to crack came too late to Wellington, and when he did realize its strength, he did not reconsider the matter of siege artillery at once, but proceeded to try the methods of Badajoz and Almaraz, mere force majeure applied by escalade, instead of thinking of bringing up more guns. He judged, wrongly as it chanced, that he would either take the place by sheer assault, or else that the French field army would interfere before October was far advanced. Neither hypothesis turned out correct, and so he had the opportunity of a full month's siege, and failed in it for want of means that might have been procured, if only he had made another resolve on August 31, or even on September 20. But even the greatest generals cannot be infallible prophets concerning what they will require a month ahead. The mistake is explicable, and the critic who censures it overmuch would be presumptuous and unreasonable. But to return to the chronicle of the unlucky days between October 8 and October 21. The working forward by sap from the 3rd enceinte towards the 2nd practically stood still, after the second destructive sally of the French against the new approaches. This is largely accounted for by the steepness of the ground, which made it necessary to dig trenches of extraordinary depth, and by the setting in after October 7 of very rainy weather, which made the trenches muddy rivers, and the steep banks of earth and breaches so slippery that it was with great difficulty that parties could find their way about and move to their posts. But the unchecked power of the French artillery fire counted for even more, and not least of the hindrances was the growing sulkiness of the troops. Siege business was new to them, and they wanted confidence. Sometimes they would tell you that you were taking them to be butchered. The loss, to be sure, was sometimes heavy, but it was chiefly occasioned by the confused and spiritless way in which the men set about their work, added to the great depth we were obliged to excavate in the trenches, to obtain cover from the commanding fire of the enemy. Meanwhile the batteries on San Miguel, when they had ammunition, and when they could put in a few hours' work before being silenced by the fire from the donjon, continued to pound away at the re-entering angle in the second enceinte, Roman 3 in the map, and with more effect than might have been expected, for this section of the defenses turned out to have been built with bad material, and crumbled even under such feeble shooting as that of Wellington's lame 18-pounders. The French on several days had first to silence the English battery, and then to rebuild the wall with sandbags and earth under a musketry fire from the trenches AA in the map, upon San Miguel, from which they could not drive the sharpshooters of the besiegers. It was thought later, an ex post facto judgment, that the best chance of the Allies would have been to attempt a storm on this breach, when first it became more or less practicable. The delay enabled the besieged to execute repairs, to scarp down the broken front, and to cut off the damaged corner by interior retrenchments. Meanwhile, since doubts were felt as to the main operation of storming the new breach, number Roman 3, subsidiary efforts were made to incommode the enemy in other ways. At intervals on the 9th, 10th, red-hot shot were fired at the church of Santa Maria la Blanca, where it was known that the French magazine of food lay. The experience of the Salamanca forts had led the artillery officers to think that a general conflagration might be caused. But the plan had no success. The building proved to be very incombustible, and one or two small fires which burst out were easily extinguished. Another device was to mine out from the end houses of the city towards the church of San Roman, an isolated structure lying close under the southeast side of the castle, which the French held as an outwork. Nothing very decisive could be hoped from its capture, as if taken it could only serve as a base for operations against the two enceintes above it. But, as an eyewitness remarked, at this period of the siege any sort of irregular scheme was tried, on the off chance of success. By October 17, the mine had got well under the little church. A more feasible plan, which might have done some good if it had succeeded, was to run out a small mine or faugas from the sap head of the trench in front of breach, to the palisades of the second enceinte. It was a petty business, no more than 2 barrels of powder being used, and only slightly damaged an angle of the work in front when fired on October 17. An attempt to push on the sap after the explosion was frustrated by the musketry fire of the besieged. On the 18th, the engineers reported that the church of San Roman was completely undermined and could be blown up at any moment. On the same morning the 1 good and 2 lame 18-pounders in Battery 2 on San Miguel swept away, not for the first time, the sandbag parapets and chevox de frise with which the French had strengthened the breach III. They were then turned against the third enceinte, immediately behind that breach, partly demolished its frays, and even did some damage to its rampart. This was as much as could have been expected, as the whole of the enemy's guns were, as usual, turned upon the battering guns, and presently obtained the mastery over them, blowing up an expense magazine in number 2 and injuring a gun in number 1. But in the afternoon the defenses were in a more battered condition than usual, and Wellington resolved to make his last attempt. Already the French army outside was showing signs of activity, and as a precaution, some of the investing troops, 2 brigades of the 6th Division, had been sent forward to join the covering army. If this assault failed, the siege would have to be given up, or at the best turned into a blockade. The plan of the assault was drawn up by Wellington himself, who dictated the details to his military secretary, Fitzroy Somerset, in 3 successive sections, after inspecting from the nearest possible point each of the 3 fronts which he intended to attack. Stated shortly, the plan was as follows. 1. At 4:30 the mine at San Roman was to be fired, and the ruins of the church seized by Brown's Caçadores 9th Battalion, supported by a Spanish regiment, 1st of Asturias, lent by Castaños. A brigade of the 6th Division was to be ready in the streets behind, to support the assault if its effect looked promising, i.e. if the results of the explosion should injure the enceinte behind, or should so drive the enemy from it that an escalade became possible. 2. The detachments of the Guards Brigade of the 1st Division, who were that day in charge of the trenches within the captured outer enceinte, and facing the west front of the 2nd enceinte, were to make an attempt to escalade that line of defense, at the point where most of its palisades had been destroyed, opposite and above the original breach in the lower enceinte. 3. The detachments of the German Brigade of the 1st Division, who were to take charge of the trenches for the evening in succession to the Guards, were to attempt to storm the breach 3 in the re-entering angle, the only point where there was an actual opening prepared into the inner defenses. From all the works, both those on St. Miguel and those to the west of the castle, marksmen left in the trenches were to keep up as hot a musketry fire as possible on any of the enemy who should show themselves, so as to distract their attention from the stormers. The most notable point in these instructions was the small number of men devoted to the 2 serious attacks. Provision was made for the use of 300 men only in the attack to be made by the Guards. They were to move forward in successive rushes, the first or forlorn hope consisting of an officer and 20 men, the supports or main assaulting force of small parties of 40 or 50 men, each of which was to come forward only when the one in front of it had reached a given point in its advance. Similarly, the German legion's assault was to be led by a forlorn hope of 20, supported by 50 more, who were only to move when their predecessors had reached the lip of the breach, and by a reserve of 200, who were to charge out of the trench only when the support was well established on the rampart. Bergen, the senior engineer present, tells us that he protested all through the siege, at each successive assault, against the paucity of the numbers employed, saying that the forlorn hope had in fact to take the work by itself, since they had no close and strong column in immediate support, and if the forlorn hope failed, the next party, who from behind their cover have seen them bayoneted, are expected to valiantly jump up and proceed to be served in the same way. He reminded Wellington, as he says, that the garrison at Burgos was as large as that at Ciudad Rodrigo, where 2 whole divisions instead of 500 or 600 men had been thrown into the assault. The commander-in-chief, condescending to argument for once, replied, "Why expose more men than can ascend the ladders as at the Guards, attack or enter the work as at the breach in the KGL, attack at one time, when by this mode the support is ordered to be up in time to follow the tail of the preceding party." And his objection to the engineer's plea was clinched by the dictum, "If we fail, we can't lose many men." This controversy originally arose on the details of the abortive storm of September 22, but Bergen's criticism was even more convincing for the details of the final assault on October 18. The number of men risked was far too small for the task that was set them. The melancholy story of the storm runs as follows. On the explosion of the mine at San Roman, punctually at 4:30, all 3 of the sections of the assault were duly delivered. At the breach, the forlorn hope of the King's German Legion charged at the rough slope with great speed, reached the crest, and were immediately joined by the support, led most gallantly by Major Worm of the 5th Line Battalion. The first rush cleared a considerable length of the rampart of its defenders, till it was checked against a stockade, part of the works which the French had built to cut off the breach from the main body of the place. Foiled here on the flank, some of the Germans turned and made a dash at the injured rampart of the 3rd line, in their immediate front. 3 or 4 actually reached the parapet of this inmost defense of the enemy, but they fell, and the main body, penned in the narrow space between the 2 enceintes, became exposed to such an overpowering fire of musketry that, after losing nearly 1 man in 3, they finally had to give way, and retired most reluctantly down the breach to the trenches they had left. The casualties out of 300 men engaged were no less than 82 killed and wounded, among the former, Worm, who had led the assault, and among the latter, Hess, who commanded the forlorn hope, and was one of the few who scaled the inner wall as well as the outer. The Guards in their attack, 100 yards to the right of the breach, had an even harder task than the Germans, for their storm was a mere escalade. It was executed with great decision. Issuing from the front trench, they ran up to the line of broken palisades, passed through gaps in it, and applied their ladders to the face of the rampart of the 2nd enceinte. Many of them succeeded in mounting, and they established themselves successfully on the parapet, and seized a long stretch of it, so long that some of their left-hand men got into touch with the Germans who had entered at the breach. But they could not clear the enemy out of the terraplane of the second enceinte, where a solid body of the French kept up a rolling fire upon them, while the garrison of the upper line maintained a still fiercer fusillade from their high-lying point of vantage. The guards were for about 10 minutes within the wall and made several attempts to get forward without success. At the end of that time, a French reserve advanced from their left, and charging in flank the disordered mass within the enceinte drove them out again. The guards retired as best they could to the advanced trenches, having lost 85 officers and men out of the 300 engaged. The French returned their casualties at 11 killed and wounded. Wellington's dispatch, narrating the disaster, gives the most handsome testimonial to the resolution of both the bodies of stormers. It is impossible to represent in adequate terms the conduct of the Guards and the German Legion upon this occasion, and I am quite satisfied that if it had been possible to maintain the posts which they gained with so much gallantry, these troops would have maintained them. But why were 600 men only sent forward, and no support given them during the precious 10 minutes when their first rush had carried them within the walls? Where were the brigades to which the stormers belonged? It is impossible not to subscribe to Bergen's angry comment that the miserable, doubting, unmilitary policy of small storming parties caused the mischief. He adds, large bodies encourage one another and carry with them confidence of success. If the castle of Badajoz was stormed with 10 or 12 ladders, and not more than 40 or 50 men could mount at once, I am convinced that it was only carried because the whole 3rd Division was there, and the emulation between the officers of the different regiments got their men to mount. Although we lost 600 or 700 men, it caused success, which eventually saves men. The 3rd section of the assault of October 18, the unimportant attack on the church of San Roman, had a certain measure of success. The mine, though it did not level the whole building, as had been hoped, blew up the terrace in front of and part of its west end. Thereupon the French evacuated it, after exploding a mine of their own which brought down the bell tower and much more, and crushed a few of the Caçadors and Spaniards who were ahead of their comrades. The besiegers were able to lodge themselves in the ruins, but could make no attempt to approach the actual walls of the second enceinte. So the 6th Division remained behind, within the streets of Burgos, and never came forward or showed themselves. Such was the unhappy end of this most unlucky siege. All through the day of the assault, there had been heavy skirmishing going on at the outposts of the covering army. Sauham was at last on the move. On the 19th, the Guards Brigade and the KGL Brigade of the 1st Division marched to join the 5th Anth Divisions at the front, leaving only the Line Brigade, Sterling, S., to hold the trenches on the north and west sides of the castle. 2/3 of the 6th Division had already gone off in the same direction before the storm. Now the rest followed, handing over the charge of Burgos City and the chain of pickets on the east side of the castle to Pax Portuguese. There was little doing in the lines this day. The French built up the oft-destroyed parapet of Breach 3 with sandbags and made an incursion into the church of San Roman, driving out the Portuguese guard for a short time and injuring the lodgment which had been made in the ruins. But they withdrew when the supports came up. On the 20th, news being serious at the front, for Sauham showed signs of intending to attack in force, and it was ascertained that he had been reinforced by great part of the Army of the North, under Caffarelli in person. Wellington gave orders to withdraw the guns from the batteries, leaving only 2 of the captured French pieces to fire an occasional shot. All transportable stores and ammunition were ordered to be loaded up. There was some bickering in San Roman this day, but at night the Portuguese were again in possession of the much-battered church. On the 21st came the final orders for retreat. The artillery were directed to burn all that could not be carried off, platforms, fascines, and to blow up the works on San Miguel, and to retire down the high road to Valladolid. The 3 18-pounders were taken a few miles only. The roads being bad from heavy rain, and the bullocks weak, it was held that there was no profit in dragging about the 2 guns which had lost trunnions and were practically useless. The surviving intact gun shared the fate of its 2 lame fellows. All 3 were wrecked, their carriages were destroyed, and they were thrown out on the side of the road. The artillery reserve, now reduced to the 5 ineffective 24 lb. Howitzers, then continued its retreat. Plan of the Castle of Burgos. Enlarge Burgos. On the night of the 21st-22nd, Pax Brigade and the other troops left to hold the works retired, the covering army being now in full retreat by various roads passing through or around the city. The main column crossed at the town bridge, the artillery with wheels muffled with straw to deaden their rumbling, risking the danger of being shelled in the darkness by the castle, which had several guns that bore upon it. The long series of mishaps, which constituted the history of the siege of Burgos, ended by the failure of the plan for the explosions on San Miguel. The French found their next day more than 20 barrels of powder intact. The arsenal in the town was fired when the last troops had passed, but was only partly consumed. Next morning, October 22, the advanced guard of the army of Portugal entered Burgos and relieved the garrison after 35 days of siege. Dubreton had still nearly 1,200 effective men under arms. He had lost in his admirable and obstinate defense 16 officers and men, of who were killed or died of their wounds. The corresponding total British casualty list was no less than 24 officers and men killed, 68 officers and 487 men wounded, and missing the last item accounting for 2 officers and men. Almost the whole of the loss came from the ranks of the 1st Division and Pax Portuguese, the 6th Division troops having had little to do with the trenches or assaults. The external causes of the raising of the siege will be dealt with in their proper place, the strategical narrative of the general condition of affairs in both the Castiles, which opens the next chapter. Here it remains only to recapitulate the various reasons which made the siege itself a failure. They have been summed up by several writers of weight and experience: John Jones, the official historian of the sieges of Spain; John Bergen, the commanding engineer; William Napier; and Belmez, the French author, who, using Jones as a primary authority, told its story from the side of the besieged. Comparing all their views with the detailed chronicle of the operations of those 35 eventful days, the following results seem to emerge. 1. Burgos would not have been a strong fortress against an army provided with a proper battering train, such as that which dealt with Ciudad Rodrigo or Badajoz. But Wellington, by his own fault as it turned out in the end, had practically no such train at all. 3 18-pound heavy guns were an absurd provision for the siege of a place of even third-rate strength. If Wellington had realized on September 20 that the siege was to last till October 21, he might have had almost as many guns as he pleased. But the strength of Burgos was underrated at the first, and by the time that it was realized, Wellington considered, wrongly, as it turned out, that it was too late to get the necessary ordnance from the distant places where it lay. 2. Encouraged by the experience of Badajoz and Almaraz, Wellington and his staff considered that an imperfect fortification like the castle of Burgos might be dealt with by escalade without artillery preparation. The hornwork of San Miguel was taken on this irregular system, but the attempts against the enceinte of the castle failed. Bergen is probably right in maintaining that the repeated failures were largely due to the general's reluctance to put in large masses of men at once, owing to his wish to spare the lives in units already worked down to a low strength by long campaigning. The principle, "if we fail, we can't lose many men," was ruinous. On October 18, the place must have fallen if 3,000 instead of 600 men had been told off for the assault. 3. Notwithstanding the lack of artillery, Burgos might have been taken if Wellington had owned a large and efficient body of engineers. But as at Badajoz, where he had made bitter complaints on this subject, the provision of trained men was ludicrously small. There were just 5 officers of Royal Engineers with the army, and 8 Royal Military Artificers. The volunteers from the line, both officers and men, used as auxiliaries, were not up to the work required of them. It was a misfortune that none of the divisions before Burgos had experience of siege work, like that which the Light, 3rd, and 9th Divisions, all left at Madrid, had been through. 4. After the heavy losses in the early assaults, the rank and file, both the British and still more the Portuguese, were much discouraged. As Bergen says, the place might have been, and ought to have been, taken if everyone had done his duty. In the actual assaults, splendid courage was often displayed, but in the trench work there was much sulkiness, apathy, and even shirking. Our undertaking, every night that we broke ground, appeared most pitiful. There was scarcely a single instance where at least double the work was not projected, with sufficient men and tools collected, that was afterwards executed, owing to the neglect and misconduct of the working parties. It was seldom that the men could be induced to take out their gabions and set to work, and I myself placed at different times hundreds of gabions with my own hands, and then entreated the men to go and fill them to no purpose. The engineers blamed the men blamed the engineers, who, as they grumbled, were by unskillful direction, sending them out to be butchered. All this, in the end, was due to the want of artillery for proper preparation, and of trained sappers. 5 Bergen, 500 Urban, and other observers are probably right in saying that the failure of the assaults was partly due to the bad principle of composing the storming parties of drafts from many different corps, collected, under officers whom they did not personally know, from the units that chanced to be on duty that day. The one case where a brilliant success was scored with small loss was seen when a whole battalion, the 224th, carried the outer enceinte on October 4. 6. Wellington's doubts, expressed almost from the first, as to the practicability of the affair that he had taken in hand, were known to many officers, and affected the general morale. 7. Dubreton deserves unstinted praise. A general of more ordinary type, such as Berwa at Ciudad Rodrigo, would have lost Burgos for want of the extraordinary resourcefulness, determination, and quick decision shown by this admirable governor. His garrison must share his glory. The French 34th certainly got in this siege a good revanche for their last military experience, the surprise of Arroyo dos Molinos. Section 34, Chapter 3. Wellington's retreat from Burgos, October-November 1812. 1. From the Arlanzon to the Douro, October 22, October 30. Having completed the depressing chronicle of the leaguer of the castle of Burgos, it is necessary that we should turn back for a week or two to examine the changing aspect of external affairs, which had affected the general strategical position in Spain while the siege lingered on. It will be remembered that the original scheme for the campaign had been that, after the army of Portugal had been pushed back to the Ebro, a great part of Wellington's field force should return to Madrid to pick up the divisions left there, and the Corps of Hill, before Soult and King Joseph should begin to give trouble on the side of Valencia. Only a containing force was to have been left behind, to aid Castaños and his Galicians in keeping Clausel, or his successor Sauhem, out of mischief, while more important movements were on foot in New Castile. As to the command of this containing force, there was a difficulty. Wellington was not at all satisfied with the way in which Clinton had handled the troops left on the Douro in August, and it seems doubtful whether he wished to give him a far more important commission in the first half of October, when he was the natural person to be chosen for it. For at this time, none of the other senior officers who had served in the recent campaigns were available. Beresford, Stapleton Cotton, and Picton were all three invalided at the moment. Graham, the best of them all, had returned to England. Hill could not be removed from the charge of his old army in the south. Of the 5 divisions before Burgos, 4 were commanded by brigadiers acting in the position of locum-tenens. Most of the brigades were, in a similar fashion, being worked by colonels for want of a sufficient number of major generals to go round. But after October 11th, the formal difficulty was solved. There was now available an officer whom it was fitting to leave in charge against Sauhem, viz. Sir Edward Paget, who came up to the front on that day, after having been 3 years absent from the Peninsula. He had last served under Wellington at the passage of the Douro in 1809, where he lost an arm. He had now come out nominally to succeed Graham at the head of the 1st Division, but also with the commission to act as second-in-command in the event of the illness or disabling of the general-in-chief. Paget was known as a good soldier, and had served with distinction during the Corunna retreat, but he had never been trusted with the management of a large force, and had little knowledge either of the army which Wellington had trained, or of the parts of Spain in which the campaign was now going on. Moreover, Wellington disliked on principle the idea of having a second-in-command, occupying to a certain extent a position independent of his own. The separate containing force never came into existence, because Wellington never left the north or returned to Madrid, though rumors were afloat after Paget's arrival that he was about to do so without delay. Why, contrary to his own expressed intentions, did he never go south? The answer must certainly be that down to a very late period of the siege, he continued to keep in his mind the idea of returning to Madrid, but that he was distracted from his purpose by several considerations. The first was the abominable weather in October, which made the prospect of a long forced march distasteful. The army was sickly and would suffer. The second was his insufficient realization of the nearness of the danger in the south. He thought that Hill was in a less perilous position than was actually the case. The third was that he was beginning to mark the growing strength of the army of Portugal, which lay in his own front, and to see that he could not hope to contain it by any mere detachment, if he departed for the south with his main body. Sauham's host was no longer a spent force, which could be ignored as a source of danger. If Wellington took away 2 or 3 divisions, the officer left in charge in the north would be at once assailed by very superior numbers. He did not like the idea of trusting either Clinton or Paget with the conduct of a retreat before an enemy who would certainly press him fiercely. In addition, there was the lingering hope that Burgos might fall. If it were captured, the situation would be much improved, since the Allies could use it as a sort of point d'appui, to use the terminology of the day, on which the containing army could rest, and the enemy would be forced to detach heavily for the investment of the place. By the day of the last assault, October 18, Wellington had clearly lingered too long, for very large reinforcements had just come up to join Sauham, who on that morning was in a position to evict from before Burgos not only any mere covering force that might be left opposite him, but the whole 35,000 men which formed the total of the Allied host. For by now the army of Portugal was recruited up to a strength of 38,000 men, present with the colours. It had also just received the disposable battalions of the Bayonne Reserve, a strong brigade of 3,500 men under General Ossenac, and what was more important still, Caffarelli had appeared at Briviesa with the main field force of the Army of the North. The operations of Home Popham, Mendizabal, Mina and Longa, which had detained and confused the French troops in Biscay and Navarre for the whole summer, had at last reached their limits of success, and having patched up affairs on the coast, and left some 20,000 men to hold the garrison places and to curb the further raids of the British Commodore and the Spanish bands, Caffarelli had come southwards with the whole of his cavalry, 1,600 sabres, 3 batteries, and nearly 10,000 infantry, forming the greater part of the divisions of Vandermeissen and Dumoustier. There were something like 50,000 French, concentrated between Pancorbo and Briviesa on October 18, while Wellington, allowing for his losses in the siege, had not more than 24,000 Anglo-Portuguese and 0 Spaniards in hand. The arrival of the Army of the North not only made the further continuance of the siege of Burgos impossible, but placed Wellington in a condition of great danger. It is clear that his campaign in the north had only been able to continue for so long as it did because Popham, Mina, and the Cantabrian bands had kept Caffarelli employed for a time that exceeded all reasonable expectation. It was really surprising that a small squadron and 0 half-organized troops, of whom a large part were undisciplined guerrillero bands, and the rest not much better, should have held the 37,000 men of the Army of the North in play for 3 months. But the combination of a mobile naval force and of local levies who knew every goat path of their native mountains had proved efficacious in the extreme. It had taken Caffarelli the whole summer and much of the autumn to vindicate his position and recover the more important strategical points in his wide domain. Even when he was marching on Burgos, there was fierce fighting going on round Pampeluna, on which Mina had pressed in more closely when he heard of the departure of the general-in-chief. The Cantabrians and Navarrese did marvels for Wellington, and their work has never been properly acknowledged by British writers. Wellington is censured by some critics, including Napier, for not making a swifter advance on the 19th. It is said that a little more haste would have enabled him to get to Vittoria as soon as the enemy, and to force him to fight in dislocated disorder on ground which he had not chosen. This seems unjustifiable. The distance between the camps of the Allied army, in front of Osma and Espejo, and Vittoria is some 20 miles, difficult ground, with the Beas River flowing through the midst of it, and a formidable position held by 15,000 French behind that stream. Azrael, conscious how much depended on his gaining time for the king to retreat from Miranda, was determined to detain the Allied army as long as he could. It would have been useless to try to drive him away by a light attack. The rear of each of Wellington's columns was trailing many miles behind the leading brigade. It was necessary to bring up against Ryle a force sufficient to make serious resistance impossible, and this Wellington did, pushing forward not only the 4th and Light Divisions, but Hill's column in support, on the southern flank. It took time to get them deployed, and the attack was opened by a cannonade. By the time that a general advance was ordered, Ryle had begun to retire. He did so very neatly, and crossed the Zadorra by the 4 nearest bridges without any appreciable loss. By this time the afternoon had arrived, the rest of the French army had passed the defile of Puebla, and Wellington judged the hour too late for the commencement of a pitched battle. Moreover, he did not intend to fight without the cooperation of Graham's column, and the latter was not where he would have wished it to be. The day had been very rainy, the cross roads were bad, and by some error of staff work, the head of the column had not received the countermarching orders directing it to march direct on Murguia, but had started in accordance with the earlier plan on to the Orgigna road. The 1st Anth divisions had gone some way upon it before they were recalled and countermarched into the right path. Owing to blocks and bad weather, they only reached Gicano, some 6 or 8 miles east of Osma, by 6 in the evening. Murguia was still 9 miles ahead, the rain was still falling in torrents, and Graham ordered the divisions to halt and encamp for the night. The fate of the campaign was not to be fought out that day, nor on the next, but on the 3rd morning, that of June 21, 1813. Section 36, Chapter 7. The Battle of Vittitoria, June 21, 1813. The first day. The plain of Vittoria, into which the French army debouched on the afternoon of June 19, is a plain only by comparison with the high hills which surround it on all sides, being an oval expanse of rolling ground drained by the swift and narrow Zadora River, which runs on its northeastern side. Only in its northern section, near the city, does it show really flat ground. It is about 12 miles long from northeast to southwest, and varies from 6 to 8 miles in breadth. The Zadora is one of those mountain streams which twist in numberless loops and bends of alternate shallows and deep pools, in order to get round rocks or spurs which stand in the way of their direct course. At 1.7 miles downstream from Vittoria, it indulges in a complete hairpin bend, in which are the bridges of Tres Puentes and Velotas, as it circles round a precipitous knoll. At several other spots, it executes minor loops in its tortuous course. The little city of Vittoria stands on an isolated rising ground at its northern end, very visible from all directions, and dominating the whole upland, with 2 prominent church spires at its highest point. The great road from France enters the plain of Vittoria and the valley of the Zadora, 3 miles northeast of the city, descending from the defile of Salinas, a long and difficult pass in which Mina and other guerrilleros had executed some of their most daring raids on French convoys. After passing Vittoria, the road keeps to the middle of the upland in a westerly direction, and issues from it by the defile of La Puebla, where the Zadora cuts its way through the Sierra de Andia in order to join the Ebro. There is not much more than room for road and river in the gorge, which is dominated by the heights of La Puebla, a spur of the Andia on the east, and by a corresponding but lower range, the end of the heights of Morillas on the west. But the Bayonne Chaussee is by no means the only road in the Vittoria upland. The city is the meeting point of a number of second-class and third-class routes, debouching from various subsidiary valleys of the Pyrenees and leading to various towns in Navarre or Biscay. Of these, the chief were 1. The Salvatierra-Pampeluna road, running due east, and then crossing from the valley of the Zadora to the upper waters of the Araquil, by which it descends into Navarre. This was a route practicable for artillery or transport, but narrow, ill-repaired, and steep, eminently not a line to be taken by a large force in a hurry. 2. The main road to Bilbao by Villarreal and Durango, a coach road but very tortuous, and ascending high mountains by long curves and twists. 3. The alternative coach route to Bilbao by Murguia and Orgigna, easier than the Villarreal road in its first section, but forced to cross the main chain of the Pyrenees by difficult gradients before descending into Biscay. 4. A bad side road to the central Ebro, going due south by Trevino and La Guardia to Logroño. 5. A similar route, running due east from Subijana on the Bayas to the bridges of Nanclares, 3 miles upstream from the defile of Puebla. At the opening of the Battle of Vittoria, Graham's column was already across the Murguia-Bilbao road, and in its earliest advance blocked the Durango-Bilbao road also. Thus the only route beside the Great Chaussee available for the French was that to Salvatierra and Pampeluna. The road to Trevino and Logroño was useless, as leading in an undesired direction. In addition to these 5 coach roads, there were several country tracks running from various points on the Bayas River to minor bridges on the Zadora, across the lofty Monte Arado, the watershed between the 2 streams. It was these fifth-rate tracks which Wellington used on the battle day for the advance of some of his central columns, while Hill on the right was forcing the defile of La Puebla, and Graham on the left was descending from Murguia onto the bridges of the upper Zadora northeast of Vittoria. Having their troops safely concentrated east of the Zadora on the evening of June 19, Joseph and Jourdan made up their minds to stand on the position behind that river, even though Clausel had not yet come up, nor sent any intelligence as to the route by which he was arriving. Aides-de-camp were searching for him in all directions, but nothing had yet been ascertained, beyond the fact that he had started from Pampeluna on June 15th, marching on Logroño. There was a high chance that some one of many missives would reach him and turn him on to Vitoria, but the idea that Clausel must now be very near at hand was less operative in compelling Joseph to fight than the idea that he must at all costs save the vast convoys accumulated around him, his treasure, his military train, his ministers, and his refugees. He was getting them off northward by the high road as fast as he could. One convoy marched on the 20th, under the charge of the troops of the Army of the North, who had formed the garrison of Vitoria, another and a larger at dawn on the 21st, escorted by the whole of Macune's division. It had with it many of the old masters stolen from the royal palace at Madrid, the pictures of Titian, Raphael, and Velázquez, which had been the pride of the old dynasty, with the pick of the royal armory and cabinet of natural history. It is almost as difficult to make out how Joseph, already unequal in numbers to his enemy, dared to deprive himself of Macune's division of the Army of Portugal, as to discover why Wellington left the 6th Division at Medina de Pomar. It does not seem that the morale of the unit had been shaken by its rude experience at San Millan on the 18th, for it fought excellently in subsequent operations, nor had it suffered any disabling losses in that fight. A more obvious escort might have been found in Casapalacios' Spanish auxiliaries, who had already been utilized for similar purposes between Madrid and Vitoria, or in the scraps of the Army of the North, which had lately joined the retreating host. But they remained for the battle, while Macune marched north, with the cannon sounding behind him all day. When Jourdan and Joseph first arrayed their host for the expected battle, it would seem, from the line which they took up, that they imagined that Wellington would attack them only from the direction of the Bayas, and paid no attention to Graham's flanking movement, though afterwards they wrote dispatches to prove that they had not ignored it. For they drew up the Army of the South on a short front, from the exit of the defile of Puebla on the south to the bridge of Velodas on the north, a front of 3 miles, with 500 Uhlans, 2 divisions in second line on each side of the village of Gomcha, 2 miles farther back, and the Army of Portugal and the King's Guards as a third line in reserve about Zuazo, not far in front of Vitoria, along with the bulk of the cavalry. This order of battle, as a glance at the map shows, presupposed a frontal attack from the line of the Bayas, where Wellington was known to be. It was ill-suited to face an attack from the northwest on the line of the Zadara above Velodas, and still more so an attack from the due north, by the roads from Organya and Murguia. On the morning of the 20th, cavalry reconnaissances went out to look for the Allied army. They reported that the camps along the Bayas above Subajana Morillos did not seem very large, and that on the Murguia road they had fallen in with and pushed back Longa's irregulars, obviously a Spanish demonstration. No indication being available of the details of a projected attack, and further information being unprocurable, only conjectures could be made. It is interesting to know from the narrative of Jourdan himself what these conjectures were. Wellington, he writes, had shown himself since the start of the campaign more disposed to maneuver his opponents out of their positions, by constantly turning their right wing, than to attack them frontally and force on a battle. It was thought probable that, pursuing this system, he would march on Bilbao by Organya, and from thence on Durango, so as to force them to fall back promptly on Mondragon, in order to retain their communications with France. He might even hope to force them to evacuate Spain by this move, because it would be impossible to feed a great army on that section of the Pyrenees. The king, knowing that Clausel was on the move, had little fear of the results of a march on Bilbao, for on receiving Clausel's corps he would be strong enough to take the offensive himself, and would strike at Wellington's communications. It did not escape him that if the enemy, instead of wasting more time on flank movements, should attack him before the arrival of Clausel, he was in a perilous position, for there was little chance of getting the better of an adversary who had about double numbers, and a lost battle would cut off the army from the road to France, and force it to retire on Pampeluna by a road difficult, if not impracticable, for the train and artillery of a great host. To avoid the risk of an instant attack from Wellington, ought we to fall back and take up the position above the pass of Salinas. But to do this was to sacrifice the junction with Clausel, who was expected on the 21st at latest. And how could the army have been fed in the passes? The greater part of the cavalry and the artillery horses would have had to be sent back to France at once. Famine would have forced the infantry to follow. Then the king would have been accused of cowardice, for evacuating Spain without trying the fortune of battle. To justify such a retreat, we should have had to be certain that we were to be attacked before the 22nd, and we considered that, if Wellington did decide to fight, it would be unlikely that he could do so before the 22nd, because of the difficulty of the roads which he had taken. After mature consideration of the circumstance, the king resolved to stand fast at Vittoria. Putting aside the gross overestimate of Wellington's strength, he fought with a superiority of 75,000 to 57,000, not with 2 to 1. The main point to note in this curious and interesting argument is its defective psychology. Because Wellington had hitherto avoided frontal attacks, when flank movements suited him better, was it safe to conclude that he would do so ad infinitum? That he was capable of a sudden onslaught was obvious to everyone who remembered the Battle of Salamanca. Why, if he were about to repeat his previous encircling policy, should he go by Orduña, Bilbao, and Durango, rather than by the shorter turn Osma-Murguia-Vitoria? Apparently, the French staff underrated the possibilities of that road, and took the presence of Longa upon it as a sign that it was only to be used for a Spanish demonstration. Should not the speed with which Wellington had traversed the detestable country paths between the Arlanzon and the Ebro have served as a warning that, if he chose to push hard, he could cover at a very rapid rate the rather less formidable tracks north of the Zadara? In short, the old marshal committed the not uncommon fault of making false deductions from an imperfect set of premises. It is much more difficult to say what should have been his actual course under the existing circumstances of June 20. Napier holds that he might still have adopted Riel's old plan of June 12 and June 18, i.e., that he should have thrown up the line of communication with France by the high road, have made ready to retreat on Pampeluna instead of on Bayonne, and have looked forward to making Saragossa his base. After having picked up first Clausel, and then so much of the army of Aragon as could be collected, he might have got 100,000 men together and have started an offensive campaign. This overlooks the impossibility of getting the convoys and trains safely along the bad road from Vittoria to Pampeluna, and the difficulty of making Saragossa, where there were no great accumulations of stores and munitions, the base of an army of the size projected. All communication with France would have been thrown on the hopelessly long and circuitous route from Saragossa to Perpignan, for the pass by Jaca was impracticable for wheeled traffic. Certainly, Joseph would have had to destroy, as a preliminary measure to a retreat via Salvatierra or Pampeluna, the greater part of his train. And what would have become of his wretched horde of refugees? Another school of critics, among them Belmas, urged that while it was perfectly correct to cling as a primary necessity to the great road to France, Vittoria was not the right point at which to defend it, but the pass of Salinas. Jourdan's objection that the cavalry would be useless in the mountains is declared to have little weight, and his dread of famine to be groundless. For Wellington could not have remained for many days in front of the passes. He must have attacked at once a very formidable position, or Foy, and the other troops in Biscay would have had time to join the king. And with 15,000 extra bayonets, the French would have been hard to dislodge. The danger to Clausel would have been not very great, since Wellington would not have dared to detach a force sufficient to crush him, while the main French army was in his front, intact and ready to resume the offensive. And on the other flank Biscay, no doubt, would have been exposed to an invasion by Giron's Galicians, when Foy had withdrawn its garrisons to join the main army. But it is improbable that this movement would have been backed by any large section of the Anglo-Portuguese force, for Wellington, as his previous action showed, was intending to keep all his own old divisions in one body. He would not have risked any of his own troops between the Pyrenees and the sea, by trying to thrust them in on the back of the French position, to Durango or Mondragon. And if Giron alone went to Bilbao and Durango, his presence in that direction, and any threats which he might make on the king's rear, would be tiresome rather than dangerous. Be this as it may, whatever the general policy of Jourdan and Joseph should have been, their particular dispositions for occupying the Vittoria position were very faulty. It was as well known to every practical soldier then as it is now, that a normal river position cannot be held by a continuous line of troops placed at the water's edge, for there will be loops and bends, at which the ground on one's own side is commanded and enfiladed by higher ground on the enemy's side. If troops are pushed forward into such bends, they will be crushed by artillery fire, or run danger of being cut off by attacks on the neck of the loop in their rear. Unless the general who has to defend a river front is favored with a stream in front of him absolutely straight, and with all the commanding ground on his own side, an unusual chance, he must rather look to arranging his army in such a fashion as to hold as strong points all the favorable sections of the front, while the unfavorable ones must be watched from suitable positions drawn back from the water's edge. By judicious disposition of artillery, the occupation and preparation of villages, woods, or other cover, and if necessary, the throwing up of trenches, the enemy, though he cannot be prevented from crossing the river at certain points, can be kept from debouching out of the sections of the hither bank which he has mastered. And if he loads up the captured ground with heavy masses of troops which cannot get forward, he will suffer terribly from artillery fire, while if he does not hold them strongly, he will be liable to counterattacks, which will throw the troops who have crossed back into the river. The most elementary precaution for the general on the defensive to take is, of course, to blow up all bridges, and to place artillery to command all fords, also to have local reserves ready at a proper distance behind every section where a passage is likely to be tried. We may excuse Joseph and Jourdan for not entrenching all the weak sections of their front. Hasty field works were little used in the Peninsular War. Indeed, the trenches which Wellington threw up on the second day of Fuentes d'Oñoro were an almost unique instance of such an expedient. But the other precautions to be taken were commonplaces of contemporary tactics, and they were entirely neglected. The front liable to attack was very long for the size of the defending army. Whole sections of it were neglected. Bridges and fords were numerous on the Zadorra. Incredible as it may seem, not one of 11 bridges between Durrana to the north and Nanclares to the south was blown up. The numerous fords seem not to have been known accurately to either the attacking or the defending generals, but some of the most obvious of them were ignored in Joseph's original disposition of his troops. Several alike of bridges and fords were lightly watched by cavalry only, with no further precaution taken. What is most astonishing is to find that bridges which were actually used by French exploring parties on June 20th, so that their existence was thoroughly realized, were found intact, and in some cases unguarded on the 21st. The fact would seem to be that the King's headquarters staff was dominated by a false idea that Wellington's attack would be delivered on the south part of the river front, from the defile of Puebla to the bridge of Velotes, and that the troops discovered on the Murguia road were Longa's irregulars only, bound on a demonstration. An acute British observer remarked that the French position had two main defects. The more important one was that it faced the wrong way. This was quite true. The final arrangement, as taken up on the morning of June 20, was that the Army of the South arrayed itself so as to block the debouches from the defile of La Puebla and the bridges immediately upstream from it, those of Nanclares and Velotes. Gazan did not occupy the entrance of the defile of La Puebla. To do so, he must have stretched his line farther south and east than his numbers permitted. But he held its exits, with some Voltigeur companies from Marensin's brigade, perched high up on the culminating ground immediately above the river. From this lofty point on the heights of Puebla, his first line stretched northeastward along a line of low hills, past the villages of Subijana, low down and not far from the Puebla heights, and Areñez on the high road, at the spot where it crosses the position, a dominating point on the skyline. The right wing nearly reached to the Zadorra at the spot where it makes the hairpin bend, alluded to above. But the solid occupation by formed troops did not extend so far. There were only a cavalry regiment and 3 guns watching the bridge of Mendoza, and a single company of Voltigeurs watching that of Velotes. The disposition of the units was, counting from the French left, first Marensin's brigade occupying Subijana, next Conrua's division in a single line on the slopes to the north of the village of Zumelzu, with a battalion holding a wood in front on lower ground. Then came Derricau's division, 1 brigade in front line across the high road, the other brigade St. Paul's in reserve north of the road, and in rear of Level's division, which was deployed on the prominent height in front of the village of Areñez, which formed the end of the main position. Between Level and the Zadorra there was only Avi's few squadrons of light horse, watching the bridge of Mendoza. Nearly a mile to the rear of the main line Villat's division stood in reserve, on the heights on the other side of Areñez, and with it Pierre Soult's cavalry. The position was heavily gunned, as artillery support went in those days. Each of the 3 frontline divisions had its battery with it. A 4th belonging to Pierre Soult's cavalry was placed on a knoll in front of the position, from which it could sweep the approaches from the bridge of Nanclares. In reserve behind Areñez was not only Villat's battery, but 2 others drawn from the General Artillery Park, and during the early stage of the battle, another pair of batteries, belonging to the Army of Portugal, were sent to join Level's divisional guns on the north end of the position. Ghazan had therefore some 54 pieces in hand, without counting the half-battery of horse artillery belonging to Dijon's dragoons, which was absent far to his extreme right, by the banks of the upper Zadara. 3/4 of a mile behind Ghazan's reserves, the whole army of the center was deployed on each side of the high road, Darmignac's division north of it in front of Zuazo, Casegna's division south of it, level with Gomsha. Trailard's dragoons were behind Casegny. Avi's chasseurs, as has been mentioned above, were watching the Zadara on the right. In the original order of battle of the 20th, the army of Portugal had been in third line, a mile behind the army of the center, on a level with the villages of Ali and Armentia. But when Dijon's dragoons reported in the afternoon that they had discovered Longa's column on the Murguia road, it was decided that a flank guard must be thrown out in that direction, to cover Vitoria and the high road to France from possible raids. Wherefore Ryle was told that it would be his duty to provide against this danger. He took Outmen's brigade of Serrat's division from the line, pushed it over the Zadara, and established it in a position level with Aranguiz on the Murguia road, a mile and more beyond the river. Late at night, apparently on a report from a deserter that there were British troops behind Longa. Indeed, the man said that Wellington himself was on the Bilbao road. Ryle took off the other brigade of Serrat's division in the same direction, and sent it with Curdo's regiments of light horse to join men. There remained in front of Vitoria of infantry only Lamartinière's division and the King's Guards, but there was a very large body of cavalry in reserve. Tilly's and Dijon's dragoon divisions of the Army of the South, the King's 2 guard regiments of lancers, and the bulk of the horse of the Army of Portugal, Boyer's dragoons and Mermet's chasseurs. There must have been 5,000 sabres or more in hand. One further precaution was taken, lest the enemy might be moving against the high road to France from points even more to the north than Murguia. A trifling force was sent to cover the exit of the Chaussee from the pass of Salinas. This was the Spanish division of Casapalacios belonging to the Army of the Center, strengthened by some scraps of the French troops of the Army of the North, which had come in from minor garrisons during the recent retreat. Casapalacios Afrancesados, nominally 3 regiments strong, were under 2,000 bayonets. They had with them 5 weak squadrons of their own nation, a half-battery, also Spanish, and an uncertain, but small French auxiliary force, which included a battalion of the 3rd Line, part of the 15th Chasseurs, and a section of guns equipped from the artillery dépôt of the Army of the North, which had long been established at Vitoria and had not been sent to the rear. Casapalacios took post at Durana, covering the bridge of that village, the most northerly one on the Zadara. The French battalion was at Gamera Menor on the other side of the water. Wellington spent the 20th in arranging for the general attack, which he had determined to deliver if Joseph stood his ground. The plan was ambitious, for the battlefield was far larger than any on which the Anglo-Portuguese army had ever fought before, and the numbers available were 30,000 more than they had been at Salamanca or Basaco, and more than double those of Fuentes de Oñoro. Moreover, he intended to operate with a great detached turning force against the enemy's flank and rear, a thing that he had only once done before, at Salamanca, and then only with a single division. The battle plan was essentially a time problem. He had to arrange for the simultaneous appearance of 4 separate masses in front of the French position. All started from parallel points in the valley of the Bayas, but the obstacles in front of them were of very varying difficulty, and the distances to be covered were very different. One hill with the large 2nd Division, 4 brigades, Silveira's Portuguese division, Morillo's Spaniards, and V. Alton's and Fane's light dragoons, 20,000 sabres and bayonets in all, was to cross the Zadara completely outside the extreme French left wing, to storm the heights of Puebla, which formed the end of Ghazan's line, and then, advancing from the defile, to strike at Subijana de Alava with his main body, while continuing to thrust his flank along the heights above, which dominated the whole region, and extended far behind the enemy's left wing. Two parallel columns were to march from the camps on the Bayas, one consisting of the 4th and Light Divisions, R. Hill's, Grant S. and Ponsonby's cavalry brigades, and 500 Urban's Portuguese horse, was to advance by the country road from Subijana Morillas to the 2 bridges of Nanclares. Opposite those passages and the neighboring ones it was to deploy, and to attack the French center, when Hill should have got a footing on the Puebla Heights and in the plain by Subijana. The second column, consisting of the 3rd Anth Divisions, was to move from Zuazo and Anda on the Bayas across the high mountain called Monte Arado by a country track, and to descend into the valley of the Zadora at Las Guetas, opposite the bridge of Mendoza, upstream from the hairpin bend. In this position, it would be almost in the rear of Gazan's right wing above Velotas. It was to attack at once on reaching its ground, if the progress of Hill on the south was seen to be satisfactory. The movement to be regulated from the right. Although these columns are to make such movements in advance as may be evidently necessary to favor the progress of the 2 columns on their right, they are not to descend into the low ground toward Vitoria or the Great Road. The total strength of the 4 divisions and cavalry of this section of the army was about 30,000 sabres and bayonets. 3 Graham's column head was at Alano, 3 miles in front of Murguia and 6 from the Zadora. He had in front Longa's Spanish infantry, with whom Anson's light dragoons were to join up when operations should begin. Behind were the 1st Anth Divisions, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese brigades, and Bach's heavy dragoons. The total force was about 20,000 men of all nations. As an afterthought on the 20th, Wellington directed Gyern, who was to reach Orgenia that day, to come down to the upper Bayas in Graham's rear, where he would act as a support if necessary. The object of this order is not quite obvious. Gyern came down too late for the battle, arriving at Murguia only in the afternoon. It is known from his own dispatches that Wellington overestimated Ryle's force, which Graham had to fight, not knowing of Maucun's departure, and Gyern may have been intended to add weight to the attack in this quarter. His troops would, apparently, have been more usefully placed if they had been sent from Murguia to attack the unguarded upper fords of the Zadora. The orders issued to Graham gave him a rather perplexing choice of action. He was like the 3rd Anth Divisions, to guide himself by what was going on upon his right. He must get in touch at once with the center columns. He might attack if it was obviously profitable to the main advance, but he was to avoid letting his whole corps be drawn into close action in front of Vitoria, for his main object must be to turn the enemy's position, by getting round its right wing and cutting the Great Road to France. The lack of precise direction in this order is, no doubt, a testimony to Wellington's confidence in Graham's judgment. But it cast a grave responsibility on him. If he had been told simply that he was to turn the French right and seize the Great Chaussee, matters would have been simple. But he is given leave to attack frontally if circumstances farther down the line seem to make such a policy desirable. Yet he must not attack so heavily as to make his great turning movement impossible. It must be confessed that the difficult problem was not well solved that day by the gallant old general. The whole day of the 20th was spent in getting the columns into order and the arrangements for the attacks synchronized. Wellington took a survey of all the routes in person, as his wont was. It was not till late in the afternoon that he became certain from the dispositions of the enemy that an 11th-hour retreat was not contemplated by the king. The timing was that Hill, who had a few miles to march, should attack at 8 in the morning, that both Graham and the column consisting of the 3rd Anth Divisions should get into position by the same hour, and make ready to attack, when it was clear that the flank movement of Hill had already begun and was making good progress. Meanwhile, the other central column, the light Anth Divisions, should cross when Hill had won the defile of Puebla and room to debouch beyond it, but not before. The rather late hour fixed, in a month when dawn comes at 4 a.m., was dictated by the fact that Hill had a river to cross, and the 3rd Anth Division's mountain tracks to follow, which neither could have negotiated in the dark. Some hours of daylight were needed to get them into position. Even so, the brigades of the left center column were several hours late at their rendezvous. The French commanders, as we have seen, made no move on the 20th, save to hurry off convoys and to throw back Ryle on the northwest flank of Vitoria, to protect the Royal Chaussee and the 2 Bilbao roads. Jourdan wrote to Clark that evening, a perfectly sensible dispatch as to the difficulties of the situation, but one which showed that he was wholly unaware that he might be forced to a general action within the next 12 hours. All depended, he said, on Clausel's prompt arrival. If he should come up on the 21st, there was no danger. If he delayed, the army might have to choose between 2 tiresome alternatives, a retreat on the pass of Salinas and one on Pampeluna. If Wellington, as he suspected, was making a great turning movement by Orgenia and Durango, the army would be forced to take the wretched road Salvatierra-Pampeluna. The king does not yet know what decision he will have to make, If General Clausel delays his junction much longer, he will be forced to choose the retreat into Navarre. Of any idea that Wellington was about to attack next morning, the dispatch shows no sign. Jourdan had been indisposed all that day. He was laid up in bed with a feverish attack. This caused the postponement of a general reconnaissance of the position, which he and his king had intended to carry out together. They rode forth, however, at 6 a.m. on the 21st. No intelligence had come to hand, writes Jourdan in his memoirs, which could cause us to foresee an instant attack. We arrived at the position by Zuazo, from which Count Reil had been recently moved, and stopped to examine it. Its left rested on the mountain chain in the direction of Berestigueta. Its right came down to the Zadorra behind La Hermandad and Crispijana. It is dominating, yet not oversteep, and has all along it good artillery emplacement for many batteries. It connected itself much better than does the Aranjuez position with the ground about Aranjuez now occupied by Reil, which might be heavily attacked. Struck with the advantages of this position, the king appeared inclined to bring back the army of the south to occupy it, and to place the army of the center between it and the army of Portugal. The three armies would have been closer together, and more able to give each other rapid assistance, and the eye of the commander-in-chief could have swept around the whole of this more concentrated field in one glance. This change of dispositions would probably have been carried out on the 20th if Marshal Jourdan had not been indisposed, and might perhaps have prevented the catastrophe that was to come. But the officer sent to call General Gazan to confer with the king came back to say that the general could not leave his troops, as an attack on him was developing. It was judged too late to change position. Riding to the front of Aranjuez, to a long hill occupied by Level's division, on the right of the army of the south, the king saw that in fact the enemy was on the move. About 8 o'clock the posts on the mountain reported that the Allies had passed the Zadorra above La Puebla. A strong column was coming up the high road, and the defile, a smaller one, had diverged to its right and was climbing the mountain itself. General Avi, sent on reconnaissance beyond the Zadorra on the side of Mendoza, reported at the same time that a large corps was coming in on Tres Puentes behind the rear of General Level, and he could see signs in the woods opposite, which seemed to indicate the march of other troops in the direction of the bridge of Nanclares. No news had yet come in from Reil, but we prepared ourselves to hear ere long that he, too, was attacked. It is unnecessary to comment on the character of a headquarters, where a passing indisposition of the chief of the staff causes all movements to be postponed for 18 hours, at a moment when a general action is obviously possible. But it is necessary to point out that the existing dislocation of the troops left 3 miles of the Zadorra front between Reil's left and Gazan's right unguarded when the battle began, and that this had been the case throughout the preceding day. And during that day, who was responsible for the fact that not a single one of the 11 bridges between the defile of La Puebla and Durana had been ruined, and only 3 obstructed? Gazan must take a good deal of responsibility, no less than Jourdan. At 8 o'clock on the morning of the 21st, the action commenced, on a most beautiful clear day, contrasting wonderfully with the heavy rain of the 19th and intermittent showers on the 20th. Every hillcrest road and village for 20 miles was visible with surprising sharpness, so much so that incidents occurring at a great distance were easily to be followed by the naked eye, still more easily by the staff officer's telescope. The clash began, as Wellington had intended, on the extreme right. Here Hill's columns crossed the Zadorra, where it broadened out below the defile of La Puebla, far outside the French line. The 2nd Division led up the high road, with Cadogan's brigade heading the column. But before they entered the Narrows, Morillo's Spaniards were pushed forward on their right, through a wood which covered the lower slopes, to seize the spur of the Puebla heights immediately above the road. Till this was cleared, it would be impossible to move the 2nd Division forward. Eyewitnesses described the deploying of the Spanish column as clearly visible from the high ground on the Monte Arado heights. The 1st Brigade appeared emerging from the woods below, then came stiffer ground, so steep that while moving up it they looked as if they were lying on their faces or crawling. Then the smoke of the French skirmishing fire began to be visible on the crest, while Morillo's 2nd Brigade, deployed behind the 1st, went up the heights in support. The enemy, who was not in great strength at first, gave way, and the Estremadurans won the skyline, formed there, and began to drive up from the first summit to the next above it. This also they won, but then came to stand. Gazan had pushed up first one, and then the other of the 2 regiments of Marensin's brigade from his left, on the main position, to support the Voltigeur companies, which had been the only troops originally placed on this lofty ground. Hill, seeing the advance on the mountain stop, sent up, to help Morillo, Colonel Cadogan with his own regiment the 71st, and all the light companies of Cadogan's and Byng's brigades. This turned the fight, and after a stiff struggle for the second summit, in which Morillo was severely wounded, Marinson's brigade was turned back and flung downhill. It halted and reformed low down on the slope, losing the crest completely. Having his flank now reasonably safe, Hill turned off the other 2 battalions of Cadogan's brigade to follow the 71st, and then pushed his 2nd British Brigade, O'Callaghan's, up the defile of La Puebla, and deployed it on the open ground opposite the village of Subijana de Alava, which lay near the high road, and was the first obstacle to be carried if the whole corps was to issue forth and attack the French left. 1 battery moved up with the brigade and got into action on a slope to its right. The rest of the 2nd Division and Silveira's Portuguese issued from the defile, ready to act as reserve either to Morillo on the heights or O'Callaghan in the open ground. Meanwhile, the enemy could be seen dispatching troops from his reserves to attack the spurs of the mountain, which had been won by Morillo and Cadogan. For the heights of Puebla commanded all the left flank of the main French position, and, if Allied troops pushed along them any further, Gazan's line would be completely turned. Jourdan says that his orders were that Marinson's brigade should have attacked, with a whole division in support, but that Gazan took upon him the responsibility of sending in Marinson alone, and only later, when the latter had been beaten down from the crest, first Ray's brigade of Conrua's division, and then St. Paul's reserve brigade of Derricau's division, from the hill on the right behind level. It would seem that Derricau's 2 regiments took post on the slopes behind Subijana, where there was a gap in the line, owing to Marinson's departure, while Ray and his brigade went up the Puebla heights to try to head off Morillo's and Cadogan's attack. In this it was wholly unsuccessful. After a severe struggle on the crest, in which Cadogan was mortally wounded, the French reinforcements were checked and routed. The Allied troops began to push forward again on the heights, and were getting right round the flank of Gazan's left wing. Marinson's troops on the lower slopes were being contained by the 92nd Anth, the rear regiments of Cadogan's brigade, and Derricau's were hotly engaged with O'Callaghan's 3 battalions, which occupied Subijana and then attacked the hillside above it, but failed for some time to secure a lodgment there. Jourdan was by this time growing anxious, and not without reason, at the rapid progress of the Allies on the Puebla heights. He ordered Gazan to send up at once his only remaining reserve, Villet's division from the height behind Aranez, to gain the crest at a point farther east than any that the enemy could reach, and to attack in mass along it. In order that he might not be forestalled on the summit, Villet was told to march by a long detour, through the village of Esquivel far to the east, where there was a country road debouching from the Chaussee. Indeed, so perturbed was the marshal by the threat to his left, that he suspected further turning movements in this quarter, and sent orders for Tilly's dragoons, from the cavalry reserve, to ride out by Birastigeta to the Trevino road, to see if there were no British columns pressing in from that quarter. He also directed 500 Erlon to move one of his 2 infantry divisions, Cassagny, in the same direction to support Tilly if necessary. Gazan, if we may credit his long and contentious report on the battle, suggested to Jourdan that it was dangerous to disgarnish his center, and to push so many troops to his left, while it was still uncertain whether Wellington's column heads, visible on the other side of the Zadorra, were not about to move. Might not Hill's attack be a feint, intended to draw off the French reserves in an eccentric direction? The marshal, says Gazan, then declared in a loud voice, so that all around could hear, that the enemy's movements opposite our right are mere demonstrations, to which no attention should be paid, and that if the battle were lost, it would be because the heights the left of Subijana remained in the enemy's power. Then lay the real danger. Orders were given that when Villet should have got on the crest of the mountain, and should be delivering his attack, a simultaneous move forward was to be made by Conru, and the brigades of Marinson and St. Paul, to cast the enemy out of Subijana, as well as off the heights of Puebla. It is interesting to note that Hill had as yet only engaged 2 British brigades, and 1 small Spanish division, and had succeeded in attracting against himself a much larger force, the whole of Conrua's and Villet's divisions, and the 2 brigades of Marinson and St. Paul. In the French center, and right there remained now only Level's division and the remaining brigade of Derricau's, and in reserve there was only one of 500 Erlon's divisions, since the other had gone off on a wild goose chase toward the Trevino road. Wellington could have wished for nothing better. But by the time that the French counterattack on Hill's corps was developing, matters were beginning to look lively all along the line of the Zadorra, and the combat on the heights was growing into a general action. It was now about 11 o'clock, and Wellington had been for some time established on a high bank above the river, facing the center of the French position, to the left of the village and bridges of Nanclaires, from which he could sweep with his glass the whole landscape from the heights of La Puebla to the bridge of Mendoza. To his left and right the light Anth divisions lay in two masses, a mile or more back from the river, and hidden very carefully in folds of the Monte Arado, the battalions in contiguous close column lying down in hollow roads or behind outcrops of rock, and showing as little as possible. The great mass of cavalry in reserve, 4 brigades, had not been brought over the skyline yet, and lay some distance to the rear. Only Grant's hussars were near the light division, dismounted and standing to their horses in covered ground. The French lines were perfectly visible, unmasked, without a bush to prevent the sweeping of their artillery, the charging of their cavalry, or the fire of their musketry acting with full effect on those who should attempt to cross the bridges in their front, which it was necessary to carry before we could begin the attack on their center. King Joseph and his staff were conspicuous on the round hill before Aranjuez. Hill's advance having begun, and made good progress, Wellington was watching for the 2 other movements, which ought to have coincided with the attempt to cross the river at Nanclaires for the frontal attack. They had neither of them developed as yet. At least nothing was to be seen of the 3rd Anth divisions on the downslope of the lofty Monte Arado, and there had not yet been any heavy burst of cannonading from the upper Zadorra, which was not visible from the spot where the commander-in-chief had placed himself, to tell that Graham was engaged. The reason for the comparative silence in this quarter was undoubtedly the wording of Wellington's orders to Graham, which left so much to the judgment of the commander of the great turning column. He had been placed, almost from the start of his march, in the presence of a secondary problem. Ryle, as we have seen, had been given on the 20th the charge of the upper Zadorra and the great road to France. Hoping that he had only Longa's Spaniards in front of him, and judging that it would be well to keep them as far from the road and the river as possible, the commander of the Army of Portugal had placed Serrat's division and a brigade of Mermet's light horse in an advanced position a mile and more in front of the river, on a ridge flanking the main Bilbao road, above the village of Aranjuez. Lamartiniere's division and Boyer's and Digen's dragoons had been left on the nearer bank. When therefore Graham, marching down from Alano, neared Aranjuez, he found a considerable French force blocking the way. Remembering his orders to look to the right, to adapt his movements to those of the troops in that direction, and not to be drawn into unnecessary fighting, he halted for some time to see how matters were going on the critical wing, and meanwhile deployed, alongside of Longa's men in his front, Pack's Portuguese brigade and Anson's light dragoons, with the 5th Division in support, before Serrat's position. He also detached Bradford's Portuguese to his right, with the idea of getting in touch with the troops in that direction. Ryle, who was present in person with his advanced guard, saw with dismay the depth of the column descending upon him, and recognized that he must fall back and hold the line of the Zadorra, the only possible front on which he could oppose such an enemy. About midday or a little later Graham thought himself justified in advancing in order to draw the enemy's attention to his right, and so assist the progress of the army from the side of Miranda, i.e., Hill's column, where the enemy seemed to be making an obstinate resistance in the successive strong positions which the country afforded. The very moment that Graham sent forth Longa and Pack to advance, the French retired by order, not without some skirmishing, in which the 4th Caçadors stormed the hill just above Aranjuez, but neither side had any appreciable losses. Graham could now advance to within a mile of the Zadorra, and was in command of the plain ground as far as the villages of Abachuco and Gamera Mayer and Menor. All 3 are on the northern or right bank of the river, and Ryle had determined to hold them as terres de pont covering the bridges. They had been hastily barricaded, and the artillery of the Army of Portugal had been placed on the opposite bank in a line of batteries, ready to sweep the open ground over which an assault on the villages must be launched. Graham had therefore to deploy for a formal attack on the new position. He sent Longa upstream and over the hills to attack Gamera Menor and Durana, placed Oswald and the 5th Division, with a section of Lawson's battery, over against Gamera Mayer, and drew out the 1st Division and the 2 Portuguese brigades opposite Abichuco, which would have to be taken before the bridge of Arriaga could be attacked. Keeping in mind Wellington's main purpose, indicated in his orders, of cutting the Great Road to France, he told Longa and Oswald on the flank that they might push hard, while he seems to have acted in a much more leisurely way in front of Abichuco, where no attack was launched till actual orders had been received from headquarters bidding him press harder. But meanwhile Longa took Gamera Menor from the French battalion of the 3rd Line, and then, pushing on, came into collision at Durana Bridge with his renegade compatriots the Franco-Spanish division of Casapalacios. As the Great Road to Bayonne actually passes through Durana, and was now under fire from Longa's skirmishers, it may be said to have been blocked for all practical purposes at this early stage of the battle. It was not till the afternoon, however, that Longa succeeded in storming the bridge and occupying the village, thus formally breaking the enemy's main line of communication with France, to save which King Joseph had risked his all. Apparently he was hampered by having no artillery, while the Franco-Spaniards had some 4 or 5 guns with them, bearing on the bridge. Meanwhile Robinson's brigade of the 5th Division had stormed Gamera Menor, defended by the French 118th Anth, Gauthier's brigade of Lamartinière's division. This was a brilliant and costly affair, it being no light matter to attack in column of battalions the barricaded streets of a compact village. The British, however, burst in Colonel Brooke with the 1/4 being the first to force an entrance. The French abandoned 3 guns which had been placed in the barricades and fell back in disorder across the bridge. General Robinson endeavored to improve the success by instant pursuit, but the French had guns bearing on the bridge, which swept away the first platoons that tried to cross it. Very few men reached the other side, and they were shot down before they could establish a lodgment on the farther bank. It was necessary to halt, reform, and bring up more artillery before the attack could be repeated. It was now past 2 o'clock, and the noise of Graham's attack was sufficiently audible all down the British line, and was carrying dismay to French headquarters. But what of the other column, that of the 3rd Anth Divisions, which was to appear on the middle Zadorra opposite Gazan's almost unguarded flank, in the direction of the bridge of Mendoza? It was overdue, now that both the large flanking corps were seriously engaged, and the attention of the enemy attracted toward them. But before the missing column came into action, there had been an unexpected modification of the position in the right center. At 11:30 Wellington appeared before the Light Division, and told Alton to move it more to the left, so as to be over and above the bridge of Velotas, which it would have to attack at the moment of general advance, leaving the 2 bridges by Nanclares to the 4th Division and the cavalry. So rough and wooded was the ground that the division, moving in a hollow way, was established less than 300 yards from the brink of the Zadorra and the French line, without attracting the notice of the enemy. An officer of the 43rd writes, "I felt anxious to obtain a view, and walking leisurely between the trees found myself at the edge of the wood, in clear sight of the enemy's cannon, planted with lighted matches and ready to apply them. Had our attack begun here, the French could never have stood to their guns, so near were they to the thicket, our riflemen would have annihilated them. The British bank of the Zadorra here completely commanded the bridge and the French bank, which accounts for the fact that the enemy's artillery did not detect the approach of such a large body of troops as the Light Division. But after a time, a bickering fire across the river between skirmishers on both sides broke out at several points, and some Voltigeurs even pressed across Velota's bridge, and had to be cast back again by the skirmishers of the 295th. There was to be, however, no attempt to pass this bridge as yet by the British. While Wellington was still with the Light Division, a peasant came up to him with the astounding intelligence that the bridge of Tres Puentes, the one at the extreme point of the hairpin bend of the Zadorra, was not only unoccupied but unwatched by the enemy. He offered to guide any troops sent to it. The commander-in-chief made up his mind at once to seize this crossing, which would outflank the French position at Velotas, and told the peasant to lead Kemp's brigade of the Light Division to the unwatched point, about 1.5 miles to the left. The brigade moved off by threes at a rapid pace, along a very uneven and circuitous path, concealed from the observation of the French by high rocks, and reached the narrow bridge, which crossed the river to the hamlet of Iruna, part of the scattered village of Tres Puentes. The first rifles led the way, and the whole brigade following passed at a run, with firelocks and rifles ready cocked, and ascended a steep road of 50 yards, at the top of which was an old chapel. We had no sooner cleared it than we observed a heavy column of the French on the principal hill, and commanding a bird's-eye view of us. However, fortunately, a convex bank formed a sort of terte de pont, behind which the regiments formed at full speed, without any word of command. 2 round shots now came among us. The second severed the head from the body of our bold guide, the Spanish peasant. The brigade was so well covered that the enemy soon ceased firing. Our post was extraordinary. We were in the elbow of the French position, and isolated from the rest of the army, within 100 yards of the enemy, and absolutely occupying part of his position, without any attempt having been made to dislodge us. Sir James Kempt expressed much wonder at our critical position, without being molested, and sent his aide-de-camp at speed across the river for the 15th Hussars, who came up singly and at a gallop along the steep path, and dismounted in rear of our center. Some French dragoons, coolly and at a slow pace, came up to within 50 yards of us, to examine if possible our strength, but a few shots from the rifles caused them to decamp. We could see 3 bridges within a quarter of a mile of each other in the elbow of the enemy's position. We had crossed the center 1 Tres Puentes, while the other 2, right and left, Velodas and Mendoza, were still covered by French artillery. Expecting to be instantly attacked, and to have to fight hard for the chapel knoll on which they had aligned themselves, Kempt's brigade spent half an hour of awkward suspense. The immunity with which they had been allowed to hold their position was suddenly explained by a movement which they had not been able to observe. The missing column of Wellington's army had at last come up, and was plunging with headlong speed into the rear of the troops which were facing Kempt, so that the French had no attention to spare for the side issue in the hairpin bend of the Zadorra. Instead of being attacked, the brigade was about to become at once an attacking force. A word is necessary as to the leading of this column. It had been placed by Wellington under Lord Dalhousie, now commanding the 7th Division. This was an extraordinary choice, as this officer had been only a few months in the Peninsula and had no experience of the higher responsibilities, though he had commanded a brigade in the Walcheren expedition. But being as lieutenant general slightly senior to Picton, though they had been gazetted major generals on the same day in 1808, he was entitled to take the command over the head of the war-worn and experienced leader of the 3rd Division. The latter had been directing one of the great marching columns during the early stages of the advance, and was not unnaturally sulky at being displaced. Common report in the army held that he was in disfavor at headquarters, for intemperate letters complaining of the starving of his division during the recent march beyond the Ebro. Be this as it may, Picton was during the forenoon hours of June 21st in one of his not infrequent rages. For though his column had started early, and the 3rd Division had reached Las Guetas, the villages on the south side of the Monte Arado, which were to be its starting point for the attack on the line of the Zadorra, Lord Dalhousie refused to advance farther than the edge of the hills, using apparently his discretion in interpreting the orders given him to regulate his action from what was going on to his right, and only to move when it should be evidently necessary to favor the progress of the columns in that direction. He was obviously worried by the fact that the 2 rear brigades of his own division, Barnes and Lacour's, had been hindered by an artillery breakdown in the steep road behind, and were not yet up, though Cairns' battery, which had delayed them, ultimately overtook the leading brigade. Hence he used his discretion to wait for formal orders from headquarters, and to do nothing. Picton, who could note the advance of Hill's column, and could see that the French were utterly unprepared for an attack on the middle Zadorra, chafed bitterly at the delay. We have an interesting picture of him on that morning from eyewitnesses. He was a strange figure, suffering from inflammation of the eyes. He had put on not his cocked hat, but a broad-brimmed and tall civilian top hat, the same that may be seen today in the United Service Museum. During the struggle on the right, the center was inactive. General Picton was impatient. He inquired of every aide-de-camp whether they had any orders for him. As the day wore on and the fight waxed louder on the right, he became furious, and observed to the communicator of these particulars, 500 Ennet, Lord Wellington must have forgotten us. It was near noon, and the men were getting discontented. Picton's blood was boiling. His stick was beating with rapid strokes upon the mane of his cob. He rode backward and forward, looking in every direction for the arrival of an aide-de-camp, until at last one galloped up from Lord Wellington. He was looking for Lord Dalhousie. The 7th Division had not yet arrived, having to move over difficult ground. The aide-de-camp checked his horse and asked the general whether he had seen Lord Dalhousie. Picton was disappointed. He had expected that he might at least move now, and in a voice which did not gain softness from his feelings, answered in a sharp tone, "No, sir, I have not seen his lordship, but have you any orders for me?" "None," replied the aide-de-camp. "Then pray, sir, what are the orders that you do bring?" "Why," answered the officer, "that as soon as Lord D shall commence an attack on that bridge," pointing to the one on the left, Mendoza, "the Fourth and Light are to support him." Picton could not understand the idea of any other division fighting in his front, and drawing himself up to his full height, said to the astonished aide-de-camp, "You may tell Lord Wellington from me, sir, that the 3rd Division, under my command, shall in less than 10 minutes attack that bridge and carry it, and the Fourth and Light may support if they choose." Having thus expressed his intention, he turned from the aide-de-camp and put himself at the head of his men, who were quickly in motion toward the bridge, encouraging them with the bland appellation of "Come on, ye rascals! Come on, ye fighting villains!" 10 minutes, as the time required to plunge down from the hillside to a bridge 2 miles away, seems a short estimate. But there is no doubt that the advance of the 3rd Division was fast and furious. An eyewitness describes it as shooting like a meteor across the front of the still-halted column-head of the 7th Division. The military purist may opine that Picton should have waited till he got formal orders via Lord Dalhousie to advance. But the moments were precious. Kempt was across the Zadorra close by, in an obviously dangerous state of isolation. The French in a few minutes might be sending infantry to block the bridge of Mendoza, which they had so strangely neglected. The 7th Division was short of 2 brigades, and not ready to attack. Wellington's orders were known, and the situation on the right was now such as to justify the permissible advance which they authorized. Neither Wellington nor Dalhousie in their dispatches give any hint that Picton's action was disapproved. Complete success justified it. Picton had directed Brisbane's brigade of the 3rd Division straight upon the bridge of Mendoza, Colville's upon a few yards farther upstream. Both crossed safely and almost unopposed. The only French troops watching the stream here were Avi's weak brigade of cavalry, under 500 sabres, and their 3 horse artillery guns commanding the bridge. But the latter hardly got into action, for on Picton's rapid approach becoming visible, General Kempt threw out some companies of the 195th under Andrew Barnard, from his point of vantage on the knoll of Iruna, who opened such a biting fire upon the half-battery that the officer in command limbered up and galloped off. Avi's chasseurs hovered about in an undecided way, but were not capable either of defending a bridge or of attacking a brigade in position upon a steep hill. Wherefore Picton got across with small loss and formed his 2 British brigades on the south side of the river. Power's Portuguese rapidly followed Brisbane, as did a little later Grant's brigade of the 7th Division. Lord Dalhousie's other 2 brigades, as we have already noted, were not yet on the ground. On seeing Picton safely established on the left bank, Kempt advanced from his knoll and formed on the right rear of the 3rd Division. The trifling French detachment at the bridge of Velotas, only a Voltigeur company, wisely absconded at full speed on seeing Kempt on the move. The passage there was left completely free for Vandeleur's brigade of the Light Division, who had long been waiting on the opposite steep bank. The British were across the Zadorra in force, and the critical stage of the action was about to commence, the hour being between 2 and in the afternoon. Section 36, Chapter 8. Battle of Vittitoria, Rout of the French. When Picton and the 3rd Division, followed by the one available brigade of the 7th Division, came pouring across the Zadorra on the side of Mendoza, while Kempt debouched from the knoll of Iruna, and Vandeleur crossed the bridge of Velotas, the position of Level's division became desperate. It was about to be attacked in flank by 4 brigades and in front by 2 more, and being one of the weaker divisions of the Army of the South, only 4,500 bayonets, was outnumbered threefold. Its original reserve, half Derricau's division, had gone off to the Puebla Heights hours before. The General Army Reserve, Villet's division, had been sent away in the same direction by Jourdan's last orders. The nearest disposable and intact French troops were Darmignac's division of the Army of the Centre, 2 miles to the rear, in position by Zuazo. The other divisions of that army had, as we have seen, gone off on a wholly unnecessary excursion to watch the Trevino road. The left wing and center of the Army of the South was absorbed in the task of keeping back Hill, and had just begun the counterattack upon him, which Jourdan had ordered an hour before. The sudden change in the situation, caused by the very rapid advance of Picton and the brigades that helped him, was all too evident to King Joseph and his chief of the staff, as they stood on the hill of Aranjuez. The whole force of the 3rd Division struck diagonally across the short space between the river and Level's position, Brisbane's brigade and Power's Portuguese making for the French flank, while Colville, higher up the stream, made for the rear of the hill, in the direction of the village of Margarita. Kempt followed Brisbane in second line. Grant's brigade of the 7th Division, when it crossed at Mendoza, came on behind Colville. So did Vandeleur from Velotas, after he had pulled down the obstructions and got his men over the narrow bridge. Nor was this all. The 4th Division, so long halted on the scrubby hillside opposite the left hand of the two Nanclair's bridges, suddenly started to descend the slope at the double quick, Stubbs's Portuguese brigade leading. Jourdan had to make a lightning change in all his dispositions. Level, obviously doomed if he did not retire quickly, was told to evacuate his hill and fall back past Aranjuez, into which he threw a regiment to cover his retreat, onto the heights behind it. The two brigades of Derricau and Conroux, which had stood on the other side of the high road from Level, were to make a parallel movement back to the same line of heights. The other brigades of Derricau and Conroux, with Marensin, now deeply engaged, some with O'Callaghan and others with the 50th and, were to abandon the attack which they had just begun, and which had somewhat pushed back the British advance. They too must go back to the slopes behind Aranjuez. It would take longer to recall Villette, who was now far up on the crest of the mountain to the left, engaged with Morillo's Spaniards and the 71st. But this attack also must be broken off. Lastly, to fill the gap between Level's new position and the Zadorra, the army of the center must come forward and hold Margarita, or if that was impossible, the hill and village of La Hermandad behind it. But only d'Armagnac's division was immediately available for this task, Casagnas having to be brought back from the eccentric countermarch toward the Trevino road, to which it had been committed an hour before. In this way, a new line of battle would be formed, reaching from the Zadorra near Margarita across the high road at Gomsha to the heights above Zumelzu on the left. It was at best a hazardous business to order a fighting line more than 2 miles long, and bitterly engaged with the enemy at several points, to withdraw to an unsurveyed position a mile in its rear, where there was practically no reserve waiting to receive it. For on the slopes above Aranjuez there was at that moment nothing but Pierre Solt's light horse and Trailard's dragoons, with 2 batteries of artillery. The new front had to be constructed from troops falling back in haste and closely pursued by the enemy, combining with other troops coming in from various directions, viz., the 2 divisions of the Army of the Center. And when the line should be reformed, what was to prevent its left from being turned once more by the Allied troops on the Puebla Heights, or its right by columns crossing the middle Zadorra behind it? For there would still be a gap of 2 miles between Margarita village and the nearest troops of the Army of Portugal, who were now engaged with Graham at Abachuco and Arriaga. To speak plainly, the second French line was never properly formed, especially on its left, but a better front was made, and a stronger stand, than might perhaps have been expected, though the confusion caused by hasty and imperfect alignment was destined in the end to be fatal. On the extreme left, Villette had been caught by the order of recall at the moment when he was delivering his attack on Morillo and the British 71st. He had reached the crest as ordered, had formed up across it, and then had marched on a narrow front against the Allies. Both British and Spanish were in some disorder when he came in upon them. They had now been fighting for 4 hours, and in successive engagements had driven first Marensin's and then St. Paul's brigades for 2 miles over very steep and rocky ground. At the moment when Villette came upon the scene, the Allied advance had just reached a broad dip in the crest, which it would have to cross if its progress were to be continued. The Spaniards were on the right, and the 71st and light companies on the left, or northern, part of the ridge. It would have been a suitable moment to halt and reform the line before continuing to press forward over dangerous ground. But the officer who had succeeded Cadogan in command was set on, keeping the French upon the run, and recklessly ordered the tired troops to plunge down the steep side of the declivity and carry the opposite slope. He was apparently ignorant that fresh French troops were just coming to the front. Several eyewitnesses say that a column in light-colored overcoats with white shako covers, which had been noticed on the right, was taken for a Spanish detachment. At any rate, the 71st crossed the dip, 4 companies in its center, the remainder at its upper end, and was suddenly met not only by a charging column in front, but by an attack in flank and almost in rear. The first volley brought down 200 men. The shattered battalion recoiled and remounted its own slope in utter disorder, leaving some 40 prisoners in the hands of the enemy. These were the only British soldiers who fell into the hands of the French that day. Fortunately, the 50th, coming up from the rear, was just in time to form up along the edge of the dip and cover the retreat, and was joined soon after by the 92nd, who had been facing another separate French unit lower down the slopes and to the left flank. Seeing their opponents move off for no visible reason, they had received no doubt the general order to retire. The Highland Regiment had pushed up onto the crest and joined the 50th and the Spaniards. Villette, still ignorant that the whole French army was falling back, tried to improve his success over the 71st into a general repulse of the Allied force upon the crest, and ordered his leading regiment to cross the dip and attack the troops upon the opposite skyline. They suffered the same fate as the 71st and from the same cause. The climb was steep among stones and firs. They were received with two devastating volleys when they neared the top of the declivity, and then charged by the 50th and the column broke, rolled downhill, and went to the rear. A second but less vigorous attack was made by another French regiment, and repulsed with the same ease, the wrecks of the 71st joining in the defense this time. Villette then brought up a third regiment, but this was only a feint. The attack never developed, and while it was hanging fire, the whole division swung round to the rear and went off. Jourdan's general order to retreat had at last been received, and Villette was falling back to the new line. Cameron of the 92nd, now in command on the heights, followed him up, as did the Spaniards. But there was to be no more serious fighting upon the Puebla mountain. The French gave way whenever they were pressed. Long before Villette's fight on the high ground had come to an end, the engagement at the other end of the French line had taken an unfavorable turn. The battle in this direction fell into three separate sections. Close to the Zadara, Colville, with the left-hand brigade of the 3rd Division, was pushing up towards Margarita, while d'Armagnac, from the heights of Zuazo, was making for it from the other side. It had taken some time to file Colville's battalions across the ford and deploy them for the advance, and the French brigade of d'Armagnac's division got into the village first and made a strong defense there, while the German brigade occupied La Hermandad in its rear. Colville was held in check, suffered heavily, and could not get forward. But after half an hour's deadly fighting, the enemy gave way, not only because of the frontal pressure, but because the troops on his left, Level's division of the Army of the South, had been defeated by Picton and were retiring, thereby exposing the flank of d'Armagnac's line. 500 Erlon drew back Chassey's much-thinned brigade half a mile, to the better defensive ground formed by the village of La Hermandad and the height above it, where his German brigade was already in position. This was an integral part of the new line on which Jourdan had determined to fight, while Margarita was on low ground and too far to the front. Colville's brigade, like its adversaries much maltreated, was replaced by Grant's brigade of the 7th Division in front line, while Vandeleur's of the Light Division followed in support. They had now in front of them not only d'Armagnac's but Cassagna's division, which had come back from its fruitless excursion to the Trevino road, and had joined the other section of the Army of the Center, taking up ground in second line. Meanwhile, the really decisive blow of the whole battle was being delivered by Picton, 1,000 yards farther to the south, in and above Aranhez. The striking force here consisted of Power's Portuguese brigade on the left, and of Brisbane's British brigade on the right, opposite the village. Kemp's half of the Light Division had followed Picton faithfully in his diagonal movement across the slopes, and was close behind Brisbane. Farther to the right, the new front of attack of Wellington's army was only beginning to form itself. The 4th Division had deployed after crossing the upper bridge of Nanclares, and was now coming on in an echelon of brigades, Stubbs's Portuguese in the front echelon, then W. Anson, last Scarrett. They extended from the high road southwards, and were getting into touch with Hill's column, which after the French evacuated the height behind Subijana had also deployed for the advance. The 2nd Division having now thrown forward Byng's brigade on its left, with O'Callaghan's next it, and Ashworth's Portuguese in second line. Silvera's division remained in reserve. The cavalry of the center column had crossed after the infantry, R. Hill, Ponsonby, Victor Alton, and Grant by the upper bridge of Nanclares, 500 Urban's Portuguese by the lower. They deployed on each side of the high road east of the river, behind the 4th Division, ground suitable for horsemen being nowhere else visible. On the heights of Puebla there still remained Cadogan's brigade, now under Cameron of the 92nd, and Morillo's Spaniards. This detached force, which was hard in pursuit of Villette's retreating column, was decidedly ahead of the rest of the army, and well placed for striking at the new French flank. but it was tired and had fought hard already for many hours. When the 4th Division had passed the upper bridge of Nanclares, and before the cavalry began to cross the Zadorra, Colonel Dixon had by Wellington's orders commenced to bring forward the reserve artillery. Very few British batteries had yet come into action, the broken nature of the ground preventing them from keeping close to their divisions. Hence it came to pass that there was by this time an accumulation of guns in the center. During the rest of the battle it was employed in mass, many divisional batteries joining the artillery reserve, and a formidable line of guns being presently developed along the heights, which had been the original position of Gazan's center and right. Some of them were to the north of the high road, on Level's Hill, some to the south, where Derrickau's front brigade had stood when the action commenced. As soon as they had come up, they began to pound the French infantry on the opposite hill. Here General Turlett had a still more powerful artillery force in action. All the guns of the front line had got back in safety save one, belonging to the Horse Artillery Battery, which had been placed opposite the bridge of Nanclares, and 3 batteries from the reserve were already in position. The cannonade on both sides was fierce, but it was the infantry which had to settle the matter, and the disadvantage to the French was that their troops, much hustled and disarranged while retreating into the new position, never properly settled down into it. Especially Conrou's and Derrickau's divisions, which had been divided into separate brigades by the way in which Gazan had dealt with them at the commencement of the action, never got into regular divisional order again, and fought piecemeal by regiments. The decisive point was on the ground at and above Arenys, which was held by Level's division, with 1 regiment of Derrickau's 103rd Line on their left. The village, low down on the slope, was held by Macquarie's brigade. Morgan's was in support with the guns, higher up and more to the right. Picton attacked with Power's Portuguese on his left, Brisbane's brigade on his right, and Kemp's brigade of the light division in support, except that some companies of the 195th had been thrown out in front of Brisbane's line and led the whole attack. The riflemen rushed at the village, penetrated into it, and were evicted after a fierce tussle by a French battalion charging en masse down the street. But immediately behind came the 88th Anth. The former, attacking to their right of the village, completely smashed the French regiment which came down to meet them in a close-fire combat, and drove them in disorder up the hill, while the latter carried Arenys itself and swept onward through it. The 45th, farther to the right, attacked and drove off the regiment of Derrickau's division which was flanking Level. Power's Portuguese would seem to have got engaged with Morgan's brigade, on the left of the village. It gave way before them, when the 74th had stormed Arenys, and the Connaught Rangers had broken the neighboring column. Level's routed troops appear to have swept to the rear rather in a southerly direction, and to their left of the high road, so as to leave the beginnings of a gap between them and Cassagna's division of the Army of the Centre, which was coming up to occupy the ridge north of Gomsha, in the new position. The complete breach in the French centre made by Picton's capture of Arenys, and the driving of Level out of his position above it, had the immediate effect of compelling d'Armagnac's division to conform to the retreat, by falling back from Margarita on to La Hermandad and the hills behind it on the one wing, while the confused line of Derrickau's, Conrou's, and Marinson's troops, on the other hand, had to retire to the level of Gomsha, though the 4th and divisions were not yet far enough forward to be able to press them. Nearly all the French guns appear to have been carried back to the new position, which may roughly be described as extending from Hermandad on the Zadorra by Zuazo and Gomsha to the hills in front of Esquivel. It was quite as good as the Margarita Arenys-Umelzu line, which had just been forced by Picton's central attack. It took some little time for Wellington to organize his next advance. The troops which had forced the Arenys position had to be reformed, and it was necessary to allow the 4th and divisions to come up level with them, and to bring forward Dixon's mass of artillery to a more advanced line, to batter the enemy before the next infantry assault was let loose. The only point where close fighting seems to have continued during this interval was on the extreme left, where Lord Dalhousie, after the French had left Margarita, was pressing forward Grant's brigade of his own division, supported by Vandeleur's brigade of the light division, against 500 Erlon's new position, where Neuenstein's brigade of 5 German battalions lay in and about La Hermandad, with Chassai's dilapidated regiments in reserve behind. There was a very bitter struggle at this point, rendered costly to the advancing British by the superiority of the French artillery. 500 Erlon had now at least 2 batteries in action, Dalhousie only his own 6 divisional guns, those of Cairns. Grant's brigade, after advancing some 300 yards under a very heavy fire, came to a stand, and took cover in a deep, broad ditch only 200 yards from the French front. According to an eyewitness, Dalhousie hesitated for a moment as to whether a further advance was possible, and had the matter settled for him by the sudden charge of Vandeleur's brigade, which came up at full speed, carried the 7th Division battalions in the ditch along with it in its impetus, and stormed La Hermandad in 10 minutes. The German defenders, Baden, Nassau, and Frankfurt battalions, reeled back in disorder and retreated to the crest of the heights behind, where Cassagna's division, hitherto not engaged, picked them up. 500 Erlans succeeded in forming some sort of a new line from Crispijana near the Zadorra to Zuazo, where his left should have joined the right of the Army of the South. It is curious to note that while Grant's brigade lost heavily in this combat, 330 casualties, Vandeleur's, which carried on the attack to success, suffered hardly at all 38 casualties. Their German opponents were very badly punished, having lost 620 men, including 250 prisoners, in defending La Hermandad against the 2 British brigades. While Wellington, after the first breaking of the French line, was preparing under cover of the cannonade of Dixon's guns for the assault on their new position in front of Zuazo and Gomsha, General Graham was developing his attack on the Army of Portugal and the French line of retreat, but not with the energy that might have been expected from the victor of Barossa. He had, as it will be remembered, sent Oswald and the 5th Division against the bridge of Gamera Mayor, and Longa's Spaniards against that of Durrana, while he himself remained with the 1st Division, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, and the bulk of his cavalry on the high road, facing the bridge of Arriaga and its outlying bulwark the village of Abachuco. We should have expected that the main attack would be delivered at this point, but nothing of the sort took place. When the noise of Oswald's heavy fighting at Gamera Mayor had begun to grow loud, Graham directed the 2 light battalions of the German Legion under Colonel Halkett to clear the French out of Abachuco. This they did with trifling loss, 1 officer and men, capturing several guns in the village. But Graham made no subsequent attempt to improve his success by forcing the bridge behind, as is sufficiently witnessed by the fact that of his remaining battalions, the Guards Brigade had no casualties that day, and the 3 line battalions of the KG.L. 1 killed and 1 wounded. Before drawing up in front of Arriaga, he had sent Bradford's Portuguese for a short time to demonstrate to his right, toward the bridge of Yar, but he called them back after a space and placed them to the right of Abachuco, continuing the general line of the 1st Division. Bradford's battalions lost precisely 4 men killed and wounded. It is clear, therefore, that Graham never attacked the Arriaga position at all. Why he mass 0 British and 0 Portuguese infantry on this front, not to speak of 2 brigades of cavalry, and then never used them, it is hard to make out. We know, it is true, that not only Graham but Wellington himself overestimated the strength of Ryle's force. They did not know that Mauchune had gone away in the dark, in charge of the great convoy, and thought that Foy's and Toppin's divisions were the only troops of the Army of Portugal which had not rejoined. Arguing that he had 4 infantry divisions in front of him, though they were really only 2, Graham no doubt did well to be cautious, but he was much more than that. It was at least his duty to detain and engage as many of the enemy's troops as was possible, and he certainly did not do so. There was opposite him at Arriaga 1 single infantry division, Serrat's, and he did so little to employ it that Ryle dared, after observing the British movements for some time, to take away Serrat's 2nd Brigade, that of Frerian, for use as a central reserve, which he posted at Bitonio a mile back from the river, leaving Men's Brigade alone, not much over 2,000 bayonets, opposed to the whole 1st Division, Bradford, and Pack. It is true that Men had heavy cavalry supports, Digen's Dragoons and Curdo's Brigade of Mermet's light horse, on one flank, and Boyer's Dragoons not far away on the other. But cavalry in 1813 were not troops which could defend a bridge or the line of a river. There was also a good deal of French artillery present, a more important fact under the existing circumstances. For Ryle had still 20 guns ranged along the river, beside those which were detached on the flank with Casapalacio's Spaniards. But Graham had almost as many, the 3 batteries of Lawson, Ramsay, and Duberdieu, and of these the 2 last, ranged opposite Arriaga Bridge, and pounding the village behind it, quite held their own against the opposing guns. It can only be supposed that Graham, in refraining from any serious attack along the high road, was obeying in too literal a fashion Wellington's orders not to commit himself to close fighting in the low ground, and to regulate his movements by those of the columns, on his right Picton's and Dalhousie's divisions. When these had worked their way up the Zadara to his neighborhood, he did advance. But it was then so late that the enemy in front of him was able to get away, without any very disastrous losses. While Graham kept quiet on the high road, Oswald was engaged in a very different style at Gamera Mayer, where after his first capture of the village, he made at least 3 desperate attempts to force the bridge, held most obstinately by Lamartiniere's division. The passage was taken and retaken, but no lodgment on the southern bank could be made. After Robinson's brigade had exhausted itself, Oswald put in the 3 first from Hayes' brigade and some of his Portuguese. But no success was obtained, though both sides suffered heavily. The casualty rolls of the 5th Division show a loss of 38 officers and men, those of their French opponents 38 officers and men. Practically all on both sides fell in the murderous fighting up and down Gamera Bridge. The forces were so equally balanced, each about 6,000 bayonets and 1 divisional battery, that on such a narrow front decision was impossible when both fought their best. The only way of attacking the bridge was by pushing straight down the narrow street of the village from the British side and across an open field from the French. Both parties had guns trained upon its ends, which blew to pieces any column head that debouched. There were no fords anywhere near, and the banks for some distance upstream and downstream were lined by the skirmishers of both sides, taking what cover they could find and doing their best to keep down each other's fire. It plainly appeared this day that the enemy had formed a sort of determination not to be beat. "We never saw them stand so vigorous before," writes a diarist from the ranks, in Robinson's brigade. There was an absolute deadlock at Gamera Mayer till nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At Durana things went otherwise. Longa, though hampered by his lack of guns, ended by pushing the Franco-Spanish brigade across the bridge, and then for some way down the south side of the Zadara. The retreating party then made a stand behind a ravine and brook some half-mile farther on, where they were flanked by a brigade of Mermet's light cavalry, as well as by their own 5 squadrons, and supported by the French battalion of the 3rd Line, which had been in their quarter of the field from the first. Longa was unable to push them farther, probably for fear of lending his flank to cavalry charges, and gained no further ground till the general retreat of the French army began. But he had effectively cut King Joseph's communication with France by seizing Durana, and this was the governing factor of the whole fight, since the enemy had now only the Pampeluna road by which he could retreat. If Joseph had owned some infantry reserves, he could no doubt have driven Longa away. But he had not a man to spare in any part of the field, and things were going so badly with the army of the south that he had no attention to spare for the army of Portugal. It must have been about 4 o'clock before Wellington, having rearranged his line and brought up his artillery, determined to renew the general attack on the French right and center. Joseph had brought up to the new position, extending from Crispijana on the left by Zuazo to the heights in front of Esquivel. The whole of the infantry of the armies of the south and center, which now formed one rather irregular line. The only infantry reserve was the 6 weak battalions of the Royal Guard, perhaps 2,500 bayonets, placed on the high road in front of Vitoria. There was also a mass of cavalry in reserve, but this was of as little use for the defense of a hill position as was Wellington's for the assault on it. There were now in line Tilly's division of dragoons, which had been brought back from its useless excursion on the Logroño road, and Pierre Soult's light horse, both of Gazan's army, with Trailard's dragoons, Avi's chasseurs, and the 2 cavalry regiments of the Royal Guard, all from the army of the center, in all some 4,500 sabres. The artillery, however, was very strong, and deployed in a long line on both sides of the high road, was already sweeping all the slopes in front. There were present 46 guns of the Army of the South, all that it owned save 1 piece lost at Aranjuez, and 3 absent with Digen's dragoons, 12 guns of the Army of the Centre, and from the reserve of the Army of Portugal, 76 in all. Dixon would appear to have brought up against them very nearly the same number, 54 British, 18 Portuguese, and Spanish guns, when the last of the reserve batteries had got across the Zadara and come forward into line, a total of 75 pieces. The cannonade was the fiercest ever known in the peninsula. Each side was mainly trying to pound the enemy's infantry, a task more easy for the French than the Allied gunners, since the assailant had to come up the open hillside, and the assailed was partly screened by woods, especially in front of Gomsha, and dips in the rough ground which he was holding. The French line was now formed by Cassagna's division on the extreme right, with one regiment, the 16th Leger, in Crispijana, and the others extending to meet Darmagnac's much depleted battalions which were in and about Zuazo. Level ought to have been in touch with Darmagnac, but obviously was not, the ground on each side of the high road being held by guns only, with cavalry in support some way behind. For after losing Arignyes, Level's infantry had inclined much to their left, but on the other flank Villat had, as it seems, inclined somewhat to the right, for having lost the heights of La Puebla, he could not prevent Cameron and Morillo from pressing along their crest and getting behind his new position. They were edging past his flank all through this period of the action. The long front of the British advance started with Colville's brigade, now once more in front line opposite Crispijana, and was continued southward by those of Grant, Power, Brisbane, Stubbs, Byng, and O'Callaghan, while Vandeleur, Kempt, W. Anson, Scarrett, and Ashworth were formed in support, with Silvera's division and the cavalry in third line. The missing brigades of the 7th Division were not yet on the field, possibly not even across the Zadara, for neither of them lost a man that day. The advance of the line was a splendid spectacle, recorded with notes of admiration by many who witnessed it from the hill of Arignyes or the heights of La Puebla. The French artillery fire was heavy, and in some sections of the line very murderous. Powers and Stubbs's Portuguese brigades were special sufferers. But the infantry defense was not resolute. On many parts of the front it was obviously very weak. The enemy was already a beaten army. He had been turned out of 2 positions. The news had got round that the road to France had been cut, and that Riel's small force was in grave danger of losing the line of the Zadara, in which case the whole army would find itself attacked in the rear. It is clear from the French narratives that the infantry did not support the guns in front line as they should. The reports of the army of the center speak of being turned on their right by a column, which kept near the river and took Crispijana, obviously Colville's brigade. As the 16th Leger in that village only suffered a loss that day of 1 officer and men, its resistance cannot have been very serious. But 500 Erlon's divisions were also outflanked on their left, by clouds of skirmishers drifting in by the wood and broken ground about Gomsha, who turned on the line of artillery and began shooting down the gunners from flank and rear. Obviously there was a gap along the high road, by which these light troops must have penetrated, and as obviously it was caused by Level having sheered off to the south. For the artillery report of Gazan's army also speaks of being turned on its right wing, enveloped by skirmishers who had got into Gomsha and were in rear of the position, which was being also attacked frontally. Nor is this all. The mass on the mountain, Cameron and Morillo, descended on the left flank and rear of the army of the south before it had time to form again. The artillery found itself without support. If so, where were the 4.5 divisions of infantry which should have been protecting it? The only possible deduction from all our narratives is that Gazan's army made no real stand on the Gomsha Esquivel position and retired the moment that the attack drew near. And the person mainly responsible for the retreat was the army commander himself, whose very unconvincing account of this phase of the action is that the right flank of the line was continually being outflanked. I received no further orders about the taking up of the position of which the king had spoken. The enemy was getting near the gates of Vitoria, and so I had to continue my movement toward that town, after having taken up a position by Zuazo, with the intention of covering with my right-hand division and my guns the retreat of the rest of the army, which without this help would have been hopelessly compromised. At this time, I had only lost 4 guns, abandoned on the extreme left of the line. The artillery was intact, and the army had suffered no greater loss than it had inflicted on the enemy. Reading this artful narrative, we note that 1. Gazan evacuated on his own responsibility a position that the king had definitely ordered him to take up, because he had no further orders. 2. The continued turning of his right could only have resulted from the defeat of his own troops on and about the high road, which was his sector, not in 500 Erlons. Level was across it when the last phase of the battle began. 3. 500 Erlon held Zuazo and complained that there was nothing on his left, which was completely turned on the side where Level ought to have been but was not. 4. Gazan retreated without any serious loss, having compelled him to do so. This is obviously the fact. Villat's whole division had less than 300 casualties, Level S under 800, Derricau's under 850. The only troops hard hit were Marinson's brigade, Ray's brigade of Conrua's division, and the 103rd Line in Dachau's. Moreover, the 4th and British divisions, the troops immediately opposed to Gazan's main line, had insignificant losses in this part of the action. Byng's brigade under 150, Ashworth's just 23, Anson's 90, Scarrett's 22. The only appreciable loss had been that of Stubbs's Portuguese, about 240. For the heavy casualty lists of O'Callaghan's, Cadogan's, and Brisbane's battalions had all been suffered in the earlier phases of the fight. The fact is that Gazan went off without orders, and left the king and 500 Erlon in the lurch. Jourdan is telling the exact truth when he says that General Gazan, instead of conducting his divisions to the position indicated, swerved strongly to the right, marching in retreat, so as to link up with Villat. He continued to draw away, following the foothills of the mountain, leaving the high road and Vittoria far to his left, and a vast gap between himself and Count 500 Erlon. No doubt the breach made in the French centre, when Picton stormed the heights behind Aranjuez, had been irreparable from the first. And no doubt also the flanking movement of Morillo and Cameron on the mountain must have dislodged the army of the south, if it had waited to come into frontal action with Cole and Hill. But Gazan showed complete disregard of all interests save his own, and went off in comparatively good condition, without orders, leaving the king, 500 Erlon, and Ryle to get out of the mess as best they might. Some of the British narratives tend to show that many parts of Gazan's line had never properly settled down into the Gomsha-Esquivel position, having reached it in such bad order that they would have required more time than was granted them to reform. An officer present with the skirmishing line of the 4th Division writes in his absolutely contemporary diary, "From the time when our guns began to open, and to throw shells almost into the rear of the enemy's height, we saw him begin to fall back in haste from his position. We marched on at a great pace in column. From that moment the affair became a mere hunt. Our rapid advance almost cut off 4 or 5 French battalions. They made some resistance at first, but soon dissolved and ran pell-mell, like a swarm of bees, up the steep hill, from which they began to fire down on us. We disregarded their fire and kept on advancing in order to carry out our main object. Broken troops are easy game. When we found the enemy in the 2nd position there was heavy artillery fire. Since his left wing was somewhat refused, we advanced in echelon from the right. When we got within musketry range, we found he had gone off out of sight. After that, we drove him out of one position after another, till at last we were near the gates of Vittoria. Several other 4th Division and Division narratives agree in stating that after the storming of Aranjuez, the French never made anything like a solid stand on the Gomsha-Esquivel heights. But as has been said above, the best proof of it is the British casualty list, which shows that the reserve line was hardly under fire, and that the front line had very moderate losses, except at 1 or 2 points. 500 Erlon made a more creditable resistance on the French right, but he was obviously doomed if he should linger long after Gazan had gone off. After losing Crispijana and Zuazo, he made a last stand on the slopes a mile in front of Vittoria, between Ali and Armentia, to which the whole of his own artillery and that of the reserve, and perhaps also some guns of the Army of the South, retired in time to take up a final position. For some short space, they maintained a furious fire on the 3rd Division troops which were following them up, so as to allow their infantry to reform. But it was but for a few minutes. The column near the Zadora, Grant, Colville, and Vandeleur got round the flank of the village of Ali, and the line of guns was obviously in danger if it remained any longer in action. Just at this moment, 500 Erlon received the king's orders for a general retreat by the route of Salvatierra. The high road to France had ceased to be available since Longa got across it in the earlier afternoon. Any attempt to force it open would obviously have taken much time, and might well have failed, since the French were everywhere closely pressed by the pursuing British. Jourdan judged the idea of reopening the passage to be hopelessly impracticable, and ordered the retreat on Pampeluna as the only possible policy, though, as his report owns, he was aware of the badness of the Salvatierra road, and doubted his power to carry off his guns, transport, and convoy of refugees by such a second-rate track. But it was the only one open, and there was no choice. The orders issued were that the train and park should get off at once, that the Army of the South should retreat by the country paths south of Vittoria, the Army of the Centre by those north of it. The Army of Portugal was to hang on to its position till 500 Erlon's troops had passed its rear, and then follow them as best it could. All the cross-tracks indicated to the 3 armies ended by converging on the Salvatierra road east of Vittoria, so that a hopeless confusion was assured for the moment when three separate streams of retreating troops should meet and struggle for the use of one narrow and inadequate thoroughfare. But as a matter of fact, the chaos began long before that time was reached, for the road was blocked or ever the three armies got near it. The order for the retreat of the park and convoys had been issued far too late. Gazan says that he had advised Jourdan to give it 2 hours before, when the first positions had been abandoned. But the marshal had apparently high confidence in his power to hold the Hermandad-Gomcha-Esquivel line. At any rate, he had given no such command. The noise of battle rolling ever closer to Vitoria had warned the mixed multitude of civil and military hangers-on of the army who were waiting by their carriages, carts, pack mules and fourgons, in the open fields east of Vitoria, that the French army was being driven in. Many of those who were not under military discipline had begun to push ahead on the Salvatierra road. The moment that the alarming news flew around that the great chaussée leading to France had been blocked. The park, however, which all day long had been sending up reserve ammunition to the front, and even 1 or 2 improvised sections of guns, had naturally remained waiting for orders. So had the immense accumulation of divisional and regimental baggage, the convoy of treasure which had arrived from Bayonne on the 19th, and the heavy carriages of the king's personal caravan, stuffed with the plate and pictures of the palace at Madrid, and of the miscellaneous French and Spanish hangers-on of the court, ministers, courtiers, clerks, commissaries, contractors, and the ladies who in legitimate or illegitimate capacities followed them. Few had dared to go off unescorted on an early start. There was a vast accumulation of distracted womenfolk, nous étions un bordel ambulant, said one French eyewitness, some crammed together in traveling coaches with children and servants, others riding the spare horses or mules of the men to whom they belonged. When the orders for general retreat were shouted around, among the fields where the multitude had been waiting, 3,000 vehicles of one sort and another tried simultaneously to get into one or another of the 5 field paths which go east from Vitoria, all of which ultimately debouch into the single narrow Salvatierra road. A dozen blocks and upsets had occurred before the first 10 minutes were over, and chaos supervened. Many carriages and wagons never got off on a road at all. Into the rear of this confusion there came charging, a few minutes later, batteries of artillery going at high speed and strings of caissons, which had been horsed up and had started away early from the park. Of course they could not get through, but the thrust which they delivered, before they came to an enforced stop, jammed the crowd of vehicles in front of them into a still more hopeless block. Dozens of carriages broke down, whereupon light-fingered fugitives began to help themselves to all that was spilt. Of course camp followers began the game, but Jourdan says that a large proportion of the French prisoners that day were soldiers who s'amused a pillar in and about Vitoria. One of the official reports from the Army of Portugal remarks that the retreating cavalry joined in the general pillage of the valuables of the army, and other narrators mention that the treasure fourgons had already been broken into long before the English came upon the scene. Be this as it may, there was no long delay before the terrors of the stampede culminated with the arrival of several squadrons of Grant's hussars, who had penetrated by the gap between 500 Erlon's and Gazan's lines of retreat, and had made a short cut through the suburbs of the town. Of the chaos that followed the firing of the first pistol shots, which heralded the charge of the British light cavalry, we must not speak till we have dealt with the last fight of the Army of Portugal, on the extreme French right. Map of the Battle of Vitoria. Enlarged Battle of Vitoria. Till Grant's and Colville's brigades broke into Crispijana and Ali, the line of Rial's gallant defense along the Zadorra had remained intact. Only artillery fire was going on opposite the bridge of Arriaga, where the 1st Division and the 2 Portuguese brigades had halted by Graham's orders at some distance from the river and had never advanced. The 2 cavalry brigades were behind them. At Gamera Mayor, the 5th Division had failed to force a passage, though it had inflicted on Lamartinier's troops as heavy a loss as it suffered. Longa was held up half a mile beyond Durana, though he had successfully cut the Bayonne chaussée. There was considerable cannonade and skirmishing fire going on, upon a front of 3 miles, but no further progress reported. The whole scene, however, was changed from the moment when Grant's and Colville's brigades, turning the flank of 500 Erlon's line close to the Zadorra, came sweeping over the hills by Ali into the very rear of Rial's line. The Army of Portugal had been directed to hold the bridges and keep back Graham, until the rest of the French host had got off. But the danger now came not from the front, but from the rear. In half an hour more, the advancing British columns would be level with the bridge of Arriaga and surrounding the infantry that held it. Riel determined on instant retreat, the only course open to him. So far as was possible, it was covered by the very ample provision of cavalry which he had in hand. Dijon, who has left a good account of the crisis, made several desperate charges to hold back the advancing British while Men's brigade was escaping from Arriaga. One was against infantry, which formed square and beat off the dragoons with no difficulty. The other against hussars, apparently 2 squadrons of the 15th, which had turned northward from the suburbs of Vittoria and tried to ride in and cut off the retreat of Men's battalions. They were beaten back, and the infantry scrambled off, leaving behind them Serret, their divisional general, mortally wounded as the retreat began. Moreover, all the guns in and about Arriaga had to be abandoned in the fields, where they could make no rapid progress. The gunners unhitched the horses and escaped as best they could. Riel had drawn up in front of Bitonio the small infantry reserve, Frerian's brigade, which he had wisely provided for himself, flanked by Boyer's dragoons and Curto's brigade of light cavalry. The object of this stand was not only to give men, and Dijon's troops a nucleus on which they could rally, but to gain time for Lamartiniere to draw off from in front of Gamera Mayer Bridge, where he was still hotly engaged with Oswald's division. This infantry got away in better order than most French troops on that day, and even brought off its divisional battery, though that of the cavalry which had been cooperating with it had to be left behind not far from the riverbank, having got into a marshy bottom where it stuck fast. The Franco-Spaniards of Casapalacios and their attendant cavalry escaped over the hills east of Durana, pursued by Longa, who took many prisoners from them. When Lamartiniere's division had come in, Riel made a rapid retreat to the woods of Zerbano, a mile and a half behind Bitonio, which promised good cover. He was now being pursued by the whole of Graham's corps, which had crossed the Zadara when the bridges were abandoned. Pack's brigade, followed by the 1st Division and Bradford, advanced on Arriaga. They were somewhat late owing to slow filing over the bridge. At Gamera, Oswald sent in the pursuit of Lamartiniere 2 squadrons of light dragoons, which had been attached to his column. These were followed by the rest of their brigade, which Graham sent up from the main road to join them, and also by Bach's German dragoons. The object of using the smaller and more remote bridge was that cavalry crossing by it had a better chance of getting into Riel's rear than they would have secured by passing at Arriaga. The much exhausted division followed the cavalry. Having reached the edge of the woods, Riel ordered the bulk of his troops to push on hard, by the 2 parallel roads which traversed them, keeping Frerian's brigade in hand as a fighting rearguard. The rather disordered columns were emerging on the east side of the woods, and streaming into and past the village of Zerbano, when the leading squadrons of the 12th Anth Light Dragoons came in upon them. These squadrons had avoided entangling themselves in the trees till the French rearguard had passed on, but prepared to charge the moment they got into open ground, though the main body of the brigade had not come up. They found opposed to them a regiment of Boyer's dragoons, supported by another of hussars, which they charged but did not break. But on the coming up of the rear squadrons, the attack was renewed with success. The French cavalry gave way, but only to clear the front of the 36th line of Frerian's brigade, which was in square outside Zerbano. The British light dragoons swept down on the square, but were completely repulsed by its steady fire. This gained time for the rest of Riel's troops to make off, and the pursuit slackened. But the bulk of the French went off in such haste that they abandoned 4 guns of Lamartiniere's artillery, and took away with them only the remaining 2, the sole pieces that escaped that day of the immense train of Joseph's 3 armies. Some hundreds of stragglers were taken, but no single unit of the retiring force was cut off or captured whole. Riel wisely kept his army, so long as was possible, on the side paths by Arbulo and Orisha, before debouching into the main Salvatierra road, which was seething over with the wrecks of the other armies and the convoys. Hence he succeeded in escaping the utter confusion into which the rest fell. And finally, when he turned into the main track, was able to constitute himself a rearguard to the whole. Graham's pursuit of him seems to have been slow and cautious. No troops indeed ever came near the retreating columns except the 2 light dragoon regiments, the Caçador battalions of Pack and Bradford, and some of Longa's skirmishers, who, as Riel mentions, followed him along the hills on his left, shooting down into the retreating masses, but not attempting to break in. The 5th Division appears to have followed not much farther than the open ground beyond the woods of Zerbano, where it halted and encamped after 8 o'clock in some bean fields. Nor does it seem that the 1st Division got more than a league or so beyond the Zadara. The Caçadores and cavalry, however, did not halt till they reached Albergo, 4 or 5 miles farther on. The scene was very different on the other side of Vitoria, where 500 Erlon's army was pushing its way, in utter disorder, through the fields and by paths over which the parks and convoy were trying in vain to get off. And Gazans, farther to the south, was making a dash over ground of the most tiresome sort. For in the rugged tract east of Esquivel and Armentia such paths, as there were mostly ran in the wrong direction, north and south instead of east and west, and it was necessary to disregard them and to strike across country. 6 successive ravines lay in the way, marshy bottoms in which ran trifling brooks descending toward the Zadara, and several woods on the ridges between the ravines. Hills and Cole's skirmishers were pressing in the rear, and above, on the heights of Puebla, Morillo's and Cameron's troops could be seen hurrying along with the intention of getting ahead of the retreating masses. The confusion growing worse every moment, for companies and battalions each struck out for the easiest line of retreat without regard for their neighbors. Gazan gave orders to abandon all the artillery, which was getting embogged, battery after battery, in the ravines, and gave leave for every unit to shift for itself. General sauve-qui-peut. The horses were unhitched from the guns and caissons, many of the infantry threw off their packs, and the army went off broadcast, some in the direction of Medelleuco and Arbulo, others by village paths more to the south. The general stream finally flowed into the Salvatierra road, where it was covered by the army of Portugal, which was making a much more orderly retreat. English eyewitnesses of this part of the battle complain bitterly that no horsemen ever came up to assist the Warian Division infantry in the pursuit, and maintain that thousands of prisoners might have been taken by a few squadrons. But all the cavalry seems to have been directed on Vitoria by the high road, and save Grant's Hussar Brigade none of it came into action. This is sufficiently proved by its casualty lists. In R. Hill's, Ponsonby's, Long's, Victor Alton S., and Fane's brigades that day the total losses were 1 man killed and 11 wounded. Only Anson's light dragoons in Graham's corps and Grant's regiments in the center got into the fighting at all. The rugged ground, it is true, was unfavorable for cavalry action in regular order, but it was almost as unfavorable for disordered infantry escaping over ravines and ditches. Something was wrong here in the general direction of the mounted arm. Perhaps it suffered from the want of a responsible cavalry leader. The brigadiers dared not act for themselves, and Bach, the senior cavalry officer, was not only short-sighted in the extreme, but absent from the main battle all day in Graham's corps. One cannot but suspect that Wellington's thunderings in previous years, against reckless cavalry action, were always present in the minds of colonels and brigadiers who had a chance before them, and possibly, in the end, there was more gained by the avoidance of mistakes of rashness than lost by the missing of opportunities, if we take the war as a whole. But at Vitoria, it would most certainly appear that the great mass of British cavalry might as well have been on the other side of the Ebro for all the good that it accomplished. It only remains to speak of the chaos in the fields and roads east of Vitoria. When the general debacle began, King Joseph and Jourdan took their post on a low hill half a mile east of the town and endeavored to organize the departure of the park and convoys. A hopeless task, for the roads were blocked, and no one listened to orders. It was in vain that aide-de-camp and orderlies were sent in all directions. Presently a flood of fugitives were driven in upon the staff by the approach of British cavalry in full career. These were Grant's 10th Hussars, who had turned the town on its left and galloped down on the prey before them. Joseph had only with him the 2 squadrons of his Lancers of the Guard, which had been acting as headquarters escort all day. It would appear that the Guard Hussars came up to join them about this time. At any rate, these 2 small regiments made a valiant attempt to hold off the Hussars. They were of course beaten, being hopelessly outnumbered. The king and staff had to fly as best they could, and were much scattered, galloping over fields and marshy ravines, mixed with military and civil fugitives of all sorts. Some of the British Hussars followed the throng, taking a good many prisoners by the way. More, it is to be feared, stopped behind to gather the not too creditable first fruits of victory by plundering the royal carriages, which lay behind the scene of their charge. The French stragglers had already shown them the way. Wellington, on reaching Vitoria, set Robert Hill's brigade of the household cavalry to guard the town from plunder, and sent on the rest of the horse, and the infantry as they came up, in pursuit of the enemy. The French, however, had by now a good start, and troops in order cannot keep up with troops in disorder, who have got rid of their impedimenta and scattered themselves. The country, moreover, was unfavorable for cavalry, as has been said above, and the infantry divisions were tired out. The chase ended 5 miles beyond Vittoria, the enemy, when last seen, being still on the run, with no formed rearguard except on the side road where the army of Portugal was retreating. If the prisoners were fewer than might have been expected, the material captured was such as no European army had ever laid hands on before, since Alexander's Macedonians plundered the camp of the Persian king after the Battle of Issus. The military trophies compared well even with those of Leipzig and Waterloo: 151 guns, 415 caissons, 100 artillery wagons. Probably no other army ever left all its artillery save 2 solitary pieces in the enemy's hands. There was but 1 flag captured, and that was only the standard of a battalion of the 100th Line, which had been reduced in May, and had not been actually born in the battle. The baton of Jourdan, as Marshal of the Empire, was an interesting souvenir, which delighted the Prince Regent when it arrived in London, but only bore witness to the fact that his personal baggage, like that of his king, had been captured. A few thousand extra prisoners, the total taken was only about 2,000, would have been more acceptable tokens of victory. But non-military spoil was enormous, almost incredible. It represented the exploitation of Spain for 6 long years by its conquerors. To the accumulated plunder of Andalusia were added the collections made by the other French armies, the personal baggage of the king, fourgons having inscribed on them in large letters, Domaine extérieur de SM. L'Empereur, the military chest containing the millions recently received from France for the payment of the army, and not yet distributed, jewels, pictures, embroidery, silks, all manner of things costly and portable had been assiduously transported thus far. Removed from their frames and rolled up carefully were the finest Italian pictures from the royal collections of Madrid. They were found in the imperials of Joseph's own carriages. All this mixed with cannon, overturned coaches, broken-down wagons, forsaken tumbrils, wounded soldiers, French and Spanish civilians, women and children, dead horses and mules, absolutely covered the face of the country, extending over the surface of a flat containing many hundred acres. The miserable crowd was guessed by an eyewitness to have numbered nearly 20,000 persons. Spanish and French camp followers and military stragglers had already started plunder on them, supervened English and Portuguese civil and military vultures of the same sort. Servants and muleteers by the thousand, bad soldiers by the hundred. For while the good men marched on, the bad ones melted out of the ranks and flew to the spoil, evading the officers who tried to urge them on. In such a chaos evasion was easy. Nor were the commissioned ranks altogether without their unobtrusive seekers after gain, as witnessed the subjoined narrative by one whom a companion in a contemporary letter describes as a graceless youth. As L and I rode out of Vittoria, we came to the camp in less than a mile. On the left-hand side of the road was a heap of ransacked wagons already broken up and dismantled. There arose a shout from a number of persons among the wagons, and we found that they had discovered one yet unopened. We cantered up and found some men using all possible force to break open 3 iron clasps secured with padlocks. On the side of the fourgon was painted, Le Lieutenant General Villat. The hasps gave way, and a shout followed. The whole surface of the wagon was packed with church plate, mixed with bags of dollars. A man who thrust his arm down said that the bottom was full of loose dollars and boxes. L and I were the only ones on horseback, and pushed close to the wagon. He swung out a large chalice, and buckling it to his holster strap cantered off. As the people were crowding to lay hold of the plate, I noted a mahogany box about 18 inches by 2 feet with brass clasps. I picked out 4 men, told them that the box was the real thing, and if they would fetch it out we would see what it held. They caught the idea. The box was very heavy. I led the way through the standing corn, 6 or 7 feet high, to a small shed, where we put it down and tried to get it open. After several devices had failed, 2 men found a large stone, and lifting it as high as they could, dropped it on the box. It withstood several blows, but at length gave way. Gold doubloons and smaller pieces filled the whole box, in which were mixed some bags with trinkets. Just then an ordnance storekeeper came up, and said there was no time to count shares. He would go round and give a handful in turn to each. He first poured a double handful into my holster. The second round was a smaller handful. By this time I was reflecting that I was the only officer present, and in rather an awkward position. I said they might have the rest of my share. There was first a look of surprise, and then a burst of laughter, and I trotted away. I rode 8 or 10 miles to the bivouac and found the officers in an ancient church, housed à la Cromwell. On the 23rd, before we left our quarters, I went up into the belfry and counted out the gold. The doubloons alone made nearly £400. I remitted £250 to my father and purchased another horse with part of the balance. General Villet, no doubt, had special facilities in Andalusia, but every fourgon and carriage contained something that had been worth carrying off. The amount of hard cash discovered was almost incredible. Men and officers who had been self-respecting enough to avoid the unseemly rush at the wagons had wonderful bargains at a sort of impromptu fair or auction, which was held among the debris of the convoy that night. Good mules were going for 3 guineas, horses for 10. Everyone wished to get rid of the heavy duros and 5-franc pieces, which constituted the greater part of the plunder. $6 and $8 respectively were offered and taken for a gold 20-franc piece or a guinea. The camp was turned into a fair. It was lighted up, the cars and made into stands, upon which the things taken were exposed for sale. Many soldiers, to add to the absurdity of the scene, dressed themselves up in uniforms found in the chests. All the Portuguese boys belonging to some divisions are dressed in the uniforms of French officers, many of generals. Wellington had hoped to secure the 5 million francs of the French subsidy, which had just arrived at Vittoria before the battle. His expectations were deceived. Only 1/20th of the sum was recovered, though an inquisitorial search was made a few days later in suspected quarters. One regiment, which had notoriously prospered, was made to stack its knapsacks on the 23rd, and they were gone through in detail by an assistant provost-marshal. But little was found. The men had stowed away their gains in belts and secret pockets, or deposited them with quartermasters and commissaries who were known to be honest and silent. The only feature in this discreditable scene that gives the historian some satisfaction is to know that there was no mishandling of prisoners, not even of prominent Spanish traitors. The only person recorded to have been killed in the chaos was M. Thibault, the king's treasurer, who fought to defend his private strongbox containing $100,000 and got shot. The women were particularly well treated. The Countess Gazan, wife of the commander of the Army of the South, was sent by Wellington's orders in her own carriage to join her husband, a courtesy acknowledged by several French diarists. The same leave was given later to many others, and the commander-in-chief wrote to the Spanish ministry to beg that no vengeance might be taken on the captured afrancesados, and seems to have secured his end in the main. French loss in the battle, according to the definitive report made from the headquarters of the 3 armies after they had got back into France, was 42 officers and men killed, 226 officers and 210 men wounded, and officers and 825 prisoners or missing, a total of 91. It is known that of the missing, some hundreds were stragglers who rejoined later, and some other hundreds dead men, who had not got into the list of killed. The total number of prisoners did not really exceed 0. But on the other hand, the official returns are incomplete, not giving any figures for the artillery or train of the armies of Portugal and the centre, or for the Royal Guards, which lost 11 officers and therefore probably 150 to 200 men, or for the general staff, which had casualties, or for the stray troops of the Army of the North present in the battle. Probably the real total, therefore, was very much about the 8,000 men given by the official return. The Allied casualties were just over 5,000, of who 672 were British, 921 Portuguese, and Spaniards. A glance at the table in the appendix will show how unequally they were distributed. 7/10 of the whole loss fell on the 2nd Anid divisions, with Grant's brigade of the 7th, Robinson's of the 5th, and Stubbs's Portuguese in the 4th. These troops furnished over 3,500 of the total loss of 5158. The 1st Division, 54 casualties. The British brigades of the 4th Division, 125 casualties. Hayes and Spry's brigades of the 5th, 200 casualties. Barnes and Lecker S. of the 7th, no casualties. The Light Division, 132 casualties. Silvera's Division, 10 casualties. The Cavalry, 155 casualties, had no losses of importance. The 266 men marked as missing were all either dead or absent marauding, save 40 of the 71st, whom the French took prisoners to Pampeluna. The Spanish loss of 14 officers and men was entirely in Morillo's and Longa's divisions, and much heavier among the Estremadurans, who fought so well on the heights of La Puebla, than among the Cantabrians who skirmished all day at Durrana. Gyron's Galicians were never engaged, having only arrived in the rear of Graham's column just as the fighting north of the Zadorra was over. They encamped round Arriaga at the end of the day. That the Battle of Vitoria was the crowning point of a very brilliant strategic campaign is obvious. That in tactical detail, it was not by any means so brilliant an example of what Wellington and his army could accomplish, is equally obvious. Was the general's plan to blame, or was a well-framed scheme wrecked by the faults of subordinates? It is always a dangerous matter to criticize Wellington's arrangements. So much seems clear to the historian that could not possibly have been known to the soldier on the morning of June 21st. It is obvious to us now that there was a fair chance not only of beating the French army and of cutting off its retreat on Bayonne, but of surrounding and destroying at least a considerable portion of it. Wellington's orders are always extremely reticent in stating his final aims, and give a list of things to be done by each division, rather than a general appreciation of what he intends the army to accomplish. But reading his directions to Graham, Hill, and Dalhousie, and looking at the way on which they work out on the map, and the allocation of forces in each column, it would seem that in view of the distribution of the French troops on the afternoon of June 20th, he planned a complete encircling scheme, which should not only accomplish what he actually did accomplish, but much more. Graham, with his 20,000 men, must have been intended not only to force the line of the Zadorra and cut the Royal Road, but to fall upon the rear of the whole French army, which on the afternoon of the 20th had been seen to have a most inadequate flank guard towards the northeast. Hill's 20,000 men were not, as Jourdan thought, the only main attack, nor as Gazan, equally in error, thought, a mere demonstration. They were intended to make an encircling movement to the south, as strong as Graham's similar movement to the north. But obviously both the flanking columns, Hill's far more than Graham's, were in danger of being repulsed, if the French could turn large unemployed reserves upon them. Wherefore the central attacks, by the 4th and Light Divisions on the Nanclair's side, and by the 3rd Anth Divisions on the Mendoza side, were necessary in order to contain any troops which Jourdan might have sent off to overwhelm Hill or Graham. And here comes the weak point of the whole scheme. All the movements had to be made through defiles and over rough country. Hill had to debouch from the narrow pass of Puebla, Graham had a long mountain road from Murguia, and worst of all, Dalhousie, with the 3rd Anth Divisions, had to cross the watershed of a very considerable mountain by mere peasants' tracks. Only the column which marched from the Bayas to Nanclair's had decent going on a second-rate road. There was, therefore, a considerable danger that some part of the complicated scheme might miscarry, and any failure at one point imperiled the whole, since the Nanclair's column was not to act till Hill was well forward, and the Mendoza column was ordered to get into touch with the troops to its right, and regulate its movements by them, while Graham, still farther off, was also to guide himself by what was going on upon his right, to correct himself with the Mendoza column, and only to attack on the Bilbao road, when it should be seen that an attack would be obviously useful to the main advance. Hill discharged his part of the scheme to admiration, as he always did anything committed to him, and took up the attention of the main part of the army of the south. But the central and left attacks did not proceed as Wellington had desired. Graham got to his destined position within the time allotted to him, but when he had reached it, was slow and unenterprising in his action. He was seeking for Dalhousie's column, with which he had been directed to coordinate his operations. He sent out cavalry scouts and Bradford's Portuguese to his right, but could find nothing. This, I think, explains but does not wholly excuse his caution at noon, but it neither explains nor excuses at all his tactics after he had received, at 2 o'clock, Wellington's orders telling him to press the enemy hard and make his power felt. With his 2 British divisions, the Portuguese of Pack and Bradford, and 2 cavalry brigades, he only made a genuine attack at one point, and did not put into serious action, as the casualty lists show, more than 4 battalions, those used at Gamera Mayer. The whole left column was contained by little more than half of its number of French troops. Graham says in his dispatch to Wellington that, in face of such force as the enemy showed, it was evidently impossible to push a column across the river by Gamera Bridge. He does not explain his inactivity at other points, except by mentioning that the enemy had at least 2 divisions in reserve on strong ground behind the river. There was really only 1 brigade in reserve, and so far from being compelled to attack at Gamera only, Graham had besides Arriaga Bridge on the main road, 2 other bridges open to assault, those of Govio and Yar, besides at least 1 and probably 3 fords. All these more southern passages were watched by cavalry only, without infantry or guns. It is clear that Graham could have got across the Zadorra somewhere, if he had tried. Very probably his quiescence was due to his failing eyesight, which had been noticed very clearly by those about him during this campaign. The only part of his corps which did really useful work was Longa's Spanish division, which at least cut the Bayonne road at the proper place and time. But if Graham's tactics cannot be praised, Lord Dalhousie was even more responsible for the imperfect consequence of the victory. Why Wellington put this fussy and occasionally disobedient officer in charge of the left-center column, instead of Picton, passes understanding. The non-arrival of the 7th Division, which was to lead the attack, was due to incompetent work by him or his staff. He says in his dispatch that he was delayed by several accidents to his artillery, Cairns Battery. But from his own narrative, we see that the guns got up almost as soon as his leading infantry brigade, Grant's, while his 2 rear brigades, Barnes and Lacour, never reached the front in time to fire a shot. What really happened was that for want of staff guidance, for which the divisional commander was responsible, these troops did not take the path assigned to them, and went right over, instead of skirting, the summit of Monte Erato, making an apparently short and precipitous cut, which turned out to be a very long one. So when Dalhousie did arrive, with 1 brigade and his guns, Picton had long been waiting by Las Guetas in a state of justifiable irritation. Finally, Dalhousie, lacking the greater part of his division, did not attack till he got peremptory orders to do so from the commander-in-chief. Hence the extreme delay, which caused grave risk to Hill's wing, so long engaged without support. It is fair to add that the delay had one good effect, since it led Jourdan to think that his right was not going to be attacked, and therefore to send off Villet's and Cassagna's divisions to the far left. If Dalhousie had advanced an hour earlier, these divisions would have been near enough to support level. But this is no justification for the late arrival and long hesitations of the commander of the 7th Division. Undoubtedly, a part of the responsibility devolves on Wellington himself, for putting an untried officer in charge of a crucial part of the day's operations, when he had in Picton an old and experienced tactician ready to hand. The strategical plan was so good that minor faults of execution could not mar its general success. Yet it must be remembered that, if all had worked out with minute accuracy, the French army would have been destroyed, instead of merely losing its artillery and train. And the fact that 55,000 men escaped to France, even if in sorry condition, made the later campaign of the Pyrenees possible. There would have been no combats of Maille and Roncesvalles, no battles of Sauroren and Saint-Martial, if the 8 French divisions present at Vittoria had been annihilated, instead of being driven in disorder on to an eccentric line of retreat. Section 37. Expulsion of the French from Spain. Chapter 1. The Pursuit of Ciel. At 10 o'clock on the morning of June 22nd, Wellington moved out from Vittoria in pursuit of the French. Touch with them had been lost on the preceding night, as the divisions which had fought the battle had ceased to move on after dark, and had settled into bivouacs 4 or 5 miles beyond the city. The enemy, on the other hand, had continued his flight in the darkness, till sheer exhaustion compelled each man to throw himself down where he was, all order having been lost in most units, and only Riel's rearguard of the Army of Portugal having kept its ranks. About midnight the majority had run to a standstill, and the hills along the Salvatierra road began to be covered with thousands of little fires, round which small groups were cooking the scanty rations that they had saved in their haversacks. The impromptu illumination had a very pretty effect. If the enemy had seen it, he might have thought that we had rallied and were in order. But it was only next morning that the regiments began to coalesce, and reorganization was not complete till we got back to France. Generals were seeking their divisions, colonels their regiments, officers their companies. They found them later, but one thing was never found again: the crown of Spain, fallen forever from the brow on which it was not to be replaced. King Joseph himself, pushing on ahead of the rout, reached Salvatierra, 16 miles from the field, before he dismounted, and shared a meager and melancholy supper with 500 Erlon and 2 ministers, the Irish Spaniard O'Farrell and the Frenchman Miet de Melito. To them entered later Jourdan, who had been separated from the rest of the staff in the flight. He flung himself down to the table, saying, "Well, gentlemen, they would have a battle, and it is a lost battle," after which no one said anything more. This was the old marshal's reflection on the generals who, all through the retreat, had been urging that it was shameful to evacuate Spain without risking a general action. After 3 hours' halt, sleep for some, but the wakefulness of exhaustion for others, the king's party got to horse at dawn and rode on toward Pamplona, the army straggling behind them. It was a miserable rainy day with occasional thunderstorms. Everyone, from Joseph to the meanest camp follower, was in the same state of mental and physical exhaustion. But the one thing which should have finished the whole game was wanting. There was practically no pursuit. Of Wellington's 9 brigades of cavalry, only 2, those of Grant and Anson, had been seriously engaged on the 21st and had suffered appreciable losses. The other 7 were intact and had not been in action. It is obvious that they could not have been used to effect in the darkness of the night and over rough ground and an unknown track. But why an early pursuit at dawn was not taken in hand, it is difficult to make out. Even the same promptness which had been shown after Salamanca, and which had been rewarded by the lucky gleanings of Garcia Hernandez, was wanting on this occasion. There was no excuse for the late start of the cavalry, and in consequence it rode as far as Salvatierra without picking up more than a few wounded stragglers and worn-out horses and mules. The French had gone off at dawn, and were many miles ahead. The infantry followed slowly. Not only were the men tired by the late marches and their legitimate exertions in the battle, but many thousands had spent the hours of darkness in a surreptitious visit to the field of the convoy, and had come back to the regimental bivouac with plunder of all kinds bought at the cost of a sleepless night. Many had not come back at all, but were lying drunk or snoring among the debris of the French camps. Wellington wrote in high wrath to Bathurst, the Minister for War, "We started with the army in the highest order, and up to the day of the battle nothing could get on better. But that event has, as usual, annihilated all discipline. The soldiers of the army have got among them about £1,000,000 sterling in money, with the exception of about $100,000, which were got for the military chest. They are incapable of marching in pursuit of the enemy, and are totally knocked up. Rain has come and increased the fatigue, and I am quite sure that we have now out of the ranks double the amount of our loss in the battle, and that we have more stragglers in the pursuit than the enemy have, and never in one day make more than an ordinary march. This is the consequence of the state of discipline in the British Army. We may gain the greatest victories, but we shall do no good till we so far alter our system as to force all ranks to do their duty. The new regiments are as usual worst of all. They are a disgrace to the name of soldier, in action as elsewhere. I shall take their horses from them, and send the men back to England, if I cannot get the better of them in any other manner." This, of course, is one of Wellington's periodical explosions of general indiscriminating rage against the army which, as he confessed on other occasions, had brought him out of many a dangerous scrape by its sheer hard fighting. He went on a few days later with language that can hardly be forgiven. "We have in the service the scum of the earth as common soldiers, and of late years have been doing everything in our power, both by law and by publication, to relax the discipline by which alone such men can be kept in order. The officers of the lower ranks will not perform the duty required from them to keep the soldiers in order. The non-commissioned officers are, as I have repeatedly stated, as bad as the men. It is really a disgrace to have anything to say to such men, as some of our soldiers are." The commander-in-chief's own panacea was more shooting, and much more flogging. All this language is comprehensible in a moment of irritation, but was cruelly unjust to many corps which kept their discipline intact, never straggled, and needed no cat-o'-nine-tails. There were battalions where the lash was unknown for months at a time, but Wellington usually ignored the moral side of things. He seldom spoke to his men about honor or patriotism or esprit de corps, and long years afterwards officially informed a royal commission on the army that he had no idea of any great effect being produced on British soldiers by anything but the immediate fear of corporal punishment. It is sad to find such mentality in a man of strict honor and high military genius. On this particular occasion he, no doubt, did well to be angry, but were there no regiments which could have marched at dawn to keep up the pursuit? Undoubtedly there were many. Ponsonby's heavy dragoons had ridden through the chaos of plunder without a man leaving the ranks, and had bivouacked 5 miles to the front of Vittoria. There were several infantry brigades, which had been so far to the left or the right in the action that they never came near the temptation, and only remembered the night of the 21st as one of short commons and hard lying. Perhaps the sight of the disgraceful confusion in and about Vittoria gave the commander-in-chief an exaggerated impression of the general condition of the army. And undoubtedly, he had an absorbing night's task before him, when he sat down to work out the entire recasting of his operations, which the victory had made necessary. His main design, as expressed in the order for the 22nd, was to send Jaern and Longa into Biscay by the Great Bayonne Chaussee, to pursue Maquin's convoy, and to cut off, if possible, Foy and the garrison of Bilbao, while the Anglo-Portuguese army marched in pursuit of the French main army on Pampeluna. Clausel had been heard of in the direction of Logroño. A zealous and patriotic innkeeper had ridden 40 miles on the night of the 20th to report to Wellington the position of the head of his column, and it was the knowledge that he was more than a full day's march from Vitoria which had enabled the arrangements for the battle to be made with complete security against any intervention on his part. But though it was most probable that he would have heard of the disaster to the king's army and have turned back to Pampeluna or Saragossa, there was a chance that the news might not have reached him. If so, he could be at Vitoria by the afternoon of the 22nd, and his appearance there might prove very tiresome, as the British hospitals and the whole spoil of the battle would have been at his mercy. Wherefore Wellington, who somewhat underrated Clausel's strength, left behind at Vitoria the 5th Division and R. Hill's cavalry brigade to guard the place. The 6th Division was due to arrive at noon, or not much later, from Medina de Pomar, so that 12,000 men would be available if the possible but improbable event of a raid on Vitoria should come to pass. These precautions having been taken, the army marched off at 10 o'clock, in 3 columns, the center column of previous days with headquarters and the bulk of the cavalry sticking to the main Salvatierra-Pampeluna road, while Hill and Graham kept to side tracks, which were available so long as the march lay in the plain of Vitoria but converged on Salvatierra, where the watershed comes, and the mountains of Navarre block the way. Here all the roads met, and there was a steep rise and a defile before the headwaters of the Araquil, the main river of northwestern Navarre, were reached. That afternoon Wellington's quartermaster general, George Murray, about the only man who ever dared to make a suggestion to his chief, asked him whether it might not be worthwhile to send a detachment northward, by the mountain road which goes from Salvatierra to Villafranca on the Great Bayonne Chaussee. For Jaern and Longa might have been detained by the French forts at the defile of Salinas, at Mondragon and elsewhere, and so have failed to get forward in their pursuit of Maquin's convoy and the Bilbao garrison. But a force sent across the hills from Salvatierra would cut into the chaussee behind the fortified posts, and, if the convoy were moving slowly, might catch it as it passed through Villafranca, or at any rate intercept other stray bodies of French troops. Wellington approved the idea at once, and ordered Graham to take the greater part of his own column, the 1st Division, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, and Anson's cavalry brigade, to leave the pursuit of the king's army, and to march to cooperate with the Spanish troops who had already been detached to press the retreat of the French garrisons of Biscay. The road Salvatierra-Villafranca turned out practicable for all arms, but very trying both to cavalry and artillery, its first stage being a long uphill pull, over a road of the most stony kind. On the watershed at the Puerto de San Adrian, it was taken through a tunnel cut in the solid rock. The diversion of Graham's column being an afterthought, the orders for it were only issued at 3 p.m., there was some delay in finding the troops in an afternoon of blinding rain, and turning them on to the new direction. The general himself, as his dispatch shows, was not reached by Wellington's orders till next morning. Only the light brigade of the German Legion got well forward on the 22nd. The rest of the 1st Division and Bradford's Portuguese hardly got started. Anson's light dragoons and Pack's Portuguese, like Graham himself, never received their orders at all that night, having pushed on beyond Salvatierra for 2 leagues or more, where the officers sent in search of them failed to catch them up. They had actually gone forward some miles farther towards Navarre, on the morning of the 23rd, before they were found and set right. This caused a tiresome countermarch of some miles to get back to Salvatierra and the crossroads. Wellington was much vexed with the bad staff work, but vented his wrath, unfortunately, not on his own aide-de-camp, but on a meritorious officer whom they had failed to find or warn. Captain Norman Ramsay, the hero of the artillery charge at Fuentes de Oñoro, was attached with his battery to Anson's cavalry brigade. He was still moving eastward, on the night of the 22nd, when the commander-in-chief chanced to come upon him. Wellington at once ordered him to halt, billet his men in a neighboring village, and wait for new directions. According to Ramsay's version of the words used, they were that, if there were any orders for the troop in the course of the night, he would send them. But Wellington was under the impression that the phrase used was that Ramsay was not to move until he had direct orders from headquarters as to his route. Next morning about 6 a.m., an assistant quartermaster general, Captain Campbell, came to the village and asked Ramsay if he had yet received his directions. On hearing that he had not, the staff officer told him to follow Anson's brigade, who, as Ramsay supposed, were still moving eastward, for no hint of the change of route had been given him on the previous night. The battery was started off again on the road towards Pampeluna, and its commander rode on ahead to seek for the cavalry to whom he was attached. At this moment Wellington came up, expressed high wrath at finding the guns on the move in the wrong direction, and asked for Ramsay, who was not forthcoming for some time. Whereupon the angry general ordered him to be put under arrest for flagrant disobedience, and spoke of trying him by court-martial. His version of the offense was that Captain Ramsay disobeyed a positive order given him verbally by me, in expectation of a circumstance which occurred, namely that he might receive orders from someone else to move as I did not wish him to move. It is easy to see how the vagueness in the wording of the order, or even a misconception of the stress laid upon one of its clauses, brought about Ramsay's mistake. He understood that he was to halt till he got orders, and took Campbell's message to be the orders meant. It is pretty clear from Wellington's own language that Ramsay was not warned that he might receive orders not directly proceeding from GHQ, which he was to disregard entirely. Explanation of that kind would not have been in the Wellingtonian manner. The unfortunate battery commander, who had done splendid service on the 21st and had a brilliant record behind him, gained the sympathy of the whole army, and such senior officers as dared continued to make intercession for his pardon. After keeping him for some weeks under arrest, Wellington resolved not to try him and to send him back to his battery, but he was cut out of the reward which he had earned at Vittoria, and did not receive the brevet advance in rank or the decorations given to the other battery commanders, so that he practically lost ground in comparison with his equals and fell to the bottom of the list. This was a deadly blow to Ramsay, who was sensitive and full of professional pride. He kept silence, not so his comrades, who filed the incident as another flagrant example of Wellington's dislike for an injustice to the artillery arm. He fell, still only a battery commander, at Waterloo. The result of the miscarriage of orders on the night of the 22nd and the morning of the 23rd was that Graham's turning column was late in its movement. The general himself was one of the last to get the new direction. The cavalry, which should have been at the head of the march, was at its tail. The German light battalions were very far ahead of all the other units, and had to hold back in order to let the rest come up. Hence the attack on Villafranca was not delivered on the evening of the 23rd, as it might have been, but on the afternoon of the 24th, and in the intervening 24 hours, the greater part of the French troops whom Graham might have cut off filed through Villafranca on their way to Tolosa and the frontier, and only a flank guard was brought to action. Of this more in its proper place. The rest of the troops under Wellington's immediate eye, the center column and Hill's corps, pursued their way on the 23rd along the Salvatierra-Pampeluna road. Only Victor Alten's hussars got in touch with the tail of King Joseph's fugitive host, which was moving at a great pace and had a long start. There was now a proper rearguard, Cassagna's division of the Army of the Centre, which had lost only 250 men at Vittoria, and had been more shaken than hurt, having replaced the much-tried Army of Portugal as the covering force. King Joseph halted for some hours at Irazun, and there gave orders for Ryle to diverge from the main line of retreat, and to take his 2 divisions, a cavalry brigade, and all the teams of his lost artillery by the route of Santesteban and the valley of the Baston, back to the French frontier on the lower Bidasoa. Finding himself so feebly pursued, he had jumped to the conclusion that Wellington might have marched with the bulk of his force on the Great Chaussee, making directly for Irun and Bayonne. There being nothing to stop him save the scattered detachments under Foy, an invasion of France was possible. Hence Ryle was directed to join Foy in haste and cover the line of the Bidasoa. Thus Graham and Ryle were now moving parallel to each other, both in a direct northerly direction, but separated by many a mile of impracticable mountains. The armies of the south and center continued their retreat on Pampeluna. Meanwhile Wellington, on the morning of the 23rd, received some important news from Vittoria. The unexpected had happened. Clausel, having failed to hear of the king's defeat, as chance would have it, was marching on the city by the Trevino road. Pakenham had already arrived there, but the 5th Division had gone forward to join the tail of Graham's column on being relieved by the 6th, nothing having yet been heard of the French till midday. The force on the spot, therefore, was rather weak, if Clausel had meant mischief. But he did not, and was becoming aware of the danger of his own position. He had heard on the 20th, when he was in march along the Ebro from Logroño on Haro, that the king had evacuated Miranda that day and was drawing back to Vitoria. It was obviously dangerous to seek to join him by the road near the river, and Clausel on the 21st, the day of the battle, was trying to recover touch with the main army by taking the route La Guardia-Trevino. This danger removed him out of striking distance during all the critical hours. By some strange chance, he neither met any of the king's aides-de-camp, who were hunting for him on all sides, nor fell in with any of the fugitives from the routed army, either on the night of the 21st nor on the morning of the 22nd. He resumed his march from La Guardia and reached Trevino in the afternoon. There he heard from Afrancesados the news that there had been a disastrous battle on the previous day, but could get no details. He therefore detached some squadrons to explore along the mountain road from Trevino to Vitoria. They made their way as far as the crest of the heights of Puebla, above Birastigueta, driving in first some Spanish irregulars, and then pickets of British cavalry. From the watershed they could see Allied troops getting into order, but not their numbers. Pakenham, on being warned by the guerrilleros, had occupied Vitoria town with 2 Portuguese battalions, drawn up the rest of his troops for a fight, and sent to warn Oswald and the 5th Division, as well as Gyron's Spaniards, who had not gone many miles yet, that trouble was at hand. Both of these forces halted and prepared to turn back. But on hearing the report of his horseman, Clausel had no thought of a raid on Vitoria. His only idea was to get out of danger and rejoin the main army as quickly as possible. That Joseph and Jourdan had been beaten, he was now aware, but details were wanting. He did not know whether the rout had been complete, or whether the king's army was capable of rallying and making head at Pampeluna. If he had understood that all the artillery had been lost, and that a retreat into France was imminent, he might probably have given up the idea of a junction, and have set out in haste to retire on Saragossa, by way of the main road down the Ebro by Logroño and Tudela. But not knowing this, his first plan was to march for Salvatierra by the mountainous road, which goes from Viana on the Ebro to the upper valley of the Ega. On the 23rd, he marched from Trevino to Viana. On the 24th, he started out from that place and went 20 miles as far as Santa Cruz de Campero, where he heard that Mina and all his bands were on his flank, and that an English column was coming down upon him from Salvatierra. The latter rumor was false, but induced Clausel to abandon any idea of taking a short cut to join the king. It would seem also that he had picked up some news as to the crushing effect of Vitoria on the French army, and knew that it must have fallen back on Pampeluna. He hurriedly retraced his steps, picked up the garrison of Logroño, and set out to move on Pampeluna by the Mendavia Puente La Reina road late on the 25th. His vanguard had got as far as Sesma when he heard that Mina had dropped down from Estella to Lerén, blocking this road also. It might have been possible to attack and beat him, but renewed reports that the British were also approaching disturbed Clausel, and he swerved back to the Ebro by crossroads and crossed it at Ladosa on the 26th. This move, which placed him on the high road from Logroño to Saragossa, implied the abandonment of all hope of reaching Pampeluna and joining the king. He had resolved to fall back on Aragon and seek refuge with such its troops in that direction, but he had lost much time in his countermarches, and was on the 27th in greater danger than he knew, since Wellington was now coming down from the north, in the hope of heading him off and cutting his line of retreat. And if Clausel had lost as much time in the next 5 days as he had in the last, his position would have been most desperate, for Wellington had ascertained his whereabouts, and was marching upon him in great strength, with a good hope of intercepting him, if he were still adhering to his original plan of making for Pampeluna and rejoining the king. The idea that Clausel might be caught and destroyed had come to the British general's mind on the 26th, when he had reached the environs of Pampeluna, and had made sure that the whole of King Joseph's armies were well on the road for France. The pursuit had been little more fruitful on the 24th-25th than it had been on the 22nd-23rd, but at least closer contact had been secured with the enemy. On the afternoon of the 24th, the leading British troops had brought 500 Erlon's rearguard to action at the passage of the Araquil, in front of the crossroads at Irazun. This combat, in which the 1st German Hussars, the 1st Anid battalions of the 95th, and Ross's battery were engaged against D'Armagnac's division of the Army of the Centre cost the enemy about 100 casualties, and one of the only 2 guns which he had brought off from Vittoria. It was a running fight, in which the rearguard all the way from Irazun to Barriaplano was being turned and driven in. But no large captures were made. While this skirmish was in progress, on the afternoon of the 24th, the main body of the French army was already on the march past Pampeluna towards France. The troops were not allowed to enter the fortress, where only the king, his general staff, and his courtiers lodged on the night of the 24th. It was feared that the famished soldiery might plunder the stores if they got access to them, so they were taken round by suburban roads, which did not pass through the city. Gazan with the Army of the South started on the evening of the 24th, taking the route by Zubiri and the pass of Roncesvalles to Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port. 500 Uhlans set out 9 hours later, at dawn on the 25th, using the better road by the Col de Velate and the Pass of Maya, which took him to the Bastion, whither Ryle had gone before him. But while the army of Portugal passed on to the lower Bidasoa, the army of the centre was ordered to halt in the Bastion and hold its ground if possible. Only 3 or 4 hours after 500 Uhlans' column had left the suburbs of Pampeluna, the first English vedettes showed themselves on the Salvatierra road. These came from Victor Alten's light cavalry. They coasted round the city on the south, and picketed the Puente la Reina and Tafalla roads, by either of which Clausel might conceivably be on the move to join the king. But no trace of the French could be found, save that of the retiring rearguard of the army of the centre. Of British infantry, only the light division appeared in front of the fortress, on the side of Barriaplano, though the 4th and Grant's hussars were close behind it. Picton and Dalhousie with the 3rd Anth divisions were still farther back on the Salvatierra road, and Hill's whole corps was told to halt until their predecessors should have cleared the way in front of them. The 5th Division, having received the alarm about Clausel's raid on Vittoria, had turned back on the 23rd and was a full march behind Hill. The 6th Division had now passed out of Pakenham's hands into those of Clinton, its normal commander, who had just come up from Lisbon. It remained at Vittoria when all danger from Clausel was over, and had originally been intended to come in on the rear of the 5th Division at Salvatierra, leaving the hospitals and spoils under the guard of some details. But other orders were soon to reach it. During the night of the 25th, Wellington got the news from Mina that Clausel's column, which he had supposed to be making a hasty retreat down the Ebro, ever since its vain appearance in front of Vittoria on the evening of the 22nd, was much less far off than he had supposed. Owing to its countermarches on the 23rd, 24th, it had only just got back to Logroño, and had started off from that town on the 25th by the road north of the Ebro via Mendavia and Sesma, apparently heading for Pampeluna. If this were Clausel's game, he might be intercepted and caught, and Allied columns might thrust themselves between him and his escape towards Saragossa or Jaca. The nearer he got to Pampeluna the better, since the French main army was no longer there, but in rapid march for its native soil. The orders which Wellington had issued upon the afternoon of the 25th for the movements of the army on the 26th had contemplated nothing more than the investment of Pampeluna by the 3rd Anth divisions on the north side, and the light Anth divisions on the south side of the Arga. But the news which had come in from Mina caused a complete change in his plans. The morning orders of the 26th Direct Corps, with the 4th and light divisions, not to linger near Pampeluna, but to move off as far as the men could go on the Tudela road to Mendeville, halfway to Tafalla if possible. Grant's Hussar Brigade was to push ahead in front of the infantry and discover whether Clausel was to be heard of on this road, or perhaps on the Estela Puente la Reina road, which was an alternative, if less likely, track for him to take if marching on Pampeluna. Hill was ordered to hurry up from the rear and replace in the blockade not only the troops of Cole, but those of Picton and Dalhousie. For the 3rd Anth divisions were to get ready to follow Cole's column the moment that they were relieved. They were to concentrate meanwhile at the village of Silvas, south of the Arga, and to march southward as soon as Hill came up. But it was calculated that they would not be able to move till dawn on the 27th, as Hill had a long way to come. Ponsonby's cavalry brigade would attach itself to them when the move should begin. Meanwhile, 4 divisions being set in motion to head off Clausel from this side, another column was ordered to strike across the mountains and fall in on his rear if possible. The 6th Division was still at Vittoria on the 25th, as was R. Hill's brigade of heavy cavalry. Clinton, now commanding his old division in lieu of Pakenham, received orders to start off with all speed on the Logroño road, taking the household cavalry with him, and to endeavor to catch up the retreating French. He made forced marches via Trevino and Peninsular, and reached Logroño on the 27th, where he picked up 6 abandoned French guns, but learned that Clausel had been gone for 2 days, and had crossed the Ebro at Lodosa instead of continuing on the Pampeluna road. There was little chance of catching him up when he had a start of 2 marches, but Clinton continued the pursuit as far as Lerin on the Miranda de Arga road, where he gave it up. The household cavalry returned to Logroño, where it was directed to go into billets, as horsemen would not be wanted in the Pyrenees, while the 6th Division marched at leisure from Lerin to Pampeluna. The only real chance of catching Clausel was to head him off at Tudela, by means of the 4 divisions which were descending upon him down the Tafalla road. But a glance at the map will show that he could only have been intercepted if he had displayed uncommon torpidity. For having crossed the Ebro at Lodosa on the 26th, he was only 35 miles from Tudela on a good road. And marching hard, he reached the town on the afternoon of the 27th, when the advanced cavalry of the column sent to intercept him had only got to Aulite, 25 miles to the north, and the light division at the head of the infantry column was 10 miles behind at Barasoan. Clausel did not halt more than a few hours at Tudela. There was no need for the intervention of the treacherous Alcalde, who figures in legends of the time to bid him press on hard for Saragossa. For the design, attributed to him by some of the contemporary British diarists, of marching up from Tudela along the Aragon River, with the object of reaching France and joining the king by way of Sanxa, was never really in his mind. Ever since he had crossed the bridge of Lodosa, his only desire was to get to Saragossa in the shortest possible time. Starting off again at dawn on the 28th, with his force increased by the garrison of Tudela, he marched that day 20 miles to Malin, and on the 29th a similar distance to Alagon. On the 30th, a shorter stage of 15 miles brought him to Saragossa, where he found General Paris, the governor of Aragon, still completely ignorant of the Battle of Vittoria, though it had taken place 9 days back. Since the 26th, Clausel had been practically out of danger, for he had the Ebro, whose bridges at Lodosa and Tudela he had destroyed, between him and Wellington's columns. There was no force which could have stopped him, for there are 20 miles less of road between Lodosa and Tudela than between Pampeluna and Tudela. Wellington had hoped for a moment that Mina might have intercepted the French column at Tudela and have held it in check long enough to allow the British to come up. But though Mina was, so far as mere distances went, capable of striking at Tudela, 2 things prevented him from being able to do so. The first was the obstacle of the Ebro, the second the fact that Tudela was a fortified place with a competent garrison. Even if the great guerrillero had got his men across the river, he certainly could not have captured Tudela, and equally certainly would have been beaten by Clausel, when the French column, double his available force in numbers, came up, if he had dared to offer battle in the open near the town. During the night of the 27th, Wellington heard that Clausel had slipped past Tudela in haste, and that Mina, quite unable to stop him, was only able to follow him with his cavalry, to which Julian Sanchez's lancers had joined themselves. At a very early hour on the 28th, before 5 o'clock in the morning, the British commander-in-chief issued a fresh set of orders in view of this untoward news. They are a little difficult to understand, but internal evidence seems to show that Wellington must have received some sort of report tending to make him think it possible that Clausel, instead of falling back on Saragossa and joining Suchet's army, might march across country by the road Tostegzian Castillo Jaca, or the alternative road Exealuna Murillo Jaca, in order to cross the Pyrenees by the pass of Canfranc and join the king's army in Béarn. Or he might march through Saragossa in haste and make for Jaca by the Gallego River. There was a bare possibility of intercepting him by turning the whole pursuing column eastward and taking it into the valley of the river Aragon, from which it would march by Sanxa and Verdun on Jaca. The weak point of the scheme was that there was no certainty that Clausel would march on Jaca at all. He might stop in Aragon and combine his operations with those of Suchet. Or even if he did start for Jaca, when he heard that his road was intercepted by British troops, he would naturally turn back and cast in his lot with the French army of Aragon, rather than with the king. It is therefore rather surprising to find that Wellington imposed 2 days of heavy marching on his left wing, on the bare possibility that Clausel might be intercepted at or near Jaca. The orders for the 28th June were for the cavalry at the head of the column to make the long march Aulite Caparrós Casta, by the good but circuitous road along the valley of the Aragon, taking in charge the artillery belonging to the infantry divisions. The latter were to cut across from the Pampeluna to the Sanxa roads by country tracks in the hills, the light division by Alate Bayer Galipians, the 4th division by Tafelicent, Martin de Unx Galipians, the 3rd Anth divisions, farther behind, went from Mendeval by Alata to Casta. This move concentrate 0 men in a solid body on a decent road, but left a very long gap between them and the troops blockading Pampeluna, and the gap would grow longer each day that the marching force pushed northeastward up the course of the Aragon on its way to Jaca. On the following day, June 29th, the column, now with the 3rd Division at its head and the 4th Division at its tail, had moved along the river till its head reached Sanxa, when Wellington suddenly made up his mind to relinquish the scheme, which, as he himself owned, had never been a very promising one. He wrote to Castaños that Clausel, having passed Tudela marching hard for Saragossa, had got too long a start and could not be caught. The plan of intercepting him at Jaca had been given up, firstly because it would probably have failed, and secondly because, if it had succeeded, it would only have forced Clausel to join Suchet, which was not a thing to be desired. A third reason, which he did not cite to Castaños but reserved for Lord Bathurst's private eye, was that the army was marching very badly, with many stragglers and many marauders. The British on the 17th June were 41,547 rank and file. On the 29th, 35,650 rank and file, diminution, 5897. Now the loss in the battle was 3164, so that the diminution from irregularities, straggling, and for plunder, is 2733. The Portuguese before the battle were 25,489, their present strength is 23,044. As they lost only 1022 in the battle, they show an extra diminution of another 1423 rank and file, from the same causes as the British. There are only 160 men in the hospital which I established, the others are plundering the country in different directions. The truth was that the army was sulky, the men had not got over the effects of the looting at Vitoria, the weather had been bad, and the hunt after Clausel had been regarded by officers and men alike as a wild goose chase. The French general gave his men 3 days' rest at Saragossa, June 30 July 2, and then started to march up the Gallego River to Jaca, where the head of his column arrived on July 6. He then halted his divisions for some days, stopping in a position where he could either cross the pass of Canfranc into France, for he had no field guns or wheeled transport with him, to impede his passage by that steep defile, or else return into the plains of Aragon. If Suchet should come to Saragossa with the army of Valencia, he could drop back to meet him. But on the 11th arrived the news that Saragossa had been evacuated on the preceding day, after some indecisive fighting between General Paris's garrison and the bands of Mina and Duran, who had beset the city on both sides of the Ebro. All chance of a junction with Suchet having vanished, Clausel crossed the Pyrenees next day, after leaving a garrison in Jaca. He came down into the Val d'Aspe on the French side, with 11,000 infantry, 500 horse, and 6 mountain guns packed on mules, his sole artillery. He had lost somewhere about 1,500 men in his long march, some broken-down stragglers, others sick left in hospital at Tudela and Saragossa. All these fell into the hands of Mina, but the casualties in actual fighting had been practically nil. By July 15th, the whole column, marching over the Pyrenean foothills, had reached Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port and come into touch with the armies of the south and center, who had so long and vainly desired to see Clausel. Meanwhile Wellington, having stopped his eastward march on June 29th, had given his troops 1 day's rest, and then drawn them back toward Pampeluna by the road through Monreal. He was now about to take up the pursuit of the king's troops, which had been abandoned on the 25th while he went off on his fruitless hunt after Clausel, an enterprise which would have been far better left to Mina and the guerrilleros, for there never had been much probability of its succeeding. But the new move required several days of preparation, since 4 divisions had to be brought back from the valley of the Aragon, and one more, the 6th, to come up from Lerin via Puente la Reina, and it was necessary to provide a considerable force for the blockade of Pampeluna. The instructions for July 1 were that Hill was to make the first move, by marching northward with the 2nd Division, handing over the investment of Pampeluna to Silvera's Portuguese and Morillo's Spaniards, to whose assistance there would come up in 24 hours the 7th Division, and a little later the 3rd Division. Hill was to march by the Col de Velate and Santesteban into the Bastion, from which it was intended that he should drive out 500 Erlon's divisions. But these operations belong to the fighting of July, and before dealing with them, it is necessary to go back to June 22nd in order to follow the fortunes of the other large French force, which might have been present at the Battle of Vittoria, but was not. Section 37, Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Foy. We left General Foy at the decisive moment when he received the dispatch forwarded by Thuvenot from Vittoria, which informed him of the king's retreat beyond the Ebro, and suggested that he might come in to join the main army, but left him the fatal choice of deciding whether his own immediate operations were, or were not of such paramount importance that they could not be abandoned. Foy decided, and many other generals have made a similar error in all ages, that his own job was the really important thing. The dispatch reached him on the 19th, when he had his division concentrated at Bergara, and could have brought it to Vittoria in time for the battle. Probably the brigade of Berlier, belonging to the Army of the North, which was under his orders, could also have been brought in from Villafranca to Vittoria by the 21st. But on the very eve of the decisive engagement, and with Jourdan's dispatch advising him to see Rapprocher de Vittoria before his eyes, Foy decided that the petty affairs of the Biscay garrisons were of more importance than the fate of the king's army. Instead of bringing down his own and Berlier's troops to Vittoria, where 5,000 bayonets would have been most welcome to the depleted army of Portugal, he proceeded to disperse them. He sent, on the 20th, 2 battalions to El Oreo to facilitate the retreat of the garrison of Bilbao, dispatched 2 others to Debat, on the coast, to guard against a rumored British demonstration against that port, and remained at Bergara with the 6th Leger alone. Orders were forwarded to Berlier to stand fast at Villafranca, and to the troops expected from Bilbao to make the best pace that they could, as the army of Galicia would soon be upon them. Giron's demonstration on the Baumeister road had convinced Foy that the Spanish Fourth Army was aiming at Bilbao. He could not know that Wellington had brought the Galicians down by Orgenia to join his main body. On the evening of the 21st, the division of Maucune, escorting the convoy which had started from Vittoria at dawn, came through the pass of Salinas unmolested. Its general met Foy, and told him that he had heard heavy cannonading for many hours behind him, but had no notion of what was going on upon the Zadara. The column bivouacked between Mondragon and Bergara, and started off again before daybreak. It had not gone more than a league when fugitives began to drop in from Vittoria, bringing news of the disaster. The king's army had been routed, his artillery abandoned. He had been pushed aside onto the Pampeluna road, and allied columns were coming up the Great Chaussee making for Bergara and Durango. On hearing these depressing news, the commandants of the forts which guarded the passes, those of Arlaban, Mondragon, and Salinas, spiked their guns, and fell back without orders to join Foy at Bergara. The news was only too true. On the night of the battle, Wellington had issued orders for Longa's division to set out at dawn on the 22nd to force the passes, and if possible, to overtake Maucune's unwieldy convoy. Giron was to follow, when his men, who had suffered dreadful fatigue in their forced march from Orgenia, were capable of movement. As the Galicians were terribly undergunned, there appear to have been only 6 pieces with the 12,000 infantry. Wellington lent them 2 batteries from the British artillery reserve. Giron started from the neighborhood of Vittoria at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and had gone only some 6 miles, when the news of Clausel's raid was sent to him by Pakenham. The whole army halted and began to retrace its steps, with the object of joining the 6th Division and fending off this unexpected attack. But the return march had hardly begun when the message arrived that Clausel's cavalry had retreated in haste, and that there was no danger on the side of Vittoria. Giron therefore resumed his original advance, but only reached Escoriaza, a hamlet halfway between Salinas and Mondragon after dark. His troops were worn out, and had not received any regular rations that day. It thus chanced that only Longa's division continued the advance along the Bayonne Chaussee on the 22nd, and that all day the Cantabrians were far ahead of, and quite out of touch with, the army of Galicia. It was with this small force alone that Foy had to deal. The French general had been prepared for trouble by the ominous news that Maucune had given him on the previous day, and conceived that it was his duty to hold the passes as long as was prudent, in order to gain time for the convoy to get on its way, and for the garrison of Bilbao to come in from the right rear. Accordingly, he was much vexed to find that the officers commanding the Mondragon forts had evacuated them and had fallen back on Bergara. He resolved to hold the defile if possible, and marched back toward it, taking with him the only 2 battalions of his division which he had at hand, and the garrisons of the 3 forts. The fort of Mondragon was found empty. There were no enemies visible save some local guerrilleros who fled. But on advancing a little farther, Foy came on the head of Longa's column, descending from the defile of Salinas. He spent the whole afternoon in a series of rearguard actions, making his men fall back by alternate battalions and defending each turn of the road. The French troops behaved with great steadiness, and Longa was cautious, having received false news that the Bilbao garrison had joined Foy. He contented himself with turning each successive position that the enemy took up, and at nightfall had only got about 2 miles beyond Mondragon. Here he halted, having occupied the fort, where he found 6 spiked guns and taken 53 prisoners. Foy had lost about 200 men in all in the long bickering, and had been himself slightly wounded in the shoulder, though he was not disabled, the Spaniards probably somewhat less. During the evening hours, 3 more battalions of Foy's own division arrived at Bergara, but the garrison of Bilbao and St. Paul's Italians had not yet been heard of. Having now 3,000 men in hand, the French general resolved to hold Longa up, until the missing troops should have passed behind him and got into a safe position. He waited opposite the Cantabrians all the morning, but was not attacked. A reconnaissance sent out reported that the enemy was quiescent at Mondragon. The fact was that Longa had heard that the French had received reinforcements, and was waiting for Giron to come up with the 3 Galician divisions. They arrived by noon, much fatigued and drenched by heavy rain, and Giron contented himself with making arrangements for an attack on Bergara on the next morning. But this attack was never delivered, for Foy, having at last picked up the missing brigades, retreated on Valerial during the afternoon, using St. Paul's Italians as his rearguard. He says in his dispatch that he had deduced from Longa's strange quiescence the idea, quite correct in itself, that the Spaniards were refraining from pushing him, because they were hoping that he would linger long enough at Bergara to be cut off by some other column, coming from Salvatierra on to Tolosa far in his rear. And Graham's force had actually been detached for this very purpose that afternoon, but Giron did not know it, and was really detained only by the exhaustion of his troops. It was not till evening that he got a dispatch from Wellington directing him to press hard upon Foy and delay his march, because an Anglo-Portuguese force was moving by the Puerto de San Adrian to intercept his retreat. But Foy, having guessed what plans might be brewing for his discomfiture, had not only retreated betimes, but ordered Maciun, who was now a day's march in front of him with the convoy, to drop the impedimenta and bring all his fighting force back to Villafranca, to block the road from Salvatierra until he and his 8,000 men should have got past the point of danger. This order Maciun executed on the morning of the 24th, turning the convoy into Tolosa, and turning back to hold the junction of the roads, with one of his brigades in Villafranca town, and the other thrown forward across to the river Oria to Oliveira and Bicen on the south bank. News had by this time come to hand that the march of a British column from Salvatierra across the hills had been verified, and that the peril was a real one. Wherefore Foy pressed his retreat, and sent Maciun orders to hold on at all costs, till the column from Bergara should have passed his rear. Now Wellington's orders to Graham to cut in by the Puerto de San Adrian with the 1st Division, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, and Anson's Light Dragoons, had been issued late on the 22nd, but had only reached the general and the greater part of his troops on the morning of the 23rd. Of all the column, only the 2 light battalions of the King's German Legion and Bradford's Portuguese had turned off that night. Consequently, on the 23rd, the critical day, Graham and the bulk of his command were toiling up the pass in heavy rain, and had not crossed the watershed, only Bradford and the 2 German battalions having reached the village of Segura. It was not till dawn on the 24th that Anson's cavalry and Pack's Portuguese got to the front. The rest of the infantry was still far off. Graham then advanced on Villafranca, and soon came into collision with Maciun, who was already in position covering the crossroads. The head of Foy's column, coming in from the west, was clearly visible on the other side of the Oria in the act of passing behind the screen formed by Maciun's covering force. He had started from Valerial before dawn, and got clear away before Longa and Giron were on the move, or able to delay him. Graham attacked at once, in the hope of driving in Maucune before Foy could get past. Bradford's Portuguese, endeavoring to turn the French flank, pushed to the right. Halkett's Germans, supported by the Grenadier and Light Companies of Pack's brigade, made for Beeson on the left wing. Bradford's leading unit, the 5th Caçadores, attacking recklessly on unexplored ground, was thrown back at its first assault. But the brigadier, extending other battalions farther to his right, ended by taking the village of Oliveira and pushing his immediate opponents across the river. The German light battalions carried Beeson at their first rush, but Maucune, retiring to a new position on high ground immediately above Villafranca, continued his resistance, trying to gain time at all risks. In this he was successful. Foy, hurrying past his rear, got well forward on the Tolosa road with his 2 leading brigades. The other 2 he dropped behind the town, to support Maucune or relieve him when he should be driven in. Owing to the early hour, 3 in the morning, at which Foy had started on his retreat from Villarreal, the bulk of Gyron's army was never able to catch him up. Only Longa's Cantabrians, leading the advance as usual, came into contact with his rear brigade, St. Paul's Italians, at the defile of La Descarga west of Villafranca. Failing to force a passage by a frontal attack, Longa turned the position, but the delay permitted St. Paul to get off with small loss and to catch up the rest of Foy's column. By 3 in the afternoon, Graham was beginning to outflank Maucune's line about Villafranca, with Bradford's brigade on his right and Pack's on his left, while Longa had come in sight upon the chaussee. Thereupon the French general, having held his ground for the necessary space of time, made a prompt retreat along the Tolosa road, pursued but not much harmed by the Portuguese. This ended a rather unsatisfactory day. The French had lost more men than the Allies, but the trap to catch them had failed completely. It is clear that if Graham's column could have crossed the Puerto de San Adrian 12 hours earlier, or if Gyron had pressed Foy hard and delayed his movements either on the 23rd or on the 24th, the scheme would have worked. Bad staff work was apparently responsible in some measure for both of these failures, though the extreme inclemency of the weather was a secondary cause. Foy's conduct of the operations on the 22nd-23rd appears a little rash. He might have been caught but for his good luck. But till he had picked up the troops from Bilbao, at noon on the 23rd, he was constrained to wait at Bergara, and after he had once received them, he marched hard, and so escaped, thanks to his wise precaution in sending Maucune to Villafranca. After the combat of the morning, Graham moved forward a few miles as far as Icasondo and neighboring villages on the Tolosa road, while Gyron came up in the evening and billeted his army in Villafranca, Beeson, and other places on the Oria. As the missing brigades of the 1st Division appeared that night, there were now some 10,000 Anglo-Portuguese and 0 Spaniards massed along the chaussee. Foy, having picked up the garrisons of Tolosa and some smaller places, and having been joined by a stray brigade from the Army of the North, had also as many as 16,000 men in hand, so that the opposing forces on both sides had swollen to a considerable strength. Graham having failed, through no fault of his own, to intercept the enemy's retreat at Villafranca, and regarding extreme haste as no longer necessary, since the scheme had miscarried, set himself to carry out Wellington's orders to drive back the enemy to the Bidasoa without any great hurry. He was much hampered by the fact that Gyron's army had outmarched its train, and was therefore suffering for want of supplies, which could not be procured in the mountains of Gipuzkoa. On the 25th, he brought the whole of the Allied forces up to Alegria, halfway to Tolosa, driving out Maucune's division, which Foy had left there as a rearguard. It was then discovered that the enemy had taken up a long and extensive position on each side of Tolosa, and showed no disposition to give ground. It was clear that he must be driven off by force. Foy, as he explains in his dispatch of June 28, had resolved to make a stand at the junction of roads in Tolosa, because he was obsessed by a theory, less accurate than that which he had formed as to Graham's march 2 days before, to the effect that King Joseph might have dispatched part, or the whole of his army, by the road which leads from Irazun on the Araquil to Tolosa across the mountains, in order to transfer it to the lower Bidasoa and the Bayonne road. He was still ignorant of the full effects of the Battle of Vitoria, and having heard cannonading far to the southwest on the 23rd, had jumped to the conclusion that the main army might be moving up to join him at Tolosa. As a matter of fact, King Joseph had turned a detachment off the Pampeluna road at Irazun, Rial's 2 divisions, but they had been sent not by the more westerly road to Tolosa, but by the Col de Velate route to Santesteban, on which they traveled fast because they had no guns or transport. But to cover the imaginary movement, Foy disposed his troops in front of the junction of roads. Toulouse town lies in a narrow defile, through which pass the Oria River and the Great Chaussee. It had been prepared long before for serious defense, as it was one of the chief halting places on the great road from Bayonne to Madrid. The old walls had been strengthened with blockhouses, the gates were palisaded outside and had guns mounted by them. The town blocks the defile completely, but is commanded by steep hills on either side. Foy sent on the great convoy which Maquin had escorted, under charge of 4 battalions commanded by General Berlier. The rest of his troops he disposed for defense. De Conchay's brigade held the fortified town. On the southeast, Bonte's brigade and St. Paul's Italians were placed on the heights above the Lizarza torrent, a forward position in which they protected the Pampeluna road. The 2nd Brigade of Foy's own division was placed on the hill of Jagaz, on the same flank but nearer the town. On the other or western bank of the Oria Rouge's brigade, the troops from Bilbao were on commanding ground, flanking the town and blocking 2 mountain paths which came down onto it from Aspisia in the valley of the Urali. Maquin's division was in reserve behind Toulouse, massed on the Chaussee. As Foy very truly observes in his dispatch, the position was strong against frontal attack, and could only be turned by very wide dators by any troops arriving from the south. This was as evident to Graham as to Foy, and the British general prepared for a long day's work. His intention was to outflank the position, even though it should take many hours. In the center, the bulk of the 1st Division, followed by Pax Portuguese and Girons Galicians, advanced up the Chaussee on the left bank of the river Oria, and halted a considerable distance from Toulouse. But Longa's Cantabrians and Porlier's small Asturian division were sent off to make a very circuitous march over the mountains on the right by Olzo and Gastelou, with the object of cutting into the Pampeluna road many miles east of Toulouse, and then taking the town in the rear. A less wide curve was made by a column consisting of Bradford's Portuguese brigade, with the 3-line battalions of the King's German Legion in support, who were also to operate to the east of the Chaussee and of the river Oria, and were directed to cross the Lizarza ravine and carry the hill behind it, from whence they were to push forward to the Pampeluna road and then turn inwards against the town. A smaller column, consisting of 1 battalion of Pax Brigade and the light companies of Girons' 3rd Division, was to make a corresponding movement to the west, and to endeavor to get on to the hill dominating Toulouse on that side. Nor was this all. Information came to hand that Mendizábal had brought to Aspisia what remained of the Biscayan irregulars, whom Foy had routed and dispersed a month back. Graham wrote to beg him to demonstrate with these bands against the Bayonne Chaussee north of Toulouse, and to get on to that road if possible and block it. The main column halted while the flanking operations were pursuing their slow course. The only fighting which took place in the morning was an attack by Bradford's brigade on the heights occupied by Bonte, opposite Ilion and beyond the Lizarza torrent. The French brigadier had neglected to guard the passages of the ravine, and allowed the Portuguese to get on to the ridge of his position without much difficulty. He then counterattacked them, first with his own brigade, then with St. Paul's Italians also, but was unable to cast them down from the hill, nor could Bradford get forward. All the hours of the early afternoon were spent in an indecisive tourillade on this front. It is curious to note that both the commanders-in-chief write in sharp criticism of their subordinates. Foy says that Bonte was careless and disobeyed orders. Graham that Bradford's men, after a good start, fought in a confused and disorderly fashion. On the other flank, the Spanish-Portuguese detachment, sent to try to gain a footing on the hills to the west of Toulouse, reported that they had come up against an absolute precipice, and could do nothing. So matters wore on, till about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when distant firing in the rear of the French position announced that both Longa on the right and Mendizábal on the left were in touch with the enemy. Graham then ordered a general attack, the 3 German line battalions, hitherto in reserve behind Bradford, being ordered to strike at the Pampeluna road. Meanwhile the main column, which had so long waited opposite Toulouse, deployed the 2 light German battalions in its front, with the Guards Brigade and Girons' 3rd Division supporting, and advanced against the south face of the town. The detachment to the extreme left, which had failed to get up the precipices in its front, was directed to turn inward to attack the west side of Toulouse. These orders brought on very heavy fighting, for Foy had held his forward positions so long that he had great difficulty in withdrawing his troops from them, when he found that he was outflanked, and even attacked in the rear. At the south end of the field, along the chaussee, the Allied attack failed entirely, the strength of the fortifications of the town having been underestimated. When the leading battalion, 1st Light Battalion KGL, approached the gate, it came into a crossfire from the blockhouses, and still heavier frontal musketry from the well-lined ramparts, which proved wholly inaccessible. Scaling ladders would have been required to mount them. The line broke, but the men did not retire, but threw themselves down behind walls and in ditches, and tried to answer the fire from such cover as they could find. Many took refuge in the courtyard of a convent not far outside the Vittoria Gate, from which their colonel, Ompteda, led out a second assault, which melted away under the fire as the first had done. In truth, the attempt was a misjudged one on Graham's part. Possibly his bad eyesight had failed to note the strength of the defenses. The 1st Light Battalion lost 5 officers and men killed and wounded in a quarter of an hour, and had to keep under shelter as best it could. The supporting troops were halted and ordered to lie down, while guns were brought up from the rear to batter the gate. This should obviously have been done before, and not after, the assault. The check was unnecessary, as was shown a little later when the artillery smashed the gate by a few shots and cleared the neighboring walls. Meanwhile, there had been fierce fighting on the eastern side of the town, where Bradford's Portuguese and the 3 German line battalions, with Longa's men on their northern flank, had fallen upon the 3 French brigades lying outside the town. Bonte's and St. Paul's battalions, still frontally engaged against Bradford, suddenly realized the danger of their position when the Germans attacked their left flank, and Longa appeared almost in their rear. They retreated in haste towards Toulouse and got jammed outside the Pampeluna Gate, which had been blocked for defense and could not readily be entered. To avoid being crushed against the walls, they massed themselves for a counterstroke, and thrusting back the Germans for a moment, raced along the riverbank, past the foot of the ramparts, till they got under the cover of Foy's 2nd Brigade on the hill of Jagas and escaped beyond the north end of the town. The Germans, though in great disorder, made an attack on the Pampeluna Gate, which failed for the same reason that had wrecked that on the Vittoria Gate: the impossibility of escalating a well-defended rampart. Meanwhile, there was heavy skirmishing going on to the northwest of Toulouse. Mendizabel's bands had appeared on the mountain road from Aspicia and had engaged Rouge's brigade, which was covering Foy's right flank. The French general's dispatch confesses that the troops from the Bilbao garrison, which included some conscript battalions from the Bayonne Reserve, behaved badly, lost ground, and had to be rallied by their general's personal exertions. They were apparently thrown into a panic by an attack delivered on their flank by the small Spanish-Portuguese detachment which Graham had sent out on his left. It had worked up by the narrow space between the walls of Toulouse and the precipice above, and came up very opportunely to aid Mendizabel. Rouge held on till dark, but with difficulty, and the knowledge that his route of retreat was threatened added to Foy's anxiety, for Longa was also pushing behind the town on the other side. Accordingly, he ordered Deconchai's brigade to evacuate Toulouse at once, just as the sun was setting, and prepared for a general retreat. If the order had been given half an hour later, the garrison of Toulouse would probably have been captured whole, for Graham's guns had just blown the defenses of the Vittoria Gate to pieces, and the German light battalions burst in with ease at the point where they had been checked before. There was some confused fighting in the streets, but the French got off with no great loss under cover of the darkness, and fell in with the rear of their main column, which went off down the chaussee at great speed. Mendizabel made some prisoners from Rouge's brigade, as it fell back to join the rest across the slopes, and Longa caught some fugitives on the other flank. Foy says that he lost some 400 men in the fight, which would seem a low estimate, as the Allies could show 200 prisoners, and Bonte's and Rouge's brigades had been very roughly handled. Graham reports 58 killed, 316 wounded, and missing, the last all from Bradford's brigade. Of the Spaniards, Longa and Mendizabel only were engaged. Gierne's report, as so often occurs with Spanish documents, gives no figures, only remarking that some of Longa's 1st Battalion of Iberia perished by reason of their rash courage, but had a great share in deciding the day, presumably by pushing far ahead in the turning movement which caused Foy to order a general retreat. If we allow 200 Spanish killed and wounded, we shall probably not be far out of our reckoning. Had Graham withheld his unlucky assault on the Vittoria Gate till it had been well battered, and trusted entirely to his turning movements, he would have got off with a much smaller casualty list. His original design of maneuvering Foy out of Toulouse was the right game, considering the strength of the position. The French general could plead in defense of his risky tactics that he had held up a superior force for a whole day. But at that particular moment time did not happen to matter, as Graham's leisurely pursuit on the subsequent days sufficiently shows. He was only set on getting Foy across the Bidasoa, and nothing in the general course of the campaign depended on whether he did so a day sooner or a day later. On the other hand, by standing too long at Toulouse, Foy nearly lost 3 brigades, and might indeed have lost his whole force.